nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
A very good morning as you join us for live coverage of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the third morning of competition on the fourth day of the waiting period. It is a African greeting, a Sayabona from Gig Saliers and Paul Caity, as you're with us in Ballito. Paul, another day on deck. Of course, lots of surfing took place yesterday. We managed to wrap up the opening rounds of men, and we got deeper into the first round of women's, and it looks like we're hoping to get women's surfing finished for and transition back to the second round of men's.
Yeah, good morning, Gigs. Good morning to all the viewers. Yeah, looks like we're going to have another great day of surfing. Yesterday was incredible. Some of those earlier rounds in the men's was so great to watch, and then into the women's. So I'm looking forward to another exciting day.
It's been very tangible here on the ground in Ballito, the elevated status of going from a qualifying series event, notching it up to the Challenger Series. It's been tangible around the site, everything from the inflated athlete area and certainly performances in the water, and what has been fairly testing conditions for us for the Ballito Pro this year so far.
Yeah, it has been a little bit tough. There's been a lot of wind around. You know, the onshore's coming up in the afternoon. Today we see quite a strong southwesterly wind, which is not onshore for us, but it is quite a strong side shore wind, which is going to be tough with the high tide conditions in the morning. But, you know, these guys are the best in the world, so as long as they got opportunities, they don't really mind the wind, you know.
We've also got a neap tide week, which is it's pulling that high tide through to the morning starts. We've got that high tide sitting at around 8:05 this morning. So, you know, you always wonder, does that affect the lineup? We'll go down and hear for a call. Let's go and hear from Travis Logie.
On the water's edge down here with Trav Logie from Tours and Competition. Trav, we've seen a wind change overnight compared to yesterday. What are you seeing out there, and what's the call for today?
Yeah, we've got that southwest wind coming through. Pretty strong this morning, but it's supposed to die through the day. There's definitely still some waves out there, so we're off and running. 7:05 start. We're going to finish women's round 1 and then go straight into men's round 2. Try to finish that off, so big day, 18 heats planned.
Sounds exciting. Now, Trav, your role's a pretty high-pressure one in terms of making those calls every day. Can you give us some quick insights into what you do to prepare to make those insights, and who makes the call with you?
Yeah, so we're looking at forecasts literally every hour on the hour, just looking at all the updates. And I'll help by like the local guru, Jono Hutchinson, and Luli Pereira, who's the head judge. So we sit every day and strategize. When the waves aren't pumping, the next question is there enough opportunity for 4 people, 3 people, 2 people, how many people we have in the heats? So today there is for sure, so we're off and running, easy call.
Well, that is your job, not mine. We've got a big day of action ahead of us, guys.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Trav. Well, you know, dead ahead Fred, right, Travis? If he just sees movement in the water, he'll pull the trigger and go. And not the most perfect Ballito that you're going to see. You know, it is going to improve as the week goes by, but certainly Travis always speaks of, as long as there's consistency and some size, even with that high tide coming up in just around an hour, Paul. And like I say, looking back to yesterday, all through the tides, we got surfing done, same for the first day of competition back on Monday.
Yes, and I think as long as, you know, the guys have got 30 minutes in the water, there's enough time for a few sets. Everyone's going to get opportunity, and I think it's really just the next 2 days to get through. The weekend's lining up really nice, and you know, typically this time of the year we do get the nice land breezes in the morning. And unfortunately, we don't have the low tides in the morning, which has been a little bit of a problem at this event this year. But yeah, I think we're lining up for a good weekend.
Slightly overcast skies to start off this Wednesday morning here on the east coast of South Africa. Fairly high level cloud. Don't expect much rain and precipitation out of that. You see that southerly wind blowing right to left on your screens. And high tide with some lines showing there, Paul. Of course, we are east facing, so these are those southerly swells being driven along. Essentially today a wind swell. We've seen a lot of lefts in the lineup over the last 2 days of competition. It's not something that we always see. You can see those corners peeling into the wind. That certainly is going to be the focus of a lot of the athletes. And then, well, there's the opportunity perhaps to go into the wind as the tide drops out.
Yeah, it is a wind swell. I think it's only at about 7 seconds, the swell. You're right. I mean, I think that left bowl running in towards the rocks now with a southwesterly wind going into it, they're definitely going to be looking for the aerial maneuvers. Yeah, definitely contestable. I think as the tide drops out, we're going to see more rights running down the bank.
Well, we hear the horn in the background, and it is an official start to the third day of competition. Of course, these Challenger Series, it's 96 men and 64 women. That's 150 odd competitors. It's a lot of heats to process. And of course, a very, very packed week for everybody here in Ballito as we get the third Challenger underway for the day. Again, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson out in the lineup. The Hawaiian talent out of Haleiwa will take on Francisco Vaselko out of Portugal. Holly Williams, the Australian from the Sunshine Coast, will make the heat with Juliette Lacombe from France. So it's good morning as we get competition underway. Gig Saliers and Paul Cadding in for the early call this morning. And as we mentioned, high tide conditions, we are expecting sort of perhaps an equal amount of lefts and rights out of the lineup. We were looking at the warm-up surf just a few minutes back before the start of competition, and certainly a lot of the athletes getting a couple of solid cracks on the warm-up.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm very excited to watch this heat. I've been very impressed with Betty Lou Johnson. She's been out here for about 10 days now, I think already. She did, if I'm not mistaken, she did the Pro Junior. And I think she won the Pro Junior. And so she's been surfing incredibly well.
Well, we'll just sit back and let the morning vibes soak in here. No rides yet in the 30-minute heat. And of course, you're joining us in the round of 64, where we'll complete the first round of women's here this morning. Heat number 11. And it will be Johnson, the Hawaiian, straight to it. As you mentioned, Paul, she's been here for well over a week. She's sharpened the blade on the JQS, the Junior Qualifying Series event. And, well, everyone certainly been impressed. It's great to have all the young surf community down here just to rub shoulders with someone that's already had championship tour experience in 2022.
Yeah, I know, it's incredible, and it's great for the young local kids, you know, to surf heats against the internationals that are coming out for the Pro Junior before we ran the Challenger. It's such a good experience for them, and they're getting to rub shoulders with them and make good friends. So it's great to see the girls and the guys, you know, in the under-20s coming through and doing the Pro Junior too.
Yeah, there's been that tangible celebration as the tours come to town here in Ballito. And of course, it is always really a friendly community. There's always been that interaction. We've seen it over the years. You guys, as O'Neill, getting involved from 2019 onwards. And, there really is that vibe that takes place here. Of course, there's a good vibe in every stop on tour, but particularly Ballito, it's very festive, but it's just grounded. There's no ego strutting around. Everybody enjoys the local cuisine. And everybody kind of just almost gets into a little bit of a layback. There's the urgency of competition, of course, but there really is that special feel coming to Ballito each year.
Yeah, I know, it is a great town. And Ballito, in the winter months, this has incredible surf on offer. And as you say, our tagline for this year, Mkosi, it's the Zulu word for celebration. And this year is all about celebrating,
Well, of course, Paul, next to me here representing O'Neill. And you guys getting on board from 2019 onwards. You guys also packaged the qualifying series 5,000 event in December. So that was good to get a warm-up, essentially. And, well, now the elevated status of the Challenger Series. How far are we seeing O'Neill go with this relationship? It sounds like it's something that's on the blossom.
Yeah, I know. We're so stoked to be involved with the event. Quatakuza municipality, they're such a forward-thinking municipality, and great to be involved with. And we've signed up for the next 3 years. I see it going far into the future. We've opened up our concept store here in Ballito. It's doing really well, and we love the partnership.
Well, it's great to have O'Neill on board. And you mentioned the Mkosi celebration tagline. Of course, in the Zulu dialect, the local culture, it means to celebrate. And we've spoken about that celebration at a number of levels. Professional surfing returning to the shores of South Africa being a major celebration in the Challenger Series this year. Of course, it was 3 years ago, 2019, was the last time that a full package came to the town. The other celebration, of course, O'Neill being 70 years old.
Yeah, no, it's incredible, and we're just celebrating all the O'Neill ambassadors through the decades, you know, from the early days in the 70s when Sean was on it with O'Neill, and he had that 5-event win in the Gunston 500, and you know, through to Martin Potter's rise to fame in the early 80s on O'Neill, and then Brad Gerlach's double win, late 80s, early 90s. Rob Bain had incredible results here, got him to number one for a time in the, you know, in the late early 90s. And then obviously on to Geordie, 2 wins, and Timmy Ray. So O'Neill riders have had a really good good results here in the Ballito Pro.
There's always been that long, deep relationship with O'Neill and the South African surf culture. And of course, as you say, you know, the latest edition of that being the Geordie Smith era.
Yes.
And yeah, we look forward to many years to come. Lots of things to celebrate here. Mkhosi, the tagline. We trust that you're enjoying it with us. Attention to the lineup for, well, we're 6 minutes into the opening heat of the morning. And this is Francisca, who'll switch direction. A couple of little snaps there. A few scores peppering in. The best will be Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's 5.33. Top left of screen for a single number reflecting at this stage. And here we pick up on her second ride. Over the step, some of these waves will have buckles and twists in them this morning. There is still energy in the Indian Ocean. And we'll switch it up to Juliette Lacombe, the French surfer. Will just go down in her effort. So it's going to be a case of rapid fire, Paul. We saw yesterday, particularly through the low tides and the day before on the men's, some heats going accumulatively up to over 50 waves ridden between 4 surfers in the lineup. And that was just because of what was on offer. There was just the steady swells rolling through on the low tide bank. High tide this morning, perhaps the surfers will just slow down their wave selection a touch, look for the bigger sets, the ones with at least some shape and bowl. And as you can see, the ocean does have that ruffle on it, but there are those clean cups on the inside once the bigger sets find the high tide bank.
Yes, no, for sure. I think we saw with Betty Lou's first wave, you know, coming at a 5.33 just for that one big turn. Let's just have a look here at Juliet's wave. It's a nice turn off the top. Gets out of that bit. And here's Betty Lou. I think this was her second wave. Getting a nice turn there, as you say, getting through that flat section and finishing it off strong. That was actually her second wave, so she's off to a good start here.
Yeah, she's opened with the 5.33, as you mentioned, Paul. We don't have a score for this one just yet. She'll dry dock that one as we get a look at the replay. 2 waves in the hat early on for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson out of Haleiwa. Of course, she comes here to South Africa sitting 7th on the Challenger Series. And, well, we did get to see her showcased in her first run at the championship tour. She got a 9th at Park Paul and a 3rd at Sunset. So she's one of those surfers. She's resident in Haleiwa. She's happy on the North Shore. She should feel comfortable in the open ocean power of Ballito here. And then, of course, well, a string of 17ths through Portugal and onto Australia saw Betty Lou actually fall off. And, well, that's that readjusted and remolded championship tour. It's pretty brutal at the end of Margaret River to lose surfers. We've seen it on the men's side. And, well, of course, there was the unceremonious dumping of the bottom seeds on the championship tour come the end of the 5th stop.
Yeah, no, I mean, Betty Lou, she's very serious, and she takes her competition seriously. What I've seen in the last week, and but you can see she's a great young competitor. Very young, and I'm sure she's going to do very well in the future.
It's always been the rich history of Hawaiians visiting South Africa, and Betty Lou certainly could fit into that theme over the coming years. She makes her trip here to Ballito to fetch points in the 3rd Challenger Series stop. And as I say, she'll want to improve on... She did really well in the Gold Coast, a 3rd, but not so great in Sydney, a 33rd. So we'll see how she fares here, Betty Lou. The rest of the heat, let's just have a look at some numbers. It's all fairly low scores. Francisco Vicelco is our Portuguese surfer out of Carcavelos in Portugal, just on the edge of Lisbon. Of course, Carcavelos hosting a number of surf events over the years. Did you ever get to surf there, Paul, as a former campaigner?
Yeah, I did surf Carcavelos a lot. I don't think I ever did an event there, but there's so many good waves around that area. My wife is actually from Galicia, which is just over the border there in Spain. And so we've done lots of trips, through to Portugal and surfed around between the Porto and Lisbon area, all the waves along that coast. And very, very strong surfing community, some great surfers coming out of the region.
Yeah, of course, Portugal playing a huge part in the global surf picture these days. Certainly elevated from 2009 onwards, when the Rip Curl search at the Championship Tour got to Supertubos and never left. It became a full-time stop. And that was really infectious. If you look at the crew up in Portugal, Francisco Spinola and Eco and all of them, they have done such a good job of really netting surf as a beautiful representative of that coastline. You've got the Carcavelos, of course, around the corner to Sintra, Ericeira. We'll just follow action here with Betty Lou. We'll go down, but just to talk to that point of Ericeira just being a brilliant part of the coastline, and that certainly will be an upcoming stop on the Challenger Series again this year. So everyone looking very forward to come early October, the European leg, so to speak, of the Challenger Series. And then, of course, it will all end in Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's hometown of Haleiwa come November. So that Challenger Series is still a lot of traditional timing in the structure of the 8 events. Talking of 8 events, there will be one in France as well, over in Hossegor. Juliette Lacombe, just a quick in and out. Low set of scores for really nothing to talk about as we go down under the 20-minute mark. In fact, under 19 minutes to go. The only real talking points are the 5.33 and the 4.43 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson as we get competition underway this morning in the higher tide conditions. That southerly wind just rolling through the lineup. It's a good morning as you join us on the set here. Of course, we mentioned the celebration, the Umkhosi theme. We are in the Quadakuza region of the east coast of South Africa. The Ngunis setting the tone for the studio. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from the first heat of the morning at the Ballito Pro. This is about the time where that phenomenon called the sardine run takes place, where those huge, massive shoals of the little silverfish out of Antarctica come up the east coast, and well, it becomes a marine procession with all the marine life chasing it. And it's the topic of many National Geographic documentaries, and certainly something we don't really get a lot of it up here. We're almost just at the latitude that sits a bit high for that, but certainly an hour's drive south from here in the middle of July, you could experience some of that sardine run activity.
Yes, no, definitely. They seem to come to the Durban Bay area, and then from there they head out to sea. But I was actually talking to the water safety guys yesterday, and they said there was a bait ball about 1 kilometre out in front of the contest site yesterday, small one, but they were keeping an eye on it and making sure there were no sharks around the area.
Well, good to know. And of course, just to put everyone's mind at ease on that topic, which is, we're here to comment, we're here to make discussion, and certainly water temperatures here as well. If we're talking ocean, we're looking at around low 70s. I mean, I haven't seen anyone compete in board shorts this year, Paul. Everyone's been in at least a 2 millimeter type long leg short arm suit. Is sort of almost the most popular suit for competition here.
Yeah, normally in this region of the South African coastline, from sort of early May through to the sort of end of October, it's normally either a short arm long leg 2 mil or a long arm short leg 2 mil, but we normally then move into the board shorts November through to April,
And of course, O'Neill accredited with the invention, technically, if that's the right word, or the use of neoprene, the original users, Jack O'Neill, getting and the wetsuit business 70 years later, absolutely flourishing. You head up all of that here in the Southern African region. Wetsuit business, a very important part of what you guys do here with O'Neill.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the wetsuits are probably half of our business here in South Africa. We sell especially into the Cape Town region, we all the 5.4s and 4.3s, and then along the Jeffreys Bay sort of coastline into the 3.2s, and as you say here in Durban, the 2 mils. But very important part of the business, especially the Hyper Freaks. Hyper Freaks are doing really well for us at the moment.
It almost seems that every season O'Neill, as a wetsuit manufacturer, has just got a new cutting edge tech development step. It's just amazing to see. And I mean, how good are it's just ridiculous. I get asked all the time, because I've moved from this warm region to the colder side, just to share a personal story. And I'm sure for you as well, Paul, is, I don't like surfing in Cape Town, the water's cold. Well, the wetsuits are so good, it actually doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they're so good and so stretchy now and flexible, And I see O'Neill in Australia just dropped the Hyper Freak Fire, so that's going to be a great new step in the Hyper Freak range. Ours will be arriving later in the year for South Africa, so very exciting times.
Yep, we love it. The wetsuit changed the world, that is for sure. The wetsuit and the leg rope, right? And everything else fitted in between there. We're talking surf history and all such things related, the surf industry itself. And a look back to the water with 6.5 minutes to go. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, former championship tour surfer who exited after Margaret River, is in charge of this heat here. It's the opening round of competition. It is the third day. If you're just with us, the Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill. And that was Holly Williams on screen, who's been plagued with that pair of twos. The Sunshine Coast young surfer from Australia needs to get her numbers up. Just having a look at how she's campaigned. She got a 17th in Sydney. Didn't roll the dice on the Gold Coast for some reason, did the young Holly Williams. But she's fared fairly well, getting a win in Maroubra at the qualifying series level in the recent times, and quarterfining in Phillip Island. So working her way through the qualifying series to the Challenger Series level here. We'll see where Holly Williams can work her way through. She's going to operate with that fourth priority. And not a bad option to start looking at these lefts, Paul. We've seen scores. Well, Betty Lou's built a score going either way. Her backhand turns for the 5.23, and it was a forehand attack for the 5.33. So there are both lefts and right options out there as a barometer using Betty Lou's scores.
Yeah, I know for sure. It is. She's at there. Holly and Juliet are in a bit of a tough situation here with third and fourth priority heading into the last 5 minutes, and there we see Francisco and Betty Lou holding first and second priority and first and second in the heat. So, they are holding all the cards at the moment, and Juliet and Holly are really just going to have to sit on either side of them and try and find those smaller ones and really the scraps underneath what they want and get the scores they're looking for.
Paul, we saw a number of heats yesterday turn upside down with one set of waves. And there was almost one set of waves per heat. So there was a lot of wind swell, lots of average waves, and then there would be that one set that would just throw the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak. And we'll see. We haven't had one of those sets this heat. That's why I bring it up. Not sure if that pattern still exists in the lineup today. Of course, a big heat to start, and a big day to unfold. Day 3, Travis Logie has mapped out a full day for us. The goal is to get 18 heats done this year, the women's round 1 to complete, and then into men's round 2. We're down to 4 minutes to go. Walking down the beach, Sawyer Lindblad, who's been an exciting prospect over the last 2 seasons. She'll be coming up against Sarah Waikita, Yolanda Hopkins and Tessie Tyson coming up shortly. Not a far paddle today, around sort of 80 to 100 yards out to the back. There's been a lot of good warm-up surfs going on in that next cove. You see some of our competitors just free surfing in the cove next door. That'll get certainly a little more packed as the tide drops out a little later, Paul. But people love coming down here in a number of coves and bays to get your free surfs in. Have you managed to sneak and get a few?
Yeah, I've had a few. There's a great wave to the left of the screen.
Don't tell anybody. Yeah, no, it's just I love the feel up here. It's a tangible feel. And the one thing is, if you're on the low tide, you're going to find yourself a little head dip or a barrel somewhere.
Yeah, I know. There's so many coves, and find a little spot for yourself during the day, and get your hair wet. It's a great part of the country.
Going under 3 minutes. Trouble Street now for Juliet Lacombe, looking for a high number of a 7.74. Williams, well, her requirements also. Sorry, my apologies. A 4.18 is what Juliet Lacombe is looking for. 6.41 is the requirement for Holly Williams. So achievable in the lineup, but as you mentioned, Paul, they are the lower priorities. And unless we get a big set of waves to turn the seat upside down, it's looking like we'll start anticipating Betty Lou and the young Portuguese surfer Francisco Veselko to move through to the next round.
Yeah, Juliet and Holly are in a little bit of a checkmate at the moment, sitting in 3rd and 4th and with the lower priorities. So they'd be hoping for another set to come through in the end.
Well, here is that cat and mouse now. You'll see Blue, the young 19-year-old Francisca, out of Carcavelos. She's got the game on here. She's going to start following Juliet Lacombe. Of course, the young Portuguese surfer in blue sitting in that second place advancing position and with the priority. So she's just going to start blanketing any threat from surfer in green. Of course, Francisca did the Australian leg of the Challenger Series. No real results for her there. Made a heat at Snapper. Didn't get anything out of her visit to Sydney. And kind of similar as she campaigned in Ericeira and France last year. She did well in the qualifying series, by the way. A 3rd in Israel for the young Portuguese surfer in blue, as she'll just focus in on the last minute here. She has that priority. And Francisco Veselko is not giving Juliet any space. Juliet just trying to paddle, and she'll in fact lose a priority there. So there we go. She goes to 4th priority. So things not going the young Frenchman's way here. Meanwhile, Betty Lou's, just roping around the lineup herself, thinking, well, if I can just find something to the beach and up the 5-3, I'll make that happen with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, and also Francisco's second counting wave is not too high. So if she had to improve on that and up that to a 4 or a 5, that would really make it a lot harder for Juliet.
Well, again, looking at the landscape of scores in this heat, the young Portuguese surfer has the best individual wave, the 6.17. So her second place is on the strength of that. She'll perhaps analyze this heat afterwards and see, well, I still held on to a 2.57. So here she goes. She's going to use priority not only to block Juliet Lacombe. She's going to switch directions, see if she can improve on the lower 2.57. It's not feeling that it's going to happen. And here goes your heat winner. Spicy snap out of the lip for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and that is going to pretty much conclude the action there. I don't feel that Francisco Veselko from Portugal will improve her numbers, and that's okay. She's done a job of blocking out Juliet Lacombe and Holly Williams, and like that we'll wrap up the first heat of the morning. It's going to be Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Francisco Veselko getting that win. Good morning from you. We are, well, from Ballito, we are covering the Day 3 of competition. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the second heat of the morning.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Sawubona is the greeting from Kwatakuza on the east coast of South Africa. It means good morning in the Zulu dialect. Gig Saliers alongside Paul Cadding for the call. And, well, a first heat done and dusted. No real surprises there, Paul. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a pair of fives in the lineup. You'd expect that from Championship Tour caliber. And, well, it's tough on the high tide, but we did get what we feel is a fair result for the opening heat of the morning.
Yeah, I know Betty Lou. I think she got off to a really good start, very fast start, got those scores on the board, and that momentum just carried her through the heat.
Well, a bit of pop and flow there for Yolanda Hopkins on screen as she gets her campaign underway here. She'll take on Sawyer Lindblad in the blue. Sarah Waikita will be the top seed in red, and Tessa Tyson is our surfer in green, and everybody quickly into the action here as we already see priorities being allocated. Of course, the old school hustle at the beginning of each heat, no priorities, and then once the surfer establishes an opening ride on their scorecard, they then go into the priority rotation. You'll see those numbers starting to fall in. So those are not positions, those are numbers for priority. So the first opportunity exists to the surfer with no score now. That's Tessa Tyson. Once everybody except the last surfer has caught a ride, priority gets issued, and here goes Hopkins straight into it again. Another Portuguese surfer in the lineup. Yolanda has been surfing very strongly over the last few seasons, and we'll look to see what she can bring to the lineup here in Ballito for her visit to Africa. Sawyer Lindblad, of course, exciting surfer in blue. She was already fetched a 4.83. We'll try and reel back the tape and have a look at how she built that score. And in the meantime, just a small digit on the cards for Sarah Waikita. Of course, all the eyes on Africa, Paul. Challenger Series this week. And, well, just under a week to go in the start of the Corona Open J-Bay. Both men's and women's field at the legendary Point Break down here in Africa. Let's have a look at Sawyer.
Yeah, no, great bottom turn. And really getting a nice top turn into the left bowl there. And she got well rewarded on this wave. 4.83, all coming out of that big off the lip on that first turn. Gets her off to a good start.
Yep, nice speed on offer early for Sawyer Lindblad doing the Challenger Series events over in Australia. Made a heat at Snapper, but then a much better run to a 9th place finish at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro for our heat leader in blue. And Sawyer, of course, an exciting prospect. And so many. It's almost like there was this whole crop of young ladies that just emerged during the pandemic.
Yeah.
They sort of just popped up everywhere, and now the draws are littered with all these new names, and it's wonderful to see. I mean, it's just testimony to how globally the reach. I think you can put it down to everything from the coverage of the sport, for what the WSL has done, you know, on every level. It's permeated through the entire planet, and certainly both men's and women's. There's just all this young talent just feeding through rapid fire around the world.
Yeah, and I think it's an incredible new format the WSL has taken, you know, with the local qualifying series onto that challenger series, you know, just to give the surfers the springboard onto the CT, you know, and the experience, you know, especially, you know, in the later rounds competing man on man, you know. So, and as you say, you know, through the pandemic, you know, all the sort of team sports fell away, and it was all the individual sports that we saw a huge boost in surfing. And yeah, it's incredible to see. I mean, every heat is nearly like a final, you know. Actually, young Yolanda Hopkins, she's just recently joined the team in Europe, the O'Neill team. So she came over here, and I've been spending some time with her. And she did our autograph signing up at our retail cabin yesterday, and she was actually telling me she got 5th in the Olympics, which is incredible, you know.
That's the other thing I was going to just segue to, is the fact that both men's and women's surfing, an Olympic sport, it's just massive. And yeah, we'll expect our sport to just go in leaps and bounds, and certainly performances out in the water continue to lift, and the new talent continues to emerge. And we just love this modern era and the modern state of surfing. We trust that everybody feels the same way. Just looking at quick numbers out in the lineup, just to contextualize the heat. Here is the Olympian, the Portuguese surfer Yolanda. Very strong on the rail. No real numbers just yet. The 283 for that one backhand crack. And just trying to improve on a 2-pointer for now. Best individual wave thus far, the 4.83 for Sawyer. And here we go with Tessa Tyson out of the French Caribbean. She's also got good flow and composure in her surfing. She's going to use that left, draws that rail out. A couple of sweeping turns, but the judges will note control and pace and flow. And that will be Tessa's first ride of the encounter, second heat of the morning. If you're just joining us, we are moving towards wrapping up the opening heat of women's here at the Challenger Series in Ballito. This is heat 12. We'll go all the way to heat 16, and then we'll transition back to men surfing for round 2. Follow Sarah Waikita here, who is our higher red singlet, our higher seed. She hasn't really built anything just yet, Paul, just prior to that, the 0.67. That exactly is not going to bend the numbers into shape just yet for the experienced Japanese surfer, Sarah.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see where those scores come through for Tessa's wave. That was one of the one of the very few waves we've seen that have actually just tapered off nicely all the way from the back right through to the shore break, you know, where she's had a wall the whole way right through that sort of mid-channel, you know, that they got to pump and hop through, you know, to get to that inside shore break, and her wave just seemed to run through that channel quite nicely.
Perhaps downside to that wave, we'll try and get a look at it, the first ride of green. Well, Paul, you called it. It's going to be easily the best wave, a 5.67. The negative point to that I was going to talk about was there was no real lip line on it.
Yeah.
It was all speed out on the face, but she did it with no blemishes.
Yeah, just nice big rail turns. You see, it didn't go through that flat section. She got the third turn in, yeah, but that was just her surfing. It was just, you know, the wave was quite flat, but the rail turns and the flow, it was just really well put together.
And time on the rail, Paul, that second turn, she held that edge the whole way. You could almost, she just opened up that arc. So judges seeing the subtleties of control on the rail for Tessa Tyson, and she'll go into the early lead with a 5.67. For now, it's a 6.1 total, but that's because a little decimal has just joined it. She'll work at dropping that. and Sawyer Lindblad the 4.83. And for now, Sarah Waikita just a set of low scores. She'll find herself down in fourth, plenty of time. Of course, Sarah, the Japanese surfer who comes to South Africa, sitting just on 20th on the Challenger Series rankings, care of a 9th place in Sydney. Didn't show up in Snapper, did Sarah Waikita. She did run out a couple of reasonable results on the Challenger Series in the back half of 2021, did Sarah. Our surfer in red, she got quarterfinals at the US Open, which was the back in July last year. So she knows how to go through the draw. She knows how to make heats. Of course, Sarah Waikita, part of a whole crop of up-and-coming Japanese surfers. And they're feeding off each other. And we'll just break this one down again here, Paul.
Yeah, so yeah, nice, really nice posture on that wave. She's got a nice style, and it's just what I like about it is just the flow. You know, to control a roundhouse cutback on the rail right round on a flatter sort of wave like that, and get that second turn in. I think you know, really showing the flow aspect, you know, in the judges' criteria.
A lovely flow from Tessa Tyson from the French Caribbean. Have a look at Sawyer Lindblad climbing on board for her second ride. She opened with the 4.83. Here is wave number 2. And she'll make the connection through 2 parts of the lip and then into the rip while the judges work on that score. Here comes Hopkins as well. Power on display for the O'Neill team rider. And quick interaction there between Lindblad and Hopkins. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from the winner of the first heat this morning.
So definitely showing that she's got a lot of agility on these.
Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, fresh off a win here. Great to have you on the set here, Betty. Just talk us through the heats. Ballito is known for its right-handers. You got most of your scores on the left.
Oh yes, thank you so much. But yeah, the sandbank on the rights are a little iffy when the high tide comes in, so the lefts kind of reform better.
Now you work with former pro surfer Ross Williams as your coach. He's not here for this event. Talk to us about how that works for you when he's coaching you remotely.
Yes, Ross, when Ross isn't here with me, we're coaching just by phone, and I would send him videos of how the waves are in the morning, and we kind of just touch base and like give me feedback on what to do and come up with a game plan and just go surf.
Well, you're part of a big crop of amazing young women coming through on the tour. You've had a taste of that championship tour. You got a third in the first event of the year. How's your headspace coming into the Challenger Series this year? I'm sure you're excited to get back onto that elite tour.
Yes, I'm super excited. I'm really fired up to do well in this Challenger Series this year, and there's many venues, so I'm very excited for that. But yeah, we're just going to try to push hard and get back on the tour and just enjoy the ride.
Well, it's great to have you in South Africa, and all the best for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Gigs?
Well, thanks, Brad. Well, great to hear Ross Williams' names involved with that. Of course, Ross, major influence into the campaigns for John Florence over the seasons. I mean, Ross just an amazing competitor himself and a mighty fine commentator too, might I say, as we send regards to the Williams family over on the North Shore of Hawaii. Out in the water, 17.5 minutes to go, and a couple of scores have come in here, Paul, and the action will continue as well as we lock into Tessa Tyson, who will just pin drop off. Tessa, remember, opened with that rail control for the 5.67, still trying to rake in a backup score for it. Meanwhile, Yolanda Hopkins, full pig dog on the left-hander. There's the signs that the tide's turning over, Paul. You can't come to Ballito and not at least get a closeout barrel.
No, she had it. I mean, she got in there. Just unfortunately, it closed out at the end there. But I mean, yeah, it would have been a great little tube if she had managed to make it out.
Well, definitely the control, one of the bigger waves of the day we've seen. Prior to that, a 4.17 and a 2.83 in the scoreline for our Portuguese competitor in white. And Sarah Waikita is having a very slow start to her opening heat of the Challenger Series here in Ballito. Nothing really on the scorecards for her, except to note that she does hold the priority and there's still plenty of time to go. 30-minute heat, 16.5 on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad, meanwhile, added a 3.17. Paul, as we go behind the scenes, of course, former world junior champion Vasco Ribeira, now a force to be reckoned with. Team Portugal in the athlete area there. They'll be keeping a very close eye on what Yolanda Hopkins is doing. Right now she's sitting second and just a 3.84 to take the lead from Sawyer.
Yeah, I know it's still a very tight heat, eh? I mean, Tessa's got that great, that one good wave, so she just needs to back that up. But even Sarah Wakita not needing much, so it's wide open. It's going to come down to the second half of this heat.
Of course, we saw Vasco Ribeiro on screen there. He is part of the draw, getting a heat advance on the first day of competition all the way back on Monday, of course, a Wednesday morning now, and the massive field of 96 men and 64 women. We are starting to wrap up the opening rounds, and we'll move into round 2 of men later today. But it's a big field. I mean, you know, you think about the most loaded you've ever had is at the QS 10,011, about 105, 110 surfers. Now a field of, do the maths, 96 plus 64. It's over 150 surfers to process, to whittle down on both men's and women's side together. But it's an accumulation, 150 athletes. It's a big event, Paul.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a long days of surfing. We're getting underway at 7 in the morning, running right through to after 4 in the afternoon. And as we've been saying, you know, every heat is so loaded like a final, so there's so much pressure to make sure, you know, everyone's on it.
Yeah, well, welcome back to the studio, what we're calling the coolest studio in Africa. Of course, the Nguni's just indicative of the region that we find ourselves in. We are in the greater Quadakuza region, the town of Ballito, opening its arms to the world's best surfers, and we're just loving sharing all of the vibe with you. Of course, we spoke to Brad Bricknell yesterday. He says, you know, he's returning to the country that he was born in, and it's a tangible excitement. He's loving it. And of course, next week is J-Bay, so all the eyes are down here on the South African continent, and we just love having you all with us. We'll throw to a quick ad break, and we'll continue with the show from Ballito.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most.
Second place, we'll see how the numbers change as the remaining 12.5 minutes unfold. Tessa Tyson's found a few waves in the lineup. Still looking for a backup score is the surfer out of the French Caribbean. Still sitting on a 103 with her 567, so she'll remain in third. And Sarah Wakita, nothing really on the scorecards for her, which is quite surprising considering she is the one perhaps with the highest pedigree and experience. You see her just sharking the lineup here, looking for opportunities. Obviously, in all of that exchange as well, she goes back to the lineup with fourth priority, Paul, so not ideal.
Yeah, I know she's had a tough start to this, the start of this heat, but still, as you say, just under 12 minutes to go. It's, not really needing much at the moment, you know, so it's still wide open, and she just needs to get busy.
Well, that's what Hopkins is doing. Here goes Lindblad, heat leader, who's built a score on her left already. She opened with the 4.83. Somehow during the ad break she backed up a 5.9 with it. We'll see if we can pull back the tapes for a look at that. And smooth surfing again, just to come to screen for Tessa Tyson. Switching up now from the lefts to the rights. And still plenty of time, a little over 11 to go. Just still that pair of twos just plaguing Sarah Wakita in the lineup. But now Sarah, just like that, has gone to priority. So we'll see how she settles in. Perhaps just slows down and tries to find something with scoring opportunity, I think is the key word there, Paul. Meanwhile, Yolanda Hopkins busy in the lineup for a 3-4-3 on her last ride for a single maneuver.
Yeah, and I saw Tessa's last wave. That was a very important wave for her. As we said, she had that 5.67 earlier in the heat, and now she's backed it up with that right, with that really nice turn off the top, giving her a 4.73. So that was an important score for her.
Well, that 4.73 brings a situation change as Yolanda Hopkins now drops down to third. Tessa Tyson climbs up to second. Sawyer Lindblad, on the strength of the 5.9, sits out ahead of the pack. But even looking at Tyson's requirements now up to second, a 5.07 required to go to first. Yolanda Hopkins, a 6.23 is a bit of a stretch now. So this is where there's a bit of separation in the heat now, down to the last third. 30-minute heats. This one's got 10 minutes to go. Let's break the 5.9 down here, Paul.
Yeah, so just finding a nice turn off the top, a really powerful turn and riding it out. That bottom turn really pivoted her into that section, and nice radical flary off the top. And then this was, I just love the spray she throws and the flow she has through turns.
So single maneuvers bringing 5.9s and 4.73s to the scorecard. So Lindblad and Tyson on their backhands. Just those one particularly dumpy section there for Sawyer. She climbed on it though, and she held on. So you're able in literally with one maneuver to fetch a good category score in the lineup here this morning.
Yeah, we've been seeing it right through the event, through the juniors and through yesterday, the opening rounds. It's all coming down to that one big turn. The judges really rewarding surfers with a lot of power, throwing a lot of spray, and just those one really big turns.
See that southerly wind just fanning through the lineup as the tide turns over here. Local time coming up to 8 o'clock, and it is an 8:05 high tide. So if anything, we may go to a slightly slow patch. I'm hoping it doesn't plague heat number 13 coming up next, because sometimes as the tide turns over, you can just end up a little short on the rhythm in the swell. Noticed that all around the world actually over the last few years. Become quite acutely aware of how influential the tide is. We don't have a massive tide range here in a neap week like this. It's only about 2.5 feet of tide shift. It's not like the European area where you can sometimes go more than 10 feet of tide. Follow live action here. This is Tessa Tyson, second place surfer, looking to perhaps up a number. She'll let go a little bit of spray. She's got really good technique. It all flows, and she'll find the inside section. And the surfer from the French Caribbean, from St. Barth, is doing a good job of holding on to second place as we get down to 8 minutes to go. Does she improve on her 4.73 though? I'm happy to say no. What's your call, Paul? Well, we've got so many heats. You cannot do a full day's commentating without getting a little opinionated, perhaps on an odd score or two. So forgive us, folks, if we do box ourselves in with the odd comment. But a 4.73 on her previous ride. Judges having a ponder, or might have a look at it. Not thinking there was no real big sections to hit.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's going to get pretty close.
Look at you fence-sitting, Paul Canning, former championship tour surfer with no opinion. Come on. Let's see where it goes. 4.73 is what she's trying to replace here, Paul, so I'm not convinced. We'll wait and see. Judges' scorecard remains open on it. Meanwhile, Sawyer Lindblad also owed a score. We didn't get to see that. With 7 minutes to go, though, the two goofy footers are holding court here with the first and second place positions to advance. This is what Sawyer found for us.
Yeah, so really just setting up the wave here and getting the nice turn off the white water there, but still throwing lots of spray. Looking for that inside connection.
Well, she's going to improve on one of her counting scores. She was sitting on her opening ride, the 4.83. It's finally dropped and replaced with her last ride of a 4.93. So just a 0.1 improvement. But it is a point in the right direction for Sawyer Lindblad, who'll just up her numbers to a 10.83 total now as we go down to 6.5. And Tessa Tyson, a 3.77. My judging career is intact, Paul. It was not a replacement score. In fact, a full point short. So no change to any situation, though. Sawyer Lindblad out front, Tessa Tyson in that second place position. Now let's focus in on the requirements of Yolanda Hopkins here, the Portuguese surfer. who really hasn't gone over a 4.17 in the scoreline, has got to find a 6.23, so she's got to find her best wave by a country mile.
Yeah, it seems like the wave she's been getting has been throwing lips at her. She's been getting nice turns off the lip, but just not getting the sort of open face turns in to be able to throw the spray.
I'm very surprised at the low set of numbers in this opening round for Sarah Waida. We know her pedigree, as we mentioned. She's quarterfinal at the US Open last year. We know she has the full set of weapons, but not picking out the gems, so to speak. Not that there are really gems in the lineup, it's more like lots of lumps, but certainly as the high tide comes through the Ballito lineup, it's a level playing field for everybody. So you think of Lindblad going left and stinging a few turns in the lip, a backhand re-entry, you know that Sarah Waida could find a opportunity of her own, and here she goes, and there's the single maneuver, and she'll just extend it out, so there straight away she will now improve her numbers. Prior to that, just a set of twos, a 2.07 perhaps, we'll say goodbye to. Do you want to put an opinion on this one, Paul? Are you going to fence it again for me, sir?
Yeah, no, I think that's going to go quite high, and yeah, and she's waited really the whole heat for that one big turn, and it's going to come in as a good score, but she's going to only give herself 4 minutes when she's back out the back.
I've got the word good out of you, so we're expecting that score to go sort of 4s and 5s. Let's have a look at Hopkins, who's now got to up her numbers, and that's a solid turn for her as well. So quick and strong input from our 3rd and 4th place surfers in the encounter. We'll wait and see where the scores land for Hopkins on the hunt for the 6.23. Waida was chasing a big number. It's in the 7s, so she's got to break it down perhaps into 2 parts. But one step in the right direction. We'll wait for the judge's opinion.
And yeah, I see it coming up in the next heat there. We got Caity Simmers, and yeah, I'm very excited to see how she goes. I've been spending quite a bit of time with her this week, and also her dad, Jesse's out here, and he loves surfing too, so he's been getting some waves up and down the coast, and there you see Caity getting ready there.
Well, it's a high value heat. Caity Simmers, Kira Pinkerton, Philippa Anderson and Camilla Kemp will take to the lineup in around 3.5 minutes. And here goes Waida trying to patch up a heat real quickly. We're starting to see one judge drop a 5.3. We're still waiting for the other 4 judges in regards to Sarah Waida's last score. Another judge is going to go 5.3. So this thing's going to be in that good category. Paul, you've saved your judging career and perhaps your commentating one as well. We'll go 5.9 for last of red, so that's going to make a difference. Now, requirements, just a 4.5 for surfer in the red singlet. This is more like the Sarah Waida that we'd expect, and she's still got 3 minutes to find the 4.5. So, but re-entering the lineup in the 4th priority, not ideal. And we'll expect, at least if there's another set, everybody to pull the trigger, so she may still get that next opportunity.
Yeah, she has left it very late, but we know she's got the ability to do it, and she just really needs the waves now, you know, so she needs a couple sets to come through.
Well, there was a quick priority change there. We saw Hopkins paddling, so a 3rd priority now to Waida. It's Lindblad out front. It's Tyson lying 2nd, and Tessa Tyson perhaps can also still work on an improving number. Look at the priority situation. Waida now up to 2nd, so it does the heats roll over quite quickly here as far as priority goes.
And yeah, priority is such an important part, especially on these high tide conditions, and there's only that one peak, you know, very small takeoff area, and that's why it is so important to hold it in the at the end of the heat.
Well, 2nd place belongs to Tyson in green, and she's 4th priority. She can do absolutely nothing about the situation. I mean, she could follow red, but she has no priority to dominate over her. So an opportunity now with 1:45 on the clock. We'll stick with these crunchy back seconds of the heat. You'll see working left and right is Waida, just trying to position, trying to read these fairly narrow period swells. I mean, this is about a 7 or 8 second period. You see even Hopkins, who's been incredibly busy in the lineup. Yolanda Hopkins already 10 waves in the lineup here this morning, looking for her 11th wave, and she'll need it to be a 5.7 if she wants to salvage her Ballito Pro campaign here. Meanwhile, Lindblad out front will look to improve a number, perhaps 2-turn combo, just stuck on the last one, but a 5 5.9 and a 4.93 for the American. She's on her way through. We don't see any problems with that. It's the situation between Waikita, who's now up to priority, Paul. 1 minute to go. We'll try and lock on to red here because that could be the crunch talking point of the back last 1 minute here.
Yeah, 4.5. I mean, it's easy doable. She's just got to hope that a wave comes through for her in the last 40 seconds here.
Well, it is, as we mentioned, a very small period, so fairly consistent lineup here, looking at numbers for 10 waves in the lineup for Hopkins, looking at 8 waves in the lineup for Sawyer Lindblad. Tessa Tyson's found 9 waves. So it's rapid fire here through the high tide, and with 20 seconds to go, we start a little bit of a concerned discussion now for Waikita. And she'll still stick with every bit of focus here. The clock is counting very quickly now. And there's not a lot that Tessa Tyson can do except maybe just try and, you know, mentally get in the space of Sarah Waikita. And the clock's going to count down. And it looks like the clock's going to beat our surfer in red. And there is that frustration. But job well done for Sawyer Lindblad and Tessa Tyson. Smooth surfing from the French Caribbean surfer. We'll see her through. And then, of course, the American with a strong set of numbers, including a 5.9. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
Good morning and welcome back to day 3 of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I am sitting alongside Kai Linda. My name Tashmeen Tasty, and it's another good day of surfing, Kai, another big day of surfing. We are into the first round of women. We're completing that first round, and then we will be moving directly into round number 2 of the men's division.
Yeah, it's going to be tough this morning. It's got the southwester on it. Gotten a little bit inconsistent after yesterday afternoon with all that northeast, but there are still loads of scoring opportunities. And on the first heat of the morning, it was like a super slow start, and then suddenly this big set popped up and it was game on. And here we go with the first wave of the heat. After the break, I see we've already got a 4 for Camilla Kemp, so she has had a wave already while we were coming out of the break. And now surfer in white, of course, Philippa Anderson, Tash, with a solid South African connection.
Oh, yes. So let's just introduce these ladies. I mean, big names. For me, this is a big heat. Live action now. This is Kira Pinkerton. So representing San Clemente, Southern California. But then another big name, Caity Simmers from Oceanside. And we all know the name Caity Simmers. There's a lot to talk about with these ladies. Philippa Anderson, under the Australian banner, but actually originally born in Port Elizabeth, now Quebec in South Africa. And then Camilla Kemp, representing Germany. originally from Portugal. I've been excited to see what this heat is, how it's going to transpire. But like you were saying, Kai, it's, you know, we've been looking at the forecast. We look at it daily, all day, hoping to see some big groundswell coming and really not producing as much as we wanted, especially on day 3. Almost like a small period swell. We're going to see big gaps, big lulls between the sets. With 30 minutes, it's enough time to work with. But just wondering if we're going to ever get into that excellent scoring range. We have yet to see someone put a big score on the board.
Well, we know what Caity Simmers is capable of. We've seen her at Stab High, we've seen her at the Gold Coast and in Manly, and of course we've seen this girl absolutely ripping it up at wave parks all over the world, and just starting off with some nice, solid, down-to-earth surfing there, which is what I like. She just wants to build up some momentum. But the big thing you've got to keep an eye on with this girl is that she can go to the air, and she can go to the air big. She's got not just like a couple of airs, she's got a whole bag of tricks. And if she needs to pull something like that out the bag, she's able to do it. And more importantly, is you were asking, what is it going to take for those excellent scores today? It's going to take something creative and radical that's going to get the judges' attention.
Yeah, how cool is it that we chat about chicks and a bag of airs in their toolkit? I think that's fantastic. It showcases the elevation of women surfing. And for me, it's really what the World Surf League is doing, creating platforms where the women are competing on the same stage as the men. We never used to see that with the championship tour. We now have women and men at all CT events. And then with the Challenger Series, back in the day, it was a QS 10,000 for the Ballito Pro. We only saw the men here. We didn't see the women. This is the first time we're seeing such a high caliber of female surfers on our shores here on the Dolphin Coast in Quatakuza municipality. And I'm just enjoying watching the growth of the sport and the growth of women surfing globally. And let's just go to check out some scores here. Kira Pinkerton finding a 5-point ride to get things started. That's going to be banked for now, but she knows her competition is capable of some really big scores. Caity Simmers with that 2-turn combo coming out at 5.4. And then Camilla Kemp starting off with a 4-point ride. So getting started early was the German surfer. That's something else that's been great to see. All these different nationalities coming through. And a big reason for that is the Olympics and surfers wanting to represent at the Olympics. We had an Olympian in the previous heat. It's so cool to be able to chat about surfers like that. And yeah, Camilla Kemp gets that 4-point ride, got a backup of a 0.53. We are going to see a big change in these positions as this heat moves through. And here is the replay.
Well, this is Camilla, a nice solid turn off the top. And that's pretty much how you want to open your heat. And she got the 4.0. Pinkerton loved the little whip off of the top. And then we saw Caity Simmers up and riding. Nice little check carve to start things off the bottom, straight up into the lip. And a little hair flick on the way out there just to clear the eyes. And the judges rewarding that as a 5.4. So let's look at the differences there for Caitlin and Kira, the two Californians. The 5 for Kira Pinkerton, pretty much one turn, but it was a bigger wave, and she really went for the lip with the backhand attack there, and she got the 5. 2-turn combo for Caity Simmers, she gets the 5.4. Maybe not as aggressive as surfing, but because of the 2-turn combination, just going slightly higher. And over the course of yesterday, we saw that the judges are really rewarding multiple maneuvers in this lineup in these conditions. So you can get the big score. Zoe Stain, for example, yesterday doing one big massive hack, getting almost a 7 for that one maneuver. But generally speaking, the high-scoring waves in the 7s and that across the day, when we looked at the highlights package in the post-show, were 2 to 3 maneuver waves.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I mean, the judges always having to adjust their scale based on conditions. As I was talking a little earlier, we had big expectations to be a slightly bigger day today. Unfortunately, it hasn't moved through like that. We've got this big southwest wind that sometimes is a little cross shore here. You can just see on the surface area of the ocean, it isn't that northwest land breeze that really cleans it up like we had yesterday morning. We've got the full high tide at 8:05 this morning, so having to surf through that full tide, and it will get better as the tide drops. The sandbar is really good out here at the Ballito Pro, and yeah, with 21 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, it is Caity Simmers with the lead at the moment, that 5.4, the only score to really talk about. But we will be heading down to the beach with Brad Bricknell, who will be interviewing our heat number 30, heat number 12 winner.
Well done to Sawyer Limblad for the winner in this heat. And you're a typical goofy footer. You chased a whole lot of lefts out there.
Yeah, my dad and I were watching it, and we're both goofy footers, so we're like, just go left and maybe find a couple rides if they're out there.
And you're from San Clemente in California. It's a real hotbed of talent that's come out of that region. What makes San Clemente so special? You guys all pushing each other?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have one of the best waves in the world, lower trestles, so all of us are out there when in the summer when there's south swells and just pushing each other.
And you've got a 9th down in Manly in the second Challenger Series of the year. What are your goals coming into Ballito?
Yeah, just surfing my best. I just want to be on the best waves in the heats and, yeah, just have fun.
All the best, and you're through to the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Very big thank you, Brad Bricknell, joining us in commentary here for the Ballito Pro. And yeah, what a great result there for our heat winner for heat number 12. Right now it is Caity Simmers in the lead with Kira Pinkerton in second. We have a couple of small scores on the board with backups, a 0.53 for Camilla Kemp, a 0.7 for Caity Simmers. But priority is with Philippa Anderson only holding down a 0.5. And yeah, you know, Philippa, she started her career in 2008, so she's been on tour for a long time. I've been watching her career as it unfolds, and she puts in the hard yards, Kai. She puts in a lot of work, sometimes getting a little unlucky with different events, but no stranger to some big scores. She's just got to find an opportunity out there.
Yeah, and she's a really good surfer. I mean, a really good competitive surfer, and we're going to watch her take off here. Oh, lovely little attack on the lip. That wave looked like it was going to give her a little bit more, but unfortunately it didn't. But yeah, Philippa is a highly competitive woman. She likes to compete, and it's kind of funny because obviously brother Craig is the exact opposite. He is freewheeling around the planet and surfing in idyllic locations. But the talent runs deep in the family. Both are phenomenal surfers, and every time I've watched her compete, she's done well. And I know from conversations with her that she has this deep desire to make the championship tour. And again, she's one of those surfers that I think if you put her in those locations with the kind of waves they're going to surf, for example, Chopu, I know Philippa would give it a go. Like, she would not hold back out there. And I think if she gets the opportunity, she'll stay there for a long time.
Yeah, it's just, you know, this Challenger Series now, 8 events. This is stop number 3 for the World Surf League Challenger Series, and one big result is not going to take it. She's going to have to have consistency to be able to qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour. If we go back to Camilla Kemp from Portugal, she's a CT replacement, so no results at a Challenger Series, made her way to Africa to compete as a CT replacement in the Ballito Pro, and it'll be interesting to see what she does in this heat, starting with a 4-point ride, a highest wave score of 5.4, but Caity Simmers, already a Challenger Series winner on the Gold Coast this year, absolutely blowing minds. And I do believe, I mean, I wasn't always for the artificial wave pools, but I do believe that it holds a lot of depth in regards to practicing certain maneuvers and especially your aerial game. Up and riding now. This is wave number 3 for Philippa Anderson. So sticking to the lefts, maybe just watching that heat before and seeing where the scoring potential is. You can see her surfing all the way to the shore, so that will be a keeper for now with 17 minutes on the clock. It's heat number 3, round of 64 for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Philippa Anderson scoring a 3.93 for her second ride. She's going to throw out the 0.5 that sits in her top 2 and just replace it with a 3-point ride. So we see a change in situation, but very small requirements needed from Caitlin Simmers, currently in second, Kira Pinkerton in third, looking for a 1.91, and then Camilla Kemp needing a 2.91. Here's the replay for the three-point ride.
Love the first turn, really working that sort of flatter section. You see that Hayden shapes under her feet. Of course, she's had a long-term relationship with Hayden, and I'm pretty sure that board will be in the epoxy as well, especially in these smaller conditions. And you see with that high tide, it's onto the beach, and Kira Pinkerton having a look. And yeah, the conversation about the wave pools, unfortunately, a lot of purists maybe not loving the wave pools when they first came on the scene, but you just have to take one look at Caity Simmers and all the time she spent at BSR in Texas, which is a wave pool designed for aerial surfing, and herself and Sierra Kerr and a couple of those youngsters on the Stab High. It just took literally 1 year of pushing them in that wave pool to see the level of women surfing change forever. And it wasn't the CT surfers doing that change. It was a bunch of 13 to 15-year-old girls. So I think eyes are opening. I think a lot of surfers are realizing they need to go and spend time at those facilities and get some time, because it gives you that perfect platform. Every wave is identical. And the advantage of that is that you can really work out the sort of the kinks in some of those maneuvers. And Eitan Osborne in this event, another guy who has really spent his time in that wave pool at events like Stab High and just on free surf missions. And speaking to Eitan, he's like, you literally can spend 2 days at the wave pool and you will increase your competency in the air by up to 30%. That's a crazy kind of numbers you're talking about, because where in the ocean are you going to be able to do that? Very, very few places.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to say. You had such a good point. With surfing, sometimes it is luck that comes into play. Sometimes it's about if you're in rhythm with the ocean, and you can be on form physically, mentally, and if those waves don't come to you, you're not going to get the scores. And the difference is even in the free surfs, you've got all these hungry competitors in the free surfs, people wanting to be on the best wave, but as we know, we get sets of waves, so sometimes 3 waves in a set, sometimes 5, and then you've got 40 surfers that are all trying to find that best wave. When you move into an artificial wave environment, it is, like you were saying, Kai, the same type of wave every single time on tap, and that is where you can really fine-tune those aerial varieties that you can throw out there. And yeah, it's showcased with the ladies, and with these two ladies on the screen right now, Caitlin Simmers and Kira Pinkerton, no stranger to the artificial wave pools. I have yet to tick that off on my bucket list, but one day, hopefully. And we will be cutting through to a short ad break. When you get back, we will be talking about the second half of heat number 13 out in the water, women's round of 64.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back, and if you have just tuned in, it is a very good morning. Sawubona from South Africa, how's it as well? We are into day 3 of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, heat number 13. We're already halfway through that heat, and out in the water, some really big names. Caitlin Simmers in the red singlet, currently in second position. Kira Pinkerton in the blue, her fellow American with a third place at the moment. Philippa Anderson is our current heat leader, but only a pair of 3s. Kai has the Australian live action right now. This is Caitlin Simmers, wave number 5. She has a 5.4 on her scoreboard, And then that throwaway 1.5, and I do believe this wave that we've just seen her ride will get rid of that low score, sitting in second position, not needing a lot. And before the ad break, Kai, we were just talking about artificial wave pools and you know how beneficial it is, especially for competitive surfers. For us, the Challenger Series, there hasn't been an easy heat. Not one single easy heat. Top 64 women, top 96 men. Really brutal. Live action though. Kai, talk us through this one.
We're going for the big backhand turn there, Philippa Anderson, and that's exactly what she needed to do. Currently with a 3 and a 3.93, she needs to find a higher score, but she is the heat leader, so she's managing to hold off the other ladies. But Caity Simmers already carrying that 5.4, and like I said, there's a score coming for her, so I have a feeling she is going to move up into the lead shortly. And yeah, that whole conversation with the wave pools and everything is also, I mean, it's really interesting. Caity Simmers is still a Grom.
She's 16.
She's 16 years old. She qualified, she was still 15.
Yes.
And then saying, like, you know what?
I'm not ready.
I'm not ready. I'm going to take another year of traveling. I'm going to compete on the Challenger Series and get a bit more experience. And, you know, when I feel like I'm up to it, I'm going to come. And it's a really mature decision because it's not easy. I'm sure everyone's going like, oh, you made it. You're the youngest person ever. Let's go. And for me, I think like if that was the right choice for her, a very mature decision. And lucky for us because here she is in the Challenger Series competing in South Africa.
Yeah, and she's had great results on this 2022 Challenger Series, taking the win at the Gold Coast for Challenger Series #1, then backing it up with an equal 5th at the Sydney Pro. So should be on the CT, yes, if we're looking at her talent and we're looking at what she's capable of. But like you said, only 16 years of age. And in this day and age with elite athletes in any sport, the mental health conversation comes up in a big way. I was chatting to Aidan Mason-Camp yesterday, and he's got some great support. And we've also seen, as a South African surfer, how he's elevated his game, and the biggest part of that has been the mental capacity and the mind games that he's learning to control. And mental health really important. We're very lucky as surfers. We have the ocean, which kind of sets us free, and we're able to reset. We've got to be very present in the ocean. We leave all our troubles on land. If we're free surfing, different story in a competitive environment. But I think a good call for Caitlin Simmers. We've got years and years to witness what this talent has got in her bag of tricks. But you were so right, Kai. Last of red coming through at a 4.6. So we do see a change in the situation with 9 minutes on the clock. It is Caitlin Simmers with a 5.4 and her last ride coming through at a 4.6. Kira Pinkerton. Oh, here's the replay with the 4.6.
I love the commitment on the turn and big airdrop out of that sort of flotation maneuver. And then she realized she wanted to just keep with this one. She had to change the direction. A couple of little carves, a little tap to the whitewater, and then had to get out of there as the shore break loomed. And what you can't see in that shot is there's these loads of little pebbles in that shore break at the moment from the floods. And if you body slam in there, it's actually going to damage you and your board. So good thing she got out of there.
Yeah, and what we also can't see on the screen is that big rocky outcrop on the shore. And from what I can see, I think these girls are actually utilizing that and riding over it because we've got a full high tide at 8:05. As these waves hit that shallow reef, it does jack up the waves slightly, and that gives scoring potential for the surfers out there. So with 8 minutes on the clock, Philippa Anderson relegated down to 3rd place, not looking for a big score, a 3.95 to advance. She has second priority. First priority with Kira Pinkerton in the blue singlet, and Kira actually meeting that rocky outcrop a couple of days ago. Not knowing that it was even there. She had arrived the day before, high tide in the evenings and the mornings, and just not knowing what's underneath her board, and unfortunately paddling in and then hitting that rocky outcrop. So if you look at the screen right now, directly in the middle of the screen, you can see those little waves starting to break on the shore. That is that rocky outcrop that we've been talking about. And further to the left of the screen, you can see the girls with the left that they're trying to look at and how it runs through to the shoreline and then stands up once again over that rocky outcrop. but focusing on what's happening out in the water. 10 points as a heat total for our current heat leader, Caity Simmers, in the red singlet. She holds down the 5.4 and the 4.6. Kira Pinkerton in blue with the priority, needing a 5.01 to take the lead. It really is Philippa Anderson in white and Camilla Kemp in the green who need to start doing something out here with 6.5 minutes remaining. Camilla Kemp with a 4-point ride. That is our 4th highest wave score of this heat. But then that throwaway, 0.73, just not helping her situation at all. The requirement for the German surfer, a 3.88 needed in order to move from 4th into that 2nd place, advancing place. And as we all know, 1st and 2nd advancing to the round of 24. And 3rd and 4th, unfortunately, eliminated. The difference between the Challenger Series and the QS, you actually do earn money in that first round. So even if you do lose, you are able to take something home. With the qualifying series, you've got to make it through a few heats before you can actually take any prize money. And Philippa Anderson already competing in 6 qualifying series events of 2022. Her best result, an equal 3rd at the Central Coast Pro. But regarding the Challenger Series, unable to advance out of this round. Not needing a big score though, Kai, 3.95.
Yeah, 3.95, eminently doable, especially for a girl of her talent. Camilla Kemp, I mean, she only needs a 3.88, but they're facing the 5-minute mountain right now. Time is running out, and it is slow in the lineup. And for Camilla, especially sitting in 4th priority, she's going to have to come up with some creative options. She's going to have to move around and hunt under priority. So it's going to be interesting to see what she comes up with. But it's definitely going to be a tough climb for her. Of course, Sophie McCulloch coming up next. She's the 6th seed in this event in the ladies. I'm looking forward to seeing what she's got. Of course, she's going to be up against the young South African from Cape Town, also around 16 years of age, Sarah Scott. And, of course, she managed to qualify through the African series last year. Was also this year, and was asked the question as well, are you sure you want to go out there and do it? Because, you know, at 16 it is a question to be asked, and it's tough for parents to let their 16-year-old girl go travel the world and compete. And Sarah didn't even think, she didn't even blink an eyelid. She was like, I want to go out there, I want to get this experience, and I want to grow as a professional surfer. And she made the decision immediately that she wanted to go compete on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and I was really lucky to connect with her in El Salvador after those first 2 Challenger Series events. And I think what we've got to realize is Caity Simmers, the age of 16, Sarah Scott, the age of 16, the difference is that, especially with the pandemic, we've almost, I don't want to say stuck in Africa. I love Africa. I think it's an absolute gem. But we're very separated from the rest of the world and unable to even have free surfs with some big names and really know, you know, what you've got to do and how you've got to push yourself. And, you know, Sarah just saying, going into the Challenger Series, going into Oz, kind of seeing the caliber of surfers from all over competing, not just in the competition, but in free surfs as well. It was a little overwhelming. She comes from Komaki, South Africa, also not having her family around. So trying to find comfort within the discomfort, and then heading to El Salvador for the World Junior Surfing Champs. And, you know, we were a very small team, but we were a family unit. And I kind of saw her find her confidence again. I think those 2 events kind of just slammed down her confidence a little bit, and there's so much to learn. It's such a big learning curve to move from surfing local SAST events, very small QS events. We had 2 QS 1000s this year, and that was the defining factor on who actually got onto the Challenger Series, and the last event concluding mid-March. So there wasn't a lot of time to prepare.
No, there wasn't. Yeah, so overwhelming, I think, is the word, to go from local 1000s in your home region to suddenly being on the Gold Coast. I mean, what a place to start. It's the most overwhelming surf destination on the planet. Literally in the free surfs, you're fighting with thousands of free surfers.
Yeah.
And it's so cutthroat. And then going into an event with the top, 60 60-odd ladies on the planet. There were so many CT surfers in that first event because it was at Snapper, which is such a fantastic wave. So really a baptism of fire for the new girls, but it's a learning curve, and that's why Sarah decided to do it. That's why Camilla Kemp's here, all the way from Europe, representing Germany. Nice little turn to start things off, but I don't think it's going to be the 3.88 she needs.
No, and with only 90 seconds on the clock, that was a very important ride for Camilla Kemp. She only scored a 1.83, so it does go into a top 2, but that requirement still needed a 3.88 with just under 90 seconds remaining. This high tide not making things easy out here for the ladies. We just looked at that pullback shot. They're also sitting more to the left-hand side of the screen, the northern part of the Ballito Pro Tower. Important ride here for Philippa Anderson. 1 minute on the clock. Gets that first turn off the top. Now it goes all fat and chunky and slow, and she's unable to ride through to the inside and fit in a second maneuver. That board quite lateral, Kai. You want to see it more horizontal. Kira Pinkerton live there for wave number 4. So we are waiting for scores for third place surfer Philippa Anderson, and then a score for Kira Pinkerton sitting in second position. Philippa looking for a 3.95. I don't believe she's going to get the score. She now drops down with priority. And watch what blue and green do here. You can see Kira kicking, maybe starting a little too late to get that priority from white, but she did drop a 4.1 car for her fourth ride for Kira Pinkerton. So what that means is that adjustment requirement jumps up to a 5.17. And Philippa Anderson with 10 seconds on the clock. She's going to have to work this all the way to the inside. Just little speed turns to keep her speed. Those rails are activated. Big exclamation mark on the beach, and unfortunately unable to ride out of it.
Well, certainly showing commitment to the cause there, and on the paddle back out, she just saw that little left pop up, and just swung straight into it. Didn't even give Kira an opportunity to look at it. But that's what you need on the Challenger Series, a bit of blood and guts. And it's going to be interesting to see what the judges throw out for it. It came in at 2.37, so over a point. And in the meantime, Kira had improved her situation, so she actually needed a 5.17. So solid result for the two young Californians taking that one. I think we're looking forward to seeing what they've got for us in the next few rounds.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, but we are going to break to ads, and when we come back, it is heat number 14, round of 64 of the women's division here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome back, Tashmin Tasti alongside Kai Linda making the call here for heat number 14, round of 64. So our first round of women out here at the Ballito Pro. For me, the excitement is that we have another South African in the heat coming up. It is Sophie McCulloch against Sarah Scott, the South African, Rachel Presti, and Freya Prum outside in the water. So, you know, Kai, Sophie McCulloch, I mean, I didn't know much about this girl until this year, 2022, and she's had such a great run in Australia. I'm excited to see what she can produce out here at the Ballito Pro. Rachel Presty, no stranger to the qualifying series. She hasn't had the best results in the Challenger Series this year, but looking to advance through to the round of 32, her best result in both Challenger Series events. And then Freya Prum, 12 years on the qualifying series. We now see her here in the Challenger Series. She's actually a CT replacement, so her first Challenger Series of 2022, but no stranger to the World Surf League and the qualifying series. And then for all our South Africans tuning in from around the country, it is Sarah Scott, our under-16 South African junior champion. She is a 2022 South African junior team member and sits on the WSL Africa rankings at number 2, and that is how she was able to qualify for the Challenger Series. This is the young lady in the blue singlet. So 30-minute heats. We've got 2 more heats of the ladies to run, and that will conclude round number 1, and we will be moving directly into men's round 2. We have 2 more South Africans to surf in this first round. Sarah Scott's currently in this heat, and then to end the day, it is the wild card, Gabriella Herbst in heat number 16.
Yeah, Gabriella from Kloof, just up the road here. And Dad was looking quite nervous this morning, and I asked her if she was feeling nervous, and she just smiled at me and was like, nah.
She's so chilled. I mean, there's no pressure, really.
No pressure.
She's a youngster under the age of 16, so what a great opportunity to learn and gain information and just grow as a competitive surfer. The biggest event she's going to have surfed so far in her young career, but no stranger to Ballito. She definitely has done the drives up the north coast and surfed here. And I've been seeing her. We're on day 8 of the Ballito Pro, day 3 of competition here in the Challenger Series, but she's been down on the beach and in the water every day.
Yeah, look, she's got the advantage, really. She's been surfing the break. It's pretty tricky conditions, and that's always going to give the underdog a little bit of an advantage, because there's a bit of a roll of the dice on these heats. It's not like when you're out at supers, for example, and the sets are coming. There's going to be a wave. You know it's coming. You've just got to be patient. And in a set, you're looking at 8-9 waves. So you've got your opportunities. Here, you just don't know when those opportunities are going to come. It's pretty random. And that is why you're going to see some results that maybe you don't expect looking at these heats on paper. Very excited to see Rachel Presty up in action, though. Also surfing for Germany. We've had 2 German surfers back-to-back. So it just shows you the German surfing sort of culture has really grown over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's just so great to see different nationalities represented. We've had the Brazilian storm over the years, and definitely setting the bar and the standard of what competitive surfers need to be doing. The Americans always around, the Australians. But with surfing now an Olympic sport, we've been seeing a change in nationalities from some surfers. For me, I was totally thrown when I saw Jesse Mendes with the denomination of Italy next to his name. I thought it was a typo, but being told that actually his grandmother has Italian descent, and trying to qualify and become an Olympic surfer, he's chosen to represent Italy out here in the water. We've got Rachel Presty representing Germany, but actually living in Florida. So it doesn't matter where you surf.
As long as you got that passport.
Yeah, so true.
Well, I think it's interesting because, also we talk about Jesse. I think that was a very sly move from Mr. Adriano de Souza, who's just been appointed the Italian coach for the next couple of years till the next Olympics. And he was obviously like, I need to bring me some Brazilian talent into the fold here. And it's important, like some people might raise their eyebrows, but when you're talking a developing nation in a sport, it's so important to bring those more experienced surfers into the fold, because they bring that experience, and they maybe not being brought in just for medals. They're actually being brought in to help with the growth of that sport, because they're going to then mentor those up-and-coming surfers. And we spoke about wave pools and technology. I think that is going to become a massive part of these programs, because if we look at Italy, yes, they do have a coastline on the Mediterranean. They do get waves sometimes, but it's not a very consistent coastline. So for them, for guys like the Dutch team, Germany, Wave pools, I think, are going to become a massive part of their development, looking towards Olympic medals, with surfing now being a full Olympic event.
Yeah, and we saw Adriano de Souza at the World Juniors, so he's already stepped into that position as coach. Interesting. I'd love to hear him speak a little Italian, but just such a great guy, an incredible surfer, a former world champion, and he's going to bring a lot to the Italian Surfing Federation, and as you said, so true, the growth of the sport in that region.
Well, I don't think you could have a nicer guy than Adriano in charge. I mean, he is a true gent of the sport, and he's like you said, he's a world champion, so he brings that pedigree. And just in my interactions with Adriano over the years, he is always just the most nice, well-spoken guy. So stoked for the Italian team.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and it's going to be exciting to see those Groms in the next few years, and actually start seeing Italy represent more in the quarters, semis and finals. But focusing on our screen and what's happening right now, 21 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. This is heat number 14, the round of 64 for the women's division, our first round for the ladies. We started yesterday and got through 10 heats of the women. We concluded round 1 of the men yesterday as well with 8 heats, and we have 2 more heats of the ladies, and then we move directly into round 2 of men. It is some small scores on the board so far. You can see the heat total, top left of the screen. Sophie McCulloch sitting with a 317 as a heat total. She has just 1 score on the board of that 317. And then a lot of throwaways for Freya Prum in the green singlet, representing Australia, 1.5 and a 0.3. And then priority with blue, the young South African Sarah Scott, playing the patience game out there. She has competed. We had the JQS event leading up to our main Challenger Series event. So she spent lots of time out in Ballito. She also had a great result in 2021 when we held the summer edition of the Ballito Pro. So comfortable at the surf venue and lots of support on the beach. Her older brother Brad Scott is down here, and he gives a lot of input, as well as working with a variety of coaches. So sitting, playing the patience game, and knowing that the only way to advance through this heat is going to be finding the best waves out there and surfing them to the best of her ability, and not even looking at those smaller wave scores, which I actually think is a good move for the young South African.
Yeah, Tash, we've seen a couple of girls who surfed through the JQS, last week. You look at Betty Lou this morning. You could instantly just see a difference in the fact that she kind of knew where to sit and find those scores, because she's been competing on this bank already through about 15 heats. So a little bit of an advantage really, and we saw it in the men's too. Some of those guys like Luke Thompson, who had been surfing here all week long, Nate Colby. I look at that heat with Nate, Jose Faulkner getting knocked out. He went for a couple of waves, including taking 1 wave with priority towards the end of the heat, and the wave behind was the 701 for Nate Colby, the Grom. But Nate knew to wait for that wave, and speaking with Jose afterwards, he even just said, that was a big mistake from me, but it was hard to see, it was hard to tell, but Nate knew because he had a week already on this bank.
Yeah, and that is competitive surfing, really. It's always good to spend time in the water. I know that a lot of these athletes have been battling with their luggage arriving from different countries and a little thrown out. Also been very busy for the World Surf League, not just on the CT side of things, but for the Challenger Series as well. And that was Sophie McCulloch on her wave number 2. Definitely the best wave of this heat so far, fitting in that 2-turn combo. The comparison is always going to go back to the previous heats. The judges having a replay system to be able to utilize. And we are waiting for a score. Freya Prum finding a 2.67, so really small scores out there so far, Kai. And the girls, some choosing to sit on the right, so our right-hand side of the screen, up and riding now. This is Freya Prum choosing to find the lefts.
I think the full high tide is pretty much in effect right now, and you're seeing those effects in that. It's just gotten a little bit fat and slow, and obviously as the tide just starts sucking out, it is going to affect the lineup a little bit, especially we've seen over the last week. Just as you hit these tidal changes in Ballito, there's a little bit of a wobble, a little bit of a slowdown in the waves, and then after about an hour, it kind of stabilizes again, and you start seeing a little bit more consistency in the lineup. I have to say, I think once we start hitting that mid-tide, you're going to see a lot more competitive conditions for the girls.
Yeah, and if you've just tuned in, we are watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and another great point, Kai. You know, for me, this full high tide is not easy. As the tide drops, it does get a lot better on the good sandbank that is on offer here. But we are going to go straight down to the beach interview with Mike Frew.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Caity Simmers, winner of the last heat. Caity, it's your first time in South Africa. It's a long way for you to travel. How's the Ballito and Quatakuza region and the waves here, how's it been compared to your expectations of the event traveling over here?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the travel here was it was a long way for sure. Then I was kind of battling jet lag, couldn't even think straight for the first couple days I was here, but yeah, I mean, we got a couple days of fun waves, and right now it's kind of not that fun, but yeah, it's been fun here.
And your first heat, you had a good win there. It was tricky with a high tide. It's only just starting to go out now, so it's quite inconsistent out there. What was your heat strategy, and did you have to adjust your heat strategy to go through and win that heat?
Yeah, I mean, my strategy, I definitely thought I was going to get more waves, and there was going to be more waves because I thought the tide was going lower. But yeah, the ocean kind of screwed us in that heat, but I'm definitely glad I got those. I mean, if I had first priority, I probably wouldn't have even gone on some of the waves I went on. So yeah, kind of glad, because or else I would probably have 0 waves in that heat. But
well, it looks like the waves should hopefully improve over the next couple of days. So I think the job is done in the difficult conditions. Good luck for the rest of the event. We really look forward to seeing you surfing in the next round, and hopefully the waves improve. Back to you guys in the studio.
A very big thank you to Mike Frew with Caity Simmers, and I've just got to say, now you know how South Africans feel when we travel home every time from any other surf destination in the world. It is a very long haul, on average between 37 to 47 hours of traveling to get to Africa, and then you deal with the jet lag car, and like Caity Simmers was saying, I mean, 2 or 3 days of not even being able to think. So not easy, especially if it's back-to-back events, but she got the job done.
Yeah.
First is a first, despite those low scores, clearly not happy with the 5.4 and the 4.6. And yeah, conditions very testing out here, but I was chatting to Travis Logie. We have an 8-day window period. We have 6.5 days of surfing, Car, and we've already lost 1 day. So we are on the back foot a little bit. He was positive in saying we got through 9 hours yesterday, so we've gained 1 hour back. But it will be a full day of surfing here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. We are into 14 minutes on the clock. Heat 14 out in the water. 16 minutes. Sarah Scott has been waiting for a wave, car. She is being very, very patient. And, you know, for me, is it going to be a plan A that she's going to have to shift to plan B, because that's a lot of time that has gone in this heat for the young South African. We will be cutting to an ad break. When you get back, we will conclude the second half of heat number 14 at the Ballito Pro. Welcome back. If you just tuned in, it is day 3 of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We are into heat 14. And during the ad break, Kai, lots has happened in the water. We're finally seeing some average scores coming through. Let's do a little quick catch-up. It is Sophie McCulloch, the Australian, finding a 5.83. And that is going to be the highest wave score of this heat so far. So she is now sitting in that first position. Freya Prum from Australia, so fellow Australian, with a 4.1. And then the backup, 2.67. Rachel Presti, representing Germany, finding a 5-point ride. She's got that throwaway 0.83, so sits in third, but only needs a 1.77. And then the young South African Sarah Scott, still to put her score on the board. The positive thing, she's got the P next to her name, which stands for priority. So she's got first priority out in the lineup. And it looks like she's going to take a look. Now sitting for over 12.5 minutes. Strong first turn from Sarah, and that is all that wave has on offer for her. It's going to help her situation with 0 sitting to a scoreline at the moment. Wave number 1 score will come through. She is requiring a 6.77. I don't think that one maneuver is going to find that score, but definitely going to have a small requirement once the judges lock in wave number 1 for Sarah Scott.
Well, as straight shooter Simmers pointed out from her heat interview, is sometimes priority not a good thing. And she said, you know, I was forced to go for some of those mediocre waves I probably wouldn't have paddled for if I'd been sitting with priority, but then I probably wouldn't have had any waves. So very, very clear sort of indication that sometimes sitting with priority, especially in these conditions, is actually a disadvantage. And I think if we look at the surfers who've done really well through the heats, most of them have kept a relatively high wave sort of count up. So right now, Sophie McCulloch with a 3.6 and a 5.83 out in the lead. You know, it's a 9.43. Sarah only needs 2 scores, never mind the 6.11 requirement. And of course, the 3.2s come in for that turn, Tash. She only needs a 3.58 now, so she's already improved her situation. Just looking for a 5-point ride, 6-point ride, and she could be fighting for the lead.
Yeah, and you know, she's separated herself from the rest of the girls. She's really strong on her backhand. She hails from Long Beach in Komaki, South Africa. An incredible backhand attack Sarah Scott has. But talking about backhand attacks, Rachel Presti only needing a 1.77. Got just one top turn out of her backhand there on wave number 4, and going to drop the 0.83 that sits in her top 2.
Rachel Presti, of course, has got a relationship with South Africa, and that she's had Llewellyn Whittaker coaching her for the German team up until very recently. Llewellyn also down on the beach working with Aidan Mason Camp and a bunch of the South African surfers in the event. As we see her keeping really busy here.
Yeah, I think, you know, from a coaching point of view, in conditions like this, the inconsistency of sets, the high tide creating a big problem. If I was giving it any advice, and this is my personal opinion, but I would definitely say keep busy, keep hunting, keep looking for opportunity. You don't want to sit and wait too long. I mean, 12.5 minutes before you catch your first wave is you're just boxing yourself in and putting more pressure on yourself. And, you know, just analyzing these scores that are coming through, we haven't seen anything over a 5.6, a 5.6 at the moment in the last few heats, for me anyway, while I've been commentating. The 5.83 from Sophie McCulloch sitting in the lead, that is a high wave score. Even in the previous heat with Caity Simmers, her highest score 5.6. So to sit and wait for the 1, I don't know if you're going to get the 1 out there. I don't think there's 10-point rides out there at all. And that is due to just the environment, our playing field, forever changing and being held ransom sometimes with the tide and sometimes with the minimal swell. But 8 minutes on the clock, it is the Australian Sophie McCulloch in the lead. Let's watch the replay here.
This is Sophie McCulloch, and big deep bottom turn and really getting the projection up into the lip there. That board going almost vertical. And that is what you need to get the big scores out there today. And we spoke earlier about multiple maneuvers getting the scores. it is possible to do that one maneuver, and Sophie's showing there that a 5.83 from one turn is possible. Again, the core principles of surfing, that bottom turn deep and really putting some grunt into the turn. And I think an excellent score could come out today, but you're going to have to do something special. You're going to have to go beyond those core principles and, go to the air, do something super radical. Of course, we do have round 2 of the men coming up later, and guys like Matthias Hurdy are going to hit the lineup. And they are going to be looking to go above and beyond the lip and really blow minds with their radical surfing.
Oh yeah, Matthias Hurdy, always exciting to watch surf. And yeah, we're into heat 14. We've got 2 more heats of the ladies round 1, and then we will be moving directly into round 2 of the WSL Challenger Series. Stop number 3 out of 8 for 2022. And there are just no easy heats. Every single heat is very difficult, and 5 results are going to be the keepers out of the 8 stops. Live action right now. This is the South African, Sarah Scott. So she's looking for that left, Car. She knows it's her strong point.
Yeah, and only requiring a 4.73. So, look, we say only a 4.73, but in today's conditions, that's looking at a pretty good score. But I like the intent from Sarah. Got the first whip in the pocket out, and then getting the second turn before that wave faded out on her. And again, I think she's being really clever here, moving away from the other, priority surfers. And right now, red and green, they're looking, I don't know, it's a bit weird. They're kind of leaving the 2 surfers in green and blue alone to do their own thing, and we're approaching the 5-minute mark, and normally I think you would see them trying to sort of go start sitting on them and blocking them. That isn't happening at the moment, but as I say that, you see Freya Prim starting to move across.
Well, I think what's just happened is Rachel Presti has moved from 3rd to 2nd. So Freya Prim has heard that score. Let's give a little catch up here. So we've still got Sophie McCulloch in the lead. She's got a 5.83 and a 3.6. Now we see Rachel Presti moving from 3rd up into 2nd. Rachel's last score, 3.57. You can see it as one of her best 2 scores, her 2nd best score. What that has done for the Australian Freya Prim is drop her down into 3rd position. And her last ride, a 3.83. It goes into her top 2. She now requires a 4.48. And if we look at what the scores are on the scoreboard, a 4.48 is the third highest wave score of the heat needed. So with 2nd priority, Freya Prim might sit and look for something to come to her, but with 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, it is going to put her in a tough situation. And then the requirement jumping up for Sarah Scott in the blue singlet, a 5.37. And that has literally all changed in the last few minutes, Kai, and it is because of the girls not getting into that good scale of the judging scale. Up and riding now, quick in and out for Rachel Presti. So Sophie McCulloch sitting with priority. 2nd priority, Freya Prim in the green singlet. She's sitting in 3rd. And then that 3rd priority with Sarah Scott. So the young South African definitely able to find the score.
Yeah, she's definitely capable of getting a 5.37. But like you said, in the scale of this heat, that is an excellent wave score, because the highest wave score, a 5.83, the second a 5. So she's got to get right in between where Sophie and Rachel came out with those top 2 waves of the heat. And if we look at what Sophie McCulloch did on that, it was a 1 maneuver wave. So she just has to find that wave that's going to stand up, give her a good lip line, and she's got to go hell for leather and give it a full go, and she can get that score. It's within her means.
Absolutely, and she really has some quality fundamentals. Sarah Scott, deep bottom turn, very strong top turn. It is just about finding the correct canvas to be able to get that score on the board, but with 3 minutes remaining, we have the South African sitting down in 4th, and in 3rd priority, Freya Prim, one of 2 Australians out in the water, needing a 4.48, and she has 2nd priority. So does red sit on her fellow compatriot with Freya Prim? Or does she sit wide and leave the girls to figure out who's going to get through in the second position? Up and riding now. Very vertical backhand turn, but unable to get that flow to follow through and complete the maneuver. We saw just the last part of the ride for Sarah Scott. Up and riding now. This is our current heat leader. Oh, nice strong turn right in front of Sarah Scott. I love how quickly Sophie pivots off that top turn.
Yeah, very, very good surfing from the young Australian, and now showing us a big single maneuver on the front side, whereas her 583 was on the backhand. And I think she could be looking good for dropping that 3.6 and just increasing her lead. So Sarah Scott still in the hunt, but she's going to have to work hard now. She's only in third priority. So I see green now steaming across Freya Prim because she doesn't want Sarah to get an opportunity. But the second place surfer, Rachel Presti, on the other side of the bank. So I don't think we're going to see too much of a priority hustle, and Sarah could get that sort of advantage going into the last minute and a half. And coming up next, Tash, I'm just looking at the board, one of the most experienced competitive surfers in the draw, the second seed, Nikki van Dijk.
Yeah, it's another big heat. Every heat is a big heat here in the Challenger Series. The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. The first time in many years that we see this caliber of female athletes on our shores. It's a great experience for our young South African girls, especially with this pandemic. We know, Kai, with commentating at all the events along the South African coastline, our under 12 and under 14 girls really showing some quality surfing and gives me a lot of hope for the future, and they are going to be here watching all of this go down. At the moment, it is another junior surfer, Sarah Scott, the under 16 South African junior champion, requiring a 5.37, but with 30 seconds on the clock. Time is winding down. This is Rachel Presti sitting in second position. Just a good quality top turn there from her, nice and strong. Big deep channel that she rides into, and you can see that wave just dissipating underneath her feet. So at the moment, Sophie McCulloch holding the lead with the 5.83, and we are waiting for that score to drop in for her fifth ride of the heat.
Well, I think there were some scores coming in for Freya and Sarah there too off camera as we followed Rachel's wave. So we're going to have to see now what scores come in for all of the surfers in the heat, because we're still waiting on that beautiful right-hand snap from Sophie McCulloch, and I'm watching the judges throw scores down. 2 6s coming in already, so she is going to finish the heat in style.
Yeah, and you know, just looking at some of that girl's results, I mean, she has had a fantastic year. 2 wins on a QS, a third on the QS. She took a big win recently, last month in June, the Rio Pro QS 5000. So feeling confident, and there's the scores we see on the board. It's a 6.23 for that last ride from Sophie McCulloch. So really just solidifying her first position here in heat number 14 for the round of 64 women's division. We are still waiting for scores, really the important one coming from Freya Prim, who was sitting in third place. She was looking for a 4.48. Judges are still deliberating on that score. And, you know, this can change careers, really, just with some small scores. Myself, Tasha Mentasti, alongside Kai Linda, making the call here for Heat 14. We're going to be going towards an ad break, and when we come back, we will have Gig Cilliers and Brad Bricknell in the booth, calling Heat number 15 and 16 of the women's round 1.
Good morning and welcome to Ballito. It is the third Challenger Series event on the 2022 calendar. Gig Saliers alongside Brad Bricknell for the call. And we're starting to narrow down and get to the back end of women's round one here, Brad. A big heat coming up with Nikki Van Dijk.
Yeah, Nikki showing a lot of experience this year. Obviously, all that championship tour experience. Gig, she's already finaled this year, and she's in second place on the rankings. So she's going to be the one to keep the eye on for sure in this heat.
Local time just after 9 o'clock in the morning, and we're starting to see that tide roll over now. So perhaps a little more definition in the swell structure itself. And we trust that the scores may just go up with that as we get straight into competition. Nikki Van Dijk will get her opening ride. Well-structured turn off the lip for her. She'll go up against Amuruna Suzuki in the blue. Havana Cabrero is our surfer in the white. And Hinako Kurikawa will be the Japanese. Well, two Japanese in the heat in both blue and green, Brad. Love to see what that nation is producing. Looking forward to seeing what Amura Suzuki can come up with. Just under 28 minutes, so you're joining us here in competition. It is the third day, and it'll be a full day of competition here. As we mentioned, local time just after 9 a.m., so we're an hour after the high. We will wrap up this year. Heat 15 and Heat 16 next will bring an end to round one for women. We'll transition straight back to men's draw. Get stuck into round two to wrap and push the whole day through to a late afternoon finish. Big days here with a big field of 96 and plus 64. It's well over 150 surfers to conclude these Challenger Series events, Brad. It's one heck of a diary to get.
It certainly is. You know, and there's obviously a lot of talk around that high tide in the morning, but you know, when we have these amount of heats we have to get through, we definitely have to push through some of these little fluctuations in tide and conditions. And I think certainly the fears that some of us had around that high tide this morning were alleviated. Having a look here at Nikki Van Dijk, that opening wave for her, she's so strong on her feet, big closeout turn, and we have seen that scale over the last couple of days, Gigs. Those one maneuver waves are getting paid by the judges. We're seeing 4s and 5s for the smaller waves, two turn combinations in the 6s, and we've seen judges hand out 6s and even 7s for big closeouts maneuvers, which Nikki illustrated really well over there.
Well, that 6-point top left of screen, a single ride for Nikki Van Dijk, so she goes into that good to very good category, straight up with one score into the lead. I had a laugh at Roddy Blakey, fellow commentator. He spoke about commentator fitness at the last Challenger Series event, well, the one at Snapper. I had a really good chuckle at that because there's a lot of heats to get through here. Surfers are doing maybe a heat or two in a day. We're doing an incredible amount, like maybe 24 of them. But nonetheless, we love it, and we're stoked to be sharing the vibe out of Ballito on the east coast of South Africa with you from wherever you are joining us around the world. The newly elevated Challenger Series really does bring a new intensity to this tier of competition. And of course, year end, just 5 ladies must finish top of the rankings to join the 2023 Elite Championship Tour.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot at stake over here. Those top 5 places we're seeing starting to solidify after the first 2 events, but top 5 are going to count at the end of the year. It's a long year, and just talking to some of the girls, there's so much disappointment for losing. You know, that first round, you come a long way. Had a chat to Philippa Anderson after her heat, and you could just see she was so gutted just to lose in that first round. It means so much to them, and now it's you know, it's regroup, it's pack your bags, it's get ready for the US Open.
Yeah, it's brutal. But, well, a month away, just under a month away, and we'll get the US Open, the 4th stop going, so no problem. Philippa Anderson will pack her bags. She'll try and sneak a few waves, because she grew up further down the coast towards Jeffreys Bay. She may be catching up with friends and family. We'll follow the live action here. You started your sentence there with high stakes here, and I couldn't help thinking about the meat on offer. We spoke at length yesterday about the cultural braaivleis's, and, well, of course, Brad, great to have you back in South Africa, and of course enjoying a few steaks of your own.
A few steaks, a lot of boerewors, a lot of bags of biltong. It's just part of the South African culture that you really have to immerse yourself in when you come over here.
Well, boerewors is the local farmer's sausage, And biltong, of course, is like a very good version of beef jerky.
Yeah, I don't think jerky's got anything on biltong, personally.
I heard you mention the bunny chow yesterday. A lot of people will only think it's a surfboard model, but it is actually a local food cuisine, a hollowed out loaf of bread with the inside scooped out and then the curry poured inside. And then you put the lid back on with the inners of the bread. So,
and then you roll your sleeves up and you get messy.
That is certainly exactly how you eat a bunny chow. And perhaps some inspiration for Geordie Smith in naming that surfboard model a number of years back. Drawing our attention away from cuisine and food and culture and to the lineup. It is that highlight 6-pointer for Nikki van Dijk, the single score which sets the pace for the heat. Hinako Murikawa with a 3.17, just looking across the rest of the scorecards here. Brad, not much else standing out at this stage with 23 on the clock.
No, I think, that high tide now has passed, as you alluded to, Giggs, and we'll see that tide drain out and some of these waves stand up better on the bank.
Nikki van Dijk back at it, wave number 2. She opened at the 6. Here she goes, nice flow, and she'll join the dots beautifully, showing her pedigree, showing why she is already high up on the rankings for the Challenger Series in 2022. Such a talent. We've seen her over more than a decade, and well, showing her place in the lineup here.
Yeah, and she's just picked the eyes out of the lineup. We haven't seen many 3-turn combinations, and she picked a running left that goes into the channel, where you can see where she's paddling out now. That's where surfers paddle out for the heats, and the traditional bank on that lower side is just to the right of her just then. But she found an incredible left-hander, a running left-hander that allowed her to open up. And what I liked about that wave, Gigs, a lot of flow in between those turns, not a lot of downtime, great style, and a strong finish that the judges have been rewarding all week long.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wind back the tape for another look at it while judges think of a value for it. Are we seeing it go north of a 6 perhaps? I think so.
I think 100%. I'd bet
maybe the best wave of the day so far.
I bet my biltong on it.
Or your roll of Boerewors.
Let's take a look at this one to see nicely groomed wall here. Nikki's found this left-hander straight into the first turn. Kicks up a lot of spray, but look at her eye line. She's looking down the line. She knows there's more turns coming, which means more points on offer, and then waits patiently for this final section to approach and just clicks it nicely again, kicking up a lot of spray. And you can see the style and the flow throughout that wave. Gigs, the judges are going to absolutely love that one.
Oh, but easily the best score of, well, perhaps the event. An 8.5 right there comes to the scorecard for Nikki van Dijk, and she'll put a combination on the field just like that. And, well, testimony to Nikki van Dijk's pedigree. Of course, a former world junior champion all the way back a decade ago in 2012. It was only a year or two later she'd become part of the championship tour. And, well, she held that position for a number of top 10 finishes a number of times, and including even a championship tour win over in Kashkash back in 2017 over Carissa Moore. She has those moments, and we trust that they'll go well for her through the back part of the Challenger Series for 2022. She's doing a great job right now.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for a lot of these surfers who have been around for some time to really reinvent themselves. We're seeing this incredible crop of young talent coming out on the Challenger Series. A bunch of youngsters really joined the Championship Tour this year. Some of those Hawaiians. We saw Molly Picklin from Australia, and that whole crop of San Clemente girls coming up as well. So that'll certainly prove as a bit of a motivation point, really inspiring. Even here, someone like Sally Fitzgibbons referencing those girls, going, man, these girls are making me want to just stay longer, because she wants to be able to compete with these this new crop of surfers coming through.
Young guns again and again and again, right?
It happens.
Yeah.
It's just the cycle of life, right?
Oh, we love it. We love it. Priority out in the lineup to third place surfer. One of 2 Japanese out in the lineup. Mura Suzuki down in third. Still low numbers required. Not a lot happening between second, third and fourth at this stage on the scorecard. But again, just to speak of the input from the Japanese side, of course, hosting the Olympics last year, that will have a massive trickle-down effect over the next decade as far as the sport goes in both men's and women's genders.
Yeah, and we talk about that transition, Gigs, from the grassroots up, and I think you can always tell what the state of a nation's surfing's future is going to be by the strength of their juniors coming up, and certainly we've seen a lot more juniors now starting to take a dominant place, if you like, in some of those JQS events, the qualifying series events. So it's just a matter of time until we see more Japanese flags pop up on those leaderboards on the Challenger Series and again, CT.
I'm noticing a very strong push out of Australia again as well.
Yeah, they've had a bit of a lull over the last couple of years. Almost a bit of a vacuum when people like Joel Parkinson and Taj Burrow and the likes of those guys sort of retired. Julian Wilson. It does create a bit of a vacuum, but yeah, the Surfing Australia program is really strong. We're seeing some strong juniors come up now.
Yeah, absolutely. We love the state of surfing around the world, and of course the newly tailored championship tour this year, the Challenger Series and the qualifying series, quickly bringing talent through each of the several regions. The sport is in very good hands over the next decade to go. We love it. We love sharing it. We trust that you're enjoying it with us. Judges' scorecard open now for all 4 surfers. Will be a throwaway for Nikki van Dijk. We saw her just spill and not improve on her numbers already, finding an 8.5 and a 6 in the lineup. The Australian from Phillip Island way out in front here. But we'll see where the tussle goes between the 2 Japanese. And I want to reference Puerto Rico involved here as well. Havana Cabrera will jump up with her last ride, a 2.1 in the scorecard for our surfer in white. And great to see surfing coming out of that region again.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing that, things like the Olympics does. It really puts surfing on the world stage, and it gives a lot of these young surfers something to aspire to. The championship tour obviously is the dream tour. That's where everybody wants to get, and then with things like the Olympics, it's just a cherry on top. And I think we're seeing the growth or the burst of women surfing really happening not only in the big surfing nations, but they are also inspiring for these emerging nations as well.
It's been a while since we've had a high-profile event over in Puerto Rico. I think the last one was the men's championship tour back in 2010. Kelly winning his 10th world title there. And the reason why I remember it so easily on the calendar, it was just a few weeks later we would lose Andy Irons.
That's right.
And that's the last time I can think of an event in Puerto Rico, actually, when it comes to, that region. Of course, great. I know there is very good surf in the area. Good turn out the lip there for heat leader Nikki van Dijk as she comes back into picture. She's got to find a 6 or a higher to replace her numbers. So already an 8.5 and a 6 on the scorecard. Here is Havana. She'll come around the section just for still evidence of the high tide in the lineup here, Brad. That wind, not really a problem. We've got the side onshore southerly wind, and if anything, it's just keeping a consistency to the swell, with Kurakawa wrapping up her 5th ride there. So numbers as far as how many times the girls are pulling the trigger starting to increase here. We've had a couple of heats through the lows over the last few days go north of 50 waves ridden in a heat. This one already, Omura Tsuzuki with 6 waves, including a 4-pointer on her last one, and 5 and 6 waves apiece. Nikki van Dijk has the lowest amount of waves ridden in the heat, but she has the lead.
She has the highest impact, from the lowest wave count. As we always talk about as competitors, you know yourself, getting that early start is like one of the best ways you can build confidence and maintain or get a stranglehold on the heat early. And she's really put these guys into a 2-wave combination for 2nd place. Her first 2 waves of the heat are just been so significant for Nikki, and one of the highest 2-wave heat totals we've seen in the opening 2 rounds.
Let's go down to Mark Fries with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sophie McCulloch, the winner of the last heat. Congratulations, you got 1 heat win down. How was that out there? Did you, with the waves and the high tide, did you have to adjust your heat strategy out there? Tell us a little bit about your how it went in the whole heat overall.
Yeah, it was definitely challenging. I kind of was hoping the tide would drop out a bit more before my heat, but it was still pretty high. So yeah, it was really slow, and I just tried to tell myself that I don't need a quick start. I just got to wait for the set waves. Sometimes I can be a little bit impatient, and yeah, I did end up having to do that, and yeah, I didn't have the inside at the start, so I did have to adjust. But yeah, pretty happy. I managed to get a couple of turns and get some scores.
And your first time in Ballito, how's the town and the whole culture in South Africa been like from what you expected? Tell us a little bit about your experience here in the week so far.
I love it here. It feels pretty similar to home. Just being on the East Coast, I know that way's north, that way's south. And yeah, the temperature and the waves are really similar as well. Where I come from, we don't often get a lot of swells, so yeah, I feel right at home here. Aside from the power outages, I think it's called load shedding. Yeah, that caught us by surprise the first night. We were getting ready to cook dinner, and then all of a sudden we didn't have any matches and it was dark, and so yeah, definitely adds a whole other element to meal planning, which I love my food. So yeah, I definitely factor that in. But I guess it's a part of the experience. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here, and kind of just feels like a summer holiday.
Awesome, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Really look forward to watching you surf again, and enjoy your time in Ballito. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, very enlightening beach interview. I'll use the word enlightening quite loosely.
Oh man, it's just part and parcel of traveling, isn't it? And experiencing new cultures. But yeah, love Sophie's attitude towards it. She's a lovely young lady from the Sunshine Coast. And incidentally, just thinking of her, her and Isabella Nichols were really like toe-to-toe in the Australian domestic circuit, and very surprised that she hasn't qualified sooner. You know, she's certainly a talented enough surfer to be on the championship tour, and great to see her doing well here in Ballito.
Yeah, great insights there. And of course, she mentioned the load shedding. We're going through a season where we do have the power down sometimes. It has played a bit of a story with us on the broadcast, so if you lose us from time to time, we do apologize. The national power grid seems to go up and down a bit. We'll iron it out eventually as we follow the live action here. Kurakawa around the corner for a nice tight snap. Expecting these waves to start standing up a little more as the tide moves out. Now 9:30 in the morning with 13 minutes to go. Here is heat leader back in picture. Nikki van Dijk will just not improve her numbers on that, nor the previous. Previous a 383, not in her top two, so she sits with the 85 as the highlight of the heat thus far. May even at some stage try and reel the tape back for a look at it, because she stung the lineup here with 3 very fierce backhand turns, and there's still 12.5 minutes to go here, so she has room to move to improve.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing from the judges. There's real consistency in the scoring. We spoke about it yesterday in the broadcast gigs. We're seeing, you know, an average of those 4s and 5s for those smaller one-turn waves. 2 turns kind of gets you into that 6 mode, and now you can see Nikki van Dijk. She has her eyes down the line, really doesn't come all the way around to commit to those full wrapping turns, because she knows there's a third hit on opportunity over here, and we haven't seen one of those 3-turn combinations, and certainly rewarded well with that 8.5. So it's almost like 1 turn on a big wave closeout. You know you can get a 6. If you can go more than 3 turns, you know, with speed, power, flow, and great execution, you're going to go excellent, and hopefully we'll see a few more of those as that tide starts to drain out.
I've seen more lefts at Ballito in the last 3 days than I have in the last 3 decades.
It's a really good point, though, because, you know, we talk about the psychology of surfers coming to events when they're preparing mentally, doing their homework on their break. Everybody, including myself, was thinking, okay, a wedgie, right hand, sandbar is going to be a few little barrels, and it's all about the right-hander. And we've had to adjust on the fly, and even more so, the surfers have had to.
Yep, exactly. Still usable conditions here, making for fair competition platform for the 3rd Challenger Series stop of the calendar. And on screen, Hinako Kurakawa. He's got to find a 301, Brad. And you look at 2nd place position, fellow countryman Amura Tsuzuki, and that's starting to roll around 2nd and 3rd place, switching up a couple times now between our 2 Japanese surfers.
Yeah, that 1st place certainly on lock. Combination of scores required for the surfer in 2nd, so that just means that she can't get a 14.50 score on 1 wave. Obviously the scale only goes to 10, so she needs 2 waves to make up that 14.50 combination, so the lead looking pretty secure right now.
Well, 2nd place position, she's just going to pull the trigger with a 4th priority. No harm, no foul. She'll go back to the lineup, trying to defend a 2nd place and up her own respective numbers here, Brad. 2nd place surfer for now sitting on a 317 as her low score, so she'll feel a bit exposed with that. She'll want to up it, and here will come the inquiries from 3rd place surfer Amura Tsuzuki, and Ivana Cabrera herself holding priority. Her numbers, well, she's got to get them moving as well. A pair of 2s is not going to cut it. We'll see how the young surfer from Puerto Rico can fare. Just had a quick look back there, qualifying series campaign for her. She got a 3rd in Barbados, so she's been doing the regionals in her North American region. And well, she comes to the Challenger Series here. She'll want to lift the pace with 10 minutes to go in the heat. Here's 3rd place. Perhaps an important ride here, 2-turn and a nice little flexed vertical ending to wave number 8 for Amura Tsuzuki. And she only needed a 2.8, Brad, so we'll probably see the situation change.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one now, because those little left-handers are definitely being rewarded, especially when you can get a couple of turns in. So we'll take another look at that one from Amura, and I think, yeah, that score's all but done. She'll be hopping into 2nd place.
Well, 9.5 minutes remaining in this one. And Brad, we were talking about what's going on in the lineup, lefts, rights, all kinds of things. Tide starting to drop out. We're going to throw it to a quick ad break, and we'll be back to wrap up the back half of the heat that's currently out in play. Show you with us in South Africa. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. It's day 3 of competition. Gig Saliers and Brad Bricknell here for the call. We're having a good time with it, and what we are doing here is getting back to the end of women's round 1 of surfing, and well, a couple of surprises, a couple of names falling out of the draw, but for now out in the lineup with 8 minutes to go, Nikki van Dijk doing an excellent job.
Yeah, the championship tour surfer is just showing all of her experience, and picked up an 8.5, one of the highest scoring waves in the women's event so far. So really seeing her class shine through, and looking like we did have a bit of a jump in the leaderboard there, Gigs, as we went to that break, that score coming in.
Yeah, Brad, Amura Suzuki, that backhand stab, just a 3.7, but enough to switch the scorecard over. So situation change. Beach announcers will have updated the surfers in the lineup. Suzuki now sitting in that second place advancing position. Requirements now for third place, looking at the 4.07. Fourth place chasing down a 5.47. Anything can happen here with a little over 7 minutes to go. Those are relatively achievable numbers with the tide falling out.
Yeah, that 7 minute call being made by the beach announcers. Just kind of giving, I think that's the cool thing about those beach announcers. They are there to entertain the crowd, but also to provide all the information they can to the surfers in the water.
This is that second place position, looking to up her numbers again. She's got to improve on the 3.7. It's what got her out of third into second, her previous ride. She'll want to just keep the numbers moving forward on the scorecard. Will the young surfer out of Shonan in Japan, just 21 years of age, Amura Suzuki, and comes to Ballito, sitting 33rd. Not a great campaign on the championship, on the Challenger Series thus far. A 25th out of the Goldie, a 33rd at Sydney. She'll want some results from the visit to Ballito. And of course, we did see her as a replacement surfer on the championship tour last year, including a very good result at Rocknest Island. We'll talk more about that, because here is heat leader, someone that needs no introduction. Nikki van Dijk, an 8.5 and a 6. Can she improve her numbers? She's travelled 100 yards across almost flat water here. I'm not seeing an improvement on the 6 here, but she keeps herself moving in the lineup, Brad. No real story to tell from that last ride, except that it was a right-hander, which we haven't seen for a while. So
yeah, that's right. That right-hander is the split peak to the left-hander that she got. So that's situated right in the middle of the Willow Beach bank, and it does stretch along across from right to left across the screen, and ends up in that rocky outcrop in the middle.
Trying to come around the corner, third place surfer Hinano Kurakawa will exit that and go back to the drawing board. There is plenty of time, 5.5 on the clock. Constantly updating top left of screen. You see the 14.5 made up of the 8.5 and the 6 for the heat leader. And then, well, a spread of scores very close between our two Japanese surfers in blue and green respectively.
Yeah, that wind coming across from the southwest today. You see Amura taking off.
Let's have a look at her. We'll just track her. That's not going to be an improvement. So, Brad, she's still sitting on just a 4 and a 3.7. So that's 7.7. Well, it's now slightly updated. A previous ride in for the 4.47. So she's done exactly what we sort of indicated, trying to ditch the 3.7. It's up by a point or so, just under a point. So into the mid-8s. Still not a great two-wave total, and it'll be something that can come under attack from even the fourth place surfer in Havana Cabrera from Puerto Rico. And for no reason, she'll just get unstuck on that. Now chasing a 6.24. She's got to hold one of those together and really up her numbers.
Yeah, I think that's a great point you make there. That strike on the lead is going to be very difficult in the time that she has remaining. So for her to really defending that second place, and she can defend it by getting a bigger score and putting more pressure on the scores required by the other surfers.
Well, staying very busy in the lineup with no sympathy for the rest of the field. Nikki van Dijk will just take ownership of that, seeing if she can improve a number. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, you can see she's ridden, that was a 7th wave gigs, but still it's her first 2 that have been the 2 numbers that are counting in the scoreline. And again, when you get that early start and you put 2 numbers up like that straight out the gates, it takes all the pressure off the heat, and it's almost like she served that knockout blow on wave number 2 inside the first 8 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, you say that, Brad, and it's almost a strange strategy because she's boxed it in from the very start. You think that she'd just be a sitter now and, try and improve on the 6. Instead, she's gone into rapid fire along with the rest of the field. I mean, we're seeing 10 waves on the scorecard for blue. We're seeing 9 waves on the scorecard for green. So, I mean, between the 2 Japanese surfers, 19 waves caught. But it is Suzuki with the advantage here. Is 4th place surfer Puerto Rico's Havana Cabrera. And again, for her, she must just try and find something with perhaps a little more potential than that. Stuck with the pair of 2s. And we're not seeing her numbers climb much. With now 3 minutes to go, an overview of the lineup, and 3rd place surfer will make a little error.
Yeah, wow, lots of waves coming through again, Gigs.
Yeah, rapid fire, Brad. Suzuki, again, set of numbers for her to prove she's on the pair of 4s, and she can make a link this time. Just into the shore pound area, trying to now leave a flat 4 from her scoreline and improve it.
Yeah, I think what happens at this stage of the heat, it's take what you can get. You can't afford to be too picky. As we see Nikki van Dijk here taking it from this right-hander. This is that first score, I believe, the 6.0, which was her first wave of the heat. And then this is the combination that she backed it up with. Beautiful opening turn. And she sees the stretched out wall and would have been getting really excited to see there's another opportunity for a closeout turn here. Wraps it really nicely over that whitewater section and really locked in that 14.5 right inside that first 8 minutes. So incredible surfing there from Nikki, and she's all but secured her slot in that next round.
Well, a good look at the 2-wave total for the heat win here with just under 2 minutes to go. We're not seeing that not become a truth, and Nikki van Dijk has the priority here, Brad. So it's really just a matter of tapping it to the finish line now on the clock for Nikki. She'll be moving through to the 2nd round. And of course, Nikki, a finalist already at the Challenger Series level. Got a second to Teresa Bonvalot over in Sydney. So she comes here ranked 2nd on the Challenger Series, only behind Caity Simmers.
Yeah, actually looking at those 2 results, we'll come back to that in a sec.
Just track some live action for you. The clock's down to under 90 seconds. And this one could be a useful wave for our Puerto Rican surfer who's just missed a whole bunch of rock knuckles and somehow going to land it in the shorey. Will judges deem that complete, Brad, because she's into it's quite, have you noticed how coarse the sand is?
It is very coarse, and she's pretty much gone into the next bay down to the left of Willow Beach. So she's navigated that rock section nicely.
The sand's almost like pellets there.
It is like pellets. You don't want to be doing a face plant in there. Just looking at those results, Caity Simmers has got a 1st and a 5th in first place on the tour, and then Nikki van Dijk a 5th and a 2nd. So it's only that one little 1st and 2nd that separates the 2. So we could be in for a great sort of mid-season run here between Nikki and Caitlin.
I didn't have a look at the actual numerical point separation between Caitlin and Nikki. We'll reel that in over the week and talk about it. But for now, with just under 30 seconds to go, not seeing any change to the shape of the heat yet. Suzuki's holding the 2nd place and the priority, Brad, and I'm sure she's going to be all over her fellow countrymen as we just get the victory lap from Nikki van Dijk. She'll head for the beach and, well, in the groove and focused and looking very fit and well-groomed in 2022 is our Australian. And she'll easily be the heat winner. And as the clock blasts out the finish, could be no change to the situation. Amora Suzuki is going to go with her into the 2nd round. And that, Brad, will wrap up the penultimate heat of the round. One more heat to go to finish women's round 1 of surfing. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
Calm yourself down. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Coverage of the third of 8 Challenger Series events coming to you from the east coast of South Africa. Gig Cilliers alongside Brad Bricknell for the call. And we're just one heat away now, Brad, from wrapping up the opening round of women's.
Yeah, it feels like we've been going for 3 or 4 days, which we have, but that first lay day gave us a bit of a break, and now we've been back-to-back surfing for the last 2 days into our third day of competition now. So, yeah, stoked to see this first round gone, and of course we're going to go into the men's after this too, so big day of surfing.
Spread of the nations again as we introduce the next heat out in the lineup. Maina Maeda, former world junior champion, representing under the Japanese flag these days, based on the North Shore of Oahu. She'll take on Nadia Aristaba, the Spaniard. There was a quick look at Mahina there on screen. Luana Silva, the very, very astute Hawaiian surfer, will be in red, and Gabriella Hurst will represent the Rainbow Nation of South Africa out in the lineup in green. It is a very good morning from a southerly wind-swept lineup here in Ballito. It's a neap tide week, so we are tides dropping now. Of course, about just on 2 hours after the high. Starting to see a little bit more defined structure to the swell. I've got a feeling that we'll get some consistency out of the back half of the day as well, Brad, as that southerly wind, it just blows and it just automatically starts lifting swell. We'll follow the action here. Gabby Herbst, the young South African, who's been very active on the local calendar here, part of the junior qualifying series as well. We've had a festival of surfing in the week lead up to this here Challenger Series event. The young South African, will see how she now fares against some of the world's best, including that lady on screen, Luana Silva.
Yeah, I love what Luana brings to the Challenger Series. Obviously dropped off the championship tour at that mid-season cut this year, and she's already in the top 5 in that sort of qualification, above that qualification cut line this year, after a 9th and a 5th this year. So again, she's bringing all that experience that she learned from the Challenger Series, from the championship tour rather, back to this Challenger Series.
Well, we'll ponder if that is a complete or incomplete for Maina Maeda. And Brad, you've seen her performing. You've seen her in Taiwan, I think.
Yeah, that's right. At the World Juniors over there, she's really a real confident young lady. She knows what she wants out of life, and she's putting in the hard work to get there as well. So I like the power that she brings as well, and a really exciting surfer to watch.
Well, Maeda's campaign, we'll talk about that as we get Luana Silva back on screen. Luana going fairly well, comes to South Africa for the third stop, ranked 5th on the Challenger Series rankings. And there's Gabby Herbst, the young South African again, just trying to keep her scorecard rolling over. Is she going to be guilty of rapid fire on a lot of small waves? Or did she perhaps watch the previous heat of Nikki van Dijk for a bit of a catalogue on how to run a heat in Ballito?
That was certainly a masterclass on how to win a heat out here when the conditions are like this, Gigs. And I think every surfer goes out with the best intentions. They have a plan and a strategy, and sometimes it looks a lot different from the water than it does from the surfer's deck. So I think the biggest thing I'm picking up in that athlete area is just identifying which is that wave that's going to give you that scoring potential. Some of them look like they're going to be the ones, but they might close out. And so sometimes you see surfers just having that sort of show and go kind of thing. I'm going to try it. I'm going to see what works out, because I know there's going to be a lot of opportunities. And you referenced it earlier. There's a 10-meter paddle out with lots of swell coming in. So lots of opportunities. And we've been using the word rapid fire all week long.
Here's the surfer from the north coast of Spain,
Wow.
Nadia Aristaba, who's been campaigning religiously now over the last number of seasons over in the European zone. And a quick look at Maina. She'll try to come around the section again. The right-hander only offering that one turn. We saw, as I say, just referencing the last heat again, we saw Nikki van Dijk switch up And she got a punchy, I'm thinking of the two particular type of waves. She got the wrong running roping left for the 8-5, and then the other one she got it was almost a closeout right-hander. These tapered right-handers are not really producing scores.
If there's one thing we do know for sure, those right-handers from the middle of the peak that run into that deeper water towards that rock section are definitely not the ones. They just don't give you enough to finish off with. You might get one opening softer turn, but they're definitely going to that deep water section, Giggsy, and then the judges really like to be impressed with that closeout turn.
Well, 64 ladies start in the draw here in Ballito. This is heat number 16 to wrap up the opening round. We chop the field in half, 4-man heats. See 2 through 2 advance. And right now, Luana Silva out in front, a 4-1-7 and a 3. So lots of room to move. We'll expect these scorecards to build steadily. And you see there now, a surfer with pedigree using priority like that, paddle for a wave, and that wave lay down underneath her.
Well, yeah.
Indication of wind swell, Brad. I think that's what we can take out of that.
Yeah, it's a good point there. Yeah, so lost priority, went from first to fourth priority there. You see the 4 next to Luana Silva's name, and absolutely right. The swell period is still around that 9-second mark. It's not a ground swell. Those are strong, solid ground swells that come up all the way from the Cape. You want them to be at least 12, 15 seconds, if not higher, into that 18-second range for that solid ground swell. And a 9-second wind swell lacks a bit of power.
Yeah, well, that wave actually ghosted. It stood up, it walked into the lineup, and then it just it fell out underneath Luana Silva. So tricky conditions. Tide starting to drop. I keep thinking that, while we get to mid-tide, which will be in around an hour's time, Brad, that suddenly there'll be a little bit of structure to the lineup. Ballito loves the lower half of the tide. So once we get mid out going through to low and then back to mid incoming, that'll give us a good few hours of reasonable lineup. That southerly wind just driving this swell into an almost wind chop, and it's just, it's a little confusing for me. I don't know Ballito, quite like this. It's definitely, as you mentioned, normally those bigger ground swells are really defined lines coming in out of the deep water. Perhaps we'll see improvement. Either way, it's a level playing field, and we are fetching numbers out of the lineup here in Ballito this morning for the third day of competition. Intentions for today to wrap up this year Heat 16 to conclude round 1 of women's surfing, and then transition straight into men's round 2. South African at play here. There's been a number of the young South African ladies. Brad, for you, your impressions on the South African contingent on the ladies' side?
Yeah, well, the first thing I'm seeing is there's a lot more young ladies who are taking part through the junior series, prior to this event. And then you're seeing, surfers like Gabby here in this heat who really have people to look up to, like Zoe Stein, Sarah Barmer, who really are now starting to make an impression on the world stage. And it all starts here, the junior series events. It all starts by getting an opportunity here in the Challenger Series. You might not win the event, you might not make it through a lot of rounds, but you can't deny the wealth of experience that you gain by surfing in these events, and this will be just an incredible learning curve for a lot of these young South Africans, and really impressed to see, like I said, the likes of Zoe and Sarah particularly starting to make a dent on the international stage now.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course Gabby Herbst, mixing it up in the South African competitive framework. She'll even have had heats against mercurial names like Heather Clark.
Heather Clark is one of the legends of South African surfing, one of the pioneers in a lot of ways. As we see Llewellyn Whitaker there, also former pro surfer, and he's in the coaching world right now.
Yep, was the Olympic coach for Germany, sitting chatting to Natasha van Groenen, who is one of the other South Africans campaigning in the Challenger Series for 2022. Just reflecting to the scorecard again, nothing really standing out except Nadia Aristaba found a 4.4, so that's the highlight score of the heat thus far. And well, Llewellyn and Natasha in deep discussion. They'll be puzzling the lineup itself because, when we go back to competition, Natasha van Groenen will re-enter in round 2.
Yeah, that's true, and that's kind of what these coaches do, Gigs. They'll sit there, they'll watch the conditions, assess the opportunities, they'll time the heats, they'll keep an ear out for what the judges are giving the scoring waves.
Here goes Gabriella again. So now, Brad, to talk to the point, that is the 4th ride already in So, you could think she's going to end up at that rate. If we're just 10 minutes, 11 minutes in, and she caught 4 waves, you do the math, you're going to find 12 or 13 waves in the lineup if she doesn't sort of slow down the selection process.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's her next sort of step in the strategy. You also have to be able to adapt on the fly. And so for mine, I would be trying to work my way up to priority.
Well,
and
case
then
in point there, just to talk to that, Mahina Maida going for that single maneuver. And that's really, I think, how they're going to find the points. Here's some movement. Perhaps the first well-structured set we've seen of Heat 16. And there it is. Backhand turn for Nadia from Spain. And she will set the standard for the heat. She'll add to her 4.4. And her scorecard will welcome that, because prior to that, just a 0.93 in the scoreline for the surfer from the Basque Country.
Yeah,
Nadia's been improving season upon season as well, Brad.
Yeah, I just love that the setup. She had a bit more time. Gigs, you'll notice when we see that replay, she had a bit more time to get into that wave, which really allowed her to set up a really deep bottom turn, and then her timing off the top was impeccable. A solid closeout maneuver, and yeah, that's going to definitely drop that 0.5 that she's holding on to, and she'll solidify second place as a result.
We'll try wind back the tape for a re-look at it. What are we thinking, Brad? We're thinking perhaps the best single wave of the heat this far?
Yeah, I think it's going to come in that, between 4.5, 5.5 kind of zone. There might be a few extra points there for that, for the power and the smoothness in how she rode out. So we'll leave that up to the panel to see where that comes in. But a nice execution of that one-turn closeout maneuver that we have seen being paid by the judges over the last couple of days.
Well, Nadia Aristaba heads back to the lineup, lending an ear for an update from the panel. Having a look at Nadia's stats quickly. Challenger Series 2022, 49th on the Goldie, 17th in Sydney. So she'll like the beach break conditions. And we're speculating definitely a replacement score. We know that. It's just where it goes. We're feeling it could be the best one. And we would like to get a replay of it with 17 minutes to go for Last to Blue. And judges probably having a little look at it as well, just thinking to themselves, it comes down to comparing single maneuvers. How do you then start separating single turns, right?
That's right. It comes down to technique then. It comes down to execution, how you rode out of it. And you can see she has a lot more time as she rolls in. She's not rushed into this turn. A beautiful deep bottom turn. And what I didn't notice on the first one is how vertical she went. She went right up at that 12 o'clock kind of position. And it was a nice big vertical turn, executed with power. And looks like that score has come in now.
Well, Brad, she's going to fetch a 4.9, so just short of the 5 that we speculated. What do you think would have just robbed that little edge off it becoming a 5? Perhaps it wasn't the end section that she smashed into, was more vertical approach to a folding lip. We'll talk more about it, because here goes Mahina Maida. And Mahina sitting down in third. She's the one perhaps with, a lot of pedigree in the lineup. As we know, 3 junior world titles for her. She is such an all-rounder as far as a performer, but sitting down in third right now, chasing a 5.64 at the halfway mark. There's a bit of work for Mahina Maida to find.
Yeah, she's got a lot of experience, like you said, Giggs, and I think for her, she just probably hasn't found the opportunities. She's already been forcing some of those turns, trying to manufacture those scores on those quicker closeouts, and as we saw with that last wave, of Nadia's, she had a bit more time up her sleeve, so she was able to construct that turn nicely and got nice and vertical on the turn. And I think really she probably served to the upper end of the scale that was available for that kind of wave. In that 4.9, 5 point zone, there's not much more I think she could have done other than maybe, drift the fins out and slide the tail a little bit more. But once you go up into that real vertical position with the board, it's really hard to sting the tail out from there. So I think she did all she could on that particular one.
Well, here we go again. Heat leader in Nadia Aristaba, care of that last 4.9, won't up her numbers. And we start looking at the margin between Nadia in first, Luana in second. A 9.3 versus an 8.24, so about a point separating. So Luana Silva needs to get a 5.13 and replace a 4.07. And we expect that from Luana, who has championship tour experience. Of course, North Shore absolute performer, 9th at Pipe, 5th at Sunset. We think that there's still a lot of the heat still to tell a story for Luana Silva in the lineup. I'm liking what I'm seeing here, because Nadia Aristaba has not been phased by the bigger names. She's in it. She's having a go. As I said, she's been sharpening her tools around the European circuit on the qualifying series level for quite a while. And I love, the people out of the bus country are quite fiery as well. And we don't see a lot of Brazilian female numbers. We haven't seen a lot of Spanish numbers either on female side of surfing. And Nadia Aristaba's busy changing that mindset back in the her home country. Now it's a spicy's turn right there. She liked it. She felt it, Brad.
Yeah, that's almost the mirror image of what we saw from Nadia. That's on a left-hander.
And then a big section for Luana. So some input to the heat for us to chew on now, Brad. Set at last.
Getting exciting now, Gigs. I just love that. That again, she had more time to roll into that wave. So there's closeouts, and then there's closeouts with a few more seconds to spare, and she's found that one that gave her time to really sort of telegraph that section, put in that deep bottom turn. And when you have that time, your timing becomes a lot more easier to kind of hit that lip exactly where you want it, not being rushed into doing the turn, which often ends up in a dug rail or an incomplete ride.
Well, we hinted to the fact that we might have to break down real details in single maneuvers.
Well, that's a good point.
And that's exactly what the topic will be now in the judges' studio itself. Mahina's going to fetch a 7. Brad will want to have a re-look at that. And, of course, we're waiting for a number to come in for Luana Silva as well. So points being compared between both white and red, both single maneuvers.
Yeah, both single maneuvers, and then also factor in that last single maneuver of Nadia Aristaba also on her backhand, So one big backhand closeout turn, fetched to 4.9. And here we see it's a bigger set wave, so already a couple of points maybe in there. Big bottom turn, had time to hit that section. And we talk about hitting the section in the critical part of the wave. You couldn't get more critical there from Mahina, and she just loves the feeling of that. It's one of the best feelings in surfing once you come down and make that landing. But she really, I think the timing there, Gigs, it was a bigger wave, and really hit that wave in the critical section with speed and power. And therefore that 7 has gone, a good few points above red and blue.
And the interesting approach to that, Brad, from the replay is that she knifed that turn and brought it back down. She didn't wait for the lip to throw her back down. It wasn't a floating approach. It was a real banging turn approach. So
yeah, it wasn't the safe approach.
Yes.
The safer one might be just, let me see if I can float down with this lip, but she really attacked it in that critical section. So, yeah, great pickup.
So a 7 for last of white, and now last of red will come into scorecards at a 5-4-3. Luana Silva building her score, also in the same direction on the left, but that one had a bit of more of a coping, so not as critical a junction in the lip line there, Brad.
Yeah, exactly right. So we talk about, everyone executed those maneuvers the best they could, but this is where wave selection can come in, and it's it's easy to say, well, go out and select the 2 best waves out there when the conditions are like this. Sometimes a lot of luck does come in at right place, right time, but I think this is where experience come in. Mahina has really just waited for the right opportunity, and when it presented it, she absolutely converted, and that's critical when the waves are like this.
Well, maybe the boys in back production will bring us a comparison between last of white and last of red, because that is exactly the talking point we've been talking about, Brad. There's been a lot of wind swell and small little rolls of the dice, and every now and then there's been a set for the big closeout turns, and certainly that is the talking point now. And of course, first and second places belong to white and red.
Yeah, you can see, and again, in terms of the experience there, white and red have been at it for a while. Luana Silva is now bringing championship tour experience back into the Challenger Series, and we talked about that with Ryan Callanan. He feels like when the step down from the Championship Tour into the Challenger Series, he feels like, oh, no, I'm the guy to beat over here because I'm bringing experience, and that brings a lot of confidence as well.
Well, a high priority to the South African Gabriella Herbst. She'll take a message from them not bringing completion, so she's got to bring those through and ride out of them. It's certainly happening around her in the lineup. She's got to learn from this and bring the... Let's have a look at the comparison here, Brad.
Okay, here's the bigger wave. It's a roll in on her front side. You see the wave stands up on the bank here, gets really hollow, and she attacks that section with a lot of power, and the ride out is nice and clean. So a 7-point ride for that one. Beautifully executed, critical section. Similar size wave here for Luana, but look at the difference in the oncoming section. It's a big white water section, so it's hard to get your board up there and show as much flair with that turbulence of the white water coming against you. She did an amazing job with what she had, but the difference there is that critical section, Mahina really hit that lip line and then fell down, with the closed out section, as opposed to hitting a fluffy white water section, which made it look maybe a little bit softer.
Well, a pocket to a bit of a soft coping for Luana Silva will fetch catch a mid-range 5. Either way, it is white and red in the lead, and let's now focus on the requirements for Nadia Aristaba. Still reasonable at a 4.71, and here she goes and attacks it, and incomplete, so she's got to put that down, and she's got to land it to fetch the requirement. It will be still 9 minutes to go for her, and Gabriella Herbst, the young South African, gaining experience in the lineup from this, mixing it up at the Challenger Series, is a little off the pace here, and her requirements are way up in the excellent category. So she's got to go into a two-wave approach. The young South African needs to break it down and replace 2 scores.
Yeah, would be a wise approach for her as we watch Luana dropping in again.
Let's see where this score goes. Now the effort to improve on a 4.17. Bit of a working wave here for Luana. She knows that there's no bigger sets for the big closeout opportunities. Meanwhile, Heat Leader will follow her. Nice whipping turn, acceleration through the arc of that. Another regrouping cutback. Seeing the lefts producing points all day long here, well, all morning long. And certainly, Mayena Maeda trying to just eke her numbers up. Interestingly enough, Brad, Heat Leader sitting on a 2.6, so Mayena Maeda strategically trying to ditch the low number.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, to put pressure on the surface below you. 2 waves count. You can ride, almost as many waves as you like in these 30-minute heats, but the judges are going to add up those top 2 waves. And, you don't want to be holding on to the 2.6. The 7 is amazing, and if Mahina can really back it up with another 7, she's really going to see herself put pressure on those below. We saw Nikki Van Dijk scoring an 8.5 in the last one, and that certainly put a whole lot of scoreboard pressure on everybody else. And then all of a sudden the fight comes for second and third.
Well, just talking into detail on the heat, South African has priority, and she turned her nose up at a fair-sized wave that rolled through the lineup there. So I'm a little surprised at that for Gabriella Herbst. The other thing I'm surprised at is a high amount of waves caught in the lineup for Mayena Maeda. It is working out. She's found the 7, but already 9 waves in the lineup for the Heat Leader as we look across the fence into the athlete area. We'll transition back to the round of 48, round 2 of the men's. And it's another big one with featuring big names like Ezekiel Lau, Slade Prestwich, Keanu Singh, and Tristan Gilbard. It's a big heat on paper, Brad.
Yeah, looking forward
to... You'll have some fun with that.
I know. We're going to transition straight to that. We'll switch seats and we'll have a bit of fun with it going into that second round. And just looking ahead to some of the forecasts that we've seen, we're going to have a bit of swell in the water the whole week. That one layday that we had seemed to be the worst day of the waiting period. And talking to Paul Canning from O'Neill earlier this morning, he seems pretty buoyant about the forecast for the rest of the week. I got you on the weekend gigs. It was sunny and the beach was absolutely packed. The crowd, the atmosphere was amazing, and we're looking forward to this finals weekend as we build up to the crescendo of this event.
Well, no shortage of swell for the back part of this. We're going to finish. I'll speculate we're going to finish this event on the weekend in overhead surf for sure. In fact, way overhead surf. There is some movement on the charts as we look down the forecast. And that will, be a wrap-up of the Challenger Series when we get to Sunday afternoon. We'll see, again, in the context of what remains, this will be the smallest of the swells available over the next few days. Little let go there from Nadia Aristaba, who's perhaps starting to feel the squeeze. The young Spaniard has got to try and just keep a cool head here. Just a 6.23 requirement. We feel it's still within her wheelhouse. Her current scores, a pair of 4s, a 4.9 and a 4.4. And Mayena Maeda's done a good job of it because Maeda has replaced a score of 4.2 as we just see heat preparation for Slade Prestwich. And, well, one of 2 Hawaiians in this heat as well coming up, Brad. It's a big one.
Yeah, two good friends coming up against each other there with the Hawaiians, Keanu Singh and Zeke Lau, as we see Slade Prestwich almost injuring himself walking out of the contest area.
Oh, a hook of the leg rope. We've all got that story, right?
You don't want that when you're about to go out and do battle against...
They should start a list of embarrassing things as a surfer, right? One of them is hook your leg rope. I jumped off the pier at Durban before and it hooked on a dustbin. I was hanging there like a piece of bait.
I had one when
putting your wetsuit on backwards.
Yeah, I had one when I ran out into the surf and jumped on my board and tried to do a turn off the white water and knock my fin off on the sand straight up.
Okay, knocking fins out.
Knocking fins out.
All right.
There we go.
Many embarrassing stories as surfers, and lots of good ones too. And Nadia Aristaba will need a lot more than that. That's not going to fetch a 6.23. That is her requirement for our third place surfer from Spain. And Blue will go back to the lineup with just over 4 minutes to go, Brad.
Yeah, that last little exchange between Mahina and Luana looked like Mahina managed to lock in her second best score on that little left hand that ran into the channel. So the judges are really liking that first little opening turn of her. So Luana and Mahina just switching roles there. And but still, you know, looking at those requirements, it looks like the experience is going to shine through here. And they'll lock this one down.
Yeah, Luana Silva also improving her numbers, Brad, a 5.7. Actually her best ride.
It was. So that was a good exchange from the two heat leaders. And you don't see this too often, signing heats, autographs before you heat. Normally you wait for afterwards, but Zeke Lau being very gracious over there to the local fans.
Well, Zeke, one of those championship tour surfers that was detached from the tour at the end of Heat 5. It's crazy, you know, I'm sure you'll talk about it a lot when that next heat hits the water, but, you know, so many surfers really only power, you know, their good results in the back half of the year, and then, you know, I mean, I think of years where Gabriel Medina's won a world title and he was kind of nowhere at the halfway mark.
Kind of until J-Bay, right? When he started, yeah.
You know, so, it's so brutal, the knockoff after the first 5 events. But it is the way it is, and it's brought a very amplified focus to this here, the Challenger Series. And, of course, Zeke Lau, all part of that discussion as we'll transition to men's surfing coming up next. A little under 3 minutes to go to conclude the opening round of women's. Mahina Maida's done a sterling job of holding court, a 7 and a 4. Luana Silva, championship tour surfer, will try and chase the numbers. Luana needs just a 5.51, Brad. So that is kind of in the range of scores that Luana Silva has been fetching all heat long.
Yeah, that's a good point. She's really hasn't found those opportunities for, you know, some of those dynamic two-turn combinations, and that one not quite you know, critical enough, I think, to go into her top 2 or chase down that requirement. So that will stay the same in terms of the requirement for her. And with 2 minutes remaining, Luca's got priority, the heat leader, and that's a great feeling when you've got the lead and priority with 2 minutes to go.
Absolutely. Everything going Mahina Maida's way. Luana Silva comes to Ballito for the third Challenger Series stop, sitting 5th on the respective rankings. And she'll keep her campaign rolling here. Looking at results for her, Australia this year, a 9th and a 5th, so a good run through the Australian leg, Brad, for Luana. And she'll want to be part of finals day here in Ballito.
Yeah, the first event up at Snapper Rocks, the Boost Mobile Pro. Had a lot of fun surf down that right-hand sandbar, and then the GWS Pro down there in Manly was a fun one as well. So really fun surf towards the end of that event. And here we are in Ballito and off to the US next.
Yep, we love it. 8 stops in total on the Challenger Series. We're coming down now to the last minute of women's round 1. And Luana Silva just a little in and out. Not feeling that it was a block, perhaps, more just an investigative look for herself. She'll re-enter the takeoff zone in a 4th priority. And Aristaba is the surfer that we'll just zone in on here. 6.23 requirement for the Spaniard in blue. There she is. Gabriela Herbst got her own set of perplexities to figure out. There's no real scores for the young South African, and she'll exit the draw here of the Ballito Pro. But having notched up experience, I think that's always an important one. And here is a last look at perhaps a split peak. Yes, it is. Heat leader smashes away. Strong turn again. We saw something similar for a 7-pointer. And perhaps here, Brad, Mahina Maida's trying to ditch the 4.2. Meanwhile, surfing for her life and perhaps in advance, Aristraba, the Spaniard, has found a way all the way to the inside. We missed a little bit of the content on that. We'll probably pull the tape back and have a look at it. But she was chasing a 6.23. And Luana Silva back at it as well, just to keep the judges honest. And just like that, we'll start wrapping up the final heat of women's round 1.
Yeah, full flurry at the end there. We haven't seen too many of those inside connections all the way to the shore break. So interested to see what Nadia comes in at there. But we'll leave that to the judges, and I'm sure we'll come back to that after.
Well, we're going to just stick with this moment here. The judges' scorecard is open for all 4 surfers, so we'll just wait for those numbers to settle. We do not have an official result. Of course, we need to transition the judges' system over to the men's draw. There'll be a slight reboot It will only take a couple of minutes or so before we get back into men's competition. It's a pretty stacked heat when we get there, Brad. But just keep having a look at the numbers from the scorecard. We're watching two screens here. We're watching the judges' numbers. So point of discussion, did Maina Maida improve on her lead? Another crack to the lip for her. So, yeah, waiting for the judges to settle this.
Yeah, so 4.20 is her lowest score, Gigs, and it was another dynamic turn. She really built up ahead of steam. She had a bit of a rough start in that heat. You can see, 6-8 ways before she started locking in her scoring ways, but she really built momentum as she came up, and I love the attack on that backhand, on that forehand turn. I think it will improve her position slightly, which will obviously put a bit more pressure on the leaderboard as we look down on those other requirements.
Pretty meaty heat there. So the last two heats I felt of this women's round, Brad, had a good content to it. Nikki van Dijk fetching the 8.5. I thought that was worth a bit more discussion before we close down women's round one.
Yeah, we just saw the class come through, and when the class meets opportunity, we see 8.5s, and that was really entertaining. It was really good to see Nikki focused and surfing well, and I think she's going to be probably having a target on her back after that heat today.
Well, we think of round one of men's and round one of women's now concluded. We'll try and bring some highlights to you of that. But just thinking the landscape through of the last 2.5 days, Brad?
Sorry, what was that, Gigs? I missed that. I was in dream world just thinking of that 8.5.
Yeah, that's all right.
What you got for me?
Oh, not a bra face, unfortunately. So, just thinking of the context of what we've seen thus far, round one of men's, round one of women's wrapped up.
Yeah, I think, you speak to a lot of surfers and their sentiment is it's always good to get that first round done. It's almost like it releases a bit of pressure. You dust the cobwebs out. On the other side of that, though, there's always going to be losers. There's no repechage round yet, no second opportunity. So it is a double-edged sword. People are getting through their first round, feel a bit of relief, and now you can start building momentum into those more pointy ends of the events, into the draw. But the heats don't get any easier; they get harder from here on in.
Absolutely. Looking at the content of transitioning back to men's surfing, we'll get that underway shortly. A big heat featuring Keanu Singh and Zeke Lau back in the lineup, and they'll take on Slade Prestwich and the Frenchman. I'm looking forward to that one with you on the call, Brad.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. Like I said, you start seeing some of the matchups of those heavy hitters coming together, and that always creates for great entertainment, and there's opportunities out there. The tide's dropping, so we're going to jump into that with Kyle Linder after this. It'll be real fun.
All right, so let's go back and have a look at some highlights of what we've just been through over the last 2.5 days here from Ballito.
way down the beach. Aiden Mason Camp looking for a section. Turns left, drops down into another big one. Aiden Mason Camp, wow.
Well, 35 minutes north of Durban City is the beautiful seaside town of Ballito Bay. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linda for the call. Kai, we've just finished the women's first round of competition and we're about to change gears and jump back straight into the men's second round here at Ballito.
Yeah, super exciting heat to start things off. Zeke Lau and, of course, Kiana Singh, two big hitters out of Hawaii. We've got Tristan Gilbert from France. He had a really good heat in Heat 1, so excited to see him. But, of course, all the South Africans on the beach and at home are going to be shouting for the big guy from Scottsboro on the south coast, Slade Prestwich. And the good news is, in those two heats I had off now, sitting and just watching conditions, a definite increase in swell. There's been some big sets.
Yeah, we've seen some scoring opportunities open up. Nikki Van Dyke an 8.5. She scored for a 3-turn combination on a left-hander. And we saw Mahina Maheda in that last heat as well, also scoring highly on some of those bigger set waves. So we'll bring you up to speed. Apologies for the short or longer break in transmission. We just were switching over to a more secure power source for the afternoon, courtesy of the load shedding power schedule here in South Africa, which we all are adapting to on the fly. So I'll give you some scores. Kiana Singh, 3.5 opener, backed up by a 2.0. You can see on the screen those two waves are his top two counting, his first two waves, giving him a total of 5.5. And Zeke Lau also opened up there with a 3.90. So the two Hawaiians, good friends, they're traveling partners. They've known each other since they were young kids, and now they find themselves surfing against each other. Kai, what happens? Do they leave their brotherhood on the land?
Well, Keanu is a really nice guy, and I'm sure he will be nice about it. Zeke is one of the most cutthroat competitors on the tour, and I'm pretty sure he leaves all friendships at the door. But I say that, but Keanu is also a seasoned, hard competitor. He's won events, and you don't do that without going to the game plan.
Keanu Singh there, beautiful and quick fire two-turn combination for the man from Ewa Beach on Oahu, on the other side of the North Shore Island. And, well, he's locking in a wave number 3. Nice dynamic surfing there from Keanu. A little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of always having to catch up to those sections, but he executed those two turns brilliantly.
Yeah, and also one of the best runners I've seen in a while. So that's good signs on the low tide bank as we go towards the low around lunchtime. And here goes Zeke.
Yeah, Zeke Lau's found a left-hander, the big, powerful natural footer from Hawaii, locking in his wave number 2. So the Hawaiian boy is getting off to a quick start here, which has always been the good strategy when the surf is, I'm not going to say marginal because it's highly contestable, but because the conditions are tricky, the best way you can get going is to lock in those two early scores early on in the heat and then sort of either play offense or defense from there.
Well, that seems to be the game plan for Team Hawaii here. I mean, Keanu already with 3 waves. We're waiting on that score. I think it might just go the best wave of the heats as well, but liking the power on the backhand from Zeke Lau there. He really attacked that first turn. It wasn't a big one, but like you say, probably just looking to get that second score on the board and watching scores come in for that wave from White.
Yeah, it's coming now as a 5.17, so Keanu Singh locking in the highest heat total of that first flurry of exchanges. Slade Prestwich from the South Coast representing South Africa now is the man with priority. You can see him there on the right-hand side of your screen. And we're just talking about condition changes today, Kai. We've got the southwesterly wind. Looks like it's forecast to peak sometime this morning, but it will taper off throughout the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too difficult for these guys. They've definitely surfed in harder conditions than these, and the good news is that that southwest will bring the swell, so it is pushing more swell into the bay in Quadacuzzi here. And Slade, you know, you look at him on paper, he's from Scottsboro on the south coast, very similar waves here to the north coast when it's on, but big, shallow right-hand points. You normally wouldn't look at him as your favorite pick in these kind of conditions, but of course he's been based out of Japan for the last 2 years. He's actually almost close to getting his residency there, and he was saying it's summertime there, and he's been surfing very, very similar conditions.
Keanu Singh, just a quick in and out there, staying busy after locking in those opening rides. Wave number 4 already inside the first 8 minutes for Keanu. Zeke Lau sitting on a 3.9 and a 3.0. He needs a 4.78 if he wants to take over the top of the leaderboard here from his fellow Hawaiian. And just mentioned Slade there. We've seen a few slow starts, but we have seen a flurry of waves through that mid to end parts of a lot of these heats. So we do know there is a lot of opportunity out there, and I think that low tide is around 3 p.m. this afternoon, Kai. So we're going to see that bank get shallower as the afternoon progresses.
Yeah, and you'll see the rights open up a bit more too. A lot of lefts again this morning on the high tide, but the rights definitely open up more when you are on the low tide bank. And you know, looking at the fast starts here, I mean a 5.17 for Keanu, it's a decent score, but mostly in the 3s. And I think maybe Slade is taking the right approach. Like I said, looking at the previous 2 heats and really keeping an eye on things. When those sets come, they are considerably bigger now. And if we look at Nicky van Dijk, you know, on the 8-point ride, it wasn't one of those little inside runners. It was a proper set wave.
Yep, that's so true. We are seeing judges pay those big closeout maneuvers, even one maneuver waves on those bigger set waves as well. So there are opportunities. So interesting to see these contrasting strategies from the surfers in the water. Of course, this is stop number 3 of the Challenger Series. We've got 8 events to determine the top 10 who will qualify for the 2023 WSL Championship Tour, the Elite Tour, which has, well, its penultimate stop before the Rip Curl WSL Final 5, the World Title Showdown in Trestles. We go to Jeffreys Bay next, and then after that we go to Chopu, and then we will determine those Final 5 placings. So a couple of our competitors, Geordie Smith, Joanne Defay, O'Neill team riders who are here. We'll hold that third for a second, because here goes the South African square bottom turn up and over that section. Another beautiful bottom turn to set up a big wafting top turn. So great patience show there by Slade Prestwich, and we're going to say great reward coming for him as well. Keanu Singh now up and over this section, found a nice little bowl for himself. Light on his feet, but still super powerful. And in and out there for him, so a flurry of waves there. And the South African Slade Prestwich looking like he might get the better of that one.
Yeah, Brad, I like Slade surfing a lot. Probably one of my favorite surfers to watch. He's the entire package. He's got big airs, beautiful rail work. He's a phenomenal tube rider, and since the age of 13, 14, when he first came on my radar, I've just loved watching him surf. So he'll be very dangerous. Keanu, of course, just coming off a win at Huntington Beach in a QS 1000, though, so he's going to be feeling right at home.
Yeah, very true. And if we get a chance to see that Slade Prestwich one again, I want you to talk to me about that bottom turn he's got. He's really got that fundamental maneuver, which is the key to unlocking every other maneuver in the book down. And looks like he he found a wave with some steeper wall, which allowed him to actually use the bottom of the wave for that speed and that projection into that turn. Here we go. Talk to us about this wave.
Yeah, so Slade, like you say, that bottom turn is here. And look how he waited for it. and then just drives straight up into the lip. Bit of a check turn for the first, but he was waiting for this one. Comes around and just whips the tail out. You see the extension there off the back leg, and also just showing his core strength. Slade has been telling me he's been doing a lot of work on his core strength and getting a bit more flexible and showing that it pays dividends.
Maybe you can get some cheat notes for me.
Well, I need them too, but
you and me both. We can go and train after this one. 18 minutes, 25 on the clock. Thanks for watching from wherever you are around the world. It's great to have your company here for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, Brad Bricknell, alongside Kyle Linda for the call. We're watching our South African surfer here, Slade Prestwich. Wave number 2, a similar bottom turn for top turn setup, and another extension with a fin flare too. So he's just locked in a 5.9 on his opening wave, and now really backing that up with another good wave. Kyle Linda.
Yeah, and what I like here is Slade stayed patient because he knew what he wanted, and he didn't let the other guys in the heat rush him. When we talk about the patience waiting for the right waves, I'd like to talk about the patience waiting for the right moment on the wave there. Bit of a warble in front of him as he took off, and you can really see him just waiting for that moment to hit the bottom turn, and that is really sort of showing you what a class surfer he is.
Yeah, I like that point you make there. He didn't seem rushed at all, as we see him now looking at a left-hander. Little jab to get started with, and just a little bit late on the timing for that second turn, so that one's not going to go into his top 2. That's his wave number 3. But yes, just showing a lot of poise there, a lot of timing and a lot of patience, and that's going to pay off for him too. He's currently in that 3rd place because his second score hasn't been locked in. He'll only require a 1-point ride to go into that 2nd place. And now it's a 2.23 because Zeke Lau's locked in a score 2 of a 4.23. He was also busy through that exchange. 17 to go. Standing by for some scores before we update you.
Well, I must say it's amazing to see Slade just activate. He literally had waited a couple of minutes before he got going, and then just in the space of a minute and a half, 3 quick waves under the belt, and showing why he is pretty much one of the most dangerous South Africans in quite some time.
Here he goes again, looking at his second left-hander in a row. Quick little jab on that time, and that's opportunity now to get another turn in before he finds a 3rd closeout maneuver. So Slade, after a sleepy start, he's getting really busy. We're still waiting for his 2nd wave to get locked in. His 3rd wave was a quick left-hander with a mistimed closeout turn, and now that wave, his wave number 4, is another wave of consequence. But I think his 2nd wave being locked in now, Kyle, looking at those scores coming in, it's a 6.17. So beautifully surfed wave on that right-hander, 2-turn combination, some flair, some variety, a lot of power, and now he's in the lead.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the screen. Look at those lines coming in. So we said the swell was on the increase. That's no joke. This morning, I don't think it was really getting much above 2.5 feet. And now seeing a lot more activity on the water. And Slade, you know, I think everyone in South Africa knows that it was only a matter of time before he really sort of put his hand up. It's taken a little longer than we anticipated maybe, but I think this could just be his year.
Yeah, it only takes one event to spark something. And, well, he's looking pretty strong right now against some really seasoned campaigners and some really hardened competitors as well in Keanu Singh and Ezekiel Lau. So we are waiting for one more score to drop in for that last wave of Slade Prestwich. But as it stands right now at the halfway mark, it is Prestwich that leads. He's your man on screen right now. Keanu Singh is in 2nd place. He requires a 6.9 to go into the lead. Zeke Lau, also from Hawaii, looking for a 4.45. And Tristan Gilbert's been very quiet, only a 0.50. He requires a big score in that excellent range, around 8.17, if he wants to go into the lead. 14.5 remaining, tight on the way out, swell on the up, and certainly contestable conditions. And we are seeing some judges rewarding that scale and lifting that scale this morning as a few more of those opportunities present themselves on those left-handers that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and it's interesting, though, that the 2 scores for Slade have both been on rights. I mean, he got a 5.5 for that last left, and it was a well-served wave. But both scores for him coming on the right. And again, that shows that that tide really is sucking out. It's going to start breaking. Here goes the diminutive Hawaiian.
Nice and speedy on his feet there. Keanu just looking for some point of difference on that closeout turn. It was a smaller wave, so he had to make sure that he was going to do something special at the end of that. He's in 2nd, looking for that 6.9. So he is holding on to that 3.5 as his low score. So 2 orders of business for him. 1, get rid of that 3.5. 2, have a stab at that lead at 6.90. And either way, if he improves that position, he'll put some more pressure on Zeke Lau and Tristan Gilbert. 13:43 on the clock. Quick shout out to the Quadacruza municipality as well. The hospitality being shown and the vision for all this event has been nothing short of amazing. And yeah, big thank you to the locals here for having us at Ballito Bay. It's a great event and always a great vibe.
Yeah, and you know, we did speak about those load shedding problems. That's obviously the national grid, but the Quadacruza guys have really worked hard behind the scenes to make sure that we do have power on demand here, and that the event will go ahead no matter what.
Well, we're going to take a short break from the booth. Tash Mentasti is standing sidelines with us. Over to you, Tash.
Maina Maeda, winner of Heat 16, the last heat of round 1 for the women's division out here. For us in South Africa, it is the biggest field of international competitors that have been on our shores for a long time. And you're finding that 7-point ride and a 6-point ride at the end, the highest heat total that we've seen this morning. How are conditions out there, and what does a good result mean for you at the Ballito Pro?
It's definitely not the easiest out there. I was kind of struggling the first 10, maybe 12 minutes of the beginning of the heat. And luckily, like, one just came by. Like, I listened to what Ross told me, which is my coach, and then just to slow down and just kind of find your place. And if you get one good maneuver, then you'll definitely get the score out there. So that was kind of like the game plan that I was aiming for, hopefully. But definitely a result here would really hopefully push me into getting into the US Open. I'm kind of sitting on the first alternate. Unfortunately, I didn't qualify through the region last year. I've been kind of scraping away with the wild cards. So hopefully I'll be able to push through a couple more heats and then hopefully cross my fingers to get a wild card in US Open.
Well, you're looking really good out here in Ballito. I think there's a lot of good energy here. We were chatting off screen about it, but this load shedding, some people really bothered by it. Yourself saying it's a great time to disconnect and actually hang out.
Yeah, I think I was just in Krui in Indo for the last regional event, and we were kind of like sitting around like cafeteria style and like all hanging out and playing Uno and stuff, and that's exactly what we did last night, where as soon as the power went on, one of my friends actually came downstairs, knocked on my door and was like, let's play Uno. So what are the odds that you can do that at a Challenger Series event? And I think a lot of people don't really realize that we need to like take a step back and like really enjoy the time that we are competing right now, because what are we going to do in the like who are we going to see that we're competing with in the next 30 years? So I'm just trying to enjoy the time here.
Yeah, just wanting to enjoy the moment out here at the Ballito Pro. Let's check in back with that round 2 of ladies, where we will be seeing this talented surfer coming up next.
So good. Thank you so much, Tash Mentasti. What a great attitude there from Mahina Maheda. And I think we can all take a few lessons from that. One time to disconnect when the power goes out.
Wow, really love the wise words from the young lady there. And I think the commentator's Uno challenge is on.
And the coffee challenge in the morning before the lights go out. Very, very important. Let's bring you up to speed with some scores and some time. 10.5 minutes remaining. Slade Prestwich from South Africa still maintains his lead over Keanu Using. We've seen a flurry of waves from Keanu through that break. None of those are going into his top 2, so the situation remains largely the same. Zeke Lau is the man in 3rd. He requires a 4.45, and Tristan Gilbert, he's having what we commonly refer to in the game as a shocker, and well, he's got plenty of time to turn it around. Still got 10 minutes, but a 0.5 and a 0.87. What does he need to do? He's got priority, Kai. What would you be doing if you were in his shoes?
Well, he needs to take a leaf out of Slade's book, who also waited quite a while and then just found those clean peaks and banged out 3 of the biggest scores. Well, the 3 biggest scores of the heat, and I think that's an interesting point to look at right now. You know, Keanu with a 5.17, Zeke with 2 4s. Slade's throwaway of a 5.5 is the 3rd highest wave score of the heat, so he's really putting the pressure on these other guys.
Yeah, of course, for Zeke, this is a critical event. He hasn't had the best run so far by his own admission on the Challenger Series this year, so this event would be an important one to kickstart his year. We go to the US Open after this one, and then a couple of events in Europe, and then over to Saquarema in Brazil, and then the final one at Haleiwa. So a great international spread and lots of traveling coming up for our Challenger Series competitors.
Yeah, Zeke, I mean, he keeps really busy. He's got a YouTube channel that's probably one of the more popular pro surf YouTube channels, and he's always filming and putting stuff out there. Of course, he was on the reality show we don't talk about. But we'll see Tia Blanco was on that show, and Jaiba, she's pulled her winning card on that one. So, you know, and he's been really busy. He travels a lot outside of the tour, and he's making a career for himself online, which is what we're seeing now a lot of. And, you know, you've got guys like Nate Florence and Jamie O'Brien, you know, doing the same thing off the tour. It's cool to see like guys like Zeke who are going, you know, maybe, you know, I want to compete and I want to make it back to the CT, but what happens if that doesn't happen? You've got to look beyond the tour, and he certainly has. He's really been, in my eyes, clever about it. He's given himself an opportunity that if for some reason the tour doesn't work out for him, he can still make a living out of surfing and being a professional surfer.
Always good to get those personal insights into the personality and character of these pro surfers as well. But yeah, talking to Zeke yesterday, the hunger and the passion and the fire is still there, and I love what he brings to the championship tour. You know, he's an Hawaiian warrior, you know, and I love that edge. I love that passion, and yeah, I hope to see Zeke back on that tour and doing what he does in those championship tour conditions. 7.5 minutes remaining in this one. Prestige leads. Singh second, Lau third, Gilbert fourth. Priority is on the left of your screen there, and we are winding down the seat down to around 7 minutes remaining. We've got Imai Kalani DeVault coming up in the next one with Brody Sale, Rio Inama, and Taichi Wakita as well. So we're going to run through as far as we can today, around 12 heats possibly in the men's round of 48. Back to live action here. Strong paddle from Tristan Gilbert, holding on priority. Nice section ahead of him. Up and over now. Can he convert this end section? Unfortunately, he does. Maybe just trying a little too hard in that second section, Kai.
Feeling the pressure for sure. And I said he had a really calm and calculated round one heat. I was really impressed with him because he's one of those guys we haven't seen over like sort of the breakaway from pro surfing, and especially here in South Africa, this being our first international event since 2019. But yeah, I think he's just feeling the pressure there. He did everything well on the first half of that wave. Got the nice little connection over the section. The bottom turn was looking great. Maybe just trying a little hard on the top turn, and yeah, unfortunately for him, that's not going to help him. And sitting on the lineup now, how's that for three characters?
Yeah, well, there we go. From left to right of your screen is Zeke Lau. In the middle, sandwich between the two Hawaiians is the South African Slade Presswich. And then Keanu Singh just hovering around in third priority. So you can see Zeke Lau's got priority first, surfer in blue as second, and oftentimes you can sit just under priority, just like this wave here. Keanu Singh is going to pick up this wave. One section ahead of him. Can he convert it? Big spray, last tail kick on that closed-out turn from Keanu Singh, looking to drop that 3.5, and he might do so on that one. Kai, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. One maneuver, whereas we've seen the big scores in this heat all going at least 2 to 3 maneuvers. But Keanu's definitely got the power on that turn.
Yeah, you got a Slade Presswich nice and solid on his backhand. Will he get a second opportunity? Unfortunately, not on that one. That section just jumped up a little fast for him, but here comes Lau. Big surfer on a solid right-hander for the day's conditions. Up and over that float section, little white water climb, and now he goes into that dead water where he's got to really use that board to create his own speed, create some power to come through to this inside connection. He's going to find a tag opportunity, and he does well, and in some really sort of turbulent water as he makes it down into that shore break.
Well, the first part of that wave, not really giving him much to work with, Brad, but certainly finished strong. Right now in third place, chasing his friend. Last of White came in at a 3.57, so a little bit more of a gap now for Zeke to get over, needing the 4.52. But interesting enough, they've left Slade with priority out back now going into the final 5 minutes.
Big paddle there from Keanu, so he's going to lose that second priority. Didn't quite make up onto that one. And you can see now the number 2 disappearing from his white square. And it's just Slade Presswich at the back who really is holding court right now. It is a bit of a wider playing field though, so there are a lot of opportunities under priority if you are the other three surfers, and probably a wise strategy to put some distance between yourself and Slade if you're the other two surfers.
Yeah, you don't want to be under Slade right now. He's got a big gap, and if that really good one comes, he's going to close you down with priority. Slade, when he was a bit younger, was not the best tactical surfer. I watched him in a lot of pro juniors, and it took him a long time to figure out the mechanics of priority and those kind of situations. But he's worked really hard behind the scenes, and he's been putting his time in, and he's turned into probably one of the best competitors out of South Africa. So, I think do you want to sit next to Slade when you've got 3.5 minutes on the clock and he's well out in front with priority? I would be moving well away, because he's going to shut you down.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of opportunities here for Keanu. 6.9 is what he needs to go into first. However, his good friend, Zeke Lau from Hawaii, also is sitting just behind Keanu with a 4.52 requirement. Looking like it's mate against mate here for the advancing position with 3 minutes to go. As you can see, Zeke is not in the picture in terms of what we're looking at the front. He's certainly found, or probably found, a little space either to the left or the right of these guys where you can try and find that score. He's in fourth priority. You can see him coming into picture now, and he's going to put himself into the mix here and try and find an opportunity, which is going to be quite tough given how close everyone together is now.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on that score to come in for that last of Ezekiel Lau, and that's because the judges are having a real hard look at the replays on that one. Like I said, that first part of the wave was pretty soft, but he did get the big close.
Here goes Tristan on the outside. Little transitional floater into the flats, and that wave really kind of sums up the heat that the Frenchman has had. Meanwhile, we're having a look here at Zeke Lau. Nice up and over that first section, but he too has found that same piece of dead water. But again, the big Hawaiian has the momentum, he has the power, he has the speed to get through the inside section, throws the tail out in a very fancy looking air reverse on that inside section, but unfortunately a little bit too much turbulence there as he just misses that rocky section. A quick check of the watch will tell him he's got 1 minute 50 on the clock. Scores are coming in. The last few minutes will get interesting.
I think he almost wants to check his tail after that, because I'm pretty sure it bottomed out on the sand there as he landed that air reverse. It was so shallow, and the score came in at a 4.33 for his previous, so not enough, and still chasing good friend Keanu Singh.
Yeah, 4.33 when his requirements are 4.42, so a 10th or 11th of a point there under the requirement. That can be heartbreaking when you've only got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Prestwich still leads for South Africa. Keanu Singh is holding down the Hawaiian flag here with the second place. Zeke Lau in third, looking for a 4.42 with 1 minute now on the clock. Let's see where he positions himself. Gilbert is also within striking distance of 5.97. Is not out of the equation for him. But with third priority and 50 seconds on the clock, it's going to get super tight now.
Yeah, pressure's on, and watching these heats in the Challenger Series has just made me feel that we need make or break Challenger Series editions, so you can see behind the scenes for these guys, because the pressure cooker that is this series.
Yeah, it's amazing. The consequences from day one, heat one, round one. There's no second chances here, and you got 8 events. 5 of them count, and if you've already had a couple of poor results early on in the year, like you said, that pressure really starts to squeeze. As we have 20 seconds remaining here, the squeeze is on for Ezekiel Lau and Tristan Gilbert. Will they have another opportunity to throw the dice for a 4.42 and a 5.97 respectively? Ocean is looking decidedly flat for these last 5 seconds. And looks like the South African is going to take home a very well composed heat, a very well constructed win there for Slade Prestwich, and going through with him is going to be Keanu Singh. And unfortunately, out of the event, another big name, Ezekiel Lau, is going to have to pack his bags.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for Zeke, cheerio. And what I'm really happy about is right now that is the best result for a South African on the Challenger Series, making it through round 2. Jose Faulkner went there at Manly, but now we see Slade going to round 3 in the Challenger Series.
Well, there we go. It's all about building momentum here on the Challenger Series. It's great to have your company wherever you are around the world. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We're going to change gears. We're going to move into the heat number 2 of the round of 48. We're going to take a short break from the studio. When we come back, we'll bring you up to speed with all the action here from Ballito Bay.
So it does look like the surfer in...
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Well, 96 men have been whittled down to 48 as we are now into the second round of competition here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Great to have your company. Thanks for joining us here on the host set. Brad Britnell alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, we saw one Hawaiian through, one Hawaiian out, and the roll continues for Slade Presswich from South Africa.
Yeah, stoked for Slade. He's been looking for a result and just trying to get that ball rolling. And like I said, previously it's been a tough start to the Challenger Series for the South African men. In Manly, the best result so far, only a second round for Jose Faulkner and Aidan Mason-Camp. So nice to see Slade going on to the third round. And past experience says that once Slade gets a bit of a ball rolling, he can be very, very dangerous. So we hope he continues.
Let's introduce Rio Inaba to you, representing Japan. Found a nice looking left-hander. Big solid spray on the first one and a nice connection on that second closeout turn as well. So a nice quick start there for Rio Inaba. Of course, he is going to be joined in the water by the man in red, Imai Kalani DeVault from Hawaii. Been on that championship tour and missed out on the mid-season cut. And right now, as this event stands, he's sitting just out of qualification in 12th place, and that's because we have Callum Robson from the championship tour in there, 3rd place, so that top 10 extends out to 11th. Jet Schilling is in that place right now, and he's also now competing in this heat against Taichi Wakita on screen. Backhand turn there, found a right-hander. We saw Zeke Lau find a few of these right-handers that did go into some deep water, but he managed to find a few connections. Unfortunately for Taichi on that occasion, didn't make that connection. And then Brody Sale, we commentated a few of his heats early in round one from Hawaii. Brody Sale in that blue jersey had a knee brace on Kai, but didn't seem to hamper his performance in round one.
No, it didn't hamper him at all. In fact, we were speaking about it in the booth, and you just mentioned it, and he took off and absolutely blasted his first wave. So looks like he's okay. And it's really interesting for me in this heat is I look at Rio Inaba in the white, and there's a bit of South African heritage on that board with the gotcha sticker on the nose. Of course, Mike Thompson.
I do love that old gotcha sticker, a hark back to those late 80s, early 90s. We see a little look here from Imai Kalani. No takers over there, of course. At the beginning of the hit, there is no priority until each of the surfers have had a dig at a wave, and then priority sort of settles back in order of those who took off on the wave. Scores have come through in now for Rio Inaba. It's a 5.83, so a really tidy start there from the man from Japan. And again, two-turn combination, the wind blowing into that left-hander. The wave face looked nice and clean on that one for him, and he really capitalized on those two opportunities that presented himself.
Yeah, and I think, most people we see coming out of Japan generally are not considered power surfers, but I'll give this guy that moniker. He is very powerful on the surfboard.
Up and over that section there for a quick in and out for Rio Inaba, locking in wave number 2 nice and quickly. That'll be his backup score, so Surfers' top 2 waves do count. And of course, we've got a panel of international judges, 5 on the panel at any given time. They all put down the score that they see live. The highest and the lowest scores are then cancelled out, and the middle 3 are averaged to give you your wave score, and then the top 2 scores added together to give your heat total. Highest heat total wins, of course. And looking at the judges' booth the other day, Kai, they do have a screening there. There's been so many waves surfed back to back. They do get opportunity to review those waves to make sure they're getting the scores right.
Well, Brad, a good friend of mine, Johan Bierkes, has been brought on board now for the South African events. He's a very experienced video producer and director, but I don't think he's ever worked this hard in his life as the last 2 days of this challenge and doing the replays for the judges.
Yeah, so a lot of waves ridden in these short period conditions. We've seen that the period over the first couple of days, Kai, around that sort of 9-10 second mark. We do prefer those 12 to 15 second ground swells, even up to that 17-18 mark, where we see some really solid swell like we did here a couple of years ago, up to 8 to 10 foot at some stage in that event. But their forecast looking a little bit more promising now as the weekend starts to shape up, for those final days.
Yeah, well, just prior to the juniors getting kicked off last Wednesday, that Sunday, Monday, we had quite a nice swell running here. I surfed a couple of the breaks around Ballito, and it was in the solid 6 foot range, and that forecast was less than what I'm seeing for the weekend. So I'm really, really hoping it does, because the bank out front at the moment, there's a lot of sand in the right places. When we've seen it sort of push into that overhead range, that bank just down the beach, still in the competitors area, has been throwing some big tubes. And I'm really hoping it happens for say, the last 2 rounds, quarters, semis and finals, because the reason we're pushing so hard the last 2 days is to give us a little bit of play time on those final 2 days so that we can maximize the time in the water for the surfers.
Former Durbanite and South African pro surfer Travis Logie from the WCL Tours and Competition is the man who makes those decisions, and we had a chat with him this morning. He was telling us obviously he doesn't make that decision alone. He works closely with Jono Hutchinson, a local over here, also part of the judging panel, and also some of the internationals who are here working out the technical side of the event. You have to work out how many hits you can fit in the day, how many waves you're going to be counting in terms of how many minutes we're going to give the surfer to catch their waves that they need. It's a bit of a science that goes into it, and not an easy job to have.
No, but Jono Hutch is probably one of the most experienced contest directors and head judges in country, and of course has spent his entire life right here in Ballito. Him and Bernice have their lovely home literally about 500 meters up the road from the contest site, and he's been keeping an eye on Willard's Beach for a long time. So you couldn't ask for a better person to lean on for those calls.
Surfers going home at this point in the event will get an equal 37th place for fourth. They'll take home around 650 points and $1,000 in prize money. Let's now pay attention to Taichi Wakita. Lots of speed and flow through those opening turns. He finds a nice little pocket to punch out that little air reverse. And now looking for some sort of inside connection for his wave number 2. Open up with a 2.50. Bit of a slower start here, the 2 Hawaiians. DeVault and Sale still waiting to open up their scoring in this heat. 22 minutes remaining. But we have seen this happen a few times, Kai, throughout the event. There's been some slow start and then a flurry at the end, or a flurry at the end and a bit of a slow start to the beginning. 30 minutes is plenty of time to find those 2 scoring waves out there, even if you have a slow start.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it in the last heat. Slade waited almost 8-9 minutes for his first wave and absolutely destroyed the heat. So I don't think these guys will be too stressed. And here's Imikalani, the big power surfer out of Hawaii.
Yeah, so, he might have heard our prompting. He's got 2 quick turns under his belt, and we can see Brody behind him now also favouring this right-hander. Squares with the bottom, nice little punch out of the lip there, and gets out before Imai Kalani. That means he can probably get back out there and get a higher priority situation. As you can see in the foreground there, Imai just took that wave in a little bit further. So we'll maybe catch up with that replay if we've got it, and see what happened on the opening section of that wave. We'll get Kai Linda to break it down with us, but nice to see now the 2 Hawaiians getting their heat underway. 21 and a half or thereabouts remaining. You're into heat number 2 of the round of 48. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. It's great to have your company here in Ballito Bay. Carlinda, wave number 1 from Kalani.
Well, built up a lot of speed and just clean straight over the top. A little bit late on the second turn there, but he had done the hard work already, so he did pull it off. Nearly dry docked himself on the rocks there. And right behind him, Brody, lovely little wrapping carve. And now bottom turns, waits for the lip and just punches the tail out. His one faded out a little bit sooner, but you could see what they were waiting for. They'd watched that previous heat from the beach, seen what Slade got his scores on, and they were literally sitting in the same spot waiting for those waves. And it's going to be interesting to see which way the heat goes now. Of course, I was in registration on day 1 when Kalani came to register, and all the ladies working down in that office were swooning. He's definitely the ladies' favourite here in Ballito.
Paddle there from Brody Sale. He did have that priority advantage over Kalani, so he was able to hold him off that wave as we watch now Rio. Nice big opening slash, big closeout turn ahead of him, and that's a nice 2-wave combination. He's feeling that one. He is your current heat leader, looking to drop a 2.10. And there goes Taichi on his backhand now. Nice little vertical stab on that one, but just one opportunity on a smaller wave. And still waiting on that first score to drop in from Brody Sale. So now this heat all of a sudden starting to come alive again. And we're waiting on those scores to come in. And definitely felt like on those first reviews, Rio Inama getting the advantage there. A lovely, smooth, and a real powerful surfing, you have to say, from Inaba.
Well, that last wave of Rio was aggressive. He didn't hold back, and he really attacked the lip. We're just speaking about how the scores have been shifting onto the rights. The goofy footer was, no, I'm going to go left, and I'm going to smash it.
And smash it he did. We'll see what those scores come in at. And we also now have our scores dropping in for Brody Sale. 5.0 for his opening wave. So he got the better of the Hawaiian exchange, and now we're going to see him on the left hand, a bigger wave too. One opportunity. Does he make a count? Unfortunately, he just gets a little tangled up on the dismount from that closeout re-entry, so not able to convert that one. And now DeVault, nice snap. Look at the power, look at the speed, look at the flow. That epoxy board looking nice and lively under his feet, and that's a better second wave now for Kalani DeVault.
Well, he had priority there, and whoever's calling waves for him on the beach is doing a fantastic job, because I actually saw him going for the left, and he looked at the beach clearly and then pulled back, and then you saw Brody get the wave, and it worked out for Kalani.
Taichi into turn number 2 now. First opening turn is done. The second wrap is in the bag, and now he's trying to find a little hop section through the inside for the rebound. There it is. Maybe a little change of direction there, and a nice little layback hook off that pocket, and a floater to boot on the inside. So nice variety shown there, although only on the inside section of that wave. But Taichi Wakita, great style, great flow, and really executed that wave, you've got to say, quite well.
Yeah, and it's interesting in this heat because Brody, Rio, and Kalani are all very big, powerful surfers, like going for, like that 1-2 turns, whereas Taichi, a little bit more diminutive, but very aggressive on the turns. And I love how he really accentuates those maneuvers with a lot of flair. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges throw out on that one.
But while the judges digest that one, somebody who had a lot of flair in that last heat was Slade Prestwich, and he's down on the sideline now with Tasha Mentasti.
Our first heat winner from round 2 of the Challenger Series here at the Ballito Pro in the men's division, Slade Prestwich, taking a good win in the second round, really inspiring the South Africans coming up. And I know you waited a while to find that first wave, but then you got those 2 scores back to back. How are conditions out there? And it's going to be a big result for you, hopefully, in Ballito, and definitely a counter right now where you're at with the Challenger Series.
Yeah, thanks, Tash. Of course, it's a good result for me. But in the beginning of the heat, I was looking at it before, and it's either the sets come through or it's kind of flat. Yesterday was consistent all the time. So even though I took a bit to start, I knew that as soon as this first set comes, I go left or right, don't matter, and something gonna come through. I guess it was like a 5, and then I did the same thing with the 6. So there's such good waves, but it's kind of, do you wait or do you play busy? It's like this. I think better to wait.
Okay, well that's a good opinion, because for me, I was saying sometimes you don't want to wait in these conditions and you want to keep hunting, but definitely the game plan worked out. We will be seeing this talented South African surfer into round number 3 of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Slade, it's good for you to be home. Do you want to say anything to your fans and family that are watching?
You know, well, it's just so good being in South Africa. Like we were talking now, the smell of the sugarcane burning right now, and I saw the flakes in the ocean when I was out there. It's just really good to see friends and you know, have brides again, and this it's good, you know. Besides saying thanks or anything, I'm sure everyone's just so stoked to be around for the winter, you know, but just share the stoke, we'll surf some good waves this winter and let's get barreled.
You, Slade Prestwich, really stoked to be home and advancing through to round 3 at the Ballito Pro.
Love it, Tash. A great insight there from our man Slade Prestwich. Love the attitude. He's loving being home, and I'm absolutely certain he's loving advancing through into that next round. So good work there from the South African. A flurry of scores have come in, and we'll hold that thought as we see one of our 2 Hawaiians in the seat going for the big backside stab. Trying to rotate around, didn't quite execute on that occasion, but his previous wave for Imai Kalani Develop was a 5.90, enough to get him up into 2nd place, and that's because Rio Waida locked down a 6.5 for that 2-wave combination car and that left-hander. Taichi Waikira a 4.4 on his last one, and Brody Sale gone a little bit quiet after that first 5.0. So situation with halfway in the heat done and dusted. Inaba leads, DeVault 2nd, looking for a 6.44, and it is our man from Japan, Taichi Waikira, in the 3rd place, looking for a 5.28, and a very achievable score also for Brody Sale, 4.58. He's the man with priority.
Yeah, look at this guy, straight into the action as you talk about him, and wow, how's that whip off the lip there? Really aggressive surfing.
Yeah, great stuff there from Waikira. Just the one opportunity, and did well to convert. He'll, you know, possibly drop that 3.83 from his score line. Got the tail drifting just a little bit there, and just picking back up on what Slade Prestwich was talking about, the smell of the burning sugarcane. It's obviously that's speaking to that subtropical climate that we have here in the Quarakuza area, Ballito Bay, north coast of KwaZulu-Natal, and a real part of the landscape. When you drive in from the airport, you see the big green hills of sugarcane, really part and parcel of the experience here.
Yeah, and it's that like treacle smell in the air. You can't get it out of your nostrils. It's incredible. Of course, Slade makes me emotional there because he mentioned Brian. That always makes me hungry and emotional.
Yeah, well, it's coming up to lunchtime, around 11 a.m. here local time. And a big thanks to all the event crew putting on those breakfasts and lunches for us every day. It's, you know, after the surfing, it's always the highlight of my day. I revolve everything around surfing and food. So it's really great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. And welcome into our little host set here. And Kai Linda with me, Brad Bricknell. Kai, let's quickly just reference the cowhide that we see on the floor and behind us, and the T-shirt. It's a real part of the Zulu culture, isn't it, that we've seeing yet now adopted across the event site.
Well, Slade spoke about the sugarcane. The nguni is such a big part of Zulu culture, you know, from getting married all the way to the spiritual side and having a connection with your ancestors. And speaking to Bongani Zulu, who's one of our officials and is the head lifeguard of the lifeguards here in the region, he just said it makes them so proud as Zulus to see the event embracing such an important part of their culture. And I mean, a lot of South Africans across all of the races will have an nguni hide maybe in their home, so it's a big part of South Africa too.
Amazing stuff. We're going to take a short break from the action here at Ballito Bay. When we come back, it's going to be the final 12 minutes or so of heat number 2 of the round of 48 in the men's. It's great to have your company. Please stay with us. We'll see you right after this.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick, dry, water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Well, we're almost halfway through the third full day of competition here for the Challenger Series. Stop number 3 on that real critical tour to, well, the opportunity to fight your way back onto that championship tour. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kyle Linder for the call. Kai, we're starting to whittle down. 96 surfers started the event in the men's. We're down to 48, and we're into that second heat. Conditions are fun out the front. It's not pumping Ballito, but there's certainly some highly entertaining surfing going down.
Yeah, we're seeing some good surfing out on the water, and I think the conditions are improving. One of the things I'm loving about the Challenger Series is we saw that last winner in the ladies talking about is she's just done one event previous with a wild card. Now she's got another one, hoping to get a good result so she gets another wild card for the US Open. And it's one aspect I'm really liking about the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series right now is that if you get those opportunities as a wild card, in the old days it was a one-off, that was that. Now we're seeing if you get a wild card and you show potential, as Baron Mamiya, for example, you keep those results, and if you get that opportunity again, you can actually just go straight into the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw Jack Robertson follow a similar path, and look where he is now. Gunning for a potential world title later on this year. Let's have a look now at Brodie Sale, little left-hander. Gets the first opening stab in opportunity here to really hammer down a closeout turn, but unfortunately just gets his timing a little bit wrong on that entry point for that closeout turn. 10 minutes remaining. Brodie in 4th place, looking for a 4.68 to go into that advancing position. Rio Inaba leads from Japan, waiting on some scores to drop in. And Imai Kalani DeVault in 2nd place, still looking for that opportunity to drop a 3.77 from his scoreline. Now, Rio Inaba has had a pretty average start to his Challenger Series campaign. A 37th and a 73rd are his 2 scores. So looking at this event now, Kai, as we watch a replay, watch closely what happened here.
All right, Imai Kalani wanting it. He went right around the back of Rio, and I'm assuming had the priority. And Rio thought he was maybe moving across for the right, but unfortunately he didn't have a check before he took off. And that might have been a fatal error for him.
Yeah, without seeing that one live, not sure who had priority first. Of course, the priority interference is a pretty brutal one, Kai. What happens when a priority interference is called in terms of the penalty from the judges?
Well, he's going to lose a full score, and it's a pretty damaging blow in these conditions, because where you've got guys with averages of a 12.33 as he has right now, to get that in one score is virtually impossible. So unless it's a single-digit heat, you've got no chance of making it.
Well, looking on the scoreboard in front of us and on your graphic on the screen, we haven't seen an interference called just yet, nor across those scorelines. So we'll keep you updated as the judges might be discussing that little paddle situation. But let's have a look here. Here goes Imai, just having a quick look in and out from that one. Meanwhile, Taichi Wakira has locked in a 4.87 on his last wave, so he's slowly improving his situation, and now he can mount an attack on 2nd place, needing a 4.81 if he wants to dethrone Imai Kalani DeVault from his 2nd place position. 8 minutes to go in this one. And what I have noticed today, Kai, is that it seems like most of the surfers in the last few rounds have been quite bunched up in terms of where they're sitting. Yesterday and certainly in this morning, there was a bit more of a spread across the couple of banks on offer. What's happening there today? Is there only one real opportunity in the mid-peak on this particular tide?
Yeah, it kind of looks like the energy is concentrating in that central area of the bank. I mean, we've seen a couple of alternatives. And Imai Kalani was sitting a little bit further up, and he gets this 2-turn combo.
Well, I just love that 2nd turn from Imai Kalani. If we'll see that again on the replay, you'll see that the 1st turn was a nice flowy turn, kicked up a lot of spray, but then he made the real point of pushing that board as vertical as he could on that closeout turn to really sort of punctuate some point of difference. Have a look at this.
Yeah, I love it. Big little, like a big whip to start things off, but it's this bottom turn and then throwing the board right up into the lip, getting the extension and really making use of that transition of the back foot to the front foot.
Yeah, really punched the tail out too. If you were sitting behind that wave, you would have seen all 3 fins coming out the back of the water, and a lot of spark and a lot of pop in Imai's boards there as we see that the Hawaiian crew over on the right-hand side there. Keanu Singh, Josh Menez, Zeke Lau, all having a chat. And what I am seeing more and more, Kai, is at these QS events and Challenger Series, we are seeing the country surfers banding together in support. We've got a posse of South Africans, we've got a group of Aussies, and now we saw the Hawaiians there really getting behind their two surfers in this heat.
Well, if we look at the championship tour, I think in the last two events especially, you know, you're seeing the Brazilians, as they do, sticking together. Felipe Toledo, Gabe Medina, especially, and Italo, the three biggest names out of Brazil, the guys fighting for world titles, and they're not there competing off, you know, out of the heat. They're together on the stage, screaming for each other, making noise, shouting down decisions, and I think that is setting the trend now as people are realizing, you know, yes, it's an individual sport, yes, you are trying to qualify or you're going for a world title, but without that support on the beach, you're nothing. And it helps mentally, it helps with your positivity, and everyone wants to know that there's someone out there supporting them at the end of the day.
Yeah, so true. And here we're looking at a couple of our European competitors there. There was Ariana Ochoa. Unfortunately got knocked out of the event yesterday. As we keep our eyes here on Imai Kalani DeVault, goes for the big, wow, massive rotation there from the Hawaiian. A lot of technicality in that turn. We're going to have to watch that one a few times to really grasp what we just saw. And here goes Wakita, beautiful slashing carve on that opening turn and drifts the fins for a second. That's going to be his best wave. He's feeling it. I'm feeling it. Are you feeling it?
I'm feeling it for sure. How's the applause for himself there? He's like, yes, yes, Tai Chi.
Well, what a great exchange. We saw two contrasting approaches to that wave. The massive air reverse, big rotation, very tweaked out there from Imai Kalani DeVault. And then we saw like the surgical approach of Taichi Wakita, the big slashing carving turn and the big fin waft for the closeout turn. So really looking forward to dissecting those ones with you. 4 minutes 45 on the clock, waiting on those scores. That was a super dynamic exchange.
Well, yeah, he didn't hold back on this one. You can see his eyes just focusing on that lip and threw the tail around, I would say 90% there for the full rotation. But more than that, I really love the aggression as he throws it. And then on the other side of the spectrum, Taichi just like a surgeon on this wave, dissecting it so cleanly. And as you see, they're very happy with his performance.
Yeah, I love too. There was no downtime between the first turn and the second turn. He just came out of that first slash and held the line on that bottom turn. And that just set him up perfectly as far as timing is concerned for that big closeout waft too. So those scores are being dissected. Some numbers are starting to show up on our screen for Taichi Wakita's wave. Remember, he is in third place. He needs a 5.54 if he wants to go into the advancing position, and something slightly higher if he wants to leapfrog second and go straight into first. 3:45 on the clock. Still waiting too on that score for Imai Kalani DeVault. There was a smaller wave though that might work against him, and he really kind of dug in that tail really hard in the landing for the revert. So the judges might look at that as well in terms of where they put that one on the scale. So scores have come through. The scale is spoken. Taichi Wakita does get the edge for that big two-turn combination on the bigger wave for a 7.0. And Imai Kalani DeVault, the air reverse on the backside of 5.3. And we have seen a little change in the leaderboard. Inaba still leads. Now Wakita in second. DeVault in third and Brody Sale in fourth. So now it's fighting time for Imai Kalani. 3 minutes on the clock, a 5.98 requirement, and great reflection of those two approaches, Kai.
Well, I'm sure the Japanese camp is making some noise down on the beach or in the athlete area.
Up and over the roof here for Wakita. That one's not going to bother his top two calculation. 2:45 on the clock. And again, this heat now has woken up Inaba trying to defend this lead. Vertical hit on the outside to start off with, and a second. Gets the tail up high over that section as well. And, well, he's been a bit sleepy over the last 3 or 4 waves. That one's going to come into his top two, no doubt. And now we're tracking with DeVault again, getting that progression out, trying to blow the fins out there, but on that occasion, not working out for DeVault.
I say I always like Imai Kalani's spray designs. He always has very colourful boards. I'm not a big fan of the plain white board. I like a bit of colour on a board. And there's a big sort of argument for it lately. I've been reading a few articles because the guys are saying if you've got that color on your board, it is way more noticeable to the judges as well, and they maybe can attribute maybe a slight increase in score just because the board is clearer. And if we look at sort of the trend in the CT, a lot of the big name surfers are going to those multicolored boards now.
Yeah, that's very true. We've had a few flames on our boards in our time, Kai, you and I.
Oh, we love a flame.
Minutes and 30 seconds remaining, so that score has now been locked in from Inaba, a 6.40 for the two-turn backhand combination, executed with speed and power. So now he has solidified that lead over Taichi Wakita, who requires a 5.9. Imai Kalani DeVault in the third requires a 5.98 if he wants to get that second place back. And at this point in time, it's the two Hawaiians now under pressure from the two surfers from Japan.
So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. You see green and red obviously steaming off together. Taichi is going to shadow Imakalani for this next minute, especially considering he is in second priority, whereas the Hawaiian is in third. Brody Sell sitting with priority, but he's going to need a big score, 6.88. That's a big ask, and I'm not seeing too much activity on the horizon.
Yeah, these are nervous times here for the two Hawaiians. Imai Kalani, like we said before, he's just sitting outside of that cut line after the first two events. And a big result here would have helped him, but he's found an opportunity here outside of priority. Telegraphing the section, goes for the big rotation. And, well, that's what he had to do on that wave, didn't he, Kai? He had to throw everything at it, but unfortunately, the execution not quite there.
Yeah, he knew what he had to do, and I think he did really well to get away from Taichi there and put himself on that wave. So that was great work by the big Hawaiian. And unfortunately, the lip just crumbled as he was going into that launch and didn't allow him to get the full rotation over the top, and that got the board from under his feet, and you can see the disappointment there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of the opportunities. We've got a big one coming up next. David Silva, Alejo Muniz, Crosby Colapinto, and Morgan Sibilik. This heat has now wound down to a close. Congratulations there to Rio Inaba and Taichi Wakita. Yeah, really flaring on that two-turn combination to get into that second place. And unfortunately, our two Hawaiians bowing out of the event at this point in time. It's been a great pleasure calling these couple of heats with you, Kai. And of course, the action continues. We're going to try to go through all the way to heat number 12 today after completing the women's first round today. So we'll take a short break in the action. And when we come back, it's going to be a cracker heat on paper. And we're going to bring in Gixi Lears and Tasha Mentasti for the call. We're going to see you right after this. Thank you.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wild. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
The Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. You're joining us on day 3 of competition, and we're getting deeper into men's surfing, the second round. It's a good morning from myself, Gixi Lears, alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. And we are loving what is coming to the shores of Ballito this year, a newly elevated status. The last time we were here as an international field was 2019 when David Silva took the title over Jack Freestone. That was, of course, in the old framework of the qualifying series. It's now the Challenger Series, and David Silva is back to find some points for the end of the year, including names like Morgan Sibilik. This is a high-profile heat with a name like Morgan Sibilik in there. so much success in 2021. Here it's a sobering revisit to the ranks of the Challenger Series. We'll also see Aleo Muniz in the lineup and Crosby Colapinto out of San Clemente. It's good morning, Tash, as we get stuck into another heat of exciting surfing.
Yeah, this heat on paper is a big one. We've been saying that there's no easy heat, but definitely one of the more difficult heats in regards to the stature of these surfers. And by looking at the scores on the board, Gigs.
Well, no easy heats. Have a look. Here's the proof right here. Well, still early days, and when I say early days, we're only a couple minutes into this, and already we're seeing numbers. You'll see them starting to come into top left of screen. David Silva, former event champion, back for more in 2022, a 6.17. And Aleo Muniz, also a previous event champion from 2015. Both the Brazilians hungry for that top 10 finish come year end on the Challenger Series rankings. He's in for the 6.43 early on. So that'll leave a little bit of a tussle in the lineup for wave ownership between Morgan Sibilik and Crosby Colapinto. I'm looking forward to this one, Tash.
Yeah, wow. I mean, if I had to look at who could take the win out here, it really is any of these four surfers with the experience before David Silva and both Aleo Muniz. Comfortable at Ballito. They've been here many times before. That might be the upper hand for the Brazilians. Crosby Colapinto, though, no stranger to getting his board above the lip. And then Morgan Sibilik, just such a hard worker in any conditions. It's going to be a good one. And we see here David De Silva just keeping busy.
Here goes Silva. Good snap to start, building a second score. Opened with the 6.17, a quick wave number 2 there, Tash. You think of the caliber of all four surfers in the heat, everyone with championship tour experience, including Morgan Sibilik. That was the story from the top 5 come September last year. He's no longer part of that discussion. And of course, Crosby Colapinto, even he has featured as a wild card before. And oh, heavy impact there. A little mistake from Morgan Sibilik. We'll keep a little eye on him. He looks okay. That was a slip to start for the Australian, and we'll hand an early priority to Colapinto. But just talking back to that point, every one of these surfers here has mixed it up at championship tour level in some form. The least participation, but still with Colapinto. And well, Morgan Sibilik, part of that final 5 last year. And of course, David Silva and Aleo Muniz, regular campaigners.
Yeah, great campaigners, and also no stranger to big scores and what the judges are looking for. We've spoken about it earlier this morning, just with conditions not easy with that high tide and water on the bank, and then we've got these big southwest winds. So conditions making it a little bit difficult, but the guys that have been waiting to find those better waves coming through the lineup are able to get those scores on the board. And we see David Silva now with 2 average scores, so a good start for him. Probably just gets rid of the nerves a little bit, and knowing that he needs to
How are your nerves, Tash?
Yeah.
Well, we're having a good time with it, folks. A 6.17 and a 5 for David Silva. His numbers go into the double digits, as you would expect. And just looking at conditions on hand here, local time around 11:30 in the morning. That southerly wind continues to fan, probably more even to the southerly southeasterly direction. Side onshore is probably the best description of it, but what it is doing, Tash, perhaps bringing a little more consistency to the lineup. We saw some slower heats to use for the ladies round this morning. The tide dropping out, and for the first time we're seeing names like Sibilik sitting right up against the rock. So the tide is in moving to the bottom half. We'll have a look at Aleo Muniz here. He'll get going. Tight snap, 2-turn combo comes our way. And he will get a second ride on the card. 6.43 was the opener for Aleo. And judges will compare that to David Silva's last one. That one might go a touch north of the 5-pointer that Silva just fetched. We'll start trying to bring some replays to you as well. We didn't get a look at the opening ride of a 6.17 and a 6.43 for both David and Aleo. But some good numbers starting to come through on the cards here, Tash.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed that wave number 2 from Aleo. Nice and quick, responsive, lots of power through those 2 turns, and just looking really comfortable on his board. I've been chatting to a couple of surfers in the surfers deck, and they were all saying if you get that 2-turn combo in, you've got a keeper. We saw an excellent scoring ride coming out of the girls in 8.5, and that was a 3-turn combo on the left a little bit earlier. So there is potential out there to find those big scores. but we haven't yet seen any of the men get into that excellent range as yet. I was looking at round 1 scores and just seeing that at excellent scores it sits at 0 right now. So it'll be interesting to see what the boys can do out here.
Sibilik into it. This time not falling on his equipment, but not really getting out the gates either there. So just small numbers still sitting alongside Sibilik's scorecard, and no numbers yet for Colapinto. He's been holding priority now for a couple of minutes, Tash. And no sign of any interest in the lineup yet. Let's have a look at how some scores were built here.
Yeah, this was David Silva's first wave, a 617. So he gets that first strong turn, tight in the pocket, and then the big exclamation mark. Loved that rotation off the top, nice and strong, and that being awarded the 617. But yeah, the 643. So choosing to go left is Alejo Muniz, big vertical re-entry. And another 2-turn combo, and I think the difference and point of difference was just how critical Alejo Muniz was on his backhand for that second maneuver compared to David Silva's second maneuver, but not much of a difference. A 643 for Alejo, a 617 for David, and right now the 2 highest wave scores of the heat.
Well, a study in body mechanics there for Alejo Muniz for the 5.5. So similar numbers, 11.93 plays over 11.17 between Muniz and Silva as they stretch out way over the Australian and the American in the encounter. You're with us for the 3rd heat of round 2. Of course, a field of 96 for round 1, chopped in half, 4-man heats. Brutal on the Challenger Series, as was the old qualifying series at this level. And just really not getting into a groove right now is Morgan Sibilik. We'll go back to the drawing board. Still plenty of time, but he's used up nearly 10 minutes, a third of the 30-minute heat, with nothing yet for Colapinto either. Just having a look to Challenger Series standings for David Silva. He comes here ranked 15th, Tash, so it means he got a 5th in Sydney. So he's off to a fair start as far as Challenger Series campaigning goes, the man on screen. Of course, we did mention a former event champion here back in 2019 at the QS 10,000 level. Got that win with some really solid backhand surfing in that final over Jack Freestone. Incredibly, that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, wow. It's amazing how time flies, and it's just so fantastic to be able to have the Challenger Series here in South Africa and on the African continent. I know a lot of surfers enjoy Ballito who have visited before. And I can't wait to see what nature produces with the last couple of days of this event.
Well, interest in the heat from Jesse Mendes on screen, coming off a win in Krui in Sumatra. Of course, big William Cardoza, a former finalist back here a number of seasons back. I think it was 2017 against Geordie Smith. And then, well, the next year he'd get a CT win when we relocated the Margaret River event up to finish it off in Indonesia, in Uluwatu. So they're all very, very locked into the seat. 2 Brazilians make up the top 2 positions at this stage with around 19 minutes still remaining on the clock. Let's go down and hear from Rio Waida. He's down there with Mike Frew for the interview.
Thank you, guys. I'm on the beach with Rio Waida, the winner of that last heat. Rio, you've been to Ballito a number of times. I think this is your 5th time in Ballito, so you know the wave out there really well. What kind of strategy did you use to get through that heat?
The heat before me was really slow, so I wanted to try keep busy and catch as many as waves, and that worked, so I'm happy.
So pretty simple strategy, use that heat before and catch the waves. This is a big result for you so far. You're now into the next round. You were 59th on the ratings before this. How do you feel the Challenger Series compares to the old WQS events? How do you feel about that, moving up the rankings with this result so far?
I'm happy, but I want to get more good results and more points, and hopefully qualify this year. So I want to win this.
That's the attitude. Win, win, win. I'm going to give you an opportunity to say a few words in Japanese to all of those that are following on that side of the world.
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。この先も頑張って勝つので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you. We'll see you in the next round, and good luck, good surfing, and enjoy your time in Ballito, Rio. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, konnichiwa to Rio Inaba. He's through to the next round, and in fact, both Japanese getting the advance there, with Taichi Wakita also disposing of Imai Kalani, DeVault, and Brody Sale. So, Japanese crusading well here in the third stop of the Challenger Series. Of course, 8 stops in total. And this week, we'll find a winner on both men's and women's draws. And, well, valuable points on offer as we unfold the week. Will it be a successful week again for David Silva? Right now, he is in that second place advancing position, and there's a big gap between the top 2 positions in this heat. You'll see it told with the numbers top left of screen. Nothing really for Morgan Sibilik to hang his hat on, and, well, not even a paddle for Crosby Colapinto just yet.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I mean, we're almost halfway through this heat and he has still yet to put a score on the board. So as we saw with our previous heat winner, wanting to keep busy, wanting to hunt for waves and put those scores on the board, a totally different game plan for Crosby Colapinto, sitting patiently, waiting for something to come through that's got a good enough canvas to get big scores. And I must just say, I mean, it's all BMT, just to hold your own out there and know that you've got to wait, and you choose to wait.
Well, Crosby Colapinto and Evan Geiselman got through heat 7 of round 1 2 days back. Looking down the draw, Evan Geiselman coming up next as he'll take on Timothy Biso, the Kiwi surfer Billy Stearman, and John Mell. So the American push here for Colapinto. We'll see if we can find some numbers for him in the lineup here in Ballito this morning. Moving closer to the midday. And of course that low tide out at around 2 o'clock this afternoon. Definitely the tide falling seems to have helped the lineup a bit, Tash. You know, that southerly wind has been non-stop, and that's okay. It has rolled a lot of swell into the lineup here. But no rides at this stage for Crosby Colapinto. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. We're going to throw to a quick ad break, and we'll continue with coverage from day 3 of the Ballito Pro.
Calm yourself down.
Welcome back to the show. Gig Salias and Tashmin Tasty for the call as we dig into the second round of men's surfing this morning. Saw us completing round 1 of women's. A couple of strong scores coming out of the lineup on the women's side, particularly Nikki Van Dyke for the 8.5. We've transitioned into men's surfing, and we trust that you're enjoying the show with us as we bring you the third of 8 Challenger Series stops from the east coast of South Africa. To the lineup we go for an update on the situation. 13.5 minutes on the clock. No change to heat leaders or second place positions at this stage. Aleo Munez out front with his accumulated total of the 11.93, made up of a 6.43 and a 5.5. He hasn't improved numbers while we were away. And David Silva sits just with 2 rides in his column, a 6.17 and a 5 for that 11.17. But where is Sibilik? Well, while we were away, Morgan Sibilik did find a 3.83. It's a small step in the right direction, and while Crosby Colapinto eventually found a 2.6. Not quite sure what the story is behind that, but with 13 minutes to go, there is opportunity for Colapinto and Sibilik to come back at the 2 Brazilians. We've got to look down the tunnel there at the event site. Timothy Biso coming up next. He'll take on Evan Geiselman, Billy Stearman, and John Mell. And it is almost midday here in South Africa. Coming to you from Ballito, the Quadacooza region, each year opening its arms, and it has been that way back since 2008 with the relocation of one of the longest running surf events in professional surfing history. Of course, back then wearing the Mr. Price red cap, and well, transitioning in around 2015-16 through to the Ballito Pro. It's become a massive part of the local surf calendar, and of course globally the focus is on Africa for the month of July, and the focus is in the lip here for heat leader Aleo Munez, who'll beautifully come around the section, even a regrouping cutback, little bowl on offer, maybe there's even a link to the inside, and the Ballito Shore Pound might just offer the end section for Aleo, and he'll like that, and he can raise his fist for that. He was looking to improve numbers and drop a 5.5, and we feel that it is going to go there. A little flurry of activity, some lower rolls of the dice, not big numbers will come Colapinto and Sibilic's way, and the meat of that exchange is going to belong to Aleo Munez.
Yeah, I enjoyed that wave. I think there was a lot of flow. He linked his turns really easily. We are waiting for a whole bunch of scores, but for me, it is the first male surfer that we've been able to see to ride through to the shore break. But let's watch the setup. Nice and deep bottom turn, gets that power of the top turn, releasing the tail. So a little bit of flare, sets it up for a strong second maneuver, and once again, just super loose on the tail. Lots of control, keeps the flow going. That's what the judges are looking for. And like you said earlier, a little redirect just to stay with the power pocket. And the big exclamation mark at the end to finish things off. So starting strong, finishing strong, that's what the judges are looking for, and a very stoked Aleo Munez.
In the 80s, there was a Tom Carroll doll, and if I was going to make a new version of a surfing action figure, I'd use the Aleo Munez imagery. He's just that strong, stocky, and his body mechanics are just powerful, and well, maybe one of the toy companies will pick up on that. Oh, we're just having fun with it. But it's a 6.37 for Aleo Munez, who won't toy around. He'll bring a pair of sixes now for the heat lead. And still a full third of the heat remaining. We'll flick our eyes across the scorecards. Easily the only score to come out of that exchange, Aleo Munez. Everybody else with little decimal rolls of the dice. Incredibly low numbers still for Crosby Colapinto, just a 2.6 and a 1. Not sure where his wave selection radar is putting him with now 10 minutes to go. And he still has opportunity. We can see heats turn over in just a couple of minutes. And it's not a very long paddle back to the lineup. Essentially mixed up beach break type conditions. Ballito really showing all sorts of moods for us over the years. We've had years here where it's been thundering backdoor pipeline type barrels in 10-foot conditions. We very often do see the Ballito lineup offer us, you know, head high and overhead right-handers. Here's a right-hander at play for David Silva. He'll need to chase down a 6.63 if he wants to take the heat win. And for there, what he's doing, Tash, is easily solidifying the top two slots and making an even bigger distance perhaps for Morgan Sibilic and Crosby Colapinto to chase. And we're already down to 9 minutes.
Yeah, I felt that that fourth ride from David Silva very similar to his 5-point ride. We'll see what the judges thought of that. But yes, wanting to make a bigger gap between that third and fourth place position.
Meanwhile, Colapinto will get an opportunity. Draws a two-turn combination, and that's a little bit more light-footed and lively from the surfer out of San Clemente. Of course, brother of the other Colapinto, who's been having a great run on the championship tour side of things. 2 wins already in the Colapinto family this year. And Crosby, there'll be a little irking in his DNA to say, well, let me get back, let me get some results out of this Challenger Series, and let's join my brother on tour next year. Will probably some of the thoughts at night when he goes to sleep. Judges' scorecard open now for Crosby. The Californian will wait for what we feel is his first decent score. Let's have a look at David Silva here, because David's fetched a 7.5, the biggest score of the heat thus far.
Yeah, good looking score from him on the scorecards, and 2 absolutely critical backhand turns there from the Brazilian, and being awarded that 7.5. So totally possible for Morgan Sibilic and Crosby Colapinto to get out of those third and fourth positions.
Well, David Silva, a study himself in body mechanics. If you want to see how to just do 2 turns for a 7.5, well, you know, reel that last ride back and watch it a couple times. He just levers his turns. He just puts the weight in the right place at the right time. The board always displaces water. We'll have another look at it. And then we saw him do this in the final event before the Final 5 last year in Mexico. He's just using this backhand to very good effect.
Yeah, you could just totally see the amount of water he's displacing there. It's all about the power, but the timing as well, Giggs. I mean, he didn't miss a beat. And getting rewarded that 7.5.
I think timing and weighting, and I say weight not as in a clock, as in weight, mass.
Yeah, mass.
He just puts the mass in the right place at the right time. Not a very tall surfer either, around 5'5", but as we say, when he compresses and he coils and lets go, his timing, the way he applies the power, and the positioning of the board in the critical sections of the waves, the judges cannot deny the 7.5, almost excellent category. And you made reference to the fact that no one's gone over an 8 yet on the men's side of competition. That will change surely at some stage today. You look at the caliber of surfers in the draw. And John Mel, just a little bit of reactional reflex. Just keeping it sharp, muscles and mind reflexes. He'll be coming up next in round of 48, heat 4, as we fast approach the midday mark here. Just under 6 minutes to go. There is the next heat teeing up, including names like Evan Geiselman and Billy Stearman. But for now, out in the lineup, there has been the leadership of the heat change. David Silva's 7.5 sends him above Aleo Menes' 2-wave total. The two Brazilians stretching out over Colapinto and Sibilik here. Morgan's been holding priority for a while too, and he's kind of just sat this out. You see him furthest to the right on screen when we go back to a lineup shot, and what that tells me is he's waiting for one of those big right-handers to come. The tide has dropped out. We are in the bottom half of the tide swing. Probably around an hour and a half to go until we get to the bottom of the tide. And that may just allow a couple of right-handers to zip along the bank. And certainly Morgan is there. You see him on the right. Sitting next to him is Aleo Muniz. Aleo also probably keen for another big right-hander. And, well, David Silva just stung a 7.5 out of the last good right that ran through the lineup. So under 5 minutes to go now. Crosby Colapinto. A 4.97 at last has come to the lineup for the 2-turn combo. Maybe try and get a look at that. But it's not a breakout score just yet. It's a building block score, if anything, because Crosby in third still has to chase a 7.83. And, well, considering the best wave thus far of a 7.5, Crosby will have to dig deep here with around 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and also sitting in that 4th priority. It's not an advantage for him right now. You've got Morgan Sibilik with the priority, sitting in 4th, but needing the biggest score that has we haven't seen yet in both the men and women.
Well, here goes Morgan. Draws his attention to the left-handers. And that will just be a flyaway from the Australian. Of course, Morgan Sibilik. A couple of ninths over in Australia at this here, the Challenger Series level. So he hasn't made it past the quarters yet. And for now, this looks like it's going to be one of those throwaways. Of course, 8 Challenger Series events on the calendar this year. We will count 5 come year end. So perhaps this is going to be the throwaway that Morgan Sibilik can afford to toss. And he'll definitely be already thinking after this heat about the US Open coming up in a few weeks' time. And then the Challenger Series transitions through to Portugal, to France, of course, a stop in Brazil. And then, as always, crunch time come Haleiwa in November. And Morgan Sibilik, a top performer there as well. So it's not all, you know, it's not all tears, but certainly there are throwaway opportunities, and it looks like Morgan will be using one of those. Here's David Silva using a higher priority, and he'll just get busy with it now, trying to improve on the 6.17. Again, whips that turn, pivots it through the lip. As we go under 3 minutes to go, Tash.
Yeah, I also like just the extended bottom turn that he got out of that smaller wave. So you know, not the biggest wave out there. He's sitting with a 7.5. He's sitting in the lead, but still keeping busy.
And a dig paddle for Aleo Muniz, who opened up his scorecard with a 6.43 on a left-hander. He's gone back to it. Not sure that will go over his opening ride of the 6.43. Nonetheless, stays busy and, well, more importantly, keeps his opponents off what is a prospective wave. Clock is suddenly down to 2 minutes 20, and Colapinto and Sibilic's scorecards looking a little bit lean.
Yeah, it's never easy when you're sitting with a 2.6 as your second counting ride. Crosby Colapinto now with priority, so he's got any choice of wave out in the lineup with 2 minutes remaining, and he's going to have to make it a counter. This is when you really need to utilize your priority to the best of your ability, and I'm excited to see if he can find something out there in these last 2 minutes.
Well, talk to the point of the last score of red. A 6.43 replaces the 6.17, so David Silva doing everything right. There is a copybook heat unfolding for David. As we mentioned, former event champion. 90 seconds to go. He's brought a 6.43 into the scorecard. So just slight improvement of numbers, but keeps it all moving in the right direction. For Aleo Muniz to steal a win would be a 7.5. So for now, it's looking like secure slots for Silva and Muniz into the next round of 24 here at the Ballito Pro. The clock is just over 1 minute to go, and Colapinto's going to sit this one out. And as we say, requirements of a 7.83. We haven't seen a 7.83 come out of the lineup. That's close to an excellent category score. It's just been one of those heats where the momentum perhaps in the ocean really just has not gone into sync with Crosby or Morgan.
Yeah, and sometimes we get it's a heat on and it's a heat off, you know, and it does happen in competition surfing. We are dealing with elements that are out of our control, but keeping so busy here is our current heat leader. Loads of speed down the line, gets that tiny little air going, but you know, he's looking at his watch. You can see he's got 30 seconds left. What I like about David Silva is that
his hairstyle,
not just his hairstyle, but also the fact that that was his 6th wave. But if you look at all the scores on his board, compared to Crosby Colapinto and Morgan Sibilik, they would all be counters.
Well, yep, there's a lot of throwaways there amongst David Silva, including a 6.17 and a 5 in the throwaways. That last one not factoring in. The heat will count down, and it will be David Silva and Aleo Muniz through to the next round here at the Ballito Pro. And that will be a tough process for Crosby Colapinto and Morgan Sibilik to process. Well, we'll throw to a quick break, and we'll be back for more. It is men's surfing coming to you live from Ballito. Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, coming to you from the east coast of South Africa, the 3rd of 8 stops on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. And, well, David Silva just giving a clinic in that last heat as to how to keep moving through the draw at the Challenger Series level.
Yeah, it was fantastic surfing from David Silva. He definitely seemed like he was in rhythm with the ocean, not needing to fight for waves, finding scores and not even having that first priority gigs. So just really looking good out here in Ballito, really comfortable, and nothing special with the surfing, just stock standard fundamentals, and finding that 7.5 as well as a 6-point backup. Just a great heat for the Brazilian.
Yeah, textbook surfing from both David Silva and Aleo Muniz sees them through to the next round. We zone in now on the 4th heat of round 2. If you're just with us, it is midday here in Ballito in South Africa. A southerly wind fanning what is a fairly inconsistent, but every now and then we get a pulse type of swell. We'll see what we can find in the lineup over the next 27.5 minutes for Timothy Bissot, the surfer out of Guadeloupe in France. Well, under the French flag, he'll be in red. Evan Geiselman, the American, is in the blue. Billy Stearman, the Kiwi, will be patrolling the lineup in white. And look for Santa Cruz's John Mel as well, who's going well and campaigning in 2022. And here goes Timothy. Down the line goes the surfer who has a complete package, by the way. Tash, you may not have seen a lot of him. He does a lot of his campaigning over in the European regional section. Timothy Bissot pulls results out of the hat, including stuff like that. Quick inspection of the equipment. Think that'll be okay. That was already Timothy Bissot's second ride in the lineup.
Yeah, and the first completed aerial that we've seen on the left so far, maybe utilizing that kind of cross-shore wind from the south-southwest. The one thing I have noticed is we had a lot more white horses earlier this morning, Gig, so it seems like the wind is dropping a little bit. The forecast says the southwest is around all day, turning a little bit more south, which will give you that air wind, as some of the boys call it. And Timothy Bissot, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges do with that.
I think what Timothy Bissot did here, and we'll try to reel the tape back to the paddle for Timothy Bissot, but he already had a 1 point in the lineup, so he was not in the priority rotation. He was a lower priority. I'm just seeing Billy Stearman questioning that. We'll wait and sort of see if we can pick apart what's going on in the lineup. Meanwhile, Bissot is busy, and he'll go to wave number 3. Here he is. He's put on some weight as well. You can see those legs are stocky. He can apply power, and he still has enough spring in his step to go to the air, and it looks like that air is going to fetch a 7.33. We'll try and pull the tape back for a look at the previous ride of red, but right now it's a highlight score as well, Tash, 7.33, and that is going to go a long way.
Yeah, so you can see choosing the left on his forehand, and he sets up. He saw that ramp. Big setup, lands in the flats, quick rotation there. So, good skill showcased by Timothy Bissot, but it is going to be interesting to hear what happened with the priority.
Well, there's no friends out in the lineup in the showcase of a heat. And Timothy Bissot to the air. Judges appreciated the height and the projection. You saw the feet shuffling. Pretty thuddy landing. Rock solid on his board was Tim Bissot for a 7.33 for a single maneuver. So there's something that the rest of the athlete area will be taking note of.
Absolutely.
And here goes a roll-in for the opening ride now for John.
Yeah, so we just saw John Mull actually 2 days ago, because he was one in the first part of round 1 and in the booties and full suit, so not changing anything up. And that was his first wave. Timothy Bissot.
Here goes Timothy Bissot. Yep, busy. Already 4 rides in the lineup. Not really fetching much to back up the 7.33 right now, Tash. And Evan Geiselman's been a bit quiet. Only a 2-pointer in the lineup. We saw that last wave where the Brazilians sort of just raked in everything that was gold, and well, it only left the gravel and stones for Crosby and Morgan. Which I was quite surprised with the outcome of that heat, to be honest. I thought that would be a lot more of a contested heat, but certainly Morgan Sibilik out of the draw along with Crosby. And they'll be packing their bags and thinking about the US Open. They might also be thinking about a free surf at J-Bay, by the way. A couple of swells in the lineup down the coast, and of course now under 1 week to go until the start of what is the second to last championship tour stop, the Corona Open J-Bay. looking very, very forward to seeing not only the men, but the women take to the lineup. Tash, you'll be down there for that. You're excited?
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. Just grateful for the opportunity as well. And, you know, I mean, it used to be a QS 10,000, the Ballito Pro. It was a big halfway mark for all the surfers. We're now seeing it as a stop number 3 on the Challenger Series. And then, as you just said, the J-Bay Open, the second to last CT event on the calendar. I mean, it's quite amazing how the World Surf League has changed up the setup with the qualifying series, now that second tier, the Challenger Series, which is what the Ballito Pro is about, and then the Championship Tour. A lot more heavier heat, a lot busier for the surfers, and I think the travel, sometimes taxing for all these surfers. As a surf fan in South Africa, we're happy to have these exceptional, talented, competitive surfers on our shores, and I know that everyone on the beach is just loving seeing all these foreigners come and compete on our local shores. And then, yeah, J-Bay, just excited to see what's going to be delivered there.
Well, it's been 3 years since the Ballito Pro lineup had an international field, and also 3 years since Gabriel Medina took out a win over Italo Ferreira back in July 2019. So it's back to action here in South Africa. All the focus down at the bottom of the continent. Some focus on Billy Stearman here, who has waited a while, used the priority. Just strong structure to the 2 backhand turns for the New Zealander out of Raglan. And he'll go back to the drawing board with, well over 21 minutes still on the clock. And a heat that really the only highlight score right now, that forehand air of Timothy Bisa. Everybody else sort of, you know, not really fetching numbers. The second to best score in the lineup belongs to Timothy as well. 4.83 for the backhand crack. John Mel fetched a 3.5 for what was quite a lateral run down the right-hander for his opener. We see Timothy still inspecting equipment there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he's been looking at it quite a bit. It must be something that he's feeling when he's riding, but you know, the fins are there. It doesn't look like there's a crease on the tail of his board. But as we saw, he landed pretty flat in the flats there after that 7.33, and easily creasing boards these boys can do.
Well, Timothy Bisa is out front. Let's go and hear from the winner of that last heat, David Silva.
I'm here with the last heat winner, guys. It's David Silva. David, last time I saw you was 3 years ago. You won the event in 2019. It's been 3 long years, but it's so good to see you back in Ballito. Tell me how that heat went out there for you.
Yeah, I have good memory for here in Ballito. I win in 2019. And yeah, I'm very happy to stay here again. Ballito the vibe is really good for here in the beach. And yeah, I'm very happy to make for these hits, because this hit is very strong, because the Alejo is win here too. And then Crosby and Morgan is danger guy, but I'm very happy to start for the hits is fun, and then you go to the hits is taking more waves is good, and yeah, I'm very happy.
Your last big win here is what catapulted you onto the championship tour. How is the pressure in the Challenger Series compared to those old WQS event formats?
Yeah, now I don't have more in the championship tour, but I'm very focused for these events because it's very important to the points. And then yeah, I'm very happy. I just to surf, and then my feelings is good. I train a lot in my home, and yeah, I'm very happy to stay here again. And the vibes in the houses is good, and Alejo, Sanchi, and Eduardo, and yeah, I'm very happy.
We've got lots of people who have tuned in from all over the world for this broadcast, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to say a few words in your own language.
Yeah, thanks so much. Muito obrigado a todos que estavam na torcida. Queria mandar abraço para toda a minha família, minha esposa, a minha filha Bela. E, cara, estou muito amarradão. Queria agradecer aos meus preparadores também, ao Kelvin, ao meu preparador físico e ao meu e o Adilson também por ter me deixado preparado para cá. E vamos com tudo. Estou feliz de estar aqui. Agradeço a Deus pelas oportunidades que Ele tem dado das ondas. Estou muito feliz e vamos com tudo para a próxima aí.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the event. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, muito obrigado to technically the defending event champion in David Silva. He gets that pretty strong heat win, and him and Aleo Munez sharing as roommates. And, well, they advanced through the draw. Both of them previous winners as well, and he makes reference to just saying thanks to friends and family around the world. And, well, of course, he'll want to get back to championship tour level. He comes here ranked 5th, care of a quarterfinals in Sydney, and you could speculate that David Silva may very well be part of finals day, but that's a speculation. A lot can happen, many twists and turns in the road, and it's still a couple of days away before we crown our champions come this Sunday, 10th of July. And yeah, a lot to unfold here, and a lot to unpack. It's only round 2 of the men. We will get deep into the round 2 process this afternoon. Now, it is the first time we can say good afternoon. It's just a few minutes past the midday mark. You can see the lineup. Low tide really starting to show as far as more linear. I'm seeing sort of structured lines when the sets do come. If anything, though, this is wind swell, which will become, we are holding thumbs into a little bit more of a ground swell come tomorrow. And I think we'll start seeing a little bit of energy shift once the tide turns over in the next hour or so, Tash.
Yeah, I mean, the high tide hasn't been easy, and as we know, as South Africans and visiting Ballito when we are in KwaZulu-Natal, it doesn't like the full high tide with minimal swell. It really wants some crunch in that swell, and a nice big ground swell would help us all. But for me, that's one happy Brazilian in David Silva. He's looking really comfortable, and we've always seen the guys and girls that are having the most fun are usually producing the big results, and just, you know, loving Ballito, loving the people, loving the beach.
Just had a look in the athlete area there. Robson Santos and Jesse Mendez and William Cardoza paying very close attention to the lineup, speculating what input they can possibly share with Zhao Chianco, who's coming up next. Former championship tour surfer who also didn't make the mid-season cut. He will be coming up next against Rio Waida, who's found a win already at Challenger Series level. And of course, they'll take on Josh Burke and Vashka Ribeiro in another high-impact heat coming our way, care of the Challenger Series. An elevated status to the event here in Ballito in 2022. And nothing really changing out in the lineup from a numbers point of view. Billy Stearman's still looking for a second counting ride. That 393 top left of screen next to his name really is only a single ride. And that's the same story for John Mel, just a 3-5. You see John Mel on screen holding priority. Biso just sort of ropes around him. Of course, John Mel's become a real all-rounder over the last couple of years. Part of the Mel dynasty out of Santa Cruz, California. Dad, Peter Mel, former big wave champ. And of course, John Mel not only good on the point breaks of Santa Cruz, not only good on the beach breaks, but he's also happy to paddle out at Half Moon Bay for a couple of 5 times overhead sessions at Mavericks. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. We're going to take a quick break and we'll continue for more from the Ballito Pro.
It's on the south side of Ballito near Salmon Bay.
I am Lauren E. McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
In what's got to be the coolest studio we've ever worked out of. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. It is day 3 live coverage of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And, well, when we swing to action out in the water, no changes to any scores at this stage, with Timothy Biso in the lead over Evan Geiselman. Billy Stearman has found himself another wave in the lineup. We are waiting for a score to fall for our surfer, occupying the 3rd place position. And then, well, priority still sitting with John Mel as we come back to action.
Yeah, and when we look at the screen and just see that pulled back view, it really doesn't look like there's that many opportunities for the competitors. Then we turn to the scorecards and just seeing what the requirements are. I mean, no one's really run away with this heat, Gigs. Timothy Biso finding that 733, getting his board up above the lip and being rewarded for a good score, backing it up with the 483, and he hasn't had anything since.
Well, he did that into a left-hander, which is into the southerly wind. I'm surprised that there's not a little bit more focus on that. A breakout score of the 733. No one else has gone left into the wind yet. Stearman will focus on traveling with the side shore wind, and he'll find a section to boost of his own, and there that board flies away. So just testimony to the wind direction. And now Timo will go back to it. This is the same part of the bank where he fetched the 733, strong section, and he'll place the board. He'll put it down powerfully. Perhaps the 483 now out of the window. John Mel will whip a nice turn as he comes into vision. Perhaps a couple other turns to make up his second ride. We'll wait and see. Try and reel back the tapes very quickly for you. And like that, we're down to 12.5 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, Billy Stearman's other ride in at a 413 momentarily jumped him up to second place. So have a look at the value of the second place position. Just an 806 total, made up of a 413 and a 393. So this heat wide open for the taking. Perhaps a slight stranglehold on the heat lead with a score for red to come.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed watching Timothy on wave number 5. It just shows the variation in his skill level and what he can actually do. You know, coming out the blocks with the big aerial, and now just stock standard foundational surfing. Lots of speed. You can see he sets it up, uses his rail and power in his surfing. And then here with the exclamation mark, the big closeout maneuver. So 2-turn combo. It's been getting the boys through that first round with the 2-turn combo. So let's see if he's going to get rid of the 483. And here it was another 2-turn combo. We actually heard the applause from the beach for that wave. So it will be a big counter for John Mull.
And Evan Geiselman has had probably the quietest heat. Barely anything on his scorecards except a 2 and a 393, and he looks to construct wave number 3. So we'll wait for judges' opinion on that. Just under 11 minutes to go. And still no sign. Judges will go for perhaps a replay. And meanwhile, we'll stick with live action. Here's Timothy back at it. Very clear what his intentions are. He knows he got a 733 unlocked in that part of the lineup. It is on the southern end of the beach, almost into the gully next to the rocks. A little bit of a defined sandbar there for the left-hander. And of course a prior wave for the judges to think about as well. So we'll put the panel under a little bit of catch-up here with just over 10 minutes on the clock. Evan Geiselman, spicy and fast, but more definition, we feel, for the backhand turns of John Mel. We'll try and maybe bring a replay of one or two of those last to entertain you. But John Mel, only the 3-5 prior to that last ride.
Yeah, and a third left of the heat, and that was only his second wave. With the comparison, really, we can see here John Mel's wave standing up a little bit more than Evan Geiselman's. He gets that beautiful whip off the top to get things started. The wave gets a little frothy, but another big rooster spray. So good timing from John Mull. Definitely going to be a keeper for him, but with time winding down, is he going to move out of that 4th position and up into 1st or 2nd?
Well, that Spine Tech epoxy underfoot of John Mel, producing 2 beautiful turns. Nice seamless transition, lots of flow. I think that's going to go good category score. Even Geiselman, let's ponder his last ride.
Oh, starts off strong. He finds that corner pocket, comes round and whips the tail, and you see here it just goes into that deep channel and totally dissipates underneath his feet. So actually a good comparison between John Mull and even Geiselman. And interested to see what the judges thought. They're definitely doing replays, though. It's taking a bit of time to get these scores out. Keeping busy here, though. Oh.
John Mel spin to win on the insider for wave 3. Still waiting for his backhand attack on the second ride to come onto the scorecard. 8.5 on the clock. And indications that Timothy Bisso's numbers have gone up. Yes, a 12.93 new heat total for the leader. 2 strong turns for the 5.6. So Bisso stretches the lead out over the pack. Billy Stearman is sitting in second, holding priority, but scores to come for Evan Garzelman and John Mellon. Let's discuss the requirements there quickly. Tash, Garzelman on the hunt for a 4.13, who feel he might get it. And John Mell, 4.56 requirement for this, well, for that second counting ride for the Californian in green. I've got a feeling that it's going to go there, and some. And I speculated, could John Mell, with those 2 backhand turns, have produced one of the better waves of the heat? And it looks like the judges are going to say perhaps yes. Remember the highlight score, the 7.33, now a 6.67 in for John Mell. So we're up to date. Top left of screen for the accurate situation in the heat. 7.5 to go. Bisso out front. John Mell has now jumped up and secured a second place. He'll re-enter the lineup in 4th Prio. And notice everybody's sitting really close together now. A quick look at requirements for Geiselman, who'll need a 5.41 to climb out of 3rd. Stearman, with priority, will need a 7.54. So the heat's stretching away a little bit now from our Kiwi surfer in the whites.
Well, that all just happened in 2 minutes. I mean, we've been sitting waiting to see something start out here in this Heat 4, and literally in 2 minutes we saw John Mell find his highest wave score, 6.67, then backed it up straight away with a 5-point ride and pushing Billy from 2nd down into 4th.
Vasco Ribeiro on screen, about to become part of Heat number 5. It's just 6 minutes and 45 seconds away. Of course, Vasco, a former World Junior champion, one of those power surfers. He's been showcased as a wild card a number of times over in Portugal, particularly at the event at Super Tubos. Remember the one year, I think it was 2016, took down everybody for a 3rd place finish. Of course, there's always been that long rivalry between Vasco and Kikash, Frederico Moraes, who had a pretty scratchy heat yesterday himself with a penalty of a priority interference, still made it through. Let's focus on the action. This is John Mell, who could take a heat lead if he finds a 5.27. Quick combo, Sparky. We mentioned that board underfoot. I know you mentioned the booties too. It's not something you see every day.
Well, definitely not in KwaZulu-Natal.
Well, he's obviously just used to the texture and the feel. Those toes have perhaps melted into those booties with some hot surfing over the last couple of months. And I think that you can get favorite pairs of booties. You could own more than one set of booties, and you could have a favorite set. Perhaps that is John Mell's. But point in case is he's looking for, my apologies, a 6.27 to steal the lead. We'll have another look at that if we can. The tight combination of turns. Wasn't the biggest left-hander John had for the 4th priority in the lineup, and snuck that out from the pack.
Yeah, so choosing to go left on his forehand, gets the tail slide in, keeps the speed and flow going. Another little tight turn in the corner, and then just closing that wave off. So yeah, 3-turn combo, but if we look at the size of the wave, I don't know if it's going to feature. Reason being is we just don't have as big a wall to deal with, and a little bit of lateral surfing coming from John Mell.
Well, Tash, what it is going to do is it's going to up his numbers slightly. It's going to make a higher requirement for Garzelman and Stearman. Last of John Mell's going to settle in at a 5.2. So in a 4th priority situation, he has actually improved his numbers. So theoretically, good decision making from John under priority. And Garzelman will now chase the 5.61. Stearman's requirements climb to a 7.74. And here's John sneaking out from under the pack again. Left-handers. He'll go to the air and he'll do it fairly efficiently, a little bit rattled on the landing. John perhaps a little frustrated with himself there. He knows that Timothy Bisso fetched a 7.33 for a single lip launch on the left-hander. So John trying to just secure perhaps a good to excellent category score of himself with the same theory. I'm surprised Garzelman hasn't gone and found a few lefts of his own. This heat slipping now, under 4 minutes to go. And Billy Stearman, very, very quiet, has decided to sit it out and see if he can find a banger set. But that priority is starting to become a set of stones in his pockets, so to speak, because it's weighing him down. We've seen nothing from him now in several minutes.
Yeah, and I think John also knowing that Geiselman only needs a 5.61, so he really does want to create more space between second and third position. I actually thought it was an explanation of being pumped after he landed on that air, but maybe it was a bit of frustration.
Have a look at the numbers for John Mel. 5, 6, 7. Last 3 waves in a row, finding fives from under the nose of everybody. And what he is doing, Tash, is he's just upping numbers. It might just be a half a point. 5, 6, 7 now replaces a 5.2. That's another half a point in the right direction. All the requirements. Geiselman now into the 6s for the requirement to go from third to second. And now an 8-2-1 for Billy Stearman. So smart surfing from John.
Very smart surfing. He kept quiet in the first half of the heat, but really starting to get busy. And like you said, just keeping on increasing those scoring points. He started with that 6, 6, 7, it's the keeper, but then the 5, upping it again to a 5-2, and then the 5, 6, 7. So yeah, finally finding some rhythm out there, Giggs.
Yeah, he's done a good job. As we said, he did all of that with fourth priority. So just under 2.5 minutes remaining.
It's quite interesting to see them all sitting so tightly. We haven't really seen much of that in the previous heats. You've either had the surfers sitting on your left-hand side of the screen on the left, or sitting towards the right outcrop of rocks there to try and find the scores. Maybe it was Timothy finding that 733 on the left at the start of the heat that kind of got everyone to sway a little bit more to looking at the lefts. It's going to be interesting to see what the next heat does, especially with that big score coming out of the left from Timothy Biso.
Well, looking down the draw to the next heat is a pretty packed one. Xiao Chianca, Rio Waida, Josh Burke, and Vasco Ribera. That is a kerosene-loaded box, which Brad Bricknell and Greg Swart will unpack and explode in around 90 seconds' time. But for now, numbers are up to date. That is the shape of the heat. Everybody's zoned in on the same part of the bank here in Ballito as we go under 90 seconds. Both goofy footers, Biso and Mel, with the 12 points and above. Geiselman's kind of in the pace though, just a 6.08 requirement and a higher priority than the top 2 for Geiselman. So there is an opportunity. Stearman has really just been anchored for absolutely ages.
Yeah, and he needs a big score, an excellent score. Geiselman, I think the big thing here is he's sitting with a 3.93 as his second scoring ride, but only needing a 6.08, and he's had a 6.27, so totally possible. It is time, though, that's not on his side.
Well, he's breaking away here, the man with priority, so that's not anything to do with strategy. That is perhaps he's seeing something. We're down to 40 seconds. Of course, Billy Stearman, star out of the surf town of Raglan on the west coast of the North Island of New Zealand. Great surf community there. Of course, I'm a big fan of the Raglan Surf Report. Look it up online. And of course, both Billy Stearman and Ella Williams, Olympians, and proudly representing New Zealand. Here goes Billy. He's got a big stretch here if he wants to get through. It's a nice 2-turn combo and perhaps his best wave of the heat. But it will be a case of just a little too late, and you almost see that expression on his face. And we speculate that that may not change the shape of it. He may go up one slot to third, but the advancing positions will be occupied by Timothy Biso and John Mel. And just like that, we'll wrap up the round of 48 heat number 4. What a heat, though. John Mel kept it busy, just kept improving those numbers, and Timothy Biso to the air for the left-hander for a 7.33. That'll wrap up heat number 4, Tash.
Yeah, I think it was great for John Mel to see that he didn't crumble under the pressure. But so good to see Timothy Biso advance as well. Looking forward to more.
We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. We'll bring in Brad Bricknell and Greg Swart next for the call. Stay with us.
Well, about 35 minutes drive from the city of Durban is the beautiful seaside village of Ballito Bay, playing host once again to this prestigious event, the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside a very special guest, former ASP/WSL Africa champion, pro surfer, man of many talents, Greg Swart. Great to have you in the studio this afternoon.
Thank you, Brad. Good to be here.
Of course, we've seen a lot of action. Day 3 of competition, day 4 of the waiting period for the Challenger Series, and we've dived headlong now into the round of 48 of the men's. We're coming up to Heat 5. We'll introduce that to you. It's going to be this man, Vasco Ribeiro, in the green singlet up against Zhao Chianca, Rio Waida, and of course Josh Burke from Barbados. Quick flurry of waves happened through that break. Saurus, looks like a 6-point ride was thrown down by Ribeiro from Portugal. And we've spoken a few times in our time together in the booth of that importance or the luxury of having that early start with a big score. It's such a confidence booster when you can get it straight out of the gates.
Yeah, absolutely. So while we're on the ad break there, Vasco definitely getting to work. A 6 is a good solid score based on some of the numbers we're seeing. Yeah, Zhao Chianca now coming off the bottom on his backside, clean off the top. Nice smooth transition, gets a tail drift there, looks very calm and relaxed.
Yeah, beautiful opening exchange there for Zhao Chianca, favouring that little left-hander. Seen a lot of those lefts offering up a lot of scoring potential throughout the course of the morning. So Chianca, is an amazing competitor. Of course, he was part of that WCL Championship Tour early on this year that he qualified for. And unfortunately got cut off that tour at that mid-season cut after bagging around 4/17ths and a 9th from memory. And now he sees his opportunity presented to him once again on this Challenger Series. So we'll stand by for those scores. Chianca a 37th and a 49th in the first 2 events of the year. And we see here on the outside, this is Josh Burke from Barbados. Beautiful air reverse, tail high, pointed towards the beach. Landed smoothly. The revert out was all grease. And, you can see, Saurus, they've now moved over to the traditional right-hand bank up against the rocks, indicative of that tide now starting to drain out.
Absolutely, yeah. As the tide drains, you start to see the little brown stain there, and you know that it's all going on. And with the wind out the southwest and a new swell, even though it's more of a wind swell right now, coming out the southwest, you will see a lot more contestable waves there. And I think as the tide drops, it'll get even better.
Here goes Vasco on the outside. Nice little jam off the pocket there as he drives down the line through the inside section. We'll catch up with that wave shortly. And scores are being locked in. Zhao Chianca opening wave of 4.33. Still waiting for first of Josh Burke to come through. And looks like Rio Waida has also got a score waiting. 25 minutes remaining, around 12:25 in the afternoon here local time, and Greg Swart with me in the booth. We've got a low tide around 3 p.m. this afternoon,
okay.
So we're kind of at that half-May point or thereabouts. What can we expect as the afternoon wears on?
Generally when the tide gets too low on the shallow banks, it has the propensity to close out a little bit. But what you find yesterday, people sort of managed that process by splitting the peak and surfing a couple of options down the line. I think with the wind swell being in today, we don't have really long walls, so you kind of got that multiple random peak vibe going to kick in on the lower tide. And like I've said before, I'll say it again, as this tide starts to push, it'll be a whole different ocean.
Paddle here from Chianca again. Second priority, nice little lip line flow to get that big dynamic closeout turn. So Chianca building up ahead of steam now, 4.33 opener. And now a strong paddle on the left-hander here from Josh Burke. We saw him go right on his opener. This is his second wave, number 2, going left. And also some more action from Rio Waida, which we'll catch up on the replays momentarily as we see those scores being pondered by the judges.
So notice here, Brad, out of all these guys, I can see there's an intensity in all of them. They look a lot more urgent, all these boys.
Yeah, this is, round of 48. We started with 96 surfers in the draw on the men's side. Now we're down to 48. And we start whittling down all the way down to that final 2 with the finals looking set to run on Sunday. Not much room for lay days and waiting periods inside these Challenger Series events. We do have a little bit of wriggle room. We have had one lay day already. And Trav Logie, former pro surfer, and now working full-time with the WSL in that tours and competition role, doing a great job of making those calls. Greg, you've been in those positions before. It's not an easy job, high pressure. You can't keep everybody pleased all the time, but you've got to make the best call with the conditions that are in front of you. I'll come back to you in a second. Vasco Ribeiro now on the outside, right-hander on the traditional area of the bank. Nice, powerful jam off the back foot for that first turn. Wave flattens out, so he gets back towards that power surf, now generating his own speed for the big closed out turn. And executed there well enough there for Ribeiro, locking in his wave number 3. Scores dropping in now also for Chianca, a 3.77 rather for his second wave, puts him into first place. Rio Waida has locked in a couple of scores of his own, a 5.27 and a 2.48, sees him in second, the Olympian representing Indonesia. And then Ribeiro and Burke in third and fourth, looking for minor scores at this stage. Going back to that point around the decision-making around the contest. Well, let's talk about this one rather before we get there. Talk us through this one, Greg.
Here we see Vasco getting busy across the flat section. Lots of spray off the back. He gags a little bit, but manages to hang on to it. Gets into the scoring potential. There was a fast snap, followed by a nice sort of close-out re-entry finish. So he got to work there. It wasn't the greatest wave, but there was a lot of power and speed. You see it on the pan a lot better, the amount of spray coming off the bottom of the board. And you can see he's a big guy, and he's pushing hard, and he's working hard. So there's a lot of speed. I think it's a really well-ridden wave by him.
Yeah, from Cascais in Portugal, surfed in the Mayo Pro earlier on this year as a wild card, and then as far as his Challenger Series performances are concerned, a 9th and a 25th in the first 2 events on the Australian leg. So pretty decent keeper there in that 9th. He wanted to drop that 25th. Of course, 8 events in total, Greg, and the top 5 will count. And a big tour ahead, the US, a European leg, 2 events over there, and another one in Brazil, and then the final one in Haleiwa. So a lot of opportunity for these guys and girls to stake their claim for that slot on the championship tour.
Absolutely, on the merry-go-round. And just on the calls, Brad, you were alluding to earlier, the calls are not an easy thing, you know, especially, you know, who do you put in and when. And I think the integrity of it all is Travis is the commission, all the other commissioners around the world are really sober about the fact of getting the best waves for everybody and all concerned.
Yeah, it's about making sure there's opportunity in the water for scoring potential, and making sure there's enough waves coming through with scoring potential for all 4 surfers in the heat. And today we've seen, again, consistent conditions around that 2 to 3 foot range. The wind changed today, Greg, from the southwest, quite brisk, but from what I can tell, the forecast to maybe tap off as the afternoon goes off.
Yeah, it often does that. You know, normally by this time of the day, if your wind at its current sort of rate is what it should be for the day. So if it was blowing onshore now at about this, it would probably stay the same or maybe intensify mid-afternoon and then drop as we start getting closer to dark. So I think this is about it for the day. And as the tide comes in, I do believe we're going to see that multiple random peak kick in a little bit more, and you should get more stronger surges on the bowls.
Strong paddle here from Joao Chianca, looking to up the ante here up against Vasco Ribeiro, who's in first place. Another very similar ride to his previous one. So solid on his feet is Joao Chianca. He was one of the most popular newcomers on the championship tour this year, as we are tracking now with Josh Burke. Another huge tail high attempt. Had a massive aerial maneuver. How is the height he got on that one, Saurus? It took a long while to come down.
Wow. You know what I liked about it? He had a lot of hang time, and it seemed like the whole thing happened in slow motion and high speed all at once. I was almost gasping looking at that. Yes, I think there's going to be a lot more from that boy as time goes on.
Built up a big head of steam as he approached that oncoming section. We might take another look at that one if we can, just to see that that hang time that Greg Swart was alluding to. Josh Burke, of course, from Barbados, also was a wild card at the recent Championship Tour event over at El Salvador. And he's had one start this year on the Challenger Series. That was in Sydney, and got an equal 25th place overall there. So nice to see him here in Ballito Bay. And scores coming through for Joao Chianca, a 4.57, so improves his situation. He needs a 6.56 to go to the lead, because those two combinations that we saw before, Greg, from Ribeiro, means that the man from Portugal is in the lead. Josh Burke, 3.47 requirement. He's in third place. And our Olympian representing Indonesia, Rio Waida, in fourth place, looking for a 3.63. So a bit of compression down the bottom end of that of those positions. 18 minutes to go, plenty of time, and you can see a pretty wide playing field now with that right-hand peak coming into play.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think what's definitely going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons here is when Rio and Josh find their feet and offload those sort of 2-4-3s and 2-3-3s, because everybody with the counting right that's intelligent is somewhere between the mid-4s and the early 6s, so it's very tight. There's not a big range in it, you know, no one's sitting on a 7-5 or an 8, so it is still a little bit compact, and you definitely will get a swing on there. So priority as it sits now, Rio Waida is in first, Vasco Ribeiro is in second, and Josh, what I'd be calling the danger man right now with that aerial game, he's looking to ditch a low of 2-3-3. So still early days, 17.5 on the clock.
Yeah, the thing about this priority system is you can actually catch waves under priority. Doesn't mean to say you have to wait for all three surfers to catch waves before you can. So you can see a 4 next to Josh Burke's name on your screen. And yeah, he's got a lot of distance between himself and the man with first priority, Rio Waida. And if a little section does pop up, he's well within his rights to go. Unless, of course, any of the other three surfers make an indication that they want to take that wave. Of course, Rio just came off a wildcard run at the G-Land event, the Quicksilver G-Land Pro, and incidentally has won the second Challenger Series down at Manly. So he's currently ranked number 2 on that series, behind Leonardo Fioravante. He beat Ryan Callanan in that particular event. And well, someone who is on a roll so far in this event is the Frenchman, Timothy Bissou, and he's standing by on the sidelines now with our man, Michael Frew.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Timothy Bissou. This is your 5th or 6th time visiting Ballito, and in previous editions of this event, you actually haven't made a heat and you've gone home quite frustrated. Yesterday, you were so pumped making that heat when I spoke to you in the interview, and now you've made another one. So this is a real counting result for you. Tell us a little bit about that heat and how you're feeling inside right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Yeah, like you said, it's not my first time in Ballito. I have came quite a lot, and I always loved it here, just never found the rhythm. And I feel like this year, yeah, the rhythm is coming bit by bit, and after the first hit I was pumped. Really wanted to land the air, this time I did. And no, I'm feeling great, got great boards, like I said yesterday. Super stoked with the shaper, and yeah, stoked.
So it's a good result so far. I know we've got a lot of people tuning in from around the world in a lot of the French territories, so I don't know if you want to say something in your own language as well.
Yeah, sure. J'aimerais remercier maman, papa, mamie, la famille, tout ça. Merci pour votre soutien. Et à tous mes potes, tous ceux qui m'envoient des messages à chaque jour, chaque fois. Merci les gars, et we keep going.
Awesome stuff. I really look forward to watching your next heat, and great job so far.
There is more waves. I've been waiting for this one.
It looks like it's going to get better. We saw those last couple of heats. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, great interview there, Michael Fu, with a very happy Timothy Bissou, who is getting on a little bit of a roll here. Round of 48, men's heat number 5. We started off with finishing the women's first round this morning, round of 64, and now we are trying to get through at least 12 heats today. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Soros-Swart for the call. Greg, great to have your input and insights into this event. You've been part of pro surfing in KwaZulu-Natal for many, many years. You've been a pro surfer yourself, and now you're involved on the other side of the fence, and it's great to have your company here.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, good to be part of it, eh?
How have you seen things change since those early Gunston 500 years? I know that's probably a 2.5 hour conversation, but sum it up for us.
Well, the quick thing is we used to be scored out of 20, 6 guys in a heat, best 3 waves counting per guy. Length of ride was name of the game, so when your wave closed out, you stayed in the foam and you try to go all the way to the beach and jump off on the sand and run around. An interference call when something like this, if you are on a wave and the wave closed out and you had no wave making it and you straightened out in the foam and someone took off down the line, they would get an interference.
Well, it's that track here down the line with Jarchianka. Beautiful lateral extensions over that section, just trying to find a big ramp. Unfortunately, couldn't find one there, so great to catch up on those insights. And of course, the Gunston 500, the premier event in South Africa for many years. And then, Greg, you were instrumental in transitioning that event into the Mr. Price Pro, which had a very long legacy in South African surfing.
Yeah, it did. It was great. You know, like I said, surfing was staring down the barrel of tobacco legislation. The late, great Peter Beness, who is a lifetime patron of the ASP, you know, he ran that event like clockwork, and an incredible event it was. But unfortunately, he was ill, and unfortunately wasn't looking to recover anytime soon. At the same time, that was all going down. And, you know, just the opportunity presented itself, and Mr. Price at the time had the money to put on the table. So that's how it went.
Incredible stuff. And then we moved the event from the Durban beachfront about 35 minutes away to this beautiful coast, which you've been coming to since 2000, or you've been living here since 2007, but surfing the stretch of coast since you were an absolute grom. And it used to be a secret spot, you were telling me off camera.
100%. No one really traveled much from Durban because you almost didn't need to. The waves were so nuts around Durban, and like you'd go to Umhlanga, and Umhlanga was even great back then. You know, not my favorite wave on the planet, if I'm honest, but back then we'd have our times.
Don't tell Michael Frew.
Yeah, and you know, the local Ballito surfing community were really, it was very small, very tight, very friendly. And Graham Stapleberg, Mark Doherty, Michael Savage, those were sort of like the trio. They were all in university together, going surfing together. And it's just been like that. So the community's grown substantially, and the waves have been phenomenal, and it's a lovely sandbar points, sandbar coves, and delivers the goods.
Lots of little opportunities all the way up this coastline. We are at Willard Beach. If you want to put that into Google Maps and have a look where we are. And it looks like there's been a small change in the leaderboard, or a big change if you're Rio Waida. He's jumped up into that first place, courtesy of a 6.07. Might see if we can pull that one up and see how he jumped into the lead. Let's have a paddle here now from Josh Berg. We see this man can go to the air. Transitional floater for him to get onto this open face section. Little back foot jam and nice little combination to close down that section. A little 2-for-1 bonus on the end of that one. 11 minutes to go. Tracking now with Jarchianka, also telegraphing a big section here. Goes for the air reverse. Lands on the roof of the wave, and well, I'd say that's complete, but the judges have been quite critical on how those waves ride out, Saurus. You have to have a lot of your nose sticking out and pointing towards the beach for a few seconds at least.
Yeah, no, it's not an easy call to make that. But I'll tell you something for free, Brad. Just looking at what I'm seeing in terms of surfboards, if we're to talk equipment for a second and what I'm seeing Vasco Ribeiro really surfing hard, a lot of power, and you can see he's grinding it out. Josh Burke looks like his board's going on top of the water and it's covering distances. So if you're watching this webcast, watch closely at the speed and the distance that the surfer in white is getting in between his turns and crossing over sections. So I think if he has to land himself a really, really decent wave, I think we should see scores into the excellent range from him. I'm almost certain of it.
Well, we are waiting for a score to drop there for Josh Burke, and Saurus, you're talking about the equipment. Let's hold that thought. Quick little look there from Chianca. There obviously are, two main types of construction or materials used in boards. The polyurethane PU or the epoxy. Epoxy is known to be a bit lighter, but sparkier. Do you think he's riding one of those epoxy boards, Josh Burke? From what you can tell?
It looks like it. It looks like he has that elasticity. It's kind of like that spring. He's kind of got spring in his step. And I know from riding Channel Islands boards over the years, the Spine Tech technology just gave you that little flex. And I never liked it in Fiji, funny enough. You needed something more rigid.
Here we go now. Josh Burke flying down the line, looking like that board is very alive on his feet, and a big, solid back foot jam there for the man from Barbados. 4.50 on his last one. That's going to be the end of the road for that little inside right-hander. But, man, didn't he put some power into that second turn?
Yeah, real powerful surfing. So his other counting ride, which we're waiting for, came in at a 4.5. So Josh still sitting in third, looking for a 5.71 as we see Vasco here, big off the top. Nice cut back into the pocket. Strong surfer. Keeps busy. Lovely snap there off the top and a kick out. So for me, I love that wave.
Powerful surfing there from Vasco Ribeiro from Cascais in Portugal. Into that second place now with the 5.35 requirement, but bearing in mind we are waiting on that score to come in. And last one from Josh Burke, and the big back foot hammer doesn't go into his top two, just a 3.73. So situation is looking like this. 8 minutes 20 on the clock. Rio Waida, the Olympian from Indonesia, out in front. Ribeiro representing Portugal in second, looking for a 5.35 to go into the lead, waiting on one more score to come from him. Josh Burke, Barbados, third place, needs a 5.71, and Zhao Chianca now under a little bit of pressure, a 6.20 requirement for him. He's tried a few air reverses, and looking at the score, 1.23. The judges deeming that last air reverse incomplete.
Yep, that would make that quite clear and evident.
I know Giggs Cilliers and I had a couple of debates yesterday on what we thought were complete rides and not, and I think Giggs has got 2-0 up on me. I'm a lot more lenient and forgiving on those ride outs, but the judges have been critical, and for good reason. We want some clear separation on what's a made maneuver or not.
Yeah, I think it's good and it makes sense. I think all it does do is just creates more of a silver lining and more value around the ones that are executed to perfection, and that's what we're looking for at the end of the day.
Strong paddle here now from Rio. He's dropped into second place because the last wave from Vasco put him back in front, but here is Rio Waida blowing the fins out, gets a bit of hang time, and then eventually does revert out of that one. Last of Ribeiro was a 6.33, which put him into the lead. So just before Rio Waida paddled into that one, he would have heard the call from the on-site announcers letting him know he needed a 6.27 if he wanted that lead back. And we'll have a look at that one again shortly. Greg Swart will dissect that one for us. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It's a bit of a grayer day today. Temperatures dropped a little bit up to around 22, 23 maximum here Celsius. But still a lovely winter's day. Talk us through this one, Greg.
Okay, Rio, look at the speed he's generating through here. Watch how nice that board's going across the flats. Gets to the top, quick snap, changes direction, and then bang, goes into the full fins over the back rotation and onto the inside. So that was a clean execution. We were looking for that earlier. He did it, so there's no doubt that that's a complete maneuver. And a lot of speed. Sometimes in the slow-mo you don't quite get the value of the speed, but that wave was well strung together and really fast.
Yeah, and also noting it wasn't one of the biggest waves of the encounter so far, so a lot of speed generated on a small wave. Here goes Chianca using priority, getting that rail-to-rail transition working now. He's building up ahead of steam, gets up and over that section, and frustratingly there for Zhao Chianca, no opportunity after doing that hard work up front.
Seems to me he's chosen at least 3 waves that have been identical. It seems like there's a wave choice, something going on there, and I think that last one, the body language was speaking about that. So he's not seeming to get that nice inside bowl that's linking up from the takeoff into the middle section, and yeah, be something good for him to work on if he wants to get out of that 4th spot.
Yeah, time pressure building him for now. You can see the requirements have just popped up on your screen on the top left-hand side. Requirements all sitting around that 6-point mark, 6.77, and then a pair of 6.27s required by surfers in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Vasco Ribeiro sitting there with a 6.33 and a 6.0. Total heat score of 12.33 as we see just some questions being asked. Of course, the on-site beach announcers have a very important job, not just to entertain the crowd, Greg, but they are the relaying portals for the information for the surfers in the water. What sort of information as a surfer did you like to get when you were competing?
I think the time calls are imperative, because even though you might have had one a minute or two earlier, the intensity of your emotional state you sometimes forget. I think at this stage, as well as priority, is also super important. So although the LED priority system is there, and although that's often called out, sometimes you just need a little bit of a helping hand, and the commentator team plays a major role in that.
Jesse Mendes and William Cardoso just having a look from that viewer's deck. Jesse Mendes from Brazil, but has chosen to now represent Italy as a tilt towards the next Olympic game qualification. And, you know, the other Italian there obviously is is Leonardo Fioravante, who's currently number 1 on the Challenger Series. So Jesse and Leo are going to be making a big tilt towards that qualification process for the next Olympic Games. Going to be taking place in French Polynesia, down at Chopu in Tahiti. Let's now pay attention to Chianca, looking alive and well on this one, but again, a smaller inside wave, surfing well on that occasion, but just didn't have that quite that emphatic finish that he's looking for. Meanwhile, Burke taking off, also looking for an emphatic finish on this one. Just one turn for him, gets a smooth air reverse in. It's not going to go into that 6.27 range, I don't think. So with 3 minutes to go, pressure still on Burke and Chianca at this point in time.
Amazing how quick these heats just drain out. I can't believe it when I heard you say 3 minutes left.
Having too much fun, Greg.
Sheepers, it really does go fast, man. Yeah. So yeah, it's been definitely a wave choice thing from what we can see. Vasco definitely, getting the better of a lot of exchanges, as is Rio, and often not the biggest ones, but the waves that are doubling up and hitting that inside bank.
Here we go, Chianca, another opportunity, a big inside section, and goes for the club sandwich, and just gets eaten himself on that particular occasion, unfortunately for him. But now he is starting to throw everything at it, trying to find that spark, that variety, and a little bit of desperation as he tries to manufacture that score, the 6.77 that he needs.
Yeah, it's amazing. We're talking about changes to the sport, changes to equipment. I mean, the whole of surfing has evolved. We've gone from RPS to ASP to WSL. And, I don't know what it is as a humanity. We hate change, but change is absolutely imperative. And, we just see the effect of the change of the administration, the change of the equipment, and all these things playing a positive role. And one of the things I've noticed, back in our day, you used to have to do 100 turns to get anything decent as a score.
Yep.
And, it's been such a mental adjustment for myself watching the sport evolve, where you see a guy do one sort of turn and a hell turn, rotation, full clean, reverse, land, and get anything upwards of a 9. And I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying it took a lot of getting used to for me.
Yeah, I love seeing the innovation coming through at all levels. Here we go, Vasco Ribeiro, the heat leader, the powerful surfer out of Cascais, Portugal. Vertical snap to close that one out, and he's looking pumped. You can hear a few hoots and hollers coming from the athlete deck as well. So Ribeiro with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, solidifying this lead. Rio Waida still sitting in second place, 6.27 requirement, down to 60 seconds rather.
Yeah, he's not mucking about. You can see he was urgent from the get-go. You can see that intensity in the way he pedals, everything about his approach. He's just not playing around.
Yeah, he got that opening wave really early on in the heat, so he's going to call it a day, come in. He's feeling confident. He can't defend much with 40 seconds to go. Chianca is looking like he's admitting defeat here.
A little switch foot there.
A little switch foot over there. You got to, if you don't laugh, you'll cry, they say. So sometimes you got to just look at the lighter side of these things. And losing is very much a part of it. 50% of our surfers going out of this heat. It looks like it's going to be Vasco Ribeiro and Rio Waida going through into that next round. Josh Burke and João Chianca, unless something crazy happens in this next 10 seconds. We'll wind this one down. Round of 48, Heat 5, Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. And we see now Josh Burke coming in. Unfortunately for him, just didn't quite find any more of those opportunities to go into the air. Would have nice to have seen from a fan point of view, but it was Ribeiro and Waida that got the job done.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, listen, someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Bit of a shame. Would like to have seen more from the lad, but a great surfer, and I'm sure we'll see more from him in time to come.
Absolutely right. Well, it's been a pleasure calling the action live from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company. Like we said, wherever you are watching around the world, we're going to take a short break here from KwaZulu-Natal. And when we come back, it's going to be heat number 6 of the round of 48. Don't go anywhere. We're going to see you real soon.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
WSL Championship Tour. Welcome back to live action at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. We've joined us just in time for the start of heat number 6 and the round of 48. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Soros-Swart for the call. Greg, great to have your company here this afternoon as well, live in the booth, bringing all that wealth of experience and knowledge from all your time surfing around the world as a pro surfer, and looking forward to breaking this one down with you.
Yeah, good. Thanks very much. So just while we're on a break, there's been a couple of rides, nothing really intelligent. How do you pronounce that chap's name? Kai Kobayashi?
Yeah, you got it. Spot on.
Kai Kobayashi.
Out of San Clemente, California.
Yeah, Mateus Hurdy and Santiago Muniz. And scores there, 0.77 and a 2.5 for Mateus and a 0.27 for Kai. So not too much going on there. Yep. And we were talking earlier as we look, so the whole lineup, we got the South African boy in this heat, so I'm sure a lot of people at work logging on right now. Luke Thompson had a stellar week in the juniors, building up to this event, and he's got a lot of support, and here we see him go right now.
Luke Thompson on the outside, 18 years of age. There's that form that saw him get through his opening round, beating Geordie Smith, and he's picking up right where he left off on an excellent looking right-hander. Some vertical surfing done with power. He's getting an opportunity to close this one down on the inside too, and solid surfing here from the young 18-year-old. Got to say, it's been very impressive seeing this man evolve over the last few years. And what struck me about his win over Geordie Smith and a few other big names was just the composure that he showed. He sat 16 minutes, or 12 minutes if I'm correct, without a wave, and then started to build momentum and took out some of the biggest names in surfing.
Yeah, it's incredible. Luke's really come of age. You know, we were overseas for a couple of years. I left, he was a small blonde kid. Now he's a man. And everything about his whole approach has just matured, you know. And he does have that BMT, like we were saying earlier before. A lot of guys can't handle the emotional strain. But to turn the tables on Geordie, you've got to have it. So let's have a close look here. Watch a low center of gravity. Big snap off the back. Gets the fins free. Straight into another bottom turn and tight into the pocket. So those turns were strung together really smoothly and quickly. Another turn, so counting rise, going down the line, looking for more. Another intense snap. So those were sort of 4 good, solid, well-executed waves. And if we compare what we've just seen to some of the best waves of the last heat, it's going to be interesting to see where the judge scale sits on that. Because in my mind, it's, there it is, coming in 8.67. So last of red and 8.67, and that's 100% right. Great judging. It's definitely a clear point and a bit ahead of anything we saw in the last heat.
It's the highest score of the day so far on the day 3 of competition, Luke Thompson. And I think the thing that really sprung to mind there was the amount of opportunity there was on the wave for him. That wave literally ran all the way down the bank like a traditional Ballito Bay sand bottom point almost, and he punctuated that wave with a big turn on the outside and a solid slam down on the inside for the 8.67. So here he goes now, wasting no time for his backup score. It's an inside left-hander. He's picked it up on the way back out. 3 little stabs for him, so locking in wave number 2. And we have seen a few other small rides from the other surfers in this heat, but nothing of consequence just yet. So again, maybe some local knowledge and insights coming into play here, and that early heat strategy paying off for Thompson.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a smart wave. He didn't need to offload priority to deal with that. Comes in at a 3, which is technically higher than any of the other waves ridden in the heat. So it puts him in a comfortable position, and emotionally you're winning. And, when you get priority, then you got everything stacked in your favor. So with 24 minutes on the clock, he's a young man, and I think that's really savvy surfing.
Talking to his coach, Quinton Jones, also a former pro surfer from South Africa, about his temperament, and he said that he's got one of the calmest, most neutral temperaments you'll ever see. Nothing really gets him flustered, and he's just got this quiet, steady determination underneath. He did say, however, though, he had a good run, but then went through a real sort of 6-month slump where he couldn't get a result. He was working hard, and so he decided to take a few weeks off, went and played golf, did a few other things, and then he's come back now, and he's had one of the most incredible years in 2022.
Yeah, that's so good, I think what a lot of people don't understand, there's when it comes to surfing and surfing progression, there's no direct flight from New York to LA. You sometimes go via Beijing or Pennsylvania, but it's 3 steps forward, 2 back. And you just got to deal with that, man. It is what it is.
23 minutes remaining. Thompson leads the youngster from South Africa at 8.67. The highlight of the heat so far, and indeed one of the highlights of the day in terms of scores. 3.0 is his backup. Here goes Santiago Muniz. Big backhand hook as well. Nice smooth face to work with. He'll have a few more opportunities down the line. That board looking spicy under his feet. Another vertical crack and another to finish that one down. So smaller wave, but rapid fire surfing there from Santiago Muniz from Argentina.
My goodness, I've never seen that guy surf. To be honest, I don't know him. If he jumped out of a tree and landed on my back, I wouldn't know who he was, but I certainly do now, and I won't forget him.
He joined the ranks in around 2010, where he made his qualifying series debut. He's won a QS event this year, a 1,000, and got 3 thirds. So let's break this one down.
Look at that vertical turn, lots of speed off the top there, throwing a lot of spray. Snaps back. You see the effort he's putting in, twisting upper body, bottom twists, getting the board in the right position behind his head. Nice clean snap and fitting in another one. So, sort of concertinaed those turns in there. He knew he didn't have a lot to work with from wave size point of view. He knew the wave wouldn't last long, but you could just see the intensity of effort there, and I could see a very athletic body involved there. You got to be strong and loose to do what he did there.
Yeah, it's so true. That wave had a couple of dead spots in his Saurus, and those are the ones where you really had to manufacture the speed. And that's when all that cross-training comes in. You've got to have strong thighs. And, he did very well there to lock in a 5.50. So that sees him into second place. Mateus Hurdy in third, needs a 3.81. And Kei Kobayashi, who's been very quiet in this heat, has priority. It looks like a set is approaching on that traditional bank. Looks like it's going to go sliding underneath all 3 surfers. There is one more behind, so we'll just keep our eyes on the frame. There's little inside one now, starts to hit the sandbank. Kobayashi's going to pull the trigger here. Nice wall ahead of him. He's got a lot of spring in his step as well. A powerful low center of gravity surfer, and that's what he can do. A nice 2-turn combination after waiting for 10 minutes to get things started.
That was a really nice 2-turn combination. Lovely to see when guys are smooth and there's not a lot of wiggles and flicks and bounces along the way, where they can just go from one to the next, and a lovely combination of turns strung together there.
Yeah, from San Clemente in California, a real hotbed area of talent. Led out there by, of course, currently by Kaloe and Dino and the Colapinto brothers. And a lot of amazing female surfers coming out of that region as well. Sam Sidley, Kira Pinkerton, Sawyer Lindblad. And it looks like Kay's going to have a look at a left-hander on the way back out now. This one's standing up nicely too. Big backhand stab. The second section gets a bit soft, so he kind of just ejects halfway through that turn.
I remember surfing against Dino and Dino back in the day. Before Chloe was born. I had a really good heat with Dino at Sunset in '92, the XL Pro, and really, really good surfer.
And now, of course, Kaloe is all grown up. He's a married man. He's got a baby and traveling the world with his young family. So looking forward to seeing him at Jeffreys Bay in a week's time. Scores dropping in. We're waiting on the last of Kei Kobayashi's. That will be his most meaningful score. Looking for a 6.03 if he wants to jump straight into that second place. And he has already won a QS 1000 this year at Morro Bay, the SlowCal Open. His first two results in the Challenger Series, though, Greg, a little iffy, 49th and a 73rd. So probably 2 throwaways for him already. He really wants to make this Ballito Pro event count.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great event. As we say, it's a Challenger Series. It means a lot. But I think if you look at where it sits on the calendar, it sits slap bang in the middle of the year. And, you know, guys, you know, on the CT having to deal with cutoffs and, you know, guys in terms of their QS and Challenger Series campaigns, it really is a meaningful event. And it's an event you want to be in. It's an event you want to do well in.
Matheus Hurdy, also one of the rising stars coming out of Brazil, a former world junior champion. Also just fresh off a quarterfinal 5th place at the Rio Pro, held at Saquarema just a few weeks ago. Got into the event as a wild card as we track now with Kobayashi. Goes for the big air reverse and nice smooth execution. He saw his back foot disconnected just for a split second, but he found the tail pad again, and now he's looking for that inside section. So Kobayashi now coming to life, and we're waiting on Matheus Hurdy. He's been a little bit quiet.
I'll tell you something, Matheus Hurdy blew my mind at the event in Mexico. I mean, he was just rampant, the stuff he was doing, and it was just hard to imagine. And there's definitely, I think, you know, I'm sitting here waiting for him to get out the blocks.
Yeah, we know what he's capable of. We've seen what he can do in the confines of a 30-minute heat. Some of those big air reverses and alley-oops that he was throwing down in Mexico were certainly inspirational. And so none of these guys can really rest on their laurels. And speaking of the man, here he goes, Matheus Hurdy from Brazil. Squares off the bottom, frontside wrap to get things started. Up and over this section, transitioning onto the open face. Nice little back foot jam. So variety definitely on display here from Matheus, and he's going to lock in his best wave with 17 minutes and 20 on the clock.
Yeah. So you just see that strength, Brad. You know, remember just being coached and coaching people. Keep your center of gravity low. Get your upper body twisting. Get those legs working. And you see him riding through the bumpy sections there, just not even phased, and just managing to get a lot of squirt out of the turns that he did place in.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, we are seeing a little bit more variety on offer this afternoon in terms of the sections, you know, available to the surfers, which then means we are going to see different maneuvers. Early on today, we're seeing 1 and 2 turn sort of waves going down, big closeout re-entries, but now with the bank starting to be a little bit more stretched out, there's definitely more opportunity for diversity in those maneuvers.
Yeah, absolutely. And also with those broken up peaks, it does make it more liable. Matheus again, a short one for him.
Yeah, a little touch of the rail there on that little air reverse, so he's making sure that that looks like it's a completed wave, and he's now pumping himself up a 4.40 on his last wave, so he's jumped up into 3rd place and now needs a 4.47, so slowly building momentum here is Hurdy. He's looking to mount an attack on Kei Kobayashi's 2nd place, who's there courtesy of a 4.83 and a 4.03 now, and he needs a 6.85 if he wants to usurp the position held by the young 18-year-old sensation Luke Thompson, who's on a roll here at Ballito Bay. An incredible 8.67 on his opening ride. He's definitely one of South Africa's brightest young stars coming up.
Yeah, good. I know Luke's family really well. He's supported by a mom and some amazing sisters. Really lovely family, good-looking family. And just chatting to his mom the other day, she said her girls have sacrificed family holidays to go on the family holiday that always revolved around Luke surfing somewhere. Yeah. And that to me just speaks such volumes, you know, and the whole family celebrate Luke. There's no silver ring rivalry there or jealousy. And I think he owes a lot to the family support that he's had to see where he is today.
You often see that, don't you, in those family environments, the support all going towards someone like that. And great to see that support that he has from his family, and you know, certainly he's gaining fans across South Africa and indeed the world now, as we see Maxime Huguenot getting ready for his next heat.
So Loster Matheus came in at a 4.80, so that interesting, Brad, that one turn became his wave, best wave of the heat. What it's done is put him in 2nd, so it's leaving Kobayashi in 3rd, looking for 4.37. And Santiago looking for 3.70.
Now it's Kobayashi answering the call to get his second place back. We might see if we can, well, we'll just hold that thought. Here goes Mateus again on another right-hander, up and over, nice fast surfing, squares off the bottom and really flares out that one. And there's that Brazilian passion that we love. He's feeling it now. He's had a slower start, but now he's building up a head of steam. And now Luke Thompson is firmly in his sights.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Lukey needs to keep a clear head here. You got priority. There's 14 minutes on the clock. You're sitting with the best wave of the heat. You're sitting with a 3 as a second ride. There's no time to panic. Now it's time to use your brains and wait for another decent wave. So yeah, definitely. Here we see a short wave for Santiago there, just out the back. He looking for a 5.64. We didn't see the early stages of that. Lost a white coming into the 6.33, Brad. Here he goes again.
Live action now, quick in and out there for Mateus Hurdy, locking in a 6.33 on his last wave. So he's now mounted his best score of his round number 6 heat, round of 48. And he's still in second, but now only requires a 5.35. So he's really building towards an attack on Luke Thompson's lead. Here he goes again. He's got a big backside air reverse on him. He's not going to get the opportunity to unleash it on that wave. 13 minutes remain.
Tell you what I like, Brad. I'm seeing our heat leader with just 2 waves. We're seeing Mateus on 7. We're seeing Kobayashi on 5. Here's the replay.
That's 6.33.
Nice fins over the back, a lot of spray. Look at the speed down the line, pumps it hard. This is the big turn here. A lot of great degree of difficulty. Happy with that. Does the little claim, and it's worthy of clocking in the 6.33.
Yeah, good score locked in there from Hurdy. We'll see if we can also dial a replay on the 4.8 when there's a gap in the action. And reason being, it was a one-turn maneuver with a real little technical edge to it, that air reverse. And we'll see if we can get you to talk us through that one and explain why it went so high into that 4.8 range. And that helped him as a bit of a stepping stone to get to where he is now. 12 minutes 20 on the clock. Luke Thompson leads from South Africa. He has priority, and he's fending off a late charge here from the Brazilian, the former world junior champion, Mateus Hurdy. He needs a 5.35 to go to the lead. Kei Kobayashi has been in and around that lead in the early part of this heat. He's now in third place, requires 6.31, and Santiago Muniz in the fourth place looking for a 5.64. So super tight heat, yeah, been very entertaining so far. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. It's great to have your company here in Ballito Bay. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Swart. You got a smile on your face. What are you seeing?
You want to hear a funny story? I was just reminded of something. So I'm in Cape Town one time, man on man, surfing against one of the top guys. And I was a rookie trialist. I ended up beating him. And on my way, walking down the beach to do the shake your hands, sportsman's friendly sort of vibe, as I got within 2 or 3 meters of him, he punched himself in the face so hard, his nose popped and started bleeding, and I turned around and walked away.
Well, Greg Swart, many story to tell from all your years on the tour. It's great to have your insights and yeah, just getting those backstories, the things you don't always see on these live webcasts, and it's the stuff that really makes our sport so special. And it's great to have your company here on the set. We've got so much more to talk about and so much more action coming up. This heat in the water is heating up. We've got 11 minutes to go, but before we get there, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be more action live from the Ballito Pro. Great to have your company. We'll see you soon.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and clean resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. You've joined us just in time for an absolute cracker of a heat between Luke Thompson, Matthias Hurdy, Kei Kobayashi, and of course Santiago Muniz. We're down to 9 minutes remaining. Brad Bricknell here alongside Greg Soros-Swart for the call. Greg, great to get your insights. And if you've missed this heat, we'll try to bring you up to speed. This man, Matthias Hurdy, is mounting an attack on the young South African who's holding down the lead here. He's been on an incredible role in this event so far. And that started way back a week or so ago when he was basically turning heads and winning junior series events, and now he's really primed. I think he surfed about 20 heats before he came into this event. Greg, yes, some replays.
Okay, here we see Kobayashi, a replay from him while we were on the break. Let's see what he does. Wow.
Big backside rotation, foot disconnects, Greg, but then he somehow finds it again and rides out clean.
Wow, that was impressive. Foot was right off the board there.
So looking like there are a number of scores waiting to drop in. We'll bring you up to speed with that. 8 minutes and 45 on the clock. For the time being, though, it is Thompson leading from South Africa. Matthias Hurdy in second. And here is a replay of Luke Thompson's last wave.
Okay, so Luke looking to offload a 3, turn off the top there. Tries to get another one in. Wasn't really a great wave, so it'll be interesting to see if it even tallies to offload that 3. But those are all the things that happened while we were on the break. Here we see Matthias Hurdy down the beach, going for the air, not quite hanging on to it. So a lot of waves ridden. The boys seem to be getting pretty antsy out there. Everybody wants to get a clear lead, and so far Luke's still sitting with that 8.67 in his pocket. And yeah, Matthias with the 6.33 is the two sort of highest scoring rides of the heat so far.
Yeah, that the weight of that 3.0 might start becoming a liability for Luke Thompson if he doesn't. Well, if he's not able to replace it soon, it'll start making those requirements well, a little bit more achievable for those below. And we see now Kei Kobayashi on that big rotation on that backhand wave. A 6.33 for Kobayashi. Now he's back in second place, now requiring the 5.35. So Brazil's Matthias Hurdy, he's dropped down into third. He now needs a 4.83. He's going to have a look at this one over here. We know what he's capable of, but that one doesn't give him any opportunity. And I just love the seesaw nature of the sea. This is what we want. We want to see every wave have some sort of consequence to it. And Luke Thompson, I'm not going to say he's holding on by a thread because he's got the highest scoring wave of the heat, but if he really wants to solidify it, the frenetic energy that we're seeing here from Kobayashi and Hurdy means that they're really trying hard to track him down.
Absolutely, you know, by not sitting around and waiting and you scrambling around, you increase your opportunities. So Matthias Hurdy currently sitting with 10 waves under his belt. It's clear he's been busy, same as Kobayashi sitting with 7. And yeah, last of red came in, that replay we saw it as a 2.77, so it doesn't make any change. He's still sitting pretty much from the start of the heat with an 8.67 and a 3.
All right, there we go. Santiago's up and riding, square bottom turn. Nice little up and over that first section now, generating speed for the closeout turn, blows the tail. As we track now with Thompson just towards the end of his ride. We'll catch up with that one in a second as he completes through the inside section. Wave number 4 for Thompson. 6.20 on the clock. Kobayashi in second, 5.35 requirement. And the man, one of the danger men here, Matthias Hurdy, former world junior champion, just fresh off a wildcard slot in Saquarema. He's the man with priority. And he also is the man with the lowest requirement, a 4.83. Let's see what happened on the outside here with Thompson.
So here we see Luke having a look. Uses the foam, gets clean across it, a lot of speed, climbs the foam again. So 2 foam climbs, nothing special. But just, yeah, trying to offload that 3, which he did. So that last ride came in at a 3.73. So a little bit more of an improvement. So Luke Thompson still sitting in first. Kei Kobayashi in second, looking for a 6.08 if he wants to take Luke out of first. Matthias Hurdy sitting in third, counting rides, a 6.33 and a 4.80. Matthias looking for a 4.83, so it's a very easy requirement. And then Santiago Muniz, his 2 counting rides, a 5.5 and a 2.90. So he's looking for a 5.67. So Santiago needs to get out of that 2.9 zone. A 5.5 is a decent score, so there's 5 minutes remaining. So it's still anybody's game here. And like you said earlier, there's no time for Luke to rest on his laurels at all.
You can see the slight, the changing weather here on the beach at Willow Beach, Ballito Bay. It's woke up to a fresh southwesterly breeze and overcast skies, in sharp contrast to the northeasters we had yesterday and the sunny skies we had. But forecast looking good. Luke Thompson just waving to the beach announcers, just trying to get some of that information relayed back to him. They'll be telling him time is 4 minutes 30. They'll let him know he's got 4th priority, and they'll let him know he's still in the lead and that the surfer in second requires a 6.08. That'll then allow him to make some sort of decisions. If you're Luke Thompson, Greg, in this position, what are you going to be doing, knowing that Kobayashi and Hurdy are within striking distance of your lead?
Yeah, well, it's real interesting because he's sitting in 4th. So, does he sit and wait to go up the priority queue? Or does he, with the best wave of the heat and a low score, does he kind of break rank and get out of that priority cesspit and try and find something down the beach? I was never too great at those decisions, if I'm honest. So, so let's see what happens.
Well, let's see what Luke Thompson decides on. Michael Rodriguez, former Championship Tour surfer, coming up in the next heat. That'll be around 3 minutes 45. He's up against Jacob Wilcox, Shane Sykes, and Maxime Hussono. That's coming up next, heat number 7 of the round of 48. And we're going to try to go all the way through to the end of heat number 12 in this round today. 3 minutes 33 on the clock. And we'll see where all the surfers are now situated in terms of that priority. It's been set that Matthias Hurdy has the first priority. So you can see now Luke Thompson is having a little of a paddle up his inside. Just maybe trying to put a little bit of pressure on him to make maybe a poor decision for the wrong wave. Matthias Hurdy is probably the guy that needs to be watched the most, although this man can also pull out a big score out of the bag. A 2-turn combination there from Muniz. He likes what he's seeing. He likes what he's feeling. It's a 5.67 requirement for him, so let's see where that one goes with under 3 to go now. Still a few more storylines to play out here, Saurus.
Yeah, those were 2 serious turns. There wasn't much on offer there, but there was a lot of speed, a lot of power, clean execution. So what's good about that is he used his priorities, so Luke slips down into 3rd priority. And what's going to be interesting here is Matthias in 3rd with priority and Kobayashi in 2nd with 2nd priority, and then Luke sitting there in 3rd as the heat winner. So it's going to be interesting how that plays out.
I think Luke's just going to sit there and just put some pressure on Kobayashi and Hurdy to make those decisions. Sometimes you can force somebody into paddling for a wave that they ordinarily maybe wouldn't have gone, to make them sort of second guess that priority decision. 2 minutes to go. This is going to be a tense finish here for all 4 surfers, waiting on that last score to come in, still from Santiago Muniz, and we'll see where that places him on that leaderboard. Right now he's in 4th place, but he could feasibly move up into that 2nd place if that score's high enough. Hurdy, still in my mind, the danger man to watch here with priority, a 4.83 requirement for him, just knowing what he can do with one maneuver.
Absolutely. You don't want to give that kid a loaded pistol, man. He will just blow your head off.
Well, it's changed again. Muniz has jumped into 2nd with a 5.73. Kobayashi and Hurdy dropped down. The requirements are still manageable. A 4.9 each required by these 2 surfers. They got 1st and 2nd priority. So basically it's 1st to a 4.9 out of those 2 with only minute and 10 on the clock.
Well, what's interesting about that little grenade, Brad, is that it shifts the whole priority thing out, almost more in Luke's favor as the current heat leader. So Santiago sitting in 2nd, he's now going to be the guy who's, although he's in 4th, he's going to be watching closely what's happening between Kobayashi and Matthias Hurdy.
There are a few little bumps coming through. Kobayashi is going to take advantage of one of them. A 4.9 requirement on this wave with 45 seconds to go. Blows the tail out, and he's going to ride out clean. Here goes Hurdy. Big grab rail air reverse for him too. Oh my goodness, it's all happening here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. This is going to be one of the most exciting finishes we've seen in all of the events so far. A lot of passion being shown there by Hurdy. Some clutch surfing by Kobayashi. And my goodness, the judges have got some work to do.
Wow, that was an exciting finish, Brad, as we're coming down to 10 seconds. Yeah. Whew. How do we even call that?
Well, Kobayashi was looking for a 4.9, and so was Matthias Hurdy. Matthias Hurdy threw up a pretty technical-looking air reverse. And, of course, it was Kei Kobayashi who threw out the big blowtail closeout turn disconnected from his board and then got pushed back up from the whitewater. So here we go. Here is the air of Hurdy's.
There it is, nice bowling section. Grabbed the rail, landed backwards, quick pivot around straight to the beach. So made it look real easy, real clean, and look at the intensity of emotion there. He's just screaming into his fists, you know.
Super tweaked out turn. We saw the bottom deck of the board almost face up towards the beach, showing a high degree of technicality. It's a 5.40 from Kobayashi. He goes into the lead momentarily, meaning that Mateus Hurdy will need a 5.41 on that closeout turn. My apologies, Kobayashi goes into second. Thompson still holds the lead. So one more score is required, and it's going to come through now. We're going to hold this picture. 5.41 is the requirement. Early indications are that he is going to get there. We are waiting on 2 more judges. I think they're going to reward the technical aspect of this turn, Greg, the air reverse. It's a 6.37. He goes from fourth to first after the siren. Mateus Hurdy ends up taking out the win over Luke Thompson with a very technical air reverse for a 6.37, and that's what I call entertaining surfing.
Absolutely. Learning curve for Luke Thompson. Don't sit there with the good score too long, pal.
Well, incredible stuff here. What an amazing finish to that round 6 heat, or the heat 6 rather, of round of 48. Great to have your company. Thanks for watching this exciting heat. We're going to take a short break here from Ballito Bay. We're going to catch our breath, and when we come back, it's going to be none other than Gig Celias and Tash Mentasi for the call.
Welcome to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the third stop of 8 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. The world's best are back in Ballito. Gig Celias alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. And Tash, that last heat, Mateus Hurdy just going to the air and, well, finding a score to turn the heat upside down, showing the caliber of surfing that's available here in Ballito.
Yeah, that was an incredible heat, definitely the most exciting heat that I've been able to witness so far, and just showcasing how talented Mateus Hurdy is. But for me, it was the South African flavor, Luke Thompson, advancing through that round 3 as well. So great surfing, more exciting surfing to come, and I'm happy to be here alongside you.
Well, it's tangible, the excitement, as everybody returns to Ballito for the first time in 3 years. Of course, the last time we were here, it was a qualifying series 10,000 level event, an elevated status for both men's and ladies. And we'll get stuck into a new heat in the lineup. This is the scenes with that southerly wind blowing as we introduce the next heat on deck. Heat number 7 of the second round. Jacob Wilcox will take on Shane Sarks, Michael Rodriguez, and Maxime Huskino in another high voltage heat. Of course, Mateus Hurdy taking out that win over Luke Thompson. That was at the expense of Kai Kobayashi and Santiago Munez. You join us now. No rides yet in the lineup. 30-minute heats on offer around 1:25 in the afternoon. Just going through the low tide. You see the rocks on the inside now exposed. And that southerly wind has just been steady, and it's just bringing a little bit of rhythm to the lines out of the Indian Ocean here. We are east facing. And a couple of usable waves now through the low tide, and a couple of good scores, and particularly surfers going to the air over the last hour or two, Tash.
Yeah, it's the first time we're really starting to see those aerial maneuvers. We've been seeing a lot of foundational surfing coming from that first round, now moving into that round of 48 for the men. You can see on your screen there Shane Sykes in the blue singlet, the South African surfer, but also that southerly wind. Kind of was stronger a little bit earlier though, Gigs. We're starting to see white horses once again, but it definitely is helping with what's going on at Ballito.
The other thing I'm seeing is a split, a pairs. It's two pairs. Sykes, the South African, has chosen to sit way over to the south end of the break. Maxime Huskino has gone with him. And then it'll leave Wilcox and Rodriguez, arguably the surfers with the most pedigree and championship tour experience. Jacob Wilcox, of course, out of Western Australia, multiple wild card when the championship tour gets over to his side of Australia. And well, Michael Rodriguez needs no introduction. Affectionately, we know him as Emrod. He's spent a few years doing service at the championship tour level and would like to get there again at the end of 2022, care of this year, the Challenger Series platform. We'll see how he fares in this encounter. But for now, no rides. There is a little bit of a spread in the lineup here. See Rodriguez looking around, trying to just calibrate. He's moved towards Sykes and Huskino, but now he's starting to move back again. A couple of the sets are approaching wide. Some of them hug up against the rocks just off screen to the right of picture. So it'll be interesting to see when we get this heat going. It's been the slowest start we've seen. 25 minutes still remains, so it means we've used up 5 minutes and no rides. We haven't seen that over the last hour or two.
Yeah, so true, Gigs. And you wonder if Shane Sykes and Maxime Huguenot is sitting there because of what happened in the previous heat. That really high score from the young Luke Thompson, getting into that excellent scoring range, and he found it right off the rocky outcrop.
Well, Wilcox will get going first. He'll find a left in the middle of the bay here at Willard Beach. And that'll be a good input to start. Nothing real over the top there except for, well, just a stock standard 2 maneuvers. See where the judges go with it. We feel it'll be a stock standard score. You want to play the game of forecasting a number, Tash? It was that first one was right in the pocket, nice and tight. We'll bring a replay of that as we get the very first score going for the judges panel.
Yeah, Gigs, I think now that we've got some comparisons that the judges can compare to, those bigger scores coming from the aerial antics from previous competitors, and quite personally, yes, good stock standard 2-turn combo, but a smaller wave and not pushing it as much as we would like to see. We watch the replay here. So he's been sitting wide on the north side, sets up for that first turn, nice tight in the pocket, and straight into the next one. So he does release the tail, but like I was saying, if we had to go back to a couple of heats and do a comparison on what it was worth, you're not going to get it into that good range.
I'm going to take my comment of stock standard out because he dug deep on both of those maneuvers. So we'll expect a fair range score for that. Paddle for Michael Rodriguez, the Brazilian. And Emrod will just tap the white water for a throwaway score. And we'll see the priority numbers starting slowly to make their way to the athletes. Top left of screen already, a third priority allocated to Wilcox. It'll be a fourth priority in the box for white shortly. That means that Huskino and Sykes do have a higher priority, but no priority between themselves. They're both unridden surfers at this stage. And of course, until each surfer has fetched a score, that's when they join the full priority rotation system, which is continually updating. Of course, spotters, priority judges, and the judging panel with prime seats at the event site here. Jacob Wilcox, though, Tash, a 6. So nothing stock standard about that. That's a good category score.
Yeah, definitely glad I'm not a judge right now. And you were right, he did dig deep, especially in that second maneuver. It's a keeper on paper right now, and something that he'll probably hold on to, especially since they didn't get started with the first 5 minutes of the heat.
Rodriguez back at it. Second ride for the Brazilian. Switches it up. Opened with a soft right-hander. Will go to a tight backhand turn for wave number 2. His first one just fetching in a 1.5, so that's the that will be the throwaway.
Yeah, and interesting, he's moving around this lineup a lot more than we see from the Frenchman and the South African, who've kind of been sitting and waiting for something to come through. What I've been noticing throughout the day, though, Gigs, is it literally does seem like it's one heat on, one heat off when we start getting those set waves. And we saw a great heat in the previous heat number 6, and it looks like it's like heat off right now for heat 7. But with 30 minutes in these heats, it can turn and change, and we saw it. You know, I've been watching heats, guys that are sitting in 4th in the last few minutes, advancing into that 2nd or 1st position.
Well, perhaps the erratic pattern over the low tide is to blame. So you could think perhaps as we go through the tide turn just after 2 p.m. local time, so in the next sort of 40 minutes or so, we might get a lot of push in energy. Let's see where the South African finds himself. It's in and out, so he'll join the priority rotation. Further down the line, Maxime Huskino will go incomplete. So only the 6-pointer for Jacob Wilcox really is the number. A 4.67 has found its way to the scorecard for Michael Rodriguez. And his set of numbers for the lead is made up of 2 scores. Wilcox sitting in seconds. Heat tally still made up only of 1 number. So best individual wave, the 6-pointer for the Western Australian. Of course, Jacob Wilcox did the Challenger Series visits to Australia. 249ths, not much to brag about there. Jacob last year also didn't really get out the gates to full momentum at the Challenger Series. His best was a 13th in Haleiwa to end off the 2021 Challenger Series campaign. But Wilcox is one of those electric talents. Comes out of the same region as Jack Robinson. Of course, Western Australia needs no introduction. It is a fixture on the championship tour these days. We love that Margaret River Pro. Always a chance for Jacob Wilcox to join the high ranks as a wild card. And he got a run again this year, as he does over actually a couple of seasons now. We've seen Jacob Wilcox as well as a wild card over at Bells. So although Wilcox is now 25, he will have still, we feel there's a breakthrough in his career just around the corner. We'll see how he goes here in his visit to Ballito. And of course, this is the 3rd of 8 stops on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and the first time we're seeing the Challenger Series come to South Africa, it's been fantastic to be able to watch the free surfs and just have this caliber of surfers coming to our shores. And I know the beaches are very stoked, very busy down on our beach here. Despite the cooler weather and the overcast weather, we've still got a full beach. We're in the studio watching it, but there is a good vibe on the beach, Gigs.
Yep, the community of Ballito absolutely stoked to have the international field plus 64 women, because it's still a full 3 years ago that we last saw the qualifying series 10,000 rated event. We're just talking about Jacob Wilcox's 249ths at the Challenger Series level thus far. It's a similar story for Shane Sykes, also throwaway results from the Gold Coast and Sydney. But someone that went a lot better is the man in green out in the lineup, Maxime Huskino, made it all the way to finals day. We'll talk more about that as we just track down Jacob Wilcox here. Opened with the 6, second ride at work, and nice and tight and snappy is Jacob Wilcox. And that again is going to be a good range score.
Yeah, just textbook surfing from the Australian, fitting in 3 turns, keeping that flow going, and just looking really steady on his board. Not one of the set waves, but you know, he read it well, and he was able to fit in 3 maneuvers. So I'm going to be interested to see where the judge is going to put that on the scale.
Well, 17.5 on the clock. Wilcox awaits his second round. Judges probably having a re-look at it. I see they also have a scorecard open for Maxime Huskino. Should probably end up a throwaway looking at the judges' indications. So a heat that has not got into full swing just yet. Someone that is in the highest swing we mentioned was Maxime Huskino over in the Challenger Series. He got a 3rd on the Gold Coast, so that was a very good result for Maxime. Of course, Maxime from the beaches of France, and he's been one of those surfers that's been around now for quite a long time. Really got a lot of results in the local scene there a couple of years back. And let's have a look at Michael Rodriguez, who's built a 2-turn combo there of his own. He's going to ditch a 1.5 with that. His other counting right, a 4.67, as he just flips that bottom deck over, has a look. Looks like epoxy equipment underfoot for Michael Rodriguez. That's Spine Tech technology. He just had a little flip and looked at his fins. Not sure why. Perhaps that board just sort of... Sometimes you can get fin hum. I mean, you won't get that out of a board of which Michael Rodriguez will have underfoot, but sometimes there was something underfoot there for Michael Rodriguez. Had a little look at it, went back to the drawing board. No score yet in for Michael. Remember that his previous a 4.67. He's going to want to throw away the 1.5, and he will be doing that. Meanwhile, Jacob Wilcox, Tash, a 5.77. May even want to have a re-look at Last of Red for the replay. And in the meantime, we'll track Michael Rodriguez. Will switch direction. Lovely tight snap, 2-turn combo. And a lot of intensity on the last one. He liked that. He was able to let go and really punch into that last turn. And that's going to become a good number. Previous, a 4.33. Judges will work on that last 2-turn snap. So Wilcox and Rodriguez just shifting their numbers in the right direction.
Yeah, and this is Jacob Wilcox, 5.77. You see a little downtime in the beginning. He's setting up for that first turn, gets the rooster spray, then the quick re-entry and a nice closeout maneuver from him, being awarded an average score. But right now, keepers compared to the 4-point combo from Michael Rodriguez, and this is Maxime. It's a big closeout maneuver, releases the tail, not much on offer though, but with 2 small scores to his board, it is going to help his situation.
Well, Maxime Huskino will be dropping the 0.6 with that. Already into the second half of the heat we go. And the big Frenchman having perhaps one of his better runs right now. Comes to Ballito, sitting in around 7th on the Challenger Series rankings, care of that 3rd place finish on the Gold Coast. Of course, Maxime will be looking forward to seeing what he can find when the Challenger Series gets to his local beaches. Here is the South African with a turn at his local beach. Shane Sykes, the local, Jan Ballito. And into screen comes Jacob Wilcox, who's got momentum in the seat. Wave number 3 there, just wrapping up for the Western Australian. And transition to Michael Rodriguez. So Wilcox and Rodriguez definitely finding energy in the lineup. They're pinpointing opportunities, and they're definitely keeping the work rate up, Tash. And Rodriguez, well, judges working on a previous score of the 5.53 for the 2 backhand turns. They now own for that forehand attack that came into picture along with Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, keeping really busy as the Brazilian, and he's just increasing his scores with every wave that he catches. You could just see the emotion in him when he finishes and completed that ride, and I just think it showcases how cutthroat the Challenger Series really is for all these surfers, how important it is to advance through heats. And he's backed up that 4.67 with a 5.33 now, so he's slowly building house. He needs to start breaking away, and knowing Maxime Huskino has got some great maneuvers in his bag of tricks, it's not going to be an easy one, and really wanting to separate between that 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th. So we are still waiting for those scores, but I was just, you said the big Frenchman. I remember meeting Maxime maybe 12 years ago. We used to do a South Africa versus France kind of swap over, where the South Africans would go across to Europe and the Europeans come here. And
a cultural exchange.
Thank you, the cultural exchange, yeah. But a skinny, lanky Frenchie that visited our shores many years ago, and he really has grown into himself, and it would be lovely to see this guy on the tour. He works really hard, and he's a great surfer. It is that big result for him is clearly showcasing that he's got it. It's just the consistency that you need in the Challenger Series.
Well, there are surfers that can campaign for an entire career and never get those breakthrough results. Is this the year for Maxime Huskino? As we mentioned, getting all the way to the semi-finals on the Gold Coast, sitting 7th on the Challenger Series. He'll want to harness an opportunity here in Ballito at the 3rd stop. But for now, this heat, not much in the bag for the Frenchman. Just a 3.5 and sitting in third, trailing. And you can see the advancement requirements. It's a big one, a 7.8. And that's care of the momentum. It's a pair of 5s for second place surfer Michael Rodriguez, who built those on his last 2 rides. Two backhand turns for the 5.53. Then on the way out, switched it up and went right. Michael Rodriguez for a 5.77. And meanwhile, also make note of Jacob Wilcox, who's further extended his lead over the pack. Wilcox fetched a 6.07 on his last ride. So a pair of 6s for the Western Australian. Right now, Wilcox out front. As we're already down to 11 minutes to go. This one's whizzing by. And the top 2 slots with Wilcox and Rodriguez. Big requirements for Huskino. And, well, Shane Sykes sat way up at the rock, what we call the rock, the takeoff zone. It's just out of screen to the right. And it did not pay out for him. So he was probably waiting for one of those sets. We haven't seen anything like that during the course of the first 20 minutes of this heat, coming down to nearly 1/3 of the heat remaining. Can the local boy, Shane Sykes in the blue, the South African, with a lot of people and a lot of support on the beach here at his local break in Ballito, find a way through this? Here is Rodriguez, meanwhile.
Yeah, keeping so busy. Just such textbook surfing, and he just seems so happy after every wave, just pushing it, looking stoked. And let's see, will it replace the 5.53 that sits in his tally?
Here goes Jacob Wilcox into the wind, and he'll get the lofty punt. He'll just traverse and travel lateral, relatively good height as well. Here's Maxime on the back part of the set. This is the first real set we've seen, and Maxime's waited an age for this. And 2-turn combo for him, the Frenchman with a lot of power, and he paced that set of maneuvers out. I think everything theoretically was right there. Maxime getting to put some power on display using the rail.
Yeah, and I also liked the tweak in the tail. You know, he just pushed it that little bit extra when he pivoted off the top. And if we had to compare it back to Last of Whites, you know, my personal opinion, I really do think Maxime got the better of the 2 rides and wanting to drop that 1-point ride that's sitting in his tally.
Well, wait for scores. Judges now ponder, well, the incomplete air of Jacob Wilcox, who went left, and then Michael Rodriguez and Maxime Huskino faced off on that set. What I noticed with that, Tash, is Shane Sykes was not part of that set of waves that rolled through. He's now been awarded the priority situation. So we'll see now, do we get another set with 9 minutes to go? Where is the South African in this right now? Scorecards with little crumbs on it. There's nothing in the way of a meal on his plate. We'll wait with 9 minutes to go to see if the local Ballito surfer in blue can keep the South African beach entertained. And right now, it's not looking like that. We are waiting for a number to come in for Maxime Huskino as we go under 9 minutes on the clock. Michael Rodriguez, look where his numbers went, a 7, and he'll pinch the lead out from Jacob Wilcox. So situation changed. Rodriguez leads and now aims into the wind. Well, a little lofty exit for him. You can see he's just in freewheeling mode now, enjoying it. Shane Sykes, the South African, has a little peep for opportunity. Doesn't spend the opportunity, but again down the line, Maxime, different part of the beach. And the Frenchman is up to date with scores, a 5.57 for the wave previous for this man on screen. So that's a building block. Start comparing the 5.57 to second place surfer Jacob Wilcox, who's sitting on a pair of 6s. Maxime's going to have to go almost into the 7-point range now, and he's got some time. Still 8 minutes to do so.
Yeah, and just seeing that comparison, you know, Maxime, it was 2 strong turns. He surfs with so much power. Rodriguez, it was the timing of his turns and then that flow between maneuvers and being awarded the good score, the highest wave score of the heat so far, 7-point ride. But it is still an opportunity for Maxime to get out that 3rd position. For me, Shane Sykes hasn't even got started yet. He sat and waited for a long time at the beginning of the heat with a game plan. We then saw him move to the left of the screen, far left of the screen, after he fell on those 2 turns, or those 2 waves, and now he's paddled back up to the point, spending a lot of time paddling those gigs and not a lot of time riding waves.
Well, a lot of ride and glide time for Maxime Huskino, who is starting to feel the pinch and the urgency of the situation. Reminders again, Frenchman is looking for 6.5. A 5.57 in the hat. Not sure that that number that we've just seen is going to be a massive input to the heat. It will become a replacement score for now, 4.17 for Maxime Huskino, but he remains trailing, looking for the 6.5. Jacob Wilcox's pair of sixes, the 6 for his opening ride, and the Australian backing himself with the 6.07 sits in that advancing second place position. And you can see the lineup overview there. Surfers spread out again. That first priority still remains with the South African furthest over to right of screen. And you keep thinking, maybe is he speculating for one big Hail Mary set to come through? He's backed a plan, and maybe for now he should have already gone to plan B, because certainly Michael Rodriguez has showed that there are numbers in the lineup.
Yeah, and with a requirement of 12.07, he needs 2 good scores, and with 6 minutes on the clock, can it be done? Absolutely. We saw Rodriguez get a 5.53, then as he was paddling out, find the 5.77. So definitely possible in a couple of minutes, but he has to utilize this first priority really well when he does find his next wave.
A number of Brazilians have had success here in Ballito over the years as a qualifying series event. Michael Rodriguez has visited several times but never got the win here. Is this the year where Michael Rodriguez finds a win in the lineup? It's a good question to ask. If you look at his Challenger Series campaign right now, in 9th in Sydney, didn't partake on the Gold Coast. And we'll try and track down our heat leader, Split Peak, and we'll just do pull back to see an overview of the lineup. We apologize for that. A little over 5 minutes to go. We'll see if numbers change from that last exchange. Michael Rodriguez did go left into the wind. And we'll hang the question on the South African again. Where is Shane Sykes again? Sitting with priority. We're noticing surfers pull the trigger and building numbers, and the South African is not part of the story.
No, not at all. You know, he knows this place really well. He won South African Open Men's Champs in December last year in fairly similar conditions. So there's a familiarity about this break for Shane Sykes and living just down the road. But unfortunately, just not finding anything at all. Maybe being a little bit too picky, Gigs, where you've got to keep hunting and finding opportunity out there.
There's always the psychological discussion of winning at home in front of family and friends. It can turn into a negative as well. It becomes an emotional pressure. I'm not saying that that is what is unfolding here for Shane Sykes, but it is a topic to discuss. Sometimes it's easy to get wins away from home, you know, out from under your cheer squad, so to speak. Yeah. There are those stories. But certainly now the hometown advantage for Shane Sykes is not showing any advantage at all. Rodriguez, meanwhile, went left for a throwaway score, so no changes to the numbers. We are up to date. Top left of screen for the exact situation. 3.5 minutes to go. The Brazilian in white leads. The Western Australian in red sits second. And requirements, mid-range 6-4, Maxime Huskino. And yeah. He has a second prio, so let's see. Here is a wave choice with priority for the South African. And that is just going to indicate the journey for Shane Sykes here. My feeling is no way to salvage this now with 3 minutes to go. He's in a combination situation to just advance over Jacob Wilcox. And that, I think, is going to be Shane Sykes' story here in 2022 at the Challenger Series. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. You could just see watching him putting his head in the water. Maybe the monkey brain just playing too much of a game. For Shane and maybe, yeah, feeling a little bit of pressure, hometown crowd. Well, the South African made the trip to Australia for the 2 Challenger Series stops there, 2 throwaway 49ths. So he's not going to harvest anything out of the stop in his hometown. Remember, there are 8 opportunities. So he'll start packing his bags and think about the US Open of surfing. Of course, last year in the Challenger Series over at the US Open, he got a 17th. So he got through a number of heat wins there. He'll want to go back and replicate that now, because of the 8, we count 5 and 3 are throwaways. So do the maths. Shane Sykes has got 3 throwaways on the Challenger Series. Opportunity perhaps for him from the next stop over in Huntington. But for now, it's going to be Shane Sykes falling out. We can almost forecast that. Maxime Huskino becomes a topic point. He's got priority. 6.5 requirement. We haven't seen anything close to a 6.5 from Maxime yet. His best ride to this point of 5.57, and he did that with just 2 strong forehand maneuvers. So perhaps a set right now with 1:45 on the clock could change the shape of the heat. We'll hang on to that moment. Coming up to 90 seconds. But Maxime Usko not backing himself up. A 4.17 is that second counting score for Maxime. And the surfer from France, his dad will be on the beach there. Of course, he travels with Pops. Just the nicest folks. And of course, Maxime, of course, will also be part of Huntington and then on to Ericeira, Portugal. A hometown advantage or disadvantage to talk about in October for Maxime Huskino when we get to Hossegor. And then, of course, Maxime always fares quite well in the powerful stuff, so there's still Haleiwa right at the end of the Challenger Series to talk about. We're inside the last minute, and we'll just try and track down. There is the priority. Now, Maxime's going to feel the pressure of the clock here. He's going to roll into this. Requirement of a 6.5. Here he goes. He's got a wall to work with. Snap to release. He's been surfing solidly in 2022. We mentioned a third place finish, and that is a solid input. He's feeling it. Is that going to be a borderline score? 6.5 requirement. We've got a real thing to chew down on in the last 30 seconds of the seat, Tash.
Yeah, I mean, he had to go. He had priority. I actually, just looking at the way he faced, didn't think that he should go, but I also hadn't got that pulled back shot to see what was lining up with that canvas that he was dealing with.
And this could be an important wave for Jacob Wilcox. It's going to be a fizzler. So he'll kick out. There will be no changes to the Western Australian scores. And he'll sit there now and just be patient, almost dejected there. He feels that he may be exposed for Maxime Huskino's last input. We want to stay with this moment here because the Frenchman was looking for a 6.5. Judges will be in replay at this stage. Scorecard is open for both Michael Rodriguez and Jacob Wilcox and Maxime Huskino. And those are the kind of heats that we're getting here in the Challenger Series, folks.
Yeah, every heat is exciting, every heat is cutthroat, and you really can't say who is going to be the strongest out there. We've seen Michael Rodriguez just start off strong and now finishing strong, but this is the important wave for the Frenchman. So, lots of speed, setting it up for that first turn. Gets the release on the tail, and straight into the next one. You could see he catches his rail a little bit. The judges are being very critical, and then pushing through for that closeout maneuver. Is it the 6.5?
Oh, I cannot help but think it's borderline and maybe short. There were a couple of glitches in that last turn, Tash. We're not the judge, and we're just waiting for that number to drop. We're going to say hi to you guys. We're also going to keep looking at judges' screen. 5.33, it's short of requirement. So Jacob Wilcox is going to survive that one, and these are the kind of heats that are going down at the Challenger Series, folks. Michael Rodriguez will take the win. Jacob Wilcox will get the second, and it is at the expense of Maxime Huskino and the local surfer Shane Sykes. Nail-biting stuff, and that's what we're getting out of the Challenger Series in 2022.
Yeah, nail-biting is definitely the word, and it just shows how difficult this Challenger Series is, and that you cannot let your guard down at all. You've got to keep at it the whole time.
Don't go anywhere. We'll continue with the action from South Africa. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Of course, it's all proudly presented by O'Neill. It's a good afternoon to you. Around 2 p.m. local time, yeah, Gigsley is alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. And we are having some nail-biting heats that unwind here. And it's just round 2 of action in the men's. This is going to be a big week of surfing here as you join us for coverage of heat number 8 in round 2. It is a good afternoon from the break of Ballito on the east coast of South Africa as we tee up our fresh 4 surfers, 2 Americans in Levi Slawson and Etain Osborne. They'll go to the water against 2 Frenchmen, Gatien Delahaye and Thomas Debier. We'll duke out for the top 2 slots and see who progresses through to the next round.
Yeah, and just starting it off, it's interesting to see how everyone's sitting apart. We've seen some big scores coming from the lefts in that previous heat. Jacob Wilcox finding the pair of 6s, and then we saw the rights as well. So definitely contestable out there. Full days of surfing. We've got to get through them. And yeah, a good call to start early. We were always worried about that high tide, and we got the girls through it. We still saw some good scores. We saw our first excellent score coming from the ladies round 1 with Nikki Van Dijk, and now moving into this round 2, it's been the young South African making it through the trials, Luke Thompson, finding that 8.67 in 2 heats prior to this. But I'm excited to see this heat. Etain Osborne has really impressed me. I was chatting to him a couple of days ago, and he just is so happy to be here, almost like a second home, staying with the Sykes. And yeah, had a great first round, and now into the second round. It's going to be a good heat.
Well, a good solid opener to get the scorecard moving for Gatien Delahaye. We do see a 5.67 already in the scorecard for Etain Osborne. So he found that just as the heat got going. A couple of minutes into it, 4 minutes in, still just under 26 minutes to go. If you're just with us, it is the Challenger Series from Ballito, and wow, it is firepower heats, as you would expect for the newly adjusted tour. 8 stops in all, as we mentioned, and well, stop 3 here, Ballito, stop 4, the US Open of Surfing coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Etain Osborne, a 5.67. And Gatien Delahaye is going to go similar neighborhood of score. Tash, a 5.17, made up just of 2 solid backhand turns. And that is a good input for the heat. Here goes Etain, wave number 2. The American surfing light-footed, and he'll just lambaste into that. He'll go unstuck. So Osborne down for a throwaway score. Still no rides, and a priority allocated for Thomas Debier, who's a pretty solid nuggety competitor himself. Here he goes, stabs that vertical approach, 1 maneuver. We've seen 1 maneuvers play a part and tell a story on the score sheet here at the Challenger Series event in Ballito. Let's see where that one fits into the context of the scores.
Yeah, let's see what the judges thought, because in the previous heat I didn't think it was such a big score, and it came through a little bit bigger. They are being very critical. I was listening to some judges that were on their break and still watching the surfing. So despite being on the call and watching every heat, when they do have a break off, they're actually still watching the surfing and still being critical. And
Isn't that what you do as a commentator, Tash?
Yeah, of course. I have to compare. I have to analyze.
You're a surf fan.
Yeah, and just very blessed to be a surfer, and very stoked to be down here at the Ballito Pro. But Gatien Delahaye finding that 5.17. So an average score coming out of it, and what we've seen in prior heats is it is a keeper finding a score like that, especially to stay in that second position. Most first place surfers getting into more of those good scores, finding anything over a 7-point ride is definitely cementing their win in the heat.
Well, Thomas Debier just a 3.83. Let's have a look at Levi Slawson. He'll get going. Lovely direction out of the first turn. That board very, very tangibly fast underfoot. It was very clear there in evidence. It looks like a Spine-Tech epoxy. So smaller wind swell. This is a low period swell, about 7 seconds, which is almost uncharacteristic in this part of the world. We generally have a lot of power that moves through anything over a 10-second period in the swell, which we are expecting tomorrow, really sort of firms up and brings a lot of energy into the lineup. Probably the most low period swell we'll see in the Ballito lineup today, 7 seconds, maybe 8 seconds. And certainly that board looking pretty nippy underfoot for Levi Slauson. We'll wait to see the judge's opinion on that. And the heat's moving along. Already gone under 23 minutes. And here is a line coming into the bay. Priority for De La Haye, who'll switch up his focus. He opened his first score with the 517 on the left. And he'll just rock and roll and buck off that board. He'll be a bit frustrated with himself with that, not capitalizing on the opportunity at the 22.5-minute mark to back up his opening score.
Yeah, very true. Well said, Giggs. And you could see the frustration even just with him swinging his board around. You cannot miss a beat out here. You've got to complete your turns, as I was saying earlier, judges being very critical. But it is the Challenger Series, and we thought a QS 10,000 was pressure. The Challenger Series, definitely even more pressure for all these surfers. Top 96 men in the world already whittled down to 48 remaining at the Ballito Pro. And we see 2 South Africans going through so far, which I'm very stoked about. Out here, though, North America versus Europe, really. And who is it going to be? It was Eitan Osborne, starting with that 567.
Well, you nationalized the topic there with the Americans and the Frenchmen, both, well, all four surfers in both regions, performing very well on the regionalized, now more regionalized qualifying series. We'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. Here's De La Haye as he'll get going. This is looking similar to his opening ride of a 517. His last one not going to factor in. So back to the formula of the 2-turn combo on the backhand for Gatien. Remember, he opened with the 517, so maybe that one just, shave off 10%, 15%. But he'll go back to the 2-turn combo to build another score quickly. He'll want to keep his momentum. Right now, the heat lead, not a big set of numbers. 447 and a 383 belongs to Thomas Debier. So it's an easy number to track down. And we'll just wait for Levi Slauson, who looked very spicy on the back end. Perhaps a replay from production for Last of Green. A 5.23 coming in. And while we wait for some replays, let's go down and hear from Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, the familiar face. He'll be down there for the interview.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Michael Rodriguez, winner of the last heat. Michael, your highest scoring wave in that heat was a 7. You've been coming to Ballito for many years. It wasn't quite the 10 that you got at Bog when we moved the event in 2015, but conditions looked quite tough out there. We saw Shane Sykes, the local favorite, hardly even getting a wave out there. Tell us about the conditions and how it was in the heat.
You know, man, I'm so happy to be back here in Ballito. It's just such an amazing place. I think everybody loves here. Man, kind of hard to describe the feeling. I have been working a lot on my surfing, on my mentally, on everybody. So right now, feeling really good about it. 7 point was good. I'm looking forward to be back on tour next year. So, that's my goal. And it's pretty hard to be back there. It's hard to qualify, but to be back another time, it's pretty much pretty hard. So yeah, feeling good. Waves are pretty hard out there. The local hero just wasn't his day today, but yeah, man, it is. I'm super happy about it.
Well done. That was a great win, and I noticed that you stuck to power surfing in that heat. The 7 and your other scoring waves was a set wave with 3 solid turns. I wouldn't call it basic surfing, but you stuck to the basics and you did it properly, and that's what got you through. So you're not taking to the air or anything like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was my plan before the heat. I was looking for the waves, and I saw a couple areas, but I prefer doing a good power surfer. I really love surfer like this. I have been trying to put this surfer a lot. Everybody knows me about my airs, but I really love surfer power surfing. So right now I'm happy to do that thing right here, and I hopefully it's still working.
Let's give you an opportunity to communicate in your own language. There's people that tune in from all over the world, so if you want to say a few words.
Sure. Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo, minha mãe, minha namorada, meu irmão, toda a minha família, meus amigos. Estou muito amarrado de ter passado mais um e vamos para a próxima.
Thank you, Michael. Good luck for the rest of the event, and we really enjoyed watching that surfing. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thanks, Michael. Thanks, Michael. Mike through with Michael Rodriguez, who's through to the next round. Emrod, very clear about his intentions, wants to be back on the championship tour in 2023, and well, if he keeps the momentum going, a lot of people, he's built a big fan base as well. He's become very, very popular. He's got that spicy surfing. He mixes it up, but he said he wanted to stick to the power surfing plan. Then it worked out just fine. He's in the next round. He got the advance along with Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, and I just love his positive words and just almost like manifesting that he's going to be on the championship tour. Like, I am back there already. We only stopped number 3 of the Challenger Series. There's still a lot of events coming up under the Challenger Series, but mentally he's there already, and I think that's such a positive sign for an athlete. It just showcases that you've got to have such a strong mind game and mindset in this Challenger Series, not just being physically prepared, but mentally prepared as well.
Absolutely. Kind of like a Grand Prix driver.
Yes. I was comparing it yesterday when I was sitting in the booth with Kai, just saying sometimes, some waves you can feel like you're going on a go-kart with the qualifying series, and here we're the Challenger Series, and it's like an F1 race straight away, and you've got to just transition really quickly.
Well, talking of transitions, off the white water with a bit of spice there was Caity and Delahaye, who's become the heat leader. So numbers are all in, up to date, except for the last ride of Caity and Delahaye, who now has the opportunity to improve his lead. So a 517 in the scorecard for white. We'll wait for the new number to come, and we feel that it will drop and get rid of his other counting score of the 3.33. So the 8.5 perhaps now stretches a new total for Delahaye above the rest of the field. But both the Frenchmen for now in the lead, as we're almost at the halfway mark. Levi Slauson did fetch a 5.23 in the lineup. And, well, Thomas Debier set a 4 and a 3. So there's a couple of 5s sprinkled around there. Etain Osborne opened with the 5.67. Levi Slauson with a 5.23. And, well, slight improvement. 3.33 last of... No, it's not in yet. Caity and Delahaye still waiting to replace that 3.33 dash. I want to see Levi Slauson's last wave. I want to see Etain Osborne's first wave if we can try and bring them to the show. 4.23 now in for Caity, and so new number for heat leader up to a 9.4.
Yeah, still not sitting in that 10-point range or above. Your maximum heat total 20 points, and we really, we haven't seen much excellent scores coming through just yet, and a pair of 5s, right now it looks like you can take the lead. We're halfway through this heat. Etain Osborne sitting down in that 4th position with priority, just with the 5.67. It's actually the biggest single wave score of the heat, and then that throwaway 0.93. So we are going to see a change in situation as this heat plays out.
Well, we slipped into the second half here, Tash. No sign of any new scores, so we are up to date. Top left of screen for Delahaye leading, Debier in second, Slauson lying third. Here's our heat leader. We'll stick with him. He'll just climb. Incomplete. Levi Slauson, the American, a 3.07 all is the requirement, and Etain Osborne even less at a 2.63. So this is a heat that's going to change shape at some stage quite soon, we speculate.
Well, you almost just need one set to come through the lineup, and hopefully you've got that P standing next to your name, that first priority. Because if your canvas is nice and clean to work with, you are able to produce the bigger scores.
Well, 2 things I want to add to what you're saying there, Tash. Firstly, I'm not seeing a clean canvas. Southerly wind almost increasing now. We've just gone through the tide turn. We'll see the wind starting to pick up. Almost tangible, the southerly wind increase in speed. White horses starting to gallop across your screen now. So that's the wind coming with the tide turn. We're just going through the low. My feeling is that left-handers is going to play a part. A little bit caught up there, a little bit rough for Caity and Delahaye, trying to improve on his previous score of the 4.23. And then the other thing you're talking about is Eitan Osborne sitting with priority. Is he going into a slump that basically held Shane Sykes back from advancing in the last heat?
Yeah, for me personally, you don't want to sit too long and wait. You want to keep hungry. I've just got a notification. Travis is going to make a call. We might run up to heat 12 today, so it looks like more surfing. And that might be for what the forecast is showing. I do know that we're under a bit of pressure with time because we had a first lay day and we lost an entire day of surfing and having to cram in some heats. But the scores are there. It's contestable. We've seen some good scores. We've seen one excellent score in the men's division, one excellent score from the ladies. So hard work for these surfers, especially when it's so cutthroat here in the Challenger Series. But yeah, Eitan's still sitting there waiting. And me personally, I wouldn't wait too long. I'd keep hunting.
What is going to happen, Tash, is that we're going to start getting some sets in about half an hour. That's just a little off-screen comment. And just because of the tide turn, I think if anything, it's just rolling through the tide turn right now. So it's just slowed down a touch. It makes sense what Travis Logie's thinking. We're going to get some bigger waves roam through the lineup. We may even get a couple of wash-throughs, so those wind-slop wash-through type sets over the next 2 hours or so. They will be usable, though, and this is usable. Osborne's going to get a section, and he's not going to engage the inside rail. He's not going to drive up the face. So he'll go incomplete after sitting for a majority of the heat with priority. So slight mismanagement there. He'll want to fix that now with 11:40 on the clock. Thomas Debier trying to up his numbers. It won't happen. Judges are going to bring in a score that won't replace the 383. So 11.5 on the clock. And, well, there's the updated numbers. Delahaye leads. Debier still second. Lawson still chasing just a 307. And Eitan Osborne last ride will be a throwaway. His one, a 263. So it's small sets of numbers that can change this heat over. And we're looking at the priority. Libas Lawson is into that similar funk now, sitting with the priority. You can wait too long. That's a nice two-turn combo for Eitan Osborne, who's spent a lot of time with priority. Now he's gone into a work rate with the fourth priority. And I bet you that's going to end up being a number that makes a difference. In fact, I think it's going to move Eitan from fourth to second.
Yeah, good call. Tiny score needed, a 263 from Eitan Osborne. And it's interesting, as a competitor, you think you want that first priority. You think it's an advantage to hold first priority in a heat. But we've seen many heats throughout the day, gigs, where that third or fourth priority, so you can't sit and wait and choose and decide, is it a good wave or not? You just got to keep busy and keep hunting. And that's where we actually have seen some competitors rise to the occasion and move from that third and fourth position into the advancing positions of either first or second.
We spoke of the regions, both the North America and the European qualifying series. Of course, think back to Eitan Osborne a couple of seasons back, traveling all the way to Israel for a win. And, well, that's Gatian Delahaye fetched reasonable numbers from his visit to Israel this year, making that final against Ramzi Bukaim at the Seat Netanya Pro. It's hard to think that there is surf in Israel, but yes, there is. So much so that it's a part of the WSL's qualifying series stops these days. Love to get a trip over there and experience that culture. But just speaking to the point of consistency for Gatian in the qualifying series, let's just have a look at this. We'll follow Eitan. This is going to be one that's going to allow him a ramp, perhaps. And he won't get the launch pad. He'll go back to the drawing board with around 9.5 minutes to go. But just to wrap that point up about Gatian, he's been quite consistent in his region. A finals against Lucas Silveira at Santa Cruz, Portugal, and also Galicia up in Spain for a semi-final. So Gatian in the lead. It's not a surprise. He's showing consistency in his region, but we want to bring that now to the Challenger Series here. And for now, he is out in front. And his scores, just to break them down individually, a 5.17 and a 4.23 make up the 9.4.
Yeah, but the cool thing that we've just seen is Eitan Osborne finding the score required, and he's done the big hop. Moving up to second position doesn't mean that he's out of the woods just yet, though, because small scores are needed.
Just over 2 points separating fourth through first. So it wasn't much for Eitan Osborne to climb out of fourth, jump up to second. But it's a new situation, and it'll give a requirement to Thomas Debier of a 4.61. And Levi Slawson, watch him spark to life still. He's sitting on a 5.23, which is arguably one of the better waves of the heat. And just needs to back it up with a 3.85 to jump into Eitan's slot. We can take a quick ad break, and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro. Don't go anywhere.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slick and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and it is the third stop of 8. It's the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, and you're joining us in a Wednesday afternoon here in South Africa. It's men's round 2 of action. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. Of course, the town of Ballito embracing the 96 men and the 64 women that have come here to look for points and some prize money as well, dare you say. There is a lot of purse on offer. And we'll join the action in the lineup with a little over 6 minutes to go. A score is owed for Eitan Osborne, who has now dropped from second down to third. So it's a very, very tight battle here. And you'll join the action with Delahaye, 2-turn combo. And that was nice and spicy. I'm hearing a little bit of cheers from the athlete area. He's ditching a 4.23. He did open with something similar, Tash, a 5.17. So we'll see if he's replacing a score and just nudging his numbers forward. Of course, quite a tussle on paper between Debier, Osborne, and Levi Slawson. And just to add, Levi Slawson's gone into that priority coma.
Yes, priority coma is the right thing to say. We've just seen it throughout these heats. You sit for a while when you've got that priority, and with such small scores needed between second and fourth place surfers, you know, and 5.5 minutes on the clock, is it the right thing to do? He has that throwaway 2.13, but then sitting with the second highest wave score of the heat, but finding himself in that fourth position.
Got a feeling that in an hour's time, the priority might become an asset again. Certainly has not been over the last 90 minutes or so, the last 3 heats.
Taking a look at this replay of Delahaye's last ride. Oh my goodness. It's textbook for me. Really great, but Thomas Derriere, the fellow French surfer, great strong first turn, gets the quick lip line to keep his speed going. It's another little check turn, and you know, that, I don't know if that's going to go into his top 2. He's sitting with a 4.47 and a 4.7, but back at it again.
Well, non-stop for Caity and Delahaye, who's now, for a long time, has been in the heat lead. He'll drop to second because Eitan Osborne, off screen, has found a 4.7. Perhaps we'll scour the tapes and try and bring that to you. But a situation change. The American now gets a turn to lead this heat. Tightly stacked set of scores here between fourth and first. But for now, Eitan Osborne is our new heat leader with a 5.67 and his last ride, a 4.7. And we're not sure how he built that because we were away at break. But down to 4 minutes to go. Caity and Delahaye, really dynamic. 2 turns on the backhand. Will be trying to stretch to take the lead back. His requirements, Tash, a 5.21. And he's going to go over that by a little bit, of 5.33 in. And a new heat leader again in Caity.
Wow. It just showcases how you really need to get a good score onto your heat total. Otherwise, you're under pressure for an entire 30 minutes. I would not like to be any one of these 4 surfers right now. You know, any wave that comes through, if you can fit those 2 turns in, you're getting a score that you keep. This is the 4.7 that we saw from the American. So a vicious little closeout backhand turn. That might have been the 5.67 actually. And then here gets the open-faced forehand snap, little speed turn, and then putting that little exclamation mark on turn number 3.
Well, Eitan Osborne staying in the top 2 with now under 3 minutes to go. This is going to become one of those tight affairs again. You feel that everyone's going to contribute at least another wave. Here goes Gatien. And he'll switch it up. Pop shove it. Incomplete. Clock suddenly at 2.5 minutes, and Gatien is our heat leader. Pair of 5s for the lead. 5.33 and a 5.17 gets him into the double digits. And Eitan Osborne has come back strong here. 5.67, 4.7 for that 10.37. Now Debier in third, looking for the 5.67. So that's a bigger number. Thomas hasn't gone close to there. He's been plagued by a set of 4s. You'll see everyone will go rapid fire here now, Tash, in the last 2 minutes. We'll see if this heat can change shape. And where is Levi Slauson in all of this? One of the strongest scores with the 5.23 for the American in green, but nothing backing it up just yet. And he's taking his time. At some stage, he's going to have to pull the trigger here. His requirements are 5.15, all very possible. And this will be another exciting back 1 minute 45 to go to wrap it up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to keep me on the edge of my seat. And we saw a wave come through from Thomas Devier. We're still waiting for the judges to put a score on the board. You know, he fitted 3 turns in, but I just didn't see the speed in that wave. I didn't see as much flow. It was almost like he was pushing really hard to try and force the score.
Yep, we're up to date. And Debier does not find requirements. So as you see, top left of screen is the situation. Third place, Thomas Debier chases the 5.67. Levi Slauson, who sat for an absolute age now and has a strong score in the relativity of the heat of 5.23. He's got to find another 5 though. 5.15 is the requirement, all very possible. And just like that, we're down to the final minute. And again, just making note of the white horses that are starting to gallop across right to left on screen. The wind has picked up a fair touch. It's going to really start buckling. The only thing that is a saving grace is that it is low tide, so there will be a couple of cups to work with. Got a feeling that everyone will try and pull the trigger now. Here goes heat leader Gatien. Switches it up, runs with the wind. Gets nice and deep and steep on that well-defined final maneuver. Not sure that's going to replace a number. 5.17 and a 5.23 already in the hat. Clock's on 30 seconds. And where is Levi Slauson in the discussion? He has the priority. He has a bigger shaped lump coming into the lineup. Red will have to give way here. And he will. Opportunity for Levi. Oh, and so much wind that that light epoxy board flies away. It was a high risk. Should he have not done something perhaps a little more sober and within reach? And that would be Slauson's campaign done here in Ballito. And Eitan Osborne is going to hang on to it. And that looks like it's going to be the result, and he'll celebrate that. And why not? Every heat is a vital step in the right direction here on the Challenger Series in 2022. It's going to be an official result. Gatien, Delahaye, and Eitan Osborne are on their way to the next round, Tash. Just like that, we'll wrap up heat number 8. Stay with us. We'll bring in Brad Bricknell and Kai Linder for the call as we'll join heat 9 at the Ballito Pro.
And I'll be at your side forevermore.
Welcome back to the round of 48, day 3 of competition, day 4 of the waiting period for the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. It's so great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. Brad Bricknell here, alongside good mate Kai Linder. Kai, we've seen a big day of surfing action. The swell still sticking around. The lower tides made for more consistent opportunities, and actually seen a bit more of a rise in the swell come through this afternoon.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of nice sets out there. The low tide's letting that right pop up off the bricks and run across the bank. We've seen a couple of guys get like pretty long rides, and it's still a little bit variable. Like one heat it'll sort of be on, and then the second heat the guys struggle a little bit more. The southwest has picked up, it's a bit stronger. I've seen a couple of umbrellas dashing down the beach. But it is still contestable, and we've seen some big scores. You know, the previous heat, there was some really big scores, and then the last heat, a little bit slower. So let's hope this is one of those ones where it flares up.
Well, let's introduce the surfers in the seat to you. Ryan Callanan from Newcastle, Australia. He'll be wearing the red singlet. Michael Dunphy from the east coast of the USA, Virginia Beach to be more precise. He's going to be in the blue. Eli Hanneman out of Maui. He'll be wearing the white singlet. And then, of course, Luca Macinas, our Olympian in this heat, representing the nation of Peru. He's going to be wearing the green singlet. 30-minute heats all the way through this round of 48. We've whittled it down from 96 surfers down to these 48, and we're deep into the draw here. Heat 9 of 12 in this round. And if you want to go and catch up on what happened in the balance of the women's round 1, jump onto the World Surf League app and check out all the heat draw information over there. Meanwhile, this is live action. We're catching up here with Michael Dunphy. Squares up on the bottom, nice vertical crack off the top there. Big closeout turn there from Dunphy. Opened up with a 4.83. Ryan Callanan also with a 3.33 locked in for him.
Dunphy checking his board there, so you know it is quite low on that bank right now. Maybe had a little impact as he jumped off, and there's a couple of little rocks hidden around that area as well, so you've got to be careful.
Yeah, I think that low tide is imminent, around 2:30 here in the afternoon local time. Low tide is somewhere between now and 3 o'clock, so you can see the exposed rock shelf to the bottom right of your screen there. That's what Kai Linder's been referring to, and that sandbar on the outside a lot shallower than it has been obviously throughout the course of today. Southwesterly winds are certainly ruffling things up, blowing from the right to the left of your screen. And scores a quick one in there too for Eli Hanneman. So Eli Hanneman from Maui, he's banked 273rds in the first 2 events of the year so far, Kai. So he's looking to find the form that won him that QS 1000 recently back at home. And we know what he can do in the air. We've seen his movie parts for many years since he was a little mini Grom, and now he gets to perform for us on the world stage.
Yeah, I'll never forget Facebook back in the day blowing up with, oh my goodness, have you seen this 12-year-old
Who is this kid?
Who is this kid? And now he's not so young anymore, and he's realizing that I think it's a lot easier to blow up at 12 than it is when you're on the Challenger Series. Yes,
well, a big year ahead for us on the Challenger Series Tour. 8 events in total. We've had 2 so far. They were both down in Australia. One on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks, the other down at Manly in Sydney. And now we've moved over to the African continent, South Africa here, and we're watching Michael Dunphy. Beautiful bottom turn to top turn combination. Rebounds that one smoothly off the whitewater. Now a little tag as the inside section stands up on the bank, trying to find some sort of place to end this one with a big finish. A little frontside wrap as the wave goes into some deeper water there and loses some energy. But like what I see from Michael Dunphy, he's been around for a long time, Kai, on those QS series and all those events. He's 32 years of age and joined the QS ranks back in 2008, so a lot of experience there.
Dunphy's a brawler, like he always has been. He likes a good fight, never lies down, and when he loses, it's generally not because he hasn't tried his utmost to get through the heat. So I think he'd be thinking this looks pretty similar to Virginia Beach too, so he's going to be difficult to beat in these conditions. We'll
just pay attention to live action over here. Ryan Callanan from Newcastle Also in New South Wales, Australia, nice two-turn combination on his backhand. We know how deadly that backhand attack of Ryan Callanan's is. Currently ranked number 6 on the Challenger Series after a 73rd in the opening event, but then he backed it up with a final place down in Manly. Got a second place there to Rio Waida. More live action. Luca Messinas from Peru. First surfer to qualify for the Olympic Games via the Pan American Games.
Do you think that put extra pressure on him, though?
Well, I think the pathway to qualifying for the Olympic Games was quite a long and protracted one, and a little bit complicated if you didn't really know exactly how it worked. And I think for him, being the first one to qualify would maybe have been more of a relief. I know it would be for me knowing, okay, I've done the job, now I can just focus on the big one. Whereas a lot of other surfers had to go through, the various other qualification channels through the hoops. Yeah, through the hoops, through the Olympic qualifying process. And great to see surfing showcased on that stage as well. And of course, this stage that we are looking at here, we are looking for the challengers to the World Championship Tour. We're looking for 10 women and 10 men and 5 women rather to join the elite ranks in 2023. Top 5 events out of the 8 on this year's tour will count. And some more action here as we track with Eli Hanneman into the wind. Blows that tail out in the lightning quick air reverse attempt. That's what we know he can do virtually with his eyes closed. So stand by for more of that from Eli Hanneman later on in the heat.
I like the intent from the young man going for the big blowtail. He ended up blowing his head off the bank there as he dismounted as well. So I hope he's all right. He doesn't look like he's too stressed, but it is very shallow on that sandbank right now. And we've seen quite a few guys in the last few hits checking fins, checking boards, checking elbows, because I can tell you from personal experience, when you eat the sand here on the low tide, it's a proper dashing.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like when it's rifling at 80-10 foot down the bank as it has in past times. But, well, one of our favourite surfers from the last couple of rounds, Gatien De La Haye, had a fantastic run-up in that last heat, and he's already on the sidelines now with Michael Frew.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Gatien De La Haye, the winner of the last heat. You can see I put a jacket on. It's got a lot colder. The conditions are tough out there. How was that heat out in the water? You said it was tough.
It was super tough, super tough. Tricky conditions. It's kind of shifting, coming all over the beach. So you pretty much have to keep on moving, going one side to the other to create the chance to catch a wave. And that's what I did. I just kept on surfing. I wanted to stay busy, so it worked. It came my way, so I'm pretty happy with that. I didn't know what was going on out there. The wind kind of started blowing a little stronger, so I couldn't hear the score. I was just raising my hand, and then I still didn't know. They didn't tell me anything, so I just told myself, okay, just keep on surfing, keep on doing what you're doing, and it'll work.
Well, you're certainly doing the job. You threw another heat. Before this event, you were 90th in the rankings. This must mean a lot to you to get through that heat.
It feels really good. Feels really good. It's the first heat win in the Challengers this year. I struggled in the first 2 events, so these 2 heats feels really, really good. And yeah, I just want to keep on doing what I'm doing and keep on going.
Quickly, some words to the viewers in your own language. Let's give you an opportunity for that.
Bonjour à tout le monde, à la maison, à ma copine, à Scully, Chippy, Boulette, ma maman, mon papa, mes frères et tout le monde qui me supporte. Merci beaucoup et let's go. You.
Awesome stuff. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike Frew. Back to live action here. Straight into a nice backhand attack there from Luca Messinas. Behind him now will be Michael Dunphy, your heat leader. Found a left-hander on this occasion. Nice transition between those 2 turns, but not as dynamic as the 5.27 he's locked in as his high point in this heat. Back that up with a 4.83. Callanan in second. He requires 5.18. Still waiting on a flurry of scores, though, as surfers have been really busy through that interview. We'll bring you up to speed as soon as those scores do drop in. And interesting little fact here, Michael Dunphy had a wild card into the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro. And I was beaten by a mad scientist by the name of Kelly Slater, the guy who actually invented the wave pool. So maybe a bit of an advantage going up against, a disadvantage going up against the inventor of the pool you just want to go have a surf in.
Well, interesting fact, Kelly the mad scientist with his new Echo floatable fins that resin coming from a company right here in Pound Town.
Well, I did read about that too. South Africa's always been there or thereabouts. In the surfing world, going a long way back to, Sean Thompson and Martin Potter, and now into the modern era as we see the Aussie contingent, Liam O'Brien getting ready for potential heat later on today. Morgan Siblick, unfortunately, did get knocked out of the event. But I like the way the guys are sticking around to watch their fellow countrymen compete here at Ballito Bay.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien not looking terribly concerned with an upcoming heat there.
Looking pretty focused, you've got to say. And Ryan Callanan, the 30-year-old tall surfer, coming in at just over 6 foot. He debuted back in 2009 on the qualifying series. And his best result on that championship tour was a second back in 2018 at the Quicksilver Pro France, where he was beaten by Julian Wilson. And his best ranking on the tour was 2019, where he came in at equal 14th. So great to have some of his experience here in the event. A little inside left-hander here for Messinas. He's going back-to-back with two-turn combos. And Ryan has faced a lot of adversity in his life, in his personal life, in his his family life. Tragically, he lost both his parents. He's suffered injuries that's put him out of events for a long time, but he keeps coming back. One of the nicest guys you'll ever talk to, and his aerial game into this left-hander could be a real factor if he finds one of those launch pads.
Yeah, for a big guy, he's definitely not shy of the air, and just a really polished surfer. I've enjoyed watching him from day one, and then when he made the tour, I was super stoked. And I don't think it's going to be too long before we see him back at that top level. Interestingly, just looking at some numbers last night as I was planning my fantasy surfer for J Bay.
I got to get onto that.
That number 14 right now on the World Tour is Matty McGillivray, the South African, and for the first time in a long time, the highest ranked South African going into J Bay, Geordie Smith in 15.
Wow, well, there's an interesting stat brought to you by our surf nerd of note, Kai Linder. 16 minutes and 23 seconds remaining. Let's see, those scores are now locked in. So the leaderboard looks like this. Dunphy leads from Virginia Beach in the USA. Callanan from Australia in second, looking for a 5.18 if he wants to go into the lead. Messinas from Peru in third place. He requires a 4.37. And Eli Hanneman is the man with priority from Maui, Hawaii. He requires a 4.17 to go into the lead. The southwesterly wind is breezy and blustery, and so is Michael Dunphy as he hops over that first section, squares up on the section for a solid rebound on that oncoming section. Hanneman just lands something nice. 15.45 on the clock. We'll catch up with that one in a second.
Yeah, I got to say, I love how Michael Dunphy surfs, and I mean, coming from Virginia Beach on the east coast of America, very used to these sort of blustery, small wave conditions. I mean, I do know the guys get good waves there too, but I think most of the year they have very similar conditions to these. Of course, the difference would be that it's freezing cold as well.
Yeah, that adds another factor. I've just moved back to Cape Town, and I can tell you it's very, very different to where I was living in northern New South Wales on the east coast of Australia. Those 4.3s are an absolute hazard. 15 minutes to go. Scores coming in for Callanan. It was a 3.83, still in second place. 3.37 from Hanneman. And we are still waiting on the last score to drop in from Michael Dunphy, who's, well, it's just dropped in now. So 5.83 from Dunphy. So extends his lead over Callanan. Priority is with the man from Newcastle. Luca Messinas is in third place right now. He fell off the championship tour at the mid-season cut after a very, very promising start, a fifth place at Pipeline, but then he backed it up with 4/17, which meant he wasn't in that qualification or requalification line for the cut. And he's back here on the Challenger Series, and he's up and riding as we speak. Another big vertical stab on an inside wave for Luca, and another little closeout turn. So feels like for me, he's chipping away at these smaller left-handers, maybe a bit more patience if he wants to really break out of that 4-point range, if he finds a bigger wave for a bigger maneuver.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get onto one of those bigger ones. I think the surfing has been really good, and the scores kind of tell that story. A 4.07, a 4.4, probably coming in about the same range on that one because it was a smaller wave. In the meantime, it's this guy keeping really busy in the lineup, Michael Dunphy, and you can just see that like sort of point difference between Dunphy and Luca it's because Dunphy has kind of found some of those bigger right-handers in the heat. And it's interesting because Luca, like you said, that really good start at pipe, it's almost exactly like Zhao Chianca, had that fantastic, like came on the scene, I'm here, first event of the year, and then it just kind of all went downhill.
It's really hard to keep backing up those results and do it consistently over a year's period, or in this case over those first 5 events. But it is making for a mouth-watering conclusion come lower trestles later on in September this year. And of course all these surfers are fighting for a spot on the Elite Championship Tour, as we see surfers from the next heat. That's Cody Young out of Hawaii as well, getting ready for his next heat, coming up against Mikey McDonough, Cam Richards and Joan Deroux. So a whole bunch of international flavour coming up in those next rounds. But we've got 12 and a half minutes remaining in this one. Looks like it has Ryan Callanan has dropped into 4.27. So that requirement now 4.81 and 4.61 respectively for Messinas and Hanneman.
Yeah, and interestingly, as we see Cody Young, of course, he surfed this morning. So we're starting to, move back into those sort of guys that were around earlier. And it was a lot smaller this morning as well.
Yeah, it was a lot smaller this morning. We had some tide issues to deal with, and we pushed through, and probably having some of the best conditions as the day has worn on this afternoon. Around 2:40 here local time, so pretty much on that dead low. Here goes Messinas up and riding, kicking up a lot of spray on that opening turn, but again he's opting for the smaller waves under priority. And here goes Dunphy now, nice stretched out wall ahead of him, clicks that one for a lot of spray, and then finding the closed out section, bashing the fins out the back. But just has to deal with a little bobble in front of him there, and doesn't quite ride out that one. Here goes Hanneman. Nice vertical stab. Section stands up again for a second big closeout re-entry. He likes the feel of that one. Only needs a 4.91, and also looking to drop a 3.37. That's a nice, tidy combination there from Hanneman.
Yeah, Eli's been hunting the lefts. It looks like he's feeling his groove on the backhand, and I can see why. That was some very aggressive surfing and an explosive finishing maneuver for the young Hawaiian.
Messinas now also on another left-hander, slightly bigger wave for him. This is turn number 3 as he locks that one down, so that's going to be better for the Peruvian. 4.40. He did lock in a 5.10 on his last wave, so Messinas has jumped into that second place. Callanan now third, Hanneman in fourth. 11 minutes remaining. And I think just talking to a few of the people who have been knocked out after this event, it's always interesting to see the different reactions to losses. We'll touch back on that thought in a second as Dunphy does a nice vertical crack over that section. Oncoming section is dealt with accordingly. Another beautiful closeout turn. This guy's stringing together some incredible two-turn combinations with a lot of speed and power, given the size of the wave that he's riding.
Yeah, well, I'm fanning on him hard in this heat because he's really putting it down. And yeah, I suppose when you get knocked out, it's never easy. But some guys, we saw Gavea making a joke of it on his Instagram, posting the poo man from the end of the heat, But if you're just on the road and you've been doing it for a long time, I think it becomes a little bit easier because you have that experience and you kind of learn how to accept it. On the other side, some of the younger guys, they're going to take it quite hard sometimes. Looking at Shane Sykes, a lot of people, he didn't have a great heat. Sometimes people always go, like home ground advantage and all of that, but sometimes there's more pressure on that kid because he's at home and it's in front of the family and friends, and there's that expectation as well. So, Shane is a really talented surfer, so I'm sure he'll be back with some great results, and I hope he doesn't take it too hard on himself.
Yeah, always a bit of an art making sure you block out that external noise, and sometimes the noise inside your head's the loudest one. You've got to keep quiet, so that certainly comes with a bit of experience and a bit of help along the way. We have seen a very solid score being dropped down for last of Eli Hanneman. It's a 6.50, which means he goes exactly from fourth all the way up to first. Dunphy now in second, requiring 5.28. Luca Messinas drops into third place. He requires 5.54. And Ryan Callanan slips into fourth with 6.17, his requirement. The man from Newcastle does have priority. And we're just under now that 9-point mark. And another lead change as the next score comes in. Dunphy, that last two-turn combination on the right-hander that you really like, Kai. And well, that got him a 6.07. And now it's Dunphy that leads. Hanneman second, Messina's third, and Callanan fourth. I do love these heats at Seesaw. It makes for entertaining viewership for us surf fans, and especially a surf nerd like you.
Oh, I am a surf nerd. I love watching competitive surfing, and yeah, it's good to see guys just going tit for tat here, as we see Messina's on the first right and going down. So maybe the lefts were a better choice.
Yeah, just getting the line wrong on that entry point. Just his body over rotating on the front side of his board. So no harm, no foul there for him. It's just a quick in and out. He'll get back out and try and now find that weight that's going to give him the opportunity for the 5.54.
It's funny now, you know, in the old days, if you were a surf nerd, it was all in your head. These days, you get Fantasy Surfer to play and test out your skills, and I'd love to be the ultimate surf nerd.
Here we go, big rotation. It's a full rotation from Eli Hanneman, and he loves that one. He's been looking at this left-hander with the favourable wind blowing into it, as Ryan Callanan now follows suit on a smaller wave, but he's also tagging this one for all it's worth down the inside bank and finishes right up in the southern channel. So great surfing there from Callanan, and we're going to have to look at this replay again from Eli Hanneman. He did drop into second place looking for a 5.40, but this is what this young man is capable of. We've seen this time and time again on his social media channels. The kid is a freak in the air, and when he finds those sections, he can blow anybody out the water.
Yeah, and he's been hunting that left because the southwest is blowing up the face, and he went for the launch there, and it was a really, really clean backside air. So very impressed by the young man. He's living up to the hype with that one, and I'm starting to see some scores drop in here. I think the judges were impressed as well.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get that one replayed for us. I think the first thing that came to mind was the height, and we've seen a lot of air reverses today, which means you land with your tail first and then you revert out, but that looked like, to me, a full rotation, which means he does the full 360 in the air. Let's take a look at this one.
So you see him taking off here, and he's already eyeing out that launch pad. Got his eyes there and just flings the board.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe a little hang up with the hands touching the bottom. In snowboarding, he would have had a few minus points for the hands on the touch. As you see him come down, he just puts the hands down, but such good core strength to hold that. He's like, I just did it.
Love that. So 9.17, just reward for a full rotation. Backside air there from Eli Hanneman, a la Felipe Toledo over in Saquarema just recently. And, well, that's put a bit of pressure on Michael Dunphy now, who also requires a 9.60. And the 917 from memory is the highest scoring single wave of the entire event so far.
Yeah, and, you know, this is the thing. We're just saying, like, conditions have got a little wonky, things have got a bit slow, and suddenly the highest wave score of the day pops out and the round. So you can never, ever rest on your laurels in this sport, whether you're watching, judging, surfing. Anything can happen in surfing.
Well, what a time to do with just over 5 minutes remaining. Callanan is hunting. He's got second priority. He's going to pull the trigger on this one and see how he goes. Squares off the bottom. Nice little tad to get going. Another square bottom turn vertical on that occasion. He's going to look for one more opportunity down the line, and hopefully he can get one to help that cause. I think he's feeling it too. So 6.97 is what he needed. It's going to be a close one for them. My first impression is that it's going to be under. Just that first section, just maybe not exuberant enough, if I can use that term, on that opening turn. The judges like to be wowed. We certainly got wowed by Eli's wave, and a 6.97 is a pretty high score in the context of today's heats.
Well, I think the claim was more exuberant than the first.
Here goes Hanneman again, just fresh off a 9.17, winding up for something, and he'll get out of that one because the section doesn't eventuate. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Dunphy still in second place, our man from Virginia in the USA, representing the East Coast of America. And Luca Messinas from Peru looking for a 6.33. Callanan waiting for a score to drop in. In fact, waiting for a score to drop in for both those surfers. Looking for a pair of sixes if they want to get out of this position. 4 minutes to go, pressure now mounting.
Yeah, this is that time when the pressure comes, and, well, the judges really liked that one. It was a 6.17 for Ryan Callanan, so not enough to get into second, but awfully, awfully close as Dunphy just sitting a little bit above him now. Just a 0.8 difference between second and third, and Luca Messina's pretty much just another point behind them.
Super tight heat unfolding, so the requirement for Callanan comes down to a 5.73 now. He's in fourth priority. The man with priority is the man in second place to the right of the screen there, Michael Dunphy. And second priority with Luca Messina, so some strategy will come into play now in the last 3 minutes and 15 seconds. And I've got to say, the conditions haven't been A+, but the entertainment certainly has been, Kai. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable day of pro surfing.
Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think most of the fans on the beach have too. There's been some very good surfing in the water, and a couple of big scores, a couple of big airs, and the waves don't always have to be cooking for it to be really good surfing. And I think in this heat you're seeing a very good example of that as Hanneman takes off.
Yeah, using priority over Ryan Callanan there. Nice floater over that section for Hanneman, and just gets the timing wrong on that final turn. Looking like that was more of a strategic move, although maybe looking to drop that 6.5 from your scoreline on that one, Kai.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to get rid of the 6.5, put something else big out, get the guys in combo. Just under 2.5 minutes to go. So he's surfing a clever heat, the young man. Sometimes I just feel like Eli you can still kind of see that youth in his surfing, and that he gets a little overexcited and almost tries to surf too hard, where it might be sometimes a little bit safer just to work the dots and get that mediocre score. Like you said, he's only looking to drop a 6.5, although today, I have to be honest, that is a decent score.
Well, that was the ceiling until a few heats ago, wasn't it? We saw some highlights earlier from Nicky Van Dyke, an 8.5. We saw Luke Thompson with an 8.67. And so that's been building all day. And then Eli Hanneman put the cherry on the cake with that 9.17. Down to 90 seconds remaining. Hanneman from Maui holding down a lead courtesy of a massive backside rotation for a 9.17. Dunphy from the US in second place. Can Callanan find something inside the last 90 seconds? It's going to be Luca Messina looking for a 6.33 on this one. Lots of speed, going to go for the air reverse. Nice and clean, lands it as well. And looked like that ran more than reverse to another full rotation, albeit on a smaller section.
The hallelujah climb, gotta love it. But that was a full rotation. I thought he was maybe going to come a little short when he got to about the halfway mark, but he did very, very well to pull that around. I don't think it was quite as spectacular as Eli Hanneman's effort, but he doesn't need a 9.17, he needs a 6.33.
Well, this is going to be a very clutch score to come in with 45 seconds remaining. Remember, it's Callanan in third looking for a 5.73 and Dunphy in second looking for a 9.6, but it's about defending the second place. And can Luca Messina's jump from fourth into second? We've seen it happen time and time again throughout today. A 6.33 is the requirement. The scores are dropping in, and I can tell you it's a 7.07. Messinas goes from fourth to second. Dunphy and Callanan now relegated to third and fourth with 15 seconds on the clock.
Wow, well, you wanted some drama, Brad? That was drama deluxe right there. I also saw a paddle off screen as Dunphy trying to quickly get another score in, but he goes down on the closeout maneuver. So 3 seconds on the clock. I don't think anything else is going to go down, but Luca Messina, wow, how's that for holding your nerve? And takes off under priority on a little inside runner, but manages to get the full rotation. Like we said, not quite as spectacular as Eli's. As you watch this replay, you just see him, he knew he had to go for something big here. Got a really good launch, and the wind held him up just a little bit, about halfway through, but he did well to force the tail around. This is Callanan on his last effort. Some really big surfing. Wow, how is that blowtail? Absolutely destroying the lip. He even had to shake his head to clear it afterwards. But unfortunately, it's not enough for Ryan Callanan. He ended up in fourth place.
Yeah, that's right. The official results there. Hanneman leads. Luca Messina's got the second. Michael Dunphy in the third, and Ryan Callanan there, unfortunately, also knocked out of the event. Well, a highly charged last 10 minutes of that heat. Super entertaining surfing, and we don't really want you to go anywhere because there's a whole bunch of super entertaining surfing about to come up. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be heat number 10 of the round of 48. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up with my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. Calm yourself down. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and it soon departed, and you know he never.
Well, the battle for those coveted slots on the WSL World Championship Tour continues. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Stop number 3 of 8 on the Challenger Series. And it's great to have your company wherever you are around the world. Brad Britnell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. And you've joined us just in time to get things started for heat number 10 of the round of 48. It's been a highly entertaining afternoon of surfing as we catch up live with Caity Young blowing the tail out of the turn for his wave number 2. Open up with a 1.60. And it looks like Cam Richards, also from the USA in this heat, open up with a 5.0. They joined in the water by Joanne Deroux from France and the young man from Lennox Head, Australia, Mikey McDonough from Australia, is wearing the red singlet.
Well, as I said, I thought as we pulled out of that last heat and into the ad break, I thought on the wide shot I saw someone in green going for the front side air and obviously sticking it. Cam Richards getting the 5.0. And I'm interested to see what Caity Young drops on that next score, because that was a really nice, powerful blowtail.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how the judges interpret that one. We've seen a couple of amazing aerial maneuvers throughout the course of the afternoon. Mateus Hurdy, Eli Hanneman in the last heat. And, of course, Cam Richards is no slouch either. He's from South Carolina on the East Coast, an absolute charger out of Pipeline as well, 26 years of age. Got a 17th in the first event of the Challenger Series up on the Gold Coast, knocked out there by Julian Wilson, and then a 49th down in Manly, knocked out there by Ryan Callanan. So he's finding himself here in the round of 48 and looking to solidify a spot here in the top 10. Here we go. This is Caity Young, wave number 3 for him. Again, solid performance there from Caity. Nice two-turn combination, banking off that oncoming section. So 2 scores now waiting on for Caity Young, 1 right and 1 left. And I think, Caity born out of Maui, but representing the country of Canada as a bid to try and get a slot into those next Olympic Games.
Wow, okay, so he's going to be going, oh, Canada. Sorry, I can't sing. But
you and me both.
Yeah, we've had this discussion a few times over the event with the Olympics now on the scene. Obviously, really small windows of opportunity because you don't have massive teams being sent by countries. And for a lot of countries, just one male, one female surfer. It's making it very difficult. And, of course, for the Hawaiians, it's even more difficult because they've got to surf with Team USA because Hawaii not sending a team to the Olympics. But Caity then going to Canada. He's going to be able to go for gold in the Olympics for them. And hopefully he gets a nice case of maple syrup because I love that stuff.
Well, he's going to like the sound of his opening scores. Not up into that great to excellent range, but a solid start nonetheless. A 4.10 and a 4.33 puts him in second place, Caity Young. And Cam Richards, he's locked in a 5 and a 4.27, so sees him just leapfrog Caity into the lead. Joanne Deroux and Mikey McDonough still waiting on some scores to drop in. And there we go, McDonough, a 6.50, so looking to see what he did to earn that. We know that the judges are paying those big one-maneuver closeout turns if there's a lot of power and flair and a bit of variance thrown in. So let's see what he did there. And Joan Deroux just a 2.07 for his opening ride. So early days, 30-minute heats throughout this round. 23 to go. Here goes McDonough on the left. We'll just track, well, nowhere right now. We'll come back to that vision in a second. Mikey McDonough from northern New South Wales, a little town called Lennox Head, home of an incredible right-hand sandbottom point. As we watch Joan Deroux rifle down the sandbar here and just go into some dead water there. So locking in wave number 2 for him.
Yeah, and when John's not rocking the short wetsuit, he's rocking the lycra. Apparently a very die-hard cyclist.
Well, that's interesting.
It's easy to see because he's a very fit man. And when you talk to him, he's cut. There's not an ounce of body fat on that man.
And, well, he's a 33-year-old surfer out of France, of course, debuted on the championship tour back in 2006 and fell off a tour towards the end of 2019. As we see, Cam Richards is now really blowing the tail out of that turn for an incomplete ride. Deroux spent 5 years on the championship tour, with his best result coming in 2017 when he ranked 21st. So a lot of experience there. Never quite broke into that top 15, top 10 on the tour, but always been a very solid surfer and always easy on the eyes to watch. Lovely style.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching him surf, and all the videos that he has featured in are always good. A long time he was on that Volcom team and was a big feature of their European sort of video edits and stuff like that. So I've seen a lot of his stuff and always enjoy watching him surf. Not maybe the most prolific aerialist, but a great style, lots of power. And of course, when the beach breaks and reefs really start opening up, we saw him at Cloud Break, I think, with a really good performance the one year. When the rail game comes to the fore, he is one of the standouts.
Well, looking like a standout in this heat right now is Mikey McDonough. He's posted a second scoring wave of a 5.0, so backed up to 6.5. Hopefully we can get a look at his 2 waves throughout the course of the replays. He's currently the heat leader. Had a very decorated junior career over in Australia. He's been competing in the juniors since around 2015 and even featured as a wildcard at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Let's pay attention now to Cody Young. Man in 3rd place from Maui. Looking for a 3-turn combo on this one. Finds it. Stands up tall, looks towards the beach. He'll be getting a nod of affirmation from his fellow Hawaiians up there, no doubt. Brody Sale. And I was watching in the competitors area with him while he was warming up. And always good to get a bit of a glance up to the booth there and see your mates giving you the fist pump or the high five.
I got to look at Mikey here. We talk about nations and people, changing their representation and everything. As an Australian, there's certainly some Irish heritage right there.
McDonough. Big paddle here for Mikey. Here he goes. The man from Lennox Head, Australia. Big section ahead of him. Ooh. Goes for the big closeout turn, but just disconnects as that one got big on him really quickly. Here goes Richards now. This is our man from South Carolina, with a big backhand hook. Doesn't quite have enough time to get up for the second turn on that occasion, but you see the sun coming out and just shining on that turn there for Cam Richards. Looking for a 6.5 if he wants to go into first.
Well, it's interesting to see that wave of Mikey and of Cam when they come up, when you see their head pop up, you see those big sand boils coming up around them, and you just know that the bank is shallow and it is definitely handing out a pounding every time you go down.
They'll need to use shampoo in the shower tonight.
Yes, just they will.
Dig that low tide out of their head.
No one likes sand on their pillow.
Well, here we go. 20 minutes remaining. Mikey McDonough, 273rds in the opening 2 rounds of the Challenger Series in his home country. So looking to get his series back on track here with a good result in South Africa. His style really suits this kind of surf here in Ballito. Nice and powerful, and he's got some nice variance to those turns as well, and can go to the air.
Yeah, and just watching like scores across the board here in this heat. Highest wave score of a 6.5. You got 2 5.0s, and then sort of drifting down through the 4s and 2s. So we haven't gotten excellent yet in this heat, but we have seen some good average surfing.
Cody up and riding. That's a nice opening turn for him, and a quick up and over that second section as well. He's looking really solid on his feet. and really enjoying the approach that he's bringing. Looking for that 4.95 to put him into that advancing position. That one may go there. We'll stand by and see what the judges think. A couple of the scores have dropped there, Kai. 5-5 for one, a 4-2 the other end of the scale there. Let's see how that one pans out. And it's a 4.97, so just enough to get him into second place. So now he requires a 6.53 if he wants to go to first place. Richards has dropped into third. He now needs a 4.3, and Juan Daru a 4.91 with just over 18 minutes remaining.
You know, it was interesting looking at the sort of information coming out of the round of 96. Of course, these days we've got so much information on hand thanks to computer systems and stuff. The round of 96, 750 odd waves caught, which is just a ridiculous amount. And over 40% of those were low to sort of really bad scores. So showing how difficult the conditions got.
Yeah, I did notice that actually, and the one stat that stood out, there was 0 scores in the excellent range, but that has now happened 3 times in the second rounds across the day. So great to see those scores going up, and that's obviously talking to the conditions as well.
Yeah. So even though we thought maybe the waves would be worse today, this morning, it has improved. It has given them loads of scoring potential. And we have seen some excellent scores. So I'm even more excited for later in the week now, where we see a definitive bump on the charts. I think we all get a little bit scared of forecasting because you can get burnt really badly. But it is definitely looking like a nice solid swell on the weekend. And I think what we've seen today especially is that when those bigger sets come, they are giving up some really good scoring potential.
Expecting solid swell and hopeful for solid crowds over the weekend. If this last weekend's anything to go by, we're going to be in for a treat of an atmosphere. Of course, South African surf fans have been starved of international surfing for a few years now, and it's great to see all the fans coming out. Even despite the grey weather and windy conditions today, there's still a whole bunch of Groms running around getting autographs from their favourite surfers, and there really is a great festival community vibe here in Ballito Bay.
Yeah, and I think the inland kids, you know, they come on holiday, they came for the beach, and they're coming to the beach. It's no matter what the weather is. I think if there was a bit of rain, maybe we'd see a little dip in numbers. But, you know, everyone's on holiday. They're going to go home to some really cold, you know, like Johannesburg, sitting on 1-2 degrees at night, below 0 even some nights. So the Joburg kids who are here are going to make the most of this, like, much warmer weather, and of course the ocean's sitting at 21-22 degrees, so it's pretty pleasant to go for a swim as well.
That's a whole 10 or 11 degrees warmer than it was in Cape Town when I left, and we've seen some really inspired performances throughout the day, none more so than the last heat winner Eli Hanneman putting down one of the biggest airs we've seen in the event so far. He's on the sidelines now with Michael Frew.
Hey guys, I'm here with Eli Hanneman, winner of the last heat. Eli, you were doing sort of okay. You were actually placed in 4th about 15 minutes into that heat. Then you did the biggest aerial we've seen the whole event. You did a 9.1 score for that, so it was the highest scoring wave of the event so far. It changed the whole thing around. You went to first. Tell us your heat strategy and what was going through your mind up until that halfway point, and then what made you go for that left in particular.
Yeah, my mindset going into the heat was kind of just to you know, just focus on myself and not worry about what else was going on in the heat, and I just wanted to you know, get a quick start. I didn't really do that, but it's 30 minutes, so feels like a lifetime out there. So I know that this place is amazing for airs. It blows into the rights most of the times, and then today it went into the left, so I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just have to do an air going left.
Your first time in Ballito, you've never been here before. Your thoughts on the location, and how's your trip been so far?
It's been fun, yeah. This place is great. I've never been to Africa, so it's a really cool experience. I'm stoked to be here and stoked to make some heats.
Good luck in the next round, and thank you for entertaining us in that heat. Great job. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, well, we're stoked to have Eli Hanneman in South Africa for the first time as well. What an impressive young man he is, and referencing that southwesterly air wind blowing into those left-handers today, and my golly, didn't he make full advantage of that?
Well, I know Eli Hanneman does a lot of airs, because if you looked at that surfboard during that interview, it looked like a golf ball up top of, like, so from the halfway mark to the nose looked like a dimpled golf ball, and that's from his toes.
I don't even wax that halfway up of mine because I know there's no chance of me getting up and rotating like Eli Hanneman does. But yeah, inspired performance, and congratulations, he's gone through to that next round along with Luca Macinas, and unfortunately Michael Dunphy and Ryan Callanan bowing out of the event at this point in time. We'll bring you up to speed with some heat situation. The shape of the heat is looking like this. Mikey McDonough from Australia is leading the heat. He's the man with priority in red. Cody Young from Hawaii is in second place. He needs a 5.71. And then we see Cam Richards, his requirement a 5.78. And Joanne Deroux, a 6.37 requirement for the surfers, sitting in third and fourth. The time calls around that 13.5-minute mark. So just past the halfway mark. And I think psychologically, that halfway point means the sands are falling a little bit quicker through the hourglass. The second half of the heat always seems to go quicker when you're knitting a scorecard.
Yeah, and just that sand glass just starts running away when time is against you, and it can feel like the longest heat of your life or the shortest, as we've discussed before. But you know, we've seen a couple of guys with the slow starts today, and then they've come guns blazing, much like Eli did in that last heat. So, you know, you've got to just settle yourself. You've got to just refocus, and all it takes is that one wave to change a heat.
Well, that one wave definitely got us fired up here in the booth, and I hope it got you guys fired up at home as well. We've got to take a short break here from Ballito Bay, but when we come back, it's going to be more amazing action coming at you live from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back right after this.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slick and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Well, thanks for joining us once again. You're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and it's such a pleasure to have your company here this afternoon. Clicking over around 3:15 here local time. Brad Bricknell alongside Kai Linder for the call. It's been high-octane action this afternoon. The southwesterly is blowing from right to left on your screen, and while you might, if you're just tuned in now, you're looking, that doesn't look very special. Well, it might not look special on camera right now, but some of those performances we've seen when the sets come in into that air wind have been nothing short of inspiring.
Yeah, it's lit up, and Eli Hanneman in his interview saying to us, you know, he loves the waves here because it's a very good place for doing airs. Generally, northerly winds and doing the airs on the right, but today the southwest lighting up the lefts. And I must say, in December when we had the 5,000 and the JQS here, Tidley Island from Durban, who was again, you know, did very well in the JQS this year and was a trials winner as well. He was doing these massive frontside punts into that southwesterly wind, and that was quite a new thing for me. Even after a good couple of years of coming here, you don't often see the lefts with the sandbar, but the last 2 years it's definitely started happening. When the southwest blows, we have seen some incredible surfing on the lefts.
Yeah, there's been some amazing launch pads being taken advantage of. Let's have a look now at Joanne Deroux live action. The man from France, 33 years of age, streaking down the line, and well, trying to mimic some of the airs he's maybe seen from his younger counterparts there, taken to the air for that little rotation. Couldn't quite find the landing on that occasion. 9:45 remaining. Mikey McDonough's been quite calculated in terms of the wave count here. He's only ridden 3 waves so far. He's made the first 2 count for a 6.5 and a 5.0. So McDonough out in front still with Cody Young in second. And those requirements 5.71 and 5.78 respectively for second and third. And Joan Derou, a little higher requirement for him, a 6.37. Of course, he does travel with his partner, Maud Lecar, who's also competing in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Maud and John, a great couple, and they travel together. They've been together for a very long time, and she's awesome, also very creative, and they like traveling. And when I've spoken to them, they always say that, you know, this is the dream job for them because they love traveling, they love exploring new cultures and food and seeing new things. So that is the one advantage of being a professional surfer, is all of those boxes are ticked. And Brad, I'm just seeing here, I got a little message in during the break that we are going to finish the round. We're going to go all the way.
Well, that is fantastic news. Of course, there are 12 heats in the round of 48. We're currently in heat 10, so there are going to be a couple more heats after this. We're going to bring in Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasti to break that one down in around 8.5 minutes time. But right now we're focusing on this heat, and it is the young man from New South Wales, Australia, from Lennox Head to be more precise. Another small town very similar to the size of Ballito Bay. As we see now, Cody Young up and riding on his backhand. He's had a few of these kind of waves, similarly constructed wave to a few of his 4s that he scored earlier on in the heat. So I'm not sure that's going to be the 5.71 that he needs to go into first. And it does now open up a door slightly, leaves it a little bit ajar for Cam Richards. He needs a 5.78. 8 minutes to go, still plenty of time.
Well, I like that finish. It was a punishing turn on the backhand, and I know the Hawaiians liked it because I could hear the cheering from the athlete deck from the webcast booth, so they were making a lot of noise.
Yeah, well, maybe I didn't give it enough credit at first glance. It's actually a 5.80 that got punched in there, so I think to your point, that closeout turn was something special. The judges saw something in that, so rewarded Cody Young with a 5.80. Now he needs that 5.71 to go into the lead, and we're going to take a look at Joan Derou on the right.
Wow, I love that turn as he just pivots the board vertically up into the lip, and that is John's strength right there, is that he is so good off the base of his power when he goes, especially on the backhand. This is the way from Cody. The first turn was nothing special, and I don't think that was the 5.8 because I'm looking at a little blue dot next to him on the screen.
We're still waiting on that score to come in. Sorry, my apologies. There have been a volley of waves thrown at us over the last few minutes, and you're absolutely right. We are waiting on another score to get locked in there. So Joan Derou, we saw go on that right-hander and displayed that backhand attack that we've grown to love from Joan over the years. I especially love that closeout turn of his where we saw the fin come up really, the tail come up really nice and high, the fins drift, and so much control throughout it all. So that score for Joan Derou is in. It is a 5.48, 5.40. And that's going to mean he's still going to be in third place. And that score coming in for Cody Young, it was a 4.83. So I don't feel too bad now. The scores corrected themselves. Well, I corrected myself.
Yeah, so there must have been a wave we missed there for the 5.8. I think both of us were like, sure, that wave didn't quite look in that region, but it got close. I mean, a 4.83 just a point off. So, yeah, it's a tough one. I'm not quite sure what the cheering was for because I don't know if I'd be cheering for a 4.83.
I'll cheer for a 4.83 if it means I'm getting through a heat with that. But let's pay attention now to McDonough. He's waited a long time to use that priority and unfortunately couldn't convert that. So looking to drop that 5.0 from his score line. That may leave him a little bit vulnerable in terms of his priority position. But we have seen Kai so much opportunity under priority as now we're going to see a couple of surfers paddling into this one. This is Joan Derou again on his backhand. Big float to start off with and somehow gets his board up and over that second section. I thought he was gone for all money for a second turn, but he managed to get his board up and over really quickly, and then the cascading lip actually helped his board come down with it. So nice timing there in the end for Joan Derou.
Well, I think that lip was coming down fast and saw the angry Frenchman coming its way and just held back a little bit, took a breath because Joan absolutely cracked it. And you know, he's a powerful server. We just spoke about it, so he did really well to finish that off. We saw Cam also going for a wave. It looks like that wasn't anything in his power. And literally before we saw him paddling there, I was going to go like, Cam Richards in 4th place. He needs a 5.78.
Yeah, we go again.
I'm kind of expecting him to go to the air now on the lefts.
And we've seen that happen in a few heats, 4th to 1st with a big rotation. Let's see how this heat unfolds with 4 minutes and 20 on the clock. It is the Aussie who has maintained his lead after that opening strong wave of 6.5, the highlight across the scoreboard. And Caity Young has also kept pace the entire heat, generally been in that 2nd place. Now he's the man with priority, but it's going to be under priority Cam Richards. And Kyle Linda's calling for an air. Let's go. Hucks it out there. Big air reverse attempt, but just lost the landing gear on the way out.
Yeah, it looks like he got tangled in his leash or his fins as well there, so looks okay though. And yeah, he was telegraphing it. He was taking off, going for the air. He got the launch pretty good, but it looked like he just landed a little bit on the back of the nose, and he couldn't get any grip to swing it around for the reverse. So unfortunately not making that one, but I think 3.5 minutes. Not going to be surprised if you see a couple more attempts on the lefts.
Yeah, I guess particularly if you're Cam Richards and Joan Deroux, whose last 2 scores are 4.33 and a 5.43, which obviously goes into his top 2 as his best scoring ride. Puts him on a bit of a platform now to attack the 2nd place held down by Caity Young. A 5.35 will see Joan Deroux take up 2nd place. So he just needs a carbon copy of his last wave, or his 2nd last wave rather. That'll see him in the lead. And here he goes. Can he find some magic out here? Goes for the rotation, lands it nicely, and then, well, he's got to try and make some magic happen with that oncoming section. He's starting still pretty wide, but imagine he should tag the oncoming whitewater as well.
Well, I had a cheeky French laugh in my head there as earlier I said, you know, he's not really known for the airs, and I was just trying to think back in time. A couple of years ago in a clutch heat in Ballito, he actually did make a heat with a big frontside punt, and well, there you go, showing that he is the complete package.
Well, yeah, good surfing there from Deroux. Let's see how the judges interpret that one. 2 minutes 25 on the clock. We have seen, you know, some of those technical air reverses being paid well by the judges. So will it be a 5.35 is the question. Your initial thoughts on a scoreline there, Kai? Is he going to get it?
I've got to go back to the first wave of the heat, which was Cam Richards getting a 5.0, and we didn't see the whole wave, but from the pullback it was a bit of a smaller wave, and I think, you know, he landed the air obviously and got the 5, so I think it's going to be awfully close here. I think, you know, 5.35, I think it's going to be in that ballpark. Certainly Caity Young is not safe.
Well, Caity Young certainly will be sweating while he waits for the on-site announcers to read that score out. The judges are still deliberating. There'll be no doubt watching those replays and doing exactly what you referred to, referencing some of those earlier scores. So 90 seconds on the clock. Very important number to drop in the context of this heat. It looks like Mikey Madonna is looking fairly safe out in front with 2nd priority. Scores are coming in, and I hear Kai Linda breathing a big sigh as a 4.80 is locked in for Joan Deroux, so it comes in under the 5.35 requirement, Kai.
You think there was a relieved sigh coming out of my mouth, imagine Caity Young. He was sweating bullets for a minute or two there, because you would have heard the crowd going crazy for the air as well, and of course the beach commentary, and that would have been a very nervous minute for the young Canadian.
Well, yeah, representing Canada out of Maui, Hawaii. Madonna leads. Caity Young is holding down that 2nd place. Deroux is in 3rd, still looking for the 5.35, and Cam Richards in 4th, looking for a 5.78 with 30 seconds on the clock. It is Caity Young with priority, sitting alongside Joan Deroux. Mikey Madonna to the right of your screen. Got a bit of distance between himself and the other surfers, so he's probably feeling quite safe right now, given what's just gone down, unless, of course, a big opportunity pops up for Caity Young, who might be able to take out his lead. The other two, though, are in a lower priority situation, but there's a big paddle watch this year. White does have priority over blue, so just a little strategic move there with a few seconds to go, and Caity Young playing a smart game there to solidify that second place. And big congratulations there to Mikey McDonough, his second win on the trot here at Ballito Bay. And unfortunately, we are going to say goodbye to Joan Deroux and Cam Richards.
Yeah, we say goodbye to them, and of course Jones had a fantastic history at this event. He's finaled more than once, but in these conditions just couldn't quite make it happen, but we'll give him some kudos. He really gave it.
Well, it's been fun calling a couple of heats with you, Kai, Linda. We've been rifling through the heats all day long. We're into the round of 48 for the men's, and there are only 2 heats remaining, so please don't go anywhere. There's going to be a whole lot more action coming after this. We're going to take a short break from Ballito Bay. When we come back, it's going to be Gig Celias and Tash Mantasti with the call.
Calm yourself down.
Welcome back to the show. You're with us in South Africa, the East Coast, playing host to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. It's a very good afternoon as we focus in on the last hour of surfing. 2 more heats to go to wrap up the men's round of 48. Gig Celias alongside Tash Mantasti for the call. It's been one of those days where we've been on the edge of our seats. It's been consistent waves through the lineup. We've had a southerly wind all day. And, well, it's kept for entertainment, and we trust that everyone has been enjoying it with us. Tash?
Yeah, it's been a good day of surfing, an exciting day of surfing. I must be honest, I had bigger expectations on what the ocean would produce, but this is some of the best surfers in the world here at the Challenger Series for the men and women, and they really have put on a great display of surfing despite the challenging conditions.
Well, a newly elevated Challenger Series here in Ballito. As you see your new heat on deck, Heat 11, penultimate heat of the day, will feature Tyler Gunter, the American in white, Liam O'Brien, pedigree surfer out of Narrabeen, Australia, in the blue. Dylan Moffat, fellow Australian, is in the red. And, well, Nate Colby will come into the draw as an event wildcard.
Yes, correct.
Representative sponsor with O'Neill, local surfer just down the coast out of the city of eThekwini, Durban. We'll see how he fares. In this afternoon's conditions, you can see Whitecaps marching quite steadily across your screen right to left. That is the southerly wind driving into the cove here of Ballito. It has kept a certain, you could argue, rhythm through the tide swing here this afternoon, Tash. We did get a couple of high scores, particularly Eli Hanneman, a couple of heats back going into the wind. We'll see if there are any opportunities for the 4 out in the lineup. Just a couple of small trigger pulls for each surfer respectively. And those are up-to-date scores. Top left of screen, best of it, the 3.5 for Tyler Gunter. So not a lot just to report yet, as surfers will scour the lineup looking for meaningful scores. Best 2 rides counting as always. And we'll see how they go with, 25.5 minutes to go. Into picture comes Liam O'Brien. And just sort of rickety jumping over that landing. And now Dylan Moffat will get going. Let's Go, a nice turn. Looks like one of those trusted favourites underfoot for Dylan Moffat, and he'll just sting out 2 turns. Epoxy with some carbon stripping down the middle for rigidity, and he'll add to a meaningful number. Just prior to that, just a 0.5. So 2 Australians in O'Brien and Moffat, the American in Gunter, the South African in Nate Colby.
Yeah, and I think Nate Colby, just a new name to our viewers that are tuning in from around the world. And also for him, he's a young guy, under 16, represented South Africa very recently at the World Junior Champs, but coming in as a wild card here as a sponsored rider, and for me showed a lot of BMT in the first round. He was nowhere in his first heat and waited patiently and came out with a 7.23 to move from 4th to first and advance through into this round. So for him, really no pressure. I think the big pressure is on Liam O'Brien, Dylan Moffat and Tyler Gunter, all Challenger Series campaigners.
Well, not a lot of South Africans left in the draw at this early stage. We've lost quite a lot of them again today. So we'll see how Nate Colby fares in his campaign. Opportunity to get some points. Here goes Liam O'Brien. Lovely stinging turn. Such a complete surfer, and he'll bring good rhythm to his third wave in the lineup. Let's Go, another ripping turn.
Yeah, I like that wave. He did really well, fitting in 4 maneuvers, which we don't often see today, just based on conditions.
And, well, the 2 Australians are staying busy. A couple of nice cracks for Dylan Moffat as well. So both Aussies just working quickly and efficiently, trying to build some numbers. Dylan Moffat, a 5.67 on the wave previous. We'll try and bring a replay of that. And now quickly adding to it, he'll ditch his 0.5 out of the scoreline. And Liam O'Brien, a pair of 2s. One of them a 2.83, but we are expecting a better number for that last one. So perhaps a look at Moffat and O'Brien's last waves. Judges will be thinking that through. Moffat's up to date with his last round of a 3.6. So into the quick lead, 5.67 and a 3.6 to make up the 9.27 for Moffat. Already 7 minutes into this. We're moving along quickly. And Liam O'Brien just waiting for a score now from the panel. It'll be his first reasonably good number. I'm expecting it to go mid-range. Judges peppering it in for us, seeing indications that it's going to go around the 5-point mark. One more judge to lock in. And there it is, a 5.17, Tash. So both Australians with 5s in the lineup already.
Yeah, and both Australians keeping busy out there. And that average score is definitely a keeper, but now you want to find a good score, if not an excellent score. I was looking at the breakdown of high scores a little earlier, and we're finally getting into that excellent range. Just based on conditions about an hour ago, I was like, wow, we're really going to run all the way through to the end of this round. It's looking really hard. We had a heat with average scores, and then boom, it just started happening.
Yep, tide push starting to show itself here, a bit of energy. Here goes Tyler Gunter speeding down the line. Opportunity to go to the air. It's an extended float instead, so no platform to launch. Of course, the athlete area were in raptures earlier for Eli Hanneman's 9.17 into the wind. And certainly everybody that enters the lineup here, particularly the last 2 heats of the day now, will be thinking the same. Can they get an opportunity? Fairly strong breeze, right to left across screen. It is the southerly wind. If you're just with us after a long day of work, sit back, relax, enjoy the last hour of surfing from Ballito this afternoon. It is the 3rd of 8 opportunities on the Challenger Series. And, well, we've lost a few big names today again. And certainly opportunities for others as they make the advancing top 2 positions each time. 21 minutes on the clock. Catch up of numbers. Just a quick number to fall in for Liam O'Brien, who's staying consistent in the lineup. Focused on dropping his 2.83 opening score now. So a work rate showing a little bit of the right approach in the lineup. 2.9 in for the man on screen. And Liam O'Brien will go back to the drawing boards, sitting in second. So the 2 Australians in the top 2 slots.
Yeah, and, you know, just keeping really busy out there, finding opportunity. A totally different story for our South African, who has had 2 small scores and sitting He's actually left of the screen now, so choosing to almost look at the lefts, maybe gigs. We've been seeing a lot of the rights on the right-hand side of the screen.
Well, traditionally, Ballito, the right-hand peeler off the rocks, broken swell. Little opportunities on the sandbar here as the tide fills in. We're about 90 minutes after the low. So if there is energy that's moving in the deep water, it will show itself now through this next 2 heats. Not exactly a groundbreaking swell, is it? It's more like wind that's being driven into wind swell from the southerlies. Nate Colby, the South African, sitting with that priority. He'll be over to the left, to the north of the break. Just looking at Liam on screen. Terrible injury earlier this year. It's taken 4 or 5 months to really get that leg right, but he is back. Liam O'Brien. No great results in his home country of Australia. 73rd on the Gold Coast, 25th in Sydney. He'll want to make good with this visit here for the 3rd opportunity on the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, Dylan Moffat has a higher priority, so he will now get ownership but then have to give way to priority of South African Nate Colby. Here goes the young Durban surfer, just 16 years of age. And not really harvesting much there was Nate.
No, yeah, you know, maybe he was taking a look because he saw red and white taking a look. But me personally, I think a wasted use of priority, unfortunately, for the youngster.
Well, all the speculation that he would go left into the wind, it wasn't. It was a right-hander that kind of blew itself a little flat. You can see the wind side shore, even side onshore is the best description. This afternoon, local time, just after 3:30 in the Arvo. And it's been a big day of competition. We were here in the dark and we got underway just after 7 a.m. So another monster day for the crew. And of course, it's a big field to trim down in the Challenger Series. Here's another look for opportunity. Lovely side swipe, but then just incomplete. Doesn't hold it in. Body language lets go of wave number 3 for Tyler Gunter, the American. And not a whole lot to talk about on his scorecard. Here's heat leader Moffat, who'll keep busy. Flares the tail out. Will go complete on it as well. So trying to ditch the 3.6 here, Tash. Remember, Dylan found a 5.67 in the lineup already. So just trying to nudge his scores up into the double digits.
Yeah, and just having to show a little bit more variety than the 2-turn combo that we've been seeing in the previous heat. It was really coming out as like an average score. So wanting to push above that 5.5 into the 6 and 7 ranges.
And on screen, Nate Colby, the South African, must stay in a positive mindset if he wants to stay in the mix here. The young teenager out of the Durban beaches, care of the presenting sponsor O'Neill, finds himself in the lineup here, and that's just going to fetch a 2.27. So he'll go back at it. He'll want to stay positive as we're fast getting to the halfway mark in the heat. Just 2 minutes until that 15-minute mark. And nothing really standing out in this one just yet, Tash. Pair of 5s, 1 for each of the Australians, is about the highlight discussion.
Yeah, we are waiting for that last score from Dylan Moffat, so judges definitely taking a bit of time to review it. And just looking at scores, just actually not featuring, really.
Perhaps White Hart Media will give us a look at the replay for last of red. It's going to feature 4.43, down to 16.5 on the clock.
Maybe what it was is he did nothing at the first half of that wave. He literally raced through some sections, so dead time there, and really just that one big punctuation at the end with the rotation. So you can see maybe missed that first section, but he was definitely setting up for something here. I enjoyed watching that. The judges didn't.
A lot of footwork involved there as well. You saw him really stretch out the stance, pivoted with the nose, foot right up at the nose, brings it back in, re-steps back to his stance as he goes out of that turn. 4.43, judges not blown away with it. Nonetheless, it sits as a counting score, and it did get Dylan into the double digits, just over the 10-point mark there. Let's go down and hear from Brad Bricknell. He's with the winner of the last heat.
Mikey McDonough, your role continues here at Ballito Bay, but we've just found out that you came down with a terrible dose of food poisoning last night. You haven't slept a wink, and you've managed to come up with another win today.
Yeah, it was a pretty horrible night. Yeah, running off basically no sleep. Lucky enough, I was later on in the day, so it gave me time to rehydrate and just rest all morning. And I came down, went for a little free surf, and yeah, just got my eye in about an hour and a half before, and yeah, I guess I just had nothing to lose. I was feeling pretty horrible, but yeah, it felt good to go out there and catch a few waves and yeah, get the heat win. I'm really stoked.
Well, I did notice that throughout the course of the day, the heat count or the wave counts were up in that sort of 10, 12, 15 waves. You kept it really economical. Was that part of the strategy, or was that due to the food poisoning?
No, it actually was part of the strategy. Talking with my coach back at home, and yeah, I just knew that I had to get myself on. I still had to get myself on some waves with some substantial, and to allow me to really tee off on, and yeah, it worked for me. Got my two best scores straight away, and yeah, it kind of went flat from there on in. Or it was there wasn't many sets, so it was just about using my priority right, and yeah, it paid off.
Awesome. Well, Lennox Head, like Ballito Bay, is a nice tight surf community. Any words to the family and the friends back home?
Yeah, definitely just hello to my mum and dad and all the family, my sister, yeah, all my friends. Hope you guys are well, and yeah.
Well, go rest up and don't eat anything dodgy tonight. Back to you guys.
Oh, Marky McDonough and Cody Young went over Jean Duru and Cam Richards to move forward in the draw. So a good night's rest on the cards for Mikey. We'll see how he fares tomorrow. Could be going as early as 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of course, we are in the last two heats of today's proceedings here. We are concluding the second round of 48 surfers in the draw. Not really anything to report on the scorecards just yet. Judges waiting for a number to drop for Moffat and Gunter. No indication of it just yet. But just having a look at Dylan Moffat coming to South Africa, sitting 5th, Tash, on the Challenger Series. So that's a pretty good ranking. And well, Liam O'Brien, as we mentioned, injured on the North Shore of Oahu at the beginning of this year.
I just think it's incredible to be able to see him out at a Challenger Series event already.
Yeah, after a broken leg. It's crazy. So, test me to the modern medicine and modern science. We'll see how he fares. There's Liam O'Brien.
Yeah.
He's no stranger to the championship jersey. We saw him a couple of times last year as replacement surfers in at Rottnest, and well, of course, he got a shot at the wave pool as well. So he's fast becoming a household name. Liam O'Brien, part of the talent for the next Australian push, and it is the two Australians in the lead in this, and it looks like Moffat's going to fetch another number. We'll wait for that. And we get a look into the athlete area. Coach Llewellyn Whittaker working alongside Aiden Masonkamp. We'll see how the South African fares. The South African input's starting to get whittled down, Tash. Nate Colby out in the lineup, not looking that positive.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really had any wave of substance just yet. He's got that 227, the 383, needing a 425. He's totally competent and capable of doing it. It's that first priority that he didn't capitalize on at all. He's now sitting with first priority once again, so really going to have to utilize that first priority properly if he does want to advance through this round of 48. I think a big one for Aiden Masonkamp, who's coming up next. He is the defending Ballito Pro champion. It was a QS 5000 last year, and surfed against a field of South Africans, other than Geordie Smith being that CT Championship Tour surfer last year. Spoke to him yesterday, and he said he is feeling a bit of the pressure, but he's got great support in his corner, and he's looking forward to this heat. And also just with Llewellyn Whittaker, I mean, such a great coach, an Olympic coach, and someone who gives a lot of his time to supporting South African surfers.
And we'll see how that combination works out. Coach and athlete combo out of South Africa coming up next. Of course, we're still 11 minutes to go to figure this one out. It's the two Australians in the lead. Moffat's fetched a 5.27 to up his numbers to a 10.94. And Liam O'Brien a 4.37 in. So the Australians continue just to work the lineup. Tyler Gunter down in third in the cutoff positions requirements, are climbing up close to the 6-point zone, a 5.91 requirement. And we'll see where Tyler Gunter can go in the lineup. He's the third priority as well, so a bit of rotation still to come. And a little look into the athlete area here on what is, well, almost, you won't describe it as very cold. Let's just call it a breezy afternoon here in KZN. We are in the warmer climes. And certainly nowhere as cold as the folks down in J-Bay right now.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, KZN is definitely the best place to be in winter in South Africa. And this is a chilly day for us at 18 degrees Celsius.
Well, higher priority to Moffat. So he'll get ownership, and beautiful line there. He'll just extend that turn, combos it up again, side swaps. Well, incomplete at the end, but there was a nice pace to the two-turn combo for Dylan Moffat's wave number 7. Into vision comes Tyler Gunter, who's trying to get a campaign and some momentum going of his own. The American just on a pair of 3s. He's trying to drop the 3.5. He's also sitting on the 3.67, so a bit of work ahead for your US surfer in white. And Nate Colby, again, stuck with priority and in the priority coma. I'm going to nickname it that this afternoon because everyone that's sat with the priority has kind of gone into a sleep zone, thinking perhaps there are some special waves in the lineup. It's clear that there really aren't special ones. There are some that are better than others, but there's none of those magic waves that'll bring a huge opportunity with this wind swell running into Ballito this afternoon, Tash. So, you know, do you want to keep priority? Do you just want to sit there, or do you just want to just stay in rotation with everybody else?
Yeah, for me, in these type of conditions, you've got to keep hunting the whole time. I just think that just the way the tide has changed with this wind on the surface of the wave face, you really got to just keep busy. Like Liam O'Brien, he's searching, he's hunting, he's just looking for any opportunity. And Nate Colby now sitting and almost just watching him. He's constantly looking at the other surfers, where they are, if they start paddling. And for me, just losing a little bit of focus on what he needs to do out there. But that comes with experience. I mean 16 years old, sitting in round 2 of a Challenger Series event. It's big. It's big for any Grommy. And just needing to learn from this experience and take whatever he can from this heat.
Well, more experience in the forms of Moffat, O'Brien and Gunter. Of course, Liam O'Brien qualified for the championship tour and had to sit out injury. So a reset year for the Australian in blue. But certainly you could tout him as in the running for a win here in Ballito. His surfing suits the lineup. Here is Nate Colby, the local, who's found ownership of inside bowl, snap, combo. And he is traveling very laterally on that. I've noticed the lateral waves not fetching huge scores from the panel. He'll quickly move back into the lineup with just under 7.5 minutes to go. And, well, could that be the best wave we've seen from Nate Colby? It's debatable. See Liam O'Brien just in and out. So that wasn't a great wave selection from Liam O'Brien either, but just indicative of the lineup in the onshore.
Yeah, and I think also just kicking out to get that higher priority ahead of the South African.
Well, someone that's a bit of a wave magnet here is Moffat. That's testimony to him being the heat leader. Snap to incomplete with just under 7 minutes to go. And for Dylan Moffat to extend his lead, he must improve on a 5.27. I feel that he will do that as the remaining 6.5 minutes play out. Meanwhile, Tyler Gunter's back in the takeoff zone with the priority. You see him there just on the right of screen. And he's really got to build some momentum. Last ride for Tyler, a 3.63, and he'll have a shot at it here into the wind this time. Little snap, gears that first turn. That's a little bit more sort of edgy and spicy. He'll throw a bit of a wristed claim towards the panel. A pair of 3s for now for the American, who's worked hard on the qualifying series back home. He's mixed it up with, you know, names like Rylan Rubens and Levi Slawson, John Mell. They've all been sharpening their tools in the regional qualifying series there. Of course, he's sitting first on the North American rankings as Tyler Gunter. So we'll stay very interested in his campaign here in Ballito this afternoon. Can he find requirements, or does he start chopping that 5.91 down with a whole new fresh 2 waves? We are waiting for a score from him. It was a little bit loose and a little bit untidy. We'll try and get a relook at last of white, Tyler Gunter. It could be an important score in the shape of the heat from the point of view of a comeback story here.
Yeah, and well, we just wait to see if we can get that replay. Here it is now. So choosing to go on his forehand. He got his first score on his forehand. You can just see sliding out there, maybe a little out of control from a judge's perspective. They're really critical. I liked that commitment to that closeout maneuver. He was very stoked.
Well, waiting for judges' opinion on it. One's gone a 4-5, another judge has gone a 3-7. So he's not going to blow the lid off the scorecard for Tyler, but it is going to come in at a 4.4, so slightly less requirement now. 5.15 is the focus for Tyler Gunter, who's got to now work his way from fourth priority in the rotation up. But again, we feel it's the kind of lineup where anyone can just pull the trigger and find a wave. Not a lot of structure in the swell on hand this afternoon, as we are down to just around 4.5 minutes to go. One more heat to go after this to wrap up a big day of competition. Of course, we did manage to complete women's round 1. And our camera crew will just pick up Aidan Mason-Camp, who's paddling out in the cove next door. Of course, he can't surf there. It's not part of the contest area. But just to, reference it, he is in the cove next door. He'll come around the rocks. So maybe he wants to try and find something, maybe he's seen something. Of course, there's a lot going on. Surfers are staring at these lineups. They'll get eyes on the lineup a good few heats before theirs, respectively. And Nate Colby, 2 turns. A little bit loose and noodly there, holding that together. The South African remains in fourth and, well, still in it, Tash. A 5.71 is the requirement for fourth place. A 5.15 for third place surfer. So still some stories to unpack for us here with just under 3.5 minutes on the clock. But for now, the 2 Australians have not really been threatened. Moffat and O'Brien have just raked the lineup for what they can find, and Moffat's done the best of it with a pair of 5s.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see how if you start quickly, you're building house the whole time. And we just see Liam O'Brien keeping really busy out here. He wants to drop that 4.37 and just start separating a little bit between the American Tyler Gunter, who only needs a 5.15.
Well, yep, if Liam can just up his numbers a touch and just push requirements perhaps into the 6s, that'll just compound pressure on third and fourth place positions. Not sure if he's achieved that. For Liam to add to his own personal numbers, he's got a better 4.37. Got a feeling he may have just done that, Tash. Might try and have a re-look at it. But 2 well-constructed backhand turns. They flowed beautifully. Combination, speed, power, and flow. Ticks a lot of the boxes for the judges as far as the criteria.
Yeah, and I was on my break watching at an elevated view and just seeing, these guys fitting in such quality turns. And for me, great waves, but then when you look at the context of the caliber of surfers out in the water, it comes out at like a 5.5. So judges being very, very critical out there. Conditions difficult. And
well, to answer the question, Tash, a 4.33 last of Blues not going to up the requirements. So Gunter chases the 5.15 as we go under the 2-minute mark. South African Nate Colby still searching for the 5.71. We'll try and track them down. Here is Gunter. This is an important wave. We're going to surf through the 90-second mark here. The American trying to squeeze what he can. That wave is tapered and it's run with the wind. And that wind really not helping us this afternoon. You'd think that it would be driving some swell in here, but it's really not much more than wind swell lapping its way into Ballito this afternoon. We are anticipating waking up to a more structured swell tomorrow. But this is what we're working with this afternoon in the penultimate heat of the proceeding to wrap up round 2 of the men's. Time call will hit the 1-minute mark now. And, well, those are updated numbers. So Gunter at 2.83. He's not going to fetch the requirement of the 5.15. And we'll sit here just patiently watching. A little bit of a paddle battle too. Priority is with the heat leader, so he won't be too much of the story. It's O'Brien's priority in blue, which is higher than Gunter's in white, and there you see the cat and mouse game at play.
Yeah, and it is part of the game. Unfortunately, sometimes working in your favor, other times not so much. Interesting to see that they're all going to stick together and not separate.
Well, Tyler sold Liam here. So Liam's now lost the priority advantage. Is there something left as we watch the clock wind down? Nate Colby, not sure what he found off screen. And the beach announcers will go into the countdown, and we're just looking to see if White is going to find an opportunity. It doesn't look like it. It's going to be a tough end to the proceedings, and we'll have a look at Nate Colby here, who may have tried to go to the air. Brings completion, and his requirement again, a 5.71. We don't feel that that will knock on the door too aggressively. And that looks like our result. The two Australians are going to get the benefit of the second to last heat of the afternoon here, Tash. Dylan Moffat and Liam O'Brien are going to advance to the next round. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the final heat of this afternoon's action at the Ballito Pro.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to the final heat of the afternoon, coming to you live from Ballito on the east side of South Africa, the Quatakuza region, hosting the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, a newly elevated status as well as a Challenger Series event. As we introduce our final heat of the afternoon, Leonardo Fioravanti heads the Challenger Series rankings coming to South Africa, and he's looking for his way into the round of 24. Aidan Masonkamp, the South African, will keep the locals tied here to the beach in the afternoon southerly wind. He'll be coming up in the blue singlet. Mateus Navarro, Brazilian, who is building his own momentum in his campaign, is in the white. And, well, Frederico Moraes needs no introduction. Of course, Fioravanti and Moraes former championship tour surfers and looking for their gateway back to the 2023 CT level. And they've got to do it via the Challenger Series here. It's a good afternoon from Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasti as we wait to call the action for the remaining 27.5 minutes of a big day 3. Of course, a couple of days back we started with 96 men. We cut the field in half for round 1, and now we cut the field in half again for round 2. And one more heat to do that before we end up with just 24 surfers left in the draw, Tash.
Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. It's been a great 3 days of surfing, full days of surfing, and just for me to be able to see an Italian at the top of the Challenger Series right now going into the rankings, it's something that we wouldn't see a couple of years ago, and it just showcases how surfing is growing globally, and also, you know, how we've got those smaller nations that are putting the hard work in and able to produce the goods and showcase what they're all about.
Well, Leo has pretty much single-handedly waved the flag for the land of pizza and pasta over the last decade, and he's become a household name, certainly back in Italy, and, well, a fan base right around the world, skipping between France and Italy. Of course, a great family, very tutored by Stephen Bell, who was behind Kelly Slater's successes. You would expect that young Leo Fioravanti will be around for a long time to come. And we'll see how he fares in the lineup. Aiden Mason-Camp, the South African, we mentioned him in the heat previous in the build-up to this. Tash winning the QS 5000 last year and getting a win over Jordy Smith in that final would have been a big injection into his confidence and his mental space. Mason-Camp is one of those surfers that has had flashes of brilliance, but also plagued by emotional roller coasters. He's, during the pandemic specifically, has knuckled down, has had time to think it all through, and this is a new and improved version of Aiden Mason-Camp in 2022. Put out a great release as well. Go look for his movie on social media. And Frederico Moraes needs no introduction, the tall surfer from Cascais in Portugal, surfer of pedigree out of the region. And well, there are your two CT ex-surfers, Fioravanti and Moraes, busy at it. They'll find structured waves in the lineup. Tash, a couple of nice turns from both of them.
Yeah, a couple of nice turns, stock standard turns, just really to get things started here. We don't see any scores on the board, and we see them quite separated. You know, for me, just chatting a little bit more about Aiden, I mean, he comes from Cape Town, but he comes from the Strand. Not a lot of competitions taking place there. He really had to travel around the country to compete with some of South Africa's best. And I think the best thing that has been for him is the mind games, the mental game that he's really been working on. He's always had a lot of talent. It was just about having to manage the mind. And a great way to explain it, a new improved Aiden Mason-Camp.
Well, an intense look on Leonardo Fioravanti's face as he'll find the connection. Incoming tide just linking up the bowl. And perhaps Leo is going to take a run around here. Is he going to beach this? He is. Let's just have a look at what he's up to here. Does he want to change boards, perhaps? He has pretty much ended up on the slab of rock on the inside. Enough water to just launch off. But a couple of stingy turns on the outside for Leo to open his campaign. And of course, he got the backhand crack to start, but now turns to the forehand. So judges running behind by 2 scores now for Leo Fioravanti. They'll just let that settle in. Meanwhile, Federico Moraes' first score in at a 3-4-3 for his single backhand turn. And well, it looks like everyone is owed something. Mason-Camp returns to the lineup. We'll see if we can reel back the tape for a look at Aiden's opening score. Mateus Navarro, by the way, has just added a 3-7-3 to the discussion. He'll open his campaign. So fairly lowly scores. Let's see what Mason-Camp found.
Yeah, so choosing to stick on his forehand, gets the lip line floater, really just like a speed check. This is going to be the important one, and a stock standard turn from Aiden Mason-Camp, but a strong exclamation mark really on that first ride for him.
The South African will find a stretched out wall, an opportunity to go 2 strong turns. As stock standard as you describe it, Tash, that end section did have a bit of a slam, and judges will, you know, watch the replay. They'll appreciate that. Meanwhile, Leonardo Fioravanti will get going in the afternoon sun here. Open at the 4-2-3. We owe him. That'll be a throwaway, this one now. Wave 3 will just go in the bin. But particularly his second ride, wave number 2, we're waiting for that to become his second counting ride. So we'll just hang for the numbers, see where it goes. There it is. It's a 4-5-7, so 8.8 top left of screen for updated numbers for Leo Fioravanti. Waiting for Mateus Navarro's numbers to settle. And then, of course, the opening ride for Aiden Mason-Camp still to come from our panel. Been a long day for them as well, folks, I must say. It's concentration. There's replays. We've had rapid fire for a couple of days here in what is slightly smaller Ballito than what we used to. The Neap Tide Week perhaps playing a part in that. Navarro goes the in and out as we wait for the scores to update. And well, Tash, best single ride does belong to the South African. Approaching with a positive approach for a 5.93. So Mason-Camp, sorry, a 5.83. My apologies, folks. 5.83. Good start for the South African in blue.
Yeah, and you know, just watching that wave and the way he finished it, it's what he was doing last year in December here at the Ballito Pro. We had very similar conditions, summer conditions, but very similar in regards to what the banks were doing, and most of his scores were coming through with that big end maneuver.
21 minutes to go. Let's have a look at Leo Fioravante. He'll go to the sky and almost emerges from the white water. So that will be a no harm, no foul situation. Leo will go back to the drawing board. And a quick look at Frederico Moraes. Let's go down and hear from winner of that last heat, Dylan Moffat. He's down there with Mark Frew.
We're here with the winner of the last heat, Dylan Moffat. Dylan, you got a 5th and a 9th in the Challenger Series in Australia, and this is turning into a good result so far. You've got through a couple of heats already. Tell us about the conditions out there in that last heat.
Yeah, it's sick to be here in South Africa. Like, I haven't been here for a couple of years. I did the QS 1000s in Port Elizabeth and Port Alfred a couple of years ago, and I'm like so stoked to be back. I was lucky enough from the WSL to get a wild card in the first couple events this year, and I'm like just stoked to keep the ball rolling.
So you're 5th on the ratings and on your way to some good points here as well. Looking at this board, it looked really sharp out there. You said to me just before we started the interview, it's almost like cheating out there. Tell us a little bit about this board.
Yeah, this is like the go-to. As soon as it's like under 2 foot, it's like a knife through butter in the small waves. It just makes it all too easy. Like anything small, it'll just carry speed. And so shout out to the boys at Lost Mayhem and the guys back home in Oz, and also Matt and Gian over in the States as well for cooking up some good sleds. They're making the small stuff easy.
So pulling out the secret weapons and winning heats. Well done. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Shapes underfoot of Dylan Moffat, and he'll go into the round of 24. And meanwhile, Frederico Moraes is our new heat leader. We've caught a couple of numbers for him, including a 6.83. See if it can reel back the tapes for a couple of obviously powerful turns from Frederico. He's not a surfer that really goes to the air much, so he'll build that with a wave like this.
Yeah, so let's just see what he did. Gets the first re-entry. Nice, strong second maneuver. Throws that tail round. You can see he's happy with it. Functional surfing.
Yep. Rock solid for the 6.83. That will set the benchmark for the heat. The final heat of the day. Mason Camp's also done a good job of adding another 5 and will sneak over Frederico for the lead. 5.83 for the opening score for Mason Camp. And we haven't had a look at it yet. And now a 5.67 for Aiden.
Okay, so sticking to the right here is the South African. Just keeping his speed and that big closeout maneuver there from Aiden Mason Camp. So the judge is enjoying that, enjoying how much he's pushing his tail off the lip there and getting awarded that 5.67.
Well, way past the vertical on the tail, pushes it out, tucks it back in, rides out successfully. So Mason Camp and Frederico Moraes building their numbers. Leo Fioravante, surfing with a lot of energy, is plagued with a set of 4s in his scoreline and finds himself down in 3rd. We're just having a look at quite a broken lineup here for the last heat of the day. You can see that wind again. It looks like it's picked up a touch again. I'm noticing Mason Camp way over to the right of screen. So perhaps he's spotted an odd runner off the rock there. There is a nice piece of sand that's tucked in there. If this was a structured swell, there'd be some barrels coming off the top, and perhaps that could still happen for the remainder of our waiting period of the Ballito Pro. But for this afternoon, to wrap up day 3 of competition, it's a driving southerly wind. And, well, it's a playing field that Mason Camp, Moraes, Fioravante, and Navarro must unlock to find the top 2 slots. 17 minutes to go to do it. And Leo down in 3rd, requiring a 5.7, so that's well within his wheelhouse. We know that. And highlight score is the 6.83 for Frederico. And here he goes again. The Portuguese surfer from Cascais, in and out. Is a low priority, so he'll just keep looking around the lineup. We've seen a couple of heats where surfers in the lower priorities have found useful waves on the inside bank.
Yeah, we've seen it almost every heat really coming through, and you know, once you're sitting in that 4th priority, there's no point in sitting and waiting and watching your competitors find better waves. You've got to just keep trying to look for those opportunities. And Mateus Navarro now sitting with priority and sitting and waiting.
Well, here goes Federico again, who had a pretty successful championship tour run in 2021. Aiden Mason-Camp would love to have his own shot at joining Geordie Smith at the top ranks. And he's certainly focused in on it this afternoon. You can see that sort of golden light. We feel that the clouds have just lifted a touch. A little bit of the late afternoon sun just touching the lineup here. But essentially, we've had pretty heavy skies and not much sunshine since early. It's been that southerly wind just bringing up that weather from the Cape, from the Jeffreys Bay, which is about 1,000 kilometers, a good 12-hour drive. It's kind of a tough drive as well. It's not the easiest road to do from Ballito to J-Bay, but on the way, if you know where to stop, there is plenty of waves on this South African coastline. And while we wait for the next set of waves to roll through the lineup, we're at the halfway mark. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the remaining half. Welcome back to the show. Of course, we are in the heart of the Zulu Kingdom. It is the Quadacruza region, the town of Ballito playing host to the World Surf League's Challenger Series. 14 minutes remaining. Gig Saliers and Tash Mentasti along for the call as we'll see how this heat unfolds. Federico Moraes, meanwhile, has been pipped down into second place. Here he is working, wants to get those numbers going, needs to replace a 3.43. May very well have done that. He'll just keep working. Will Kikash, a Portuguese surfer of high profile in the area. And, well, dry docks that one, and he sees the urgency. 13.5 minutes to go, and Aiden Mason-Camp has got the lead. Tash, a 5.67 and a 5.83. And Fioravanti still has not found requirements of a 5.7. Federico now starting to put some pressure on his fellow European competitor.
Yeah, I think Aiden's playing a really good game. He's staying away from the pack, allowing him to keep focused on the task at hand. And then you see with Federico Moraes, you know, just surfing all the way to the beach, just showing that he's pushing as much out of these waves as possible. Leonardo Fioravanti easily going to be able to find a score of a 5.7. With that first priority now, he's got any opportunity in the lineup. So still anyone's game out here with our final heat of the day. But
Tash, I just wanted to make this a topic. 6.83, best individual wave. It was on a left.
Yes.
Yet all the rest of the scores kind of coming out of the rights. I think Leo did open perhaps with a backhand turn for the 4.23. But interesting that the highest score has come from a left-hander in the current conditions.
Yeah, and he backs it up with a 4.7. So, you know, Federico has only stuck to the left, really, being maybe his strengths. But you do have a very good point there, Giggs. That 6.83 was it's a point difference over what Aiden Mason-Camp scored on the right, a 5.83.
Well, situation changed with 12 minutes remaining. Federico Moraes now out front over Aiden Mason-Camp, and let's just look at the new requirement for Leo Fioravanti. It's jumped up to 6.93. All right, so it's going to be pressure on now for the man that is leading the Challenger Series. Former championship tour surfer Leonardo Fioravanti holds the priority. But for now, Moraes and Mason-Camp out front. Mateus Navarro's been pretty quiet. 4.67 and a 3.73. Still in the game though, 6.83 requirement. So very similar scoreline and requirement for third and fourth places here, Tash.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Mateus find anything of substance over the last 5 or 6 minutes. He has had priority and then just finding some small scores. So the 4-6-7 being the counter right now. He's going to want to throw out that 3-7-3 and replace it with the highest single wave score that we see in this heat at the moment, which Frederico Moraes holds.
Well, Leo's gone well at Manly on the Challenger Series for the 3rd place finish. So he's no stranger to beach break. You'll see him roaming around now. You're going to see some sense of urgency from Leo. The camera will just pick up interest from Mason Kemp. And meanwhile, Leo Fioravanti's going to hang on to that one, will he? He's going to have to pet it to completion. And he will. Flicks the fingers, going to put the panel under some opinion here. But Leo Fioravanti into the wind. And we mentioned the lefts perhaps going to be the focus with this southerly wind to unlock the scores. Frederico's found the 683. We'll see where this number now goes for Leo with, well, 1/3 of the heat remaining. Tash got the board up.
Yep.
Got lots of air underneath it. We'll look at the replay of that while the judges have a thought. What are we thinking?
Yeah.
6s?
Sure. Definitely going into the 6s, I would assume.
We saw a 917 from Eli Hanneman. Did you watch that one?
I didn't. I heard the entire crowd.
It was huge. It had more height, had more elevation. And not discredit to Leo Fioravanti's attempt, but we are waiting for that number to fall.
Yeah,
Let's
he
have
has
a
the
look at this
replay
one.
now. So you can see he sets up for it, trying to get that tail high. Oh, I don't know if it's even going to come out at a 6. I could be very wrong. For me, it's the lack of control with the landing. Yes, it was complete, but he was pushing it.
Maybe forward momentum just disrupted. That board just stopping momentarily. Of course, easy for us to be critical. We'll wait for the judge's opinion. They'll take another couple of looks at it. It was short, it was sweet and punchy. Either way, let's speculate. Is it going to improve on his 4.23? Because that would lower Leo's requirement. See him very short distance traveled. Gets it upside down. Kind of just almost stops. And then the whitewater rumbles him forward. So
yeah, I think the biggest thing was that he didn't have enough time to gather even more speed. So it was a forced air, really. And that's maybe where he lost that speed, and with the rotation having to land.
Oh, let's start talking about the success of it, not all the little glitches in it, because the judging panel are starting to sprinkle a whole bunch of salt and pepper in the 7-point range. They liked it. It had height to it. It was inverted. A 7.13. Leo Fioravanti flips the heat over, goes from 3rd to 1st, and now the pressure will fall on the South African. Mason Kemp drops to 3rd. 5.71 requirement. And, well, requirements still similar for Mateus Navarro. We said that Leo Fioravanti was going to get energized, and here he goes. A little flyaway on that, just disconnecting with 8 minutes to go. We know he'll go back and do a little more of that. Frederico Moraes, by the way, still holds a 4.7 in his tally of scores. So we expect the tall Portuguese surfer to unwind a few more backhand or perhaps forehand power turns of his own, and to up his numbers, because Mason Kemp's chasing something sub-6, a 5.71 to be exact.
Yeah, and wow, 7.13 for Leonardo. I mean, the judges liked it, and it could have been just the way he tweaked his tail and how he pushed it. I did miss that 9-point ride, so I've got no comparison to compare it to. But it's amazing how quickly these heats can change. Aiden probably sitting comfortable thinking he's got this, and now pushed down to 3rd place. And the 2 Europeans holding down those advancing positions.
Well, Mason Kemp's best score is the 5.83. His other one's kind of close to the 5.67. He's got to go just a few decimals above that. So 11.53 for Moraes, 11.5 for Mason Kemp. So there's a 0.3 in it, separating our surfers in both 2nd and 3rd. It's been pretty quiet for Mateus Navarro, the young Brazilian. He's sitting there in white, and he's gone into the priority coma. So it's almost like you didn't want priority this afternoon. Certainly almost the theme of the day here for day 3 of competition.
Yeah, good point, Giggs. We've seen it every time. The minute they sit in that priority, they sit and wait, and everyone else plays catch up.
6.5 on the clock, Tash. There are the needs. Marias to steal the lead, by the way, is also just a little decimal, 11.7 versus 11.53, so very close between the two surfers with the most experience in the lineup. Of course, we love what both Leo Fioravanti and Federico Marias have brought to us, high-value entertainment over the last decade, and particularly all of them with their success stories at the championship tour level. But with 6 minutes to go, it's the harsh reality of the Challenger Series again in 2022. You think of Federico Marias finishing in the top 10 last year, finished 10th on the championship tour, comes in and gets ditched off the back of the mid-season cut. Same story for Leo Fioravanti. So these are the surfers that just want to knuckle down now and fetch some results. As we mentioned, Fioravanti in the Challenger Series in Australia, a third-place finish at Sydney, and, well, of course, also a quarter-final on the Goldie. Interesting to see who Federico lost to. He lost to Nolan Raposo, who we lost early here in the third stop. So it's so hard to forecast, and that's why 8 stops, you cannot tell how this script unfolds until right at the end. I loved that few seasons back. You can't script this punchlines that we used to throw around, and it really is true. You cannot script with Haleiwa right at the end and then the Hawaiian push into the numbers. How this all unfolds, of course, Challenger Series will visit Brazil as well, France, Portugal, and, well, of course, the next stop, the US Open of Surfing.
Big one.
Yep, all big stops. 8 in total, 5 will count, so there is 3 throwaways, and a bunch of surfers have exercised that throwaway option. We've lost a lot of the field here. Let's have a look at a very quiet heat, and now a sparky set of turns. And where has he been all week long? Mateus Navarro straight into it. And we like the flow. Blackboards always look a little sweet and sexy as well, if that's a terminology that we can use for surfboards. I think it is. I mean, we've all walked into a surf shop and ogled a good-looking board. And we use the terminology loosely. Of course, that blackboard underneath looking real speedy for Mateus Navarro. We'll see where that number goes. Prior to that, the 373 and the 467. Not a whole lot to hang his hat on. And here comes the score. It's going to be an improvement. It's going to be a replacement score no matter what. And into vision comes Federico Marias, who will be wanting to shut the gate on Aiden Mason-Camp here as we go under 4 minutes. Judges bringing a score for Mateus Navarro, which may bring him a little closer to discussion. May even see him attack the third place position. Mason-Camp's been sitting on priority for a while. Mateus Navarro will remain in fourth, but a 4.9 brings his requirements to the mid-range 6. So there we go. Just a score to come in for Federico Marias. What do we like about this, Tash?
Yeah, he gets that first turn, pushes the tail straight into the next one. So not lots of flow, but a slightly smaller wave. And if we compare it here to Federico's critical end section to finish, who gets the better of the two? For me, I enjoyed white over green.
Well, 4.9 for last of white. Let's see where last of green goes. A bit more structure to the turns, Tash. Tighter surfing perhaps on the backhand, a little bit more work in the lip for Federico Marias to go a whole point up on that, 5.7, well, just under a point. So there is how tight the heat is. Marias now the new heat leader. Fioravanti sits in second with 2.5 minutes to go. And where is the South African Aiden Mason-Camp? Is he going to keep himself involved in this Challenger Series campaign in his home country of South Africa? He's sitting quietly. He's been holding priority for a couple of minutes now. 5.88 requirement for Aiden. You mentioned that he got the QS 5000 win over Geordie Smith here 6 months back in a dress rehearsal for this Challenger Series stop. Similar conditions, perhaps a little bit more swell in the water on that finals day. Southerly winds made up the QS 5000 when I think back to those conditions. And Mason-Camp must dig in here and look for something. It is up to the ocean, and we go under 2 minutes on the clock. We'll have a look and see where this all goes. Meanwhile,
oh, he's keeping busy.
Yeah, he is keeping busy, and that is the experience at play. This is Leo, who might want to steal the lead back from Federico. He will only need a 5.47 to do it. He'll let go, not quite getting the push out of that final turn, and the clock is down to 90 seconds. Are you excited, Tash?
I'm excited to see what the South African can do, but I'm also excited to see what Leo has done. I mean, pressure being the top seed in this Challenger Series event, conditions very testing, but now we have priority with the South African Aiden Mason-Camp and winding down.
Well, back to the drawing board, perhaps even another chance for Marius and Fioravanti to just roll the dice again. This is the overview of what we're dealing with this afternoon. This is the last heat of the day, and it does bring us to complete the round. And the round of 48 surfers gets cut in half in the southerly wind this afternoon. Tide pushing, we've had a couple of opportunities. It's feeling it is blowing just a little bit flat now, so some of the world's best just fetching fives in the lineup. It is a level playing field, and Mason-Camp must apply himself now if he is going to attack, perhaps at the expense of Leo. You can see how busy both Marius and Fioravanti are. Late push here from Mateus Navarro, who's got to go close to the 7-point range to unlock it. And we'll try to pull back the shot to see where is Mason-Camp. Is there an opportunity? 20 seconds on the clock. We're seeing some paddling from Aiden. Not sure that there is much going to come out of the deep water there. The clock will be on 10 seconds. And Frederico will just try and up a last number just to drive it home. 5.77 and a 6.83 for Kikash. And he'll be going through to the round of 24 here. And we hear the horn in the background. That is going to bring a completion. Mason-Camp will not find the requirement. And we'll lose another South African in the draw here. Tash Mateus Navarro also will fall out. And that will wrap up the day's action here. Big round 2 of men's surfing now concluded. And Frederico Marius will just head for the beach. He'll be on his way along with Leo. And well, 6.83 highlight score from that heat, Tash.
Yeah, the 6.83, but also the 7.13 from Fioravanti. And
well, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back to wrap up the day's action. Stay with us for the post show.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome back to Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. We'll wrap the big day's action up with a little chat between myself, Gig Cilliers, and Brad Bricknell. Brad, a big day. We got it underway this morning. We got women's surfing wrapped up. We picked up on Heat 11 of the women's, and we closed that opening round down. Thoughts as we reflect back on that?
Yeah, well, we keep halving the field, don't we, after these big days of competition. So started with 64 today, now we're down to 32 in the women's, and likewise for the men's at 48, now down to 24. So you're going to see a lot more of those bigger names now all get congested into those heats as we progress.
Well, a couple of names that stood out for me: Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, no problems there. Caity Simmers through. So, yeah, a couple of things going on track and a couple of things that we've seen it. We've lost a few names on both sides, men's and women's draw. And then, of course, we got back into men's surfing round 2. We've chopped, as you mentioned, the field in half there. It's been a tough day. If we think of from start to finish, Brad, we got going at 7 a.m. this morning. No real swell rolled in. We've kind of used a wind swell all day. It's not typical of Ballito. It kind of kept heats fairly tight, and we spoke about the priority curse. It was almost like surfers were falling into comas, hoping good waves would come through the lineup, holding priority.
Well, you mentioned, it kept the heats tight, but which meant for us as surf fans, it kept the heats really exciting because a lot of the requirements were in that sort of mid 4 to 5 point range, and that made for some really exciting finishes. We saw a number of occasions where surfers went from fourth to first, after the buzzer, and we're all waiting here with bated breath waiting for those judges' scores to come through. So while those scores were compressed, there were also some opportunities on that pushing tide gig. We saw a few more pulses in the set, a little bit increase in the size, and then we saw some of the surfers really go big, and I know we're going to check in on those scores a little bit later on.
Well, the other thing to note is that in the Challenger Series format, there just is a very tangible intensity to everything that's going on. And so perhaps that, along with a pretty level playing field conditions-wise, it kept us on the edge of our seats. And as you mentioned, many of the heats, absolute nail-biters.
Yeah, and you look at it too, top 5 results are counting. There's a lot of these surfers who arrived in South Africa with 2 poor results in Australia, which means the pressure starts to mount. You can't give away too many more poor results, once you head off to the US Open and Europe, So a lot of surfers are coming out with that pressure on their back, and they need to make Ballito Bay count.
No, absolutely. Again, just thinking through a couple of highlights. We'll go to some highlights packages in a little while in the show. But every now and then, surfers would turn and go into the southerly wind, Brad. Even in that last heat, Frederico Moraes, just to talk to that story, a 6.83 for 2 backhand cracks. There were opportunities for surfers to go to the air as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, in all our preparation, all my mindset coming to Willard Beach, everything I'd seen about the place was just rifling right-handers down the bank, and looking for those long turns, even a few barrels thrown in. So to come here and experience the left-hander coming into play, if that threw us out, it probably threw a few surfers out as well who, maybe hadn't been here before. But I think, this game's all about adapt or die. And those who did adapt and took advantage of it, we've seen them progress through. And, of course, there are the casualties. That's the consequences of the Challenger Series. There's no losers around. Yep. And, the rewards are high as well, a place on the Championship Tour.
We mentioned it a couple of times of how this is the Ballito Pro. If you look at since 2008, I don't think I've ever seen so many left-handers being ridden. And, well, that's what you got to do, right? You got to work with the conditions on hand.
Yeah, and I think too, we saw some stats which really sort of piqued my interest before. Over the first couple of days surfing, we saw over 750 waves ridden. And that was indicative of that short period swell, right? So a lot of opportunity, keeping the judges very busy, certainly keeping us very busy in the booth. But, hopefully we'll see that period increase. I know we're going to talk about that forecast as well sometime this afternoon. So, hopefully looking around the corner, we'll see some more grim conditions. But for me, as a surf fan, I just saw lots of waves ridden, and that's always exciting.
Well, it kept us busy, certainly on the commentary side as well. What do they call it? Commentator fitness. Kept us honest as well. And, well, as I say, the judging panel were just processing. We had some heats, folks, where we were going north of 50 waves in a heat. And as you mentioned, cumulatively, we're into the hundreds of waves ridden, and we're only at the end of day 3, Brad.
Yeah, exactly right. And, bring it on. I say, keep it coming. We want to see surfing action. The fans on the beach want to be entertained too, and I think it's great for them. The on-site beach announcers are, educating the crowds on the beach as to what's happening, and hopefully you guys at home are enjoying the show from inside here.
Well, let's go down and hear from the beach interview winner of that last heat to wrap up the day.
I'm here with the winner of the last heat of the day, Frederico Moraes. Got a big smile on his face because he didn't do very well in the Challenger Series events in Australia. It wasn't a good run for him after the cut at Margaret's as well. But the momentum is starting to come back. Another win down. Frederico, you must be happy with the result in that heat.
Yeah, really stoked. It was a tough one. Leo's a great surfer. Aiden's incredible. He knows this place better than anyone, and Mateus the same. So, yeah, pretty stoked to make it into the next round. Tough the conditions out there, but yeah, I managed to get 2 scores and make it.
Aiden started the heat very strong with those rights, and you banked a 6.8. You sat on that for a little while, and then you got a really interesting little left that sort of came through all the way through. Talk us through those 2 banking scores in the heats that led to your heat win.
Well, the 683 was just a really good wave. I had two good turns, so I knew I was gonna bank a good score, and then I knew I would have to grind another one, because these kind of conditions, you never know if you're gonna end up needing a 3, a 4, a 2. So I knew I had to put something on the board. I had a low 3, so I know a 4 would increase the score towards the other guys. I had 3rd or 2nd priority, so I knew I could milk one on until the inside. And then I waited, and by the end I got a proper score again and moved to 1st. So yeah, happy with that.
You've been to Ballito a couple of times before, and obviously this year, unfortunately, you're going to miss J-Bay. But with a bit of momentum now, you must be pretty fired up to really give it a proper go. And your Challenger Series campaign ramps up now with the result in a couple of heats already.
Yeah, it's such a bummer, because the cut was in Margaret, but my favorite event after Portugal, obviously, it's J-Bay by far, and not making it this year, it really makes me sad. Last year we didn't have J-Bay, which was a bummer. So yeah, super fired up to get all that momentum from J-Bay into Ballito. It's not quite the same, but it doesn't matter. Stoked to be in South Africa. I love it here, and yeah. Got to build momentum. Then we've got the US Open, then we've got the Challenger in Portugal. So there's some good events coming up, and there's still a long way to go in this one.
Tell me a little bit about your time in Ballito, who you're staying with, and then I've got a second question there about what boards you're riding in particular at this event.
Well, I'm here with my coach, Richard Marsh, with Ryan Kellinen, who's one of my best friends. Then we have a Grom that did the juniors here. He got 3rd, Joaquim Chaves, a Portuguese Grom, little ripper. So hopefully he'll start on the Challenger soon and make an impact. We had Justin as well, French kid that rips, and yeah, and this hit particularly, I was riding a monster box, a JS 511, and yeah, the board works really good. The board's probably a year and a half old. It's just been sitting in my garage. On the World Tour, we kind of don't need grovelers, but on the Challengers we do. So yeah, just got it off the dust and ready to go.
Well, it's certainly the right board choice, considering how you've ripped in those conditions. We've got people that have joined us from all over the world that were tuned in for that heat. So if you want to say something in your home language and acknowledge all of those people that are tuned in to support you and your win in that heat.
Yeah, thanks. Muito obrigado a todos. A vossa força faz a diferença. Estamos juntos. Ainda há muito surf para se fazer e com raça chegamos lá. Obrigado.
Thank you. We really look forward to seeing you in the next heat. And to wrap up the day, I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thanks so much, Mike Frew. Of course, I like the insight there from Kikash. A couple of things to take out of that, Brad, is, well, one, he's going to miss out on Jeffreys Bay. You think back to 2017 in the Championship Tour jersey, made all the way to the final, so that was a huge story. So there's got to be a little bit of angst in that. He said he's channeling it into Ballito. That's good. I like that positive feedback from Federico.
Yeah, always an even temperate man in how he approaches things, but, you know, the Portuguese have the fire in their belly as well, and, you know, you get a guy like him fired up. He was deadly, and, you know, good on him. He's given the challenge this year a red-eye crack, and yeah, I hope to see him back on the tour next year.
The other thing I see is the distance between Championship Tour and Challenger Series. Last year, Federico finished 10th. I mean, a top 10 finish is a huge accomplishment in the sport and in an individual's career. And, well, here he is, ditched off after Margaret River. It's a lot to process, you know, and as I say, Federico will be feeling confident with the US Open, and particularly we'll look for results from him from Ericero when we get there later this year.
Yeah, and I remember talking to Ryan Callanan as well as the approach that we asked him early in the week, you know, what it's like stepping down from the Championship Tour into the Challenger Series, and he says, I kind of like it. He goes, I'm rocking up here, and I feel like I'm the guy to beat, you know, so they bring a lot of confidence when they step down, and I know a lot of the youngsters want to take a lot of their heroes down, you know, so it makes for a classic little competition combination that makes this Challenger Series so exciting.
Well, of course, the regional qualifying series lifts the talent very, very quickly to Challenger Series status. Of course, in reference to that being in South Africa, we've got 4 South Africans left in the draw, 2 of them on the men's side, Brad, and 2 on the women's. What do you think we're expecting there? Because there's always that hometown pressure.
Yeah, well, we started with 18 South Africans in the mix at the beginning of the event, so I think from a lot of ways, maybe a bit of rustiness against that international competition, but at the same time, there's always 2 sides to that coin. They're all going to be banking a lot of experience. A lot of them were youngsters coming into this event with first-time opportunities to surf internationally. But then we've got the guys like Aiden, who unfortunately lost in that last heat going out. But I've got to say, 2 girls, 2 guys, there's enough there for the South African crowd to get behind. And there were some impressive performances from those left in the event, and hopefully they'll go deep into the draw.
Well, as Brad says, we've just lost Aiden Masenkamp. It leaves us Slade Prestwich, who's can be one of those hot and cold surfers. You can suddenly just come out and find a result. You think that if the swell lifts, Slade Prestwich is pretty nifty on the right-handers. Hopefully he'll get a shot at it. And then, of course, Luke Thompson is proving his mettle as a young up-and-coming surfer. So those are the 2 South African names on the men's draw to watch out for. On the ladies' side, well, 2 goofy footers in Zoe Steyn and Sarah Baum. A chance for the world to have a look at what Zoe Steyn and Sarah can offer us.
Yeah, and I love the approach that both of them brought. Sarah was up against Joanne Defay in her opening round, and she did not wait for Joanne to make the first move. I thought she came out so strong in the heat. She was aggressive. She attacked every section. She knew which waves to go on, and she came away with a really emphatic win. And then Zoe Steyn, coming up the ranks out of East London under the tutelage of Greg Emsley, a former Championship Tour surfer, and honed that backhand at all those right-hand points in the Eastern Cape, Nahoon Reef. Where I grew up is where she surfs a lot. So if those right-handers keep persisting, she's going to be dangerous on her backhand too.
Well, it is a very high level at the Challenger Series, and we'll start talking about highlight scores from the day, particularly Zoe Steyn and Sarah Baum. We'll have to go up against numbers that were achieved in the lineup today, like Nikki van Dijk, who really surfed out of her skin. I mean, an 8.5 on the ladies' side. We'll start having a look at those highlights. But wow, let's get to that. Nikki van Dijk, solid heat from her to start the morning off.
Yeah, this was the opening wave. She came out the gates really strong with a 6.0 on an opening wave, a big closeout Rio with a lot of flair, but it was this wave, Gigs, that really set her apart, showing all the class. She had 3-turn combination on her backhand, kicked up a lot of spray on this one. You can see her eye line down the line. Her heart skipping a beat because she knew there were 3 turns available over here. So she really timed this last turn nicely, smooth and powerful, and done with a lot of poise and style as well. So really deserved. That was the first excellent score that we saw through down in the morning surfing.
Yeah, we got that morning underway. And, of course, that was the highlight heat as far as points on paper goes. Nikki van Dijk through to the next round on the ladies' draw. And then just segueing back to men's surfing, Brad, Eli Hanneman, you were on call for that heat. He went and touched some top-end numbers of his own.
Yeah, that was incredible. I was jumping off the edge of my seat. We always knew Eli Hanneman has got that X factor. We speak about it. We see it every now and in contests, but he really had to pull it out the bag. Yeah, so this is a way that got him back into contention in the heat. He had a really slow start, and then a big one, though. We'll see that next. This is how he's just driving off the bottom here. So he needed to find something that gave him a platform to launch off, and then he got this one up against the wind. The southwester blowing, goes for the full rotation on his backhand, and there he was, just the fist pump to the beach.
Well, watch the height on this one, Brad. You were screaming. You were anchoring this particular heat, and the other part was the two turns for the backup score. And how is that for rotation?
Exactly. It was so smooth on that landing. And in the post-heat interview, he referenced that air wind coming from left to right across the screen. So he did identify the opportunity to go to there on his backhand. And he needed to because he was up against Luke Thompson in that heat, who opened up so strongly as well. So for him, it was really clawing his way back. And so he dug super deep into those bag of tricks. And when he stomped them real good.
Well, Wednesday afternoon, and action is finished for the day. Of course, the southerly wind is driven all day, and we know generally what that'll mean, Brad, is because we're on the east side of South Africa, that southerly wind drives up the southerly swell. We'll start talking about the forecast and what we can expect for the back half of the event. Of course, we'll wake up tomorrow morning for a fresh call again at around 7 a.m. But certainly from the point of view of swells coming up the coast, we can expect to lift overnight, Brad.
And one thing I've noticed too, Gigs, is that Ballito Bay sometimes has these little phantom swirls, these localized swirls that don't often show up or don't always show up on those forecasts. You know, and we look at swirl direction. You know, sometimes the gurus will measure it in those degrees of how they're going to land on the coastline, and then we talk about swell period. You know, the bigger the period, the longer the ground swell, and generally meaning the more stretched out those walls are and the more quality waves you get. We've seen a lot of wind swell over the last couple of days, short period, and that's why we're seeing that rapid fire surfing because of the rapid fire conditions. You know, so we obviously are hoping for an expansion of that swell period over the next few days. And I think, you know, looking ahead to the long range forecasts, there's now talk of a banging weekend coming up in terms of really some overhead conditions.
Yep, certainly it is surf season, and well, those big south swells can sneak up. We are looking a few days down the draw to the weekend, and we are expecting to finish this Challenger Series stop in, well, let's call it, I think, well overhead waves, Brad. We both can read a swell chart at this stage, and I think we're going to end up with solid waves for finals day.
And wouldn't that be exciting, a fitting end to this event? You know, South Africa hasn't seen an international surfing event here since 2019, you know, and the crowds deserve a good final weekend, the surfers deserve a good final weekend, and if that happens, you know, I got you last Saturday. It was a sunny day, it was school holidays, and the crowd was absolutely jammed in. And that was for the Junior Series finals, you know. So if we have weather and waves on that final, I'm calling we can topple Brazil's crowds.
Well, it's a smaller beach than Saquarema.
We'll pack them in.
We'll do our best. Of course, the action just kept us on our edge of our seats all day long, and let's start looking at those top 5 scores of the day. And a couple of numbers coming out of the lineup is obviously that one of Eli Hanneman was a standout score. But let's have a look at Timothy Biso and what he found early on in his heat this morning, a 7.33, Brad, and this was a pretty good stomp of his own.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Timothy. I haven't seen much of him surfing live, and he'd been saying that he really wanted to land an air in his heat, and that was a really impressive one. You see that big rotation, he jammed the tail in, and the fins got their beautiful revert out, and yeah, nicely stomped there.
Well, David Silva would also go into the top 5 for the day, as you would expect. A former winner here in 2019 in the qualifying series framework. And, well, have a look at the power that he applied here, Brad.
Yeah, he's able to get that board up so vertically and then drift the tail at the same time. So, nice combination of technique there for David Silva. Always so solid on his backhand.
Well, top 5 waves will include this one from Nikki Van Dijk. We had a look at it earlier as a standout heat. But this individual wave of an 8.5, she really did a good job of driving this one home for the heat win.
Yeah, and we hadn't seen even a two-tone combination prior to this. There was a lot of closeouts in this early part of the heat, and then Nikki found an absolute gem of a runner that enabled her to really open up, and that first excellent score got laid down, you know, before I had my third cup of coffee.
Well, we made reference to the 2 South Africans left in the draw on both men's and women's. On the men's side, this young surfer is growing a fan base very quickly, Luke Thompson.
All in this first turn, a big 8.67. So impressed with the composure that this young man's showing, well beyond his 18 years of age. And he really just hammered this wave. It was one that really ran down the bank. One of the first ones that came off that traditional bank off of the rocks at Willow Beach here. And he went to town. But, you know, for mine, that power that he shows in that opening maneuver is where a lot of those points came from.
Well, for a day where South Africans lost a lot of their participants, names like Shane Sarks and Aidan Mason-Camp and Nate Colby, Luke Thompson held his ground and kept a proud showing at the Ballito Pro.
Yeah, he's got a great future ahead of him, and I can't wait to see these South Africans see how far they can go in this contest.
And then, well, of course, Brad, your favourite wave of the day.
Yeah, the wind-assisted full rotation on his backside. Yeah, Eli Hanneman loves those. He's done a million of them, but to see the reaction, to pull this off under the pressure of a heat when he required a score, that's just absolutely incredible surfing under pressure. And yeah, I can't wait to see this guy further on in the event. You can see just how much spin he got there. Amplitude, he got spin. There was a technical aspect to that turn as well. And yeah, a very, very well-deserved 9.17. And incidentally, we spoke about those 700 odd waves prior to today. There was 0 excellent scores in that tally. And then all of a sudden, within half a day of surfing, we've seen 3 excellent scores. So it's just, I think that's, you know, giving us a bit of insight into what we're going to see throughout the rest of the event.
Well, all in all, not prime A-grade Ballito, but scores coming out. And it's made for a wholesome, good, entertaining day of surfing at the Challenger Series level. And, of course, we'll be signing off from that. We're going to leave you with a bunch of highlights and images from beautiful Ballito this afternoon. And, well, Brad, anything else you want to bring up while we roll towards the finish line here and wrap up our day?
Yeah, well, I think just want to touch on something we're speaking about a lot, the hospitality of the South African people. I think the support of the Quadacooza municipality. There's just such a heartwarming community vibe around Ballito, and I think that's the nature of having a small town, a small surf-related town. But I just personally want to say thank you to everyone who's made us feel so welcome coming back to South Africa, coming back to Ballito. And like I said, 2019 is the last time we've experienced international pro surfing back here. This is literally one of the prime events on the South African surfing calendar, after J-Bay coming up next week, So everybody should get down to the beach. If you're watching this and you're in the area, come down. The next 5 days are going to be amazing.
Yeah, well, of course, if just talk to the point of the set that we find ourselves on as well, Brad. Of course, Quadacooza opened their arms and we saw the relocation of the then Mr. Price Pro. We'll just talk history of the event for a couple of minutes here quickly to close the day down. But Greg Swart, Pierre Tosti, former professional surfers involved in the industry. And we're going back quite a way now, good few years back, 2008, 2009, we got the event up here. It was still wearing the red Mr. Price Pro cap at the time. And of course, we'll always be grateful for that. But we've kept it here in the Ballito Pro. The municipality, the Quadacooza region up here, have just realized the value of showcasing this area. And, well, of course, here we are. The Ballito Pro is a staple part of the calendar now. But just to talk to the theme, we are in Zululand. And, well, of course, Quadacooza, as we mentioned, the local dialect, the Zulus. These are the Nguni skins behind us. And just, Brad, as far as culture goes, what a place to visit.
Oh, incredible. South Africa, 11 official languages, and of course we're in KwaZulu-Natal. Zulu is the home language, the indigenous language over here. And I love it when events and surfing can pay homage to that rich cultural experience. It's a respect thing. It's a nod to, the new South Africa. I've been through so much in its storied history. And I've loved coming back here after being away for, over 18 years, living here full time, and just seeing how everyone has just gone, they've got this new attitude towards life. They know there's been a few hard knocks, there's probably going to be a few more hard knocks, but everyone's like, it is what it is. What can we do to make the best of it? And I just think that's really sums up the culture of the new South Africa.
Yeah, that's a good point you make, bro. There is a resilience and there is a positivity to the Rainbow Nation of South Africa, and we just love talking testimony to that. Certainly the other thing to talk about, and the whole thing has been about celebration. Mkosi is the theme. The Zulu word encompasses celebration. Many things to celebrate, not only the return of professional surfing here after a 3-year absence, of course, 70 years of celebration as well, Brad.
Yeah,
for O'Neill, the brand that really has got behind this event in the last few seasons.
One of the original surf brands, thanks to Jack O'Neill for the wetsuit. He had his hand in the leg rope pioneering, and of course this event, one of the longest standing events in the history of pro surfing. So very stoked to be a part of it.
Well, let's have a look at everything that is in and around the festival here at the Ballito Pro. Sit back and enjoy the visions.
up and riding, way down the beach. Aiden Mason Camp looking for a section. Turns left, drops down into another big one. Aiden Mason Camp, wow.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up with my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. Calm yourself down. You know your love keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and it soon departed, and you know he never.
The excitement is tangible here in Africa. Of course, the Ballito Pro Festival, all of that anchored around this here, the World Surf League's Challenger Series. As we start winding down and getting ready for tomorrow, Brad, a big day of competition. Looking forward to tomorrow, and of course more Umkhosi, which is celebration.
Yeah, I can't wait. Every day is a celebration here in Africa. You can't help but feel the vibrancy. You know, your senses are alive. And as far as the con is concerned, we're down to 32 women and 24 men. So before you know it, we're getting down to the pointy end, and I can't wait to call some more heats with you tomorrow.
We're excited. We trust that you've all enjoyed the show. A big day from Ballito. We've spoken of a positive outlook for surf conditions tomorrow. We are expecting swell to rise. And Brad, just to sort of wrap it up and sign off, any last thoughts as we'll say good evening and, rest up for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think, the message to the surfers: go home, get some rest, and bring your A game. Because from here on in, it doesn't get any easier, And we're going to have some fun days competition. I'm excited about what I'm seeing. I'm excited the young crew coming in. I'm excited to see the old guys coming back, and I'm ready. Let's go, day number 4.
Well, of course, we'll wake up to day number 4 tomorrow. Local time now. The sun is almost setting outside the studio as we'll bid you good evening from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. From myself, Gig Saliers, and Brad Bricknell, thank you so much, and hlala kahle.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.